Chapter 0001. The Banner of the Tailcoat, Aldington, congratulations. Boy, after tonight, you shall be a man. Your father will be proud of you, young master. Hey, if you wish, I could introduce you to my sister. What do you think? Isn't that generous? Drink heartily, feel no restraint. Aldington, you are destined to be a splendid knight of the house of Plantagenet. At the head of the banquet table, a bearded nobleman beckoned to the servant beside him. Go fetch the tailcoat banner I prepared for Aldington. It ought to flutter proudly upon the castle walls. The black banner adorned with golden edges and embroidered with red maple leaves danced in the wind atop the castle's low walls. The midday sun cast its gentle rays upon the ramparts, as if bestowing a soft glow upon the banner. Aldington gazed dreamily into his goblet of exquisite wine, raising it in a toast. Lord Bamber. Gentlemen, esteemed guests, I express my gratitude for this celebration in my honor, by the three gods as my witness. I shall pledge my life to the Plantagenets. To the Plantagenets. To Aldington. To the Plantagenets. To Aldington. Fleeting memories surged forth. And Joe clutched his throbbing head, incredulously staring into the round mirror atop the bedside table. It reflected a visage both familiar and strange, a youthful countenance. Aldington, Joe is incorrect. I am Aldington. Yet I am also Joe that I have traversed worlds. Joe, or Aldington, furrowed his brow in bewilderment. I am Aldington Lunairis, a newly appointed squire, and my father is the Baron of Maple Leaf Town. He had traversed realms, his soul having intertwined with the memories of the original owner, thus becoming a reborn Aldington. This world inhabited the continent of Rafa, within the realm of the Plantagenets. His father was a baron of unmatched glory within the empire. A nobleman and a powerful beast knight, at the tender age of 9, he had been sent by his father to the residence of the Duke of Aldington to serve as a page for Viscount Dulloch. Viscount Dulloch was the firstborn and heir of Duke Aldington, and a formidable elite knight, asa page. Aldington had followed Viscount Dulloch since childhood, studying the ways of knighthood and the intricacies of etiquette. Just yesterday, he had finally harnessed his fighting spirit, becoming a glorious squire, ready to accompany knights onto the battlefield. Duke Aldington himself had bestowed upon him a tailcoat banner. This banner would accompany him for many years, until he ascended to the rank of a knight, at which point he could sever the banner's tail and acquire a square flag embroidered with his name. What an ancient term. Fighting spirit, he mused. Yet it does not refer to the spirit of the steed, but rather to the magical essence of combat. He wrapped his still aching head and swiftly accepted this reality. The Joe of Earth had perished, succumbing to a plague, while the Aldington of Rafa had also met his demise, falling victim to yesterday's revelry. Now, the soul of Earth as Joe had supplanted that of Rafa as Aldington, embarking upon a new life. From this moment onward, there shall be no Joe, only Aldington. Knock, knock, knock. A maid's voice echoed from outside. Young Master Aldington, have you risen? Glancing at the shirt adorning his form, a habit inherited from the original owner, he casually replied, Come in. The door swung open, revealing a mature maid of about 24 or 25, clad in a black and white maid's attire, accompanied by a younger maid of 15 or 16, donning a white dress, who carried a set of garments and a basin of water, toothbrush, and towel. Good morning, young Master Aldington. The elder maid greeted him with a smile as she placed the clothes upon the table and approached Aldington, smoothing out the wrinkles in his shirt caused by sleep. Good morning, Lilith. Aldington inhaled deeply, allowing the maid to arrange his attire. The young maid had already set down the basin, squeezed toothpaste onto the toothbrush, and presented it along with a cup of water. After rinsing his mouth, Aldington swiftly brushed his teeth and proceeded to wash his face. Once he had dried his face with the towel, the young maid withdrew with the basin, and the elder maid began assisting him with his clothing. Your head guard is already waiting at the castle gate, young Master Aldington. When will you return to Maple Leaf Town? Perhaps in a week. Perhaps in half a month, but I believe I shall return promptly. There is much knowledge I wish to seek for my manor. You learn remarkably fast, in less than 7 years. You have already become a squire. Truly, you are a testament to the illustrious bloodline of the Iris family. The glory of our ancestors must ultimately be reclaimed by our generation. As Aldington engaged in light conversation with the maid, he admired his own reflection in the mirror. His soft golden hair, deep blue eyes, and chiseled features gave way to the appearance of a strikingly handsome young man, despite still possessing the youthful innocence of 16. Suddenly, a thought struck him. What time is it? It is 8 o'clock in the morning. Has my mentor already had breakfast? Your mentor dined half an hour ago and instructed that he would bid farewell to you at the outer castle gate. I understand. The maid Lilith adeptly finished dressing him before taking her leave. Aldington descended the stairs to the castle's dining hall. The gray iron fortress, as the stronghold of the Pancher family, had been constructed over several generations, boasting an imposing exterior and an opulent interior that exuded luxury. The dining hall offered a sumptuous array of dishes. Upon his arrival, a servant promptly approached. "Good morning, young Master Aldington. What would you like for breakfast this morning?" "Milk, bread, caviar, and roasted meat." "Very well, please hold on a moment." Before long, the servant returned with breakfast. Just as he was about to indulge, a young man dressed similarly to Aldington, clad in knightly attire, approached and exclaimed, "Aldington, you're up quite early. I thought you might sleep until noon." The training of a knight lies in discipline and perseverance. "Brother Matthew," Aldington replied coolly. From the memories of the original owner, he recalled that this knight named Matthew was of similar standing, both being squires who had been sent to Grey Iron Fortress to serve Viscount Dulick since childhood. Matthew, being slightly older at 20, had only recently been promoted to squire last year, possessing far less talent than Aldington. However, the critical distinction lay in their parentage. Matthew's father was merely a baron, while Aldington's father held the title of imperial baron, a significant disparity. The imperial baron reported directly to the king and enjoyed considerable autonomy over his fief. Conversely, a baron was a vassal of the greater nobility, possessing limited self-governance despite holding land. Matthew's future was destined to serve as a vassal to Viscount Dulick, pledging loyalty to the Pancher family. Aldington's future, however, involved the rights and privileges of an imperial baron, including the power to participate in national parliamentary votes that would determine the fate of the Plantagenet dynasty. With Matthew's arrival, several other squires and pages who served Viscount Dulick soon joined them at the dining hall. Though the previous day's festivities had concluded, the guests continued to extend their congratulations to Aldington. Naturally, a few, harboring ill will, pretended not to see him. After finishing his breakfast, Aldington declared, "Gentlemen, I shall return home for now. But I will come back soon so that we may fight side by side once more. Come back swiftly. Enjoy your time at home. I'll treat you to a drink upon your return." Aldington. As Aldington stood to depart, a squire he had previously not acknowledged suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. "Wow, a 16-year-old squire about to head into battle. Don't soil your trousers." Chapter 0002. The middle name, just as Aldington was preparing to exit. A surge of anger welled up within him, an emotion belonging to the original owner, for the young squire who had spoken so callously had always been at odds with him. "Cliff," Aldington turned, gritting his teeth as he uttered the name, yet he refrained from hurling further insults. The anger belonging to the original owner was quickly subdued, and he offered Cliff a knowing smile. Without further hesitation, he stepped out of the castle. Left behind in the dining hall, Cliff and the other squires and pages were left puzzled, wondering why Aldington had smiled in their usual exchanges, while physical altercations might not ensue. Exchanging barbs was a necessary ritual. The Iris family, being an imperial baron, and Cliff's family, the Spear of Thorn, also an imperial baron, made their rivalry all the more normal. Cliff, who had advanced to squire at the age of 15, had ample reason to look down on Aldington, who had just been promoted at 16, particularly harboring jealousy over Aldington's middle name. Aldington Lewin Iris. In the naming conventions of the continent of Rafa, first names and surnames are distinct. First names can be arbitrary, yet they often share a common letter with those of family members, typically the initial letter. For instance, the father and son, Aldington and Dulick, both begin with D, and Dulick has a younger brother, Dunster, whose name also starts with D. Surnames, on the other hand, are unique to the nobility, usually derived from their fief, weaponry, flowers, or other splendid entities. The surname of the Pancher family originates from the Grey Rock Mountain, while Aldington's surname, Iris, refers to a flower, and Cliff's surname, Spear of Thorn, pertains to a weapon, each chosen by their ancestors upon ascension to nobility. Moreover, the continent of Rafa features a rare phenomenon known as a middle name, which signifies bloodline heritage. In this magical realm, where magic and fighting spirit coexist, human knights, through rigorous cultivation, merge with the bloodlines of magical beasts, ultimately leaving behind a potent lineage. Should a descendant awaken this bloodline, they are bestowed with a middle name that represents it. However, if 3 generations pass without awakening, The middle name must be relinquished. Aldington's great-grandfather awakened his bloodline, receiving the middle name Lin. This name draws its origin from a legendary dragon knight, Llewyn Gator, who was known for his tempestuous charge like a wolf. The life of this dragon knight remained shrouded in mystery. However, his bloodline contained the power of thunder, which, when fused with fighting spirit, significantly enhanced both the impact and speed of the latter, accompanied by a trace of thunder. Aldington's great-grandfather, empowered by the thunder's might, fought valiantly under the banner of the Plantagenet dynasty, ultimately rising from an ordinary imperial knight to the illustrious rank of baron. Yet, Aldington's grandfather failed to awaken the bloodline, and neither did Aldington's father, Oren Llewyn. Even though they both became phantom beast knights, they too could not awaken the ancestral power. Should Aldington also remain unable to awaken the bloodline, it would signify 3 generations without such an awakening. Consequently, when he eventually has a son, he would be unable to include Lin in his name. The absence of a middle name may not carry substantial practical benefits. However, it symbolizes the nobility of one's ancestry. In the eyes of the populace, such noble bloodlines are deemed the true aristocracy, while other noble families, no matter how powerful, are merely regarded as nouveau riche. Thus, Aldington's promotion to a squire was celebrated personally by Duke Durongton, who gifted him a swallow-tailed banner. This became one of the reasons for Cliff's jealousy towards him, for when Cliff was promoted, Duke Durongton had not uttered a single congratulatory word. The title Duke is formally known as Duke of the Fief, and while he bears the name of a duke, the title actually belongs to the level of a marquis, with the territory referred to as a duchy, functioning as a semi-independent state rather than a mere fief. True dukedoms possess land, and no true dukedom exists without a realm, regardless of how autonomous the fief may be. For there is an essential distinction between the two. Moreover, a duke can confer the title of earl within his own territory, though it is rare for dukes to bestow such titles. Most typically grant baronial titles. In the rigid hierarchy of nobility, the titles of duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron exist. Strictly speaking, in the various empires and kingdoms of the continent of Rafa, the only true noble ranks are those of earl and baron. Dukes and marquises represent semi-independent states, while viscounts are merely temporary noble titles granted to heirs of marquises or earls while their fathers are still living. Knights, too, belong to the noble class, yet their titles cannot be inherited. Rather, knighthood is a recognition of prowess. I find it rather challenging to awaken the power of thunder. I recall that my great-grandfather exhibited strange phenomena in his youth, with sparks of electricity occasionally emanating from his body, which ultimately led to his bloodline awakening. My grandfather and father, as well as I, have not exhibited even the slightest spark of electricity. Stepping out of the castle, Aldington pondered in a daze. His soul was no longer that of a youth, and thus he deemed it unnecessary to quibble with the impetuous Cliff. Rather, his concerns lay with his own future and the apprehension of soon confronting his biological father. Young master, the long-awaiting captain of the guard, One-Eyed Parker, greeted in a deep voice. He was a towering figure, clad in finely crafted chainmail, wielding a shield and sword, radiating an aura of might. Young master. Behind One-Eyed Parker, 3 young men donned in leather armor bowed in respect. They were all Aldington's guards. However, while the captain, One-Eyed Parker, was an elite warrior, the other 3 were merely ordinary soldiers. These 4 guards could also be referred to as squire knights, serving Aldington in various capacities on the battlefield, guarding him, removing his armor, raising arms, feeding horses, washing clothes, and preparing meals. Since we are here, let us make the best of it. Aldington cast aside a tinge of nostalgia for his past life and patted his somewhat reluctant steed, Hongdo. This 10-year-old chestnut stallion bore the bloodline of a magical beast and was a gift from his father when he embarked on his journey to Grey Iron Fortress to begin his knightly training. Having lived with him there for 7 years, perhaps due to the unique sensitivity of animals, Hongdo sensed Aldington's strangeness. Yet, upon receiving familiar strokes along its mane, it calmed down. Mounting the horse, Aldington spoke with calm resolve. Parker, let us return home. Yes, young master. One-Eyed Parker mounted his steed, and the other 3 warriors followed suit, one of them shouldering Aldington's swallow-tailed banner. The 4 riders galloped forth like shooting stars, speeding towards the fortress gate. Aldington, please convey my regards to Baron Hongya, said Viscount Dulloch, riding a large thorn beast, as he exchanged knightly pleasantries with Aldington. Thank you for your guidance, sir. I shall deliver your greetings to my father. Go now, young man, and enjoy this holiday. When you return to Grey Iron Fortress, the battles will be unceasing. The gray rock mountains and the golden Danube plains await our galloping hoofs. Aldington placed his right hand over his left breast and replied with a hearty voice, always prepared. With that, he spurred his steed, and Hondo neighed, launching into a swift gallop. The banner, adorned with golden-edged red maple leaves upon a black field, fluttered fiercely in the wind before vanishing into the swirling dust. Chapter 0003, Versailles. The Grey Rock Mountains lie in the northern border of the Plantagenet Kingdom, with the blue Danube plains of the Kingdom of Macedonia to the north and the Grey Mountain Range marking the boundary between the two realms to the east. To the northwest lies the Mediterranean, the largest inland sea on the continent of Rafah. Further northwest lies the fabled Island of the Gods, coveted by every king of Rafah, should one pass the test of the guardian dragon. The king could be crowned emperor in the divine hall by the Pope, commanding all. Alas, the Plantagenet Kingdom has not conquered the Island of the Gods for over 3,000 years. Despite this, the Plantagenet Kingdom has at least managed to exert its influence over the Kingdom of Macedonia. After years of warfare, it has claimed a portion of the blue Danube plains just north of the Grey Rock Mountains. This area, dotted with the golden flower flag representing the Plantagenet Kingdom, has come to be known as the Golden Danube Plains. That a part of the Grey Rock Mountain County lies within the Golden Danube Plains, with Aldington's family fief, Honya Town, also situated there. Aldington and his company departed from Grey Iron Fortress, needing to traverse the largest city of the Golden Danube Plains, Little Versailles. The capital of the Plantagenet Kingdom is named Versailles, and to signify the importance of the Golden Danube Plains, this city has been designated as Little Versailles. After a day's journey, covering nearly 500 miles, they finally arrived at Little Versailles. The horses of Parker and his 3 companions were already panting, while Aldington's steed, Hondo, merely breathed slightly heavier, its magical beast bloodline granting it remarkable endurance. Little Versailles boasted a wide moat and towering walls, with no rugged terrain in the Golden Danube Plains. This city, situated in a contested region, continuously expanded its moat and reinforced its walls. Only 4 gates remained, each with strict checkpoints where city officials meticulously examined the identification of every passerby. However, no official halted Aldington and his entourage, for their steeds and Parker's shield, as well as their chainmail and leather armor, were all emblazoned with the noble crest of the Iris family. The red maple leaf served as the centerpiece of the crest. Fashioned into a shield-shaped .A, an abstract symbol of the iris flower was embroidered upon the shield's surface, flanked by 2 silver wolves adorned with lightning. This emblem, designed by Aldington's great-grandfather, has been passed down for merely 3 generations. Yet, within the vicinity of the Golden Danube Plains and the entire Danube province, the iris crest permits passage through all cities, a privilege of the nobility. The checkpoint officials bowed as they watched Aldington's party enter the city. Nearby, the townsfolk began to murmur among themselves. Is that the Iris crest? Is the lad on the chestnut horse the son of Baron Honya? Aldington, I recall that name. Do you see his squire carrying the swallowtail banner? This future baron has already become a squire knight. He has cultivated his fighting spirit. The Iris family descends from dragon knights. Should it not be expected? That young master is indeed quite handsome. Nobility always evokes a complex mix of admiration and resentment, especially in this world of magic and fighting spirit, where nobility not only signifies status but also embodies formidable power. The buildings were compact, and the layout somewhat illogical, yet there were no sewage streams or foul odors. A stark contrast to Aldington's initial expectations of a medieval European city filled with darkness and filth. The existence of magic and fighting spirit has evidently led this world towards an unknown brilliance, showcasing a splendor unique to itself. Edward Street. Ah, this is indeed the right place. Aldington's party arrived at the central square of the city. Gazing at the majestic Little Versailles Cathedral, they turned into a narrow street on the left. Glancing back at the throngs of people prostrated in prayer upon the square, many memories of the original owner surged forth. These individuals were the chosen of the 3 gods, offering their faith to the Little Versailles Cathedral. The priests of the cathedral would collect this faith to sustain the blessings of the nymphs and muses within. As for the nymphs and muses, they are wondrous beings, possessed solely by the nobility. The nymphs and muses, my father even had a Valkyrie. TSK, I wonder when I will inherit one. Nymphs can evolve into muses, and muses can further evolve into Valkyries, both being the most powerful combat companions for knights. Knights and phantom beasts may blend their bloodlines, just as Valkyries can merge their bloodlines, nurturing potent ancestral powers. Moreover, in comparison to the mere rideable phantasms, The Valkyries are capable of unlocking a plethora of positions as a noble who would not desire to possess a Valkyrie. Lost in thought for a moment, I found myself at number 126, Edward Street. This street is lined with charming three-story townhouses reminiscent of row houses, serving as a residential area for nobility and city officials. Each house boasts small courtyards both in front and behind, typically repurposed as stables, as horses are the primary mode of transportation here, akin to private cars on Earth. As dusk descended, the magical street lamps on either side of the road flickered to life, casting a soft, yellowish glow that barely illuminated the street. A bell cord hung at the entrance. A guard tugged on the rope, and soon a voice resonated from within. Coming, please wait a moment, esteemed guest. With a creak, the somewhat rusted door swung open, revealing an elderly man dressed in a butler's uniform who peered out. Upon seeing Aldington, his eyes lit up with joy as he exclaimed, "Master Aldington." "Good day, Butler Morris," Aldington replied with a gentle smile. "Please, come inside, Master. I shall inform the lady immediately and have Moria fetch the master. He has been invited by the tax officer for drinks. Young master has mentioned you several times. He will be delighted to see you." Butler Morris, though quite aged, chattered on. Once Aldington and his companions entered the house, he caught sight of the tail flag in the guard's hand and gasped again. "Have you been promoted to a squire?" "Master, just yesterday," Aldington replied. "By the grace of the three gods, the Iris family has a worthy successor, Lord Orlino, and the master will surely be proud of you." Butler Morris called out, "Moria, Monica, grandfather." A pair of young servants, a boy and a girl, hurried out of the building. Upon seeing Aldington, they quickly bowed in respect. "Master Aldington." "Moria, go to the Thorns Tavern and fetch the master. Inform him that Master Aldington has arrived and has been promoted to squire. Monica, you tend to the horses and arrange accommodations for the four guards." Butler Morris efficiently assigned the tasks and led Aldington into the house. As they entered the grand hall, a small boy of about 7 or 8 came running towards them, shouting, "Aldington." Behind the child, a relatively young woman descended the stairs in a hurried manner, her hair elegantly styled, fitting for a lady of nobility. I heard Butler Morris's booming voice. "It truly is you. Aldington, let me see. Our little Iris has grown taller. Has he reached 1 meter 80 yet?" The lady approached Aldington, standing slightly shorter, only reaching his chest. 1 meter 80 already, Auntie Fran," Aldington greeted with a smile. Then gently patted the head of the small boy who had clung to his leg. "Ostro, do not cling to my leg. You are already 8.5 years old. It is time you learn some basic etiquette of a servant. Stand properly and sit properly." Chapter 0004. "Odom, has Aldington arrived?" Before even entering, Odom's voice echoed. Standing up from the sofa where he had been chatting with Lady Fran, Aldington replied, "Uncle." Odom stepped forward and enveloped Aldington in a hearty embrace, saying, "I saw your tail flag in the courtyard. Well done, Aldington. I am proud of you, and your father will be proud too. At 16, manifesting your fighting spirit, you hold great potential to become a phantasm knight. A squire is merely the first step in the journey of cultivating fighting spirit. With each transformation of this spirit, one may ascend to knighthood, elite knighthood, phantasm knighthood, and ultimately, dragon knighthood. It is said that dragon knights can even ascend further, touching the divine realm to become semi-deities of unimaginable power. However, the shackles of talent are exceedingly heavy. Out of 10 individuals who train, perhaps only one will manifest fighting spirit, and from 100 squires, roughly one may rise to knighthood, the ascent to elite knight. Phantasm Knight and Dragon Knight becomes increasingly arduous. In the realm of the Goldfinch Kingdom, the number of Dragon Knights rarely exceeds 3. Those capable of leaving behind a bloodline as Dragon Knights are born perhaps once every 500 years. With semi-deities yet to appear in the kingdom's 5,000-year history, Aldington, having manifested fighting spirit at 16, possesses decent talent. If substantial resources are devoted to his training, theoretically, he could aspire to become a Phantasm Knight. As the legal heir of the Iris family, Baron Orlino will undoubtedly spare no effort in nurturing him towards this goal. Odom gestured. "You have not had dinner yet, have you? Mr. Morris, please have Mrs. Morris prepare dinner for Aldington and his retinue." Lady Fran interjected. "It has already been arranged. You and Aldington enjoy your conversation. I shall check on the kitchen." Of course. Please bring out the golden rum from the cellar. I intend to have a fine drink with Aldington." Odom dismissed his wife and eagerly inquired, "How have you fared at Grey Iron Fortress? Was this tail flag prepared for you by Viscount Dulick?" It was prepared by Baron de Launton, Aldington clarified. Wow, that is quite impressive. Baron de Launton certainly values the Iris family. After all, the Iris are bloodline nobility. And he requires Orleano's vote in the baronial council, as well as the influence of the Iris family. The Goldfinch Kingdom employs a feudal knight system, which operates under the principle that my vassal's vassal is not my vassal, while concurrently implementing a noble council system. This is divided into the Count's Council and the baronial council. The Count's Council gathers all the imperial counts, marquises, and dukes to deliberate on significant matters, generally. The more independent dukes and marquises do not participate in the Count's Council. The baronial council, however, expands the meeting scale to include imperial barons, deciding on critical national affairs. There are only 82 officially recognized imperial barons in the Goldfinch Kingdom, and counting all the great nobles. The total in the baronial council barely exceeds 100. Each noble's vote is of paramount importance. The situation in the Danube province presents both opportunities and risks for the nobles involved, Aldington remarked. Sharing his personal perspective, the original owner of this body was an innocent boy, focused solely on training his fighting spirit and learning etiquette, lacking in political awareness. However, the current Aldington, bombarded by an explosion of information from Earth, understands much of the political struggles, despite being a mere office worker's soul. Combining the original owner's memories, discerning the complexities of the Danube province's situation is not an extraordinary insight. Yet, to Odom, it is akin to discovering a new continent. Wow. Aldington, share your thoughts. What opportunities and dangers exist in the Danube province? In contrast to the anxiety of meeting Father Orleano, Aldington found solace in conversing with his Uncle Odom. The Goldfinch Kingdom and Macedonia have contended over the Golden Danube Plain for over a millennium. Many families have risen and fallen amidst this tide, and even the Rock family cannot remain aloof. Continue, elaborate further. In the past few decades, Baron de Launton has achieved remarkable military exploits, leading to the Rock family's gradual expansion. With the Grey Limestone Mountain serving as a barrier, they can effectively sever the kingdom's connection with the Danube province. Macedonia has already shifted its strategy. 3 years ago, Viscount Dulic married the daughter of Count Nubes, which is a clear indication. Count Nubes, fully named Nubes the Red-Topped Falcon, is a border count of the Macedonian kingdom, with his title abbreviated as Border Count. Border counts, like feudal barons, belong to the marquis tier, each ruling over their own countship. While cross-border marriages are not uncommon, noble unions between the Goldfinch and Macedonian families are rare. This marriage between two marquis families will undoubtedly spark much speculation. Regardless of how much the king of Goldfinch values Baron de Launton, he cannot help but feel a thorn lodged in his throat. Why do you not consider this a strategic shift for the Goldfinch Kingdom, preparing to complete its annexation of the Blue Danube Plain in a different manner? Thus, I reiterate, it is both an opportunity and a danger. Regardless, the Rock family stands at the forefront, the main character on this stage. A gladiator in the political arena, and no matter how they perform or fight, they cannot ignore the external forces surrounding them. We, the Iris family, represent one such external force. Aldington sipped his coffee, a subtle smile gracing his lips. However, whether this external force serves as assistance or opposition ultimately rests in the hands of my father. Odom raised his thumb in approval. I shall not comment on whether your views are right or wrong. I am merely a minor official in the marketplace, unable to partake in the games amongst the nobility. However, in you, I seem to see the vigor of Orleano in his youth. My brother can undoubtedly elevate the Iris family to even greater heights. Odom is the younger brother of Orleano, making him Aldington's uncle. As a younger son without inheritance rights, Odom did not receive a noble title and is considered a junker. Junkers are noble offspring without titles. Such junkers typically have 3 paths to pursue. The first is to cultivate fighting spirit, become knights, and earn a title through military merit, thus regaining noble status, albeit with considerable difficulty. The second path involves practicing magic, adhering to the 3 gods, and following the route of mages or priests. Although they cannot be granted titles, they still constitute a part of the upper social echelon. Unfortunately, Odom could neither cultivate fighting spirit nor excel in magic, nor did he possess the patience to worship the 3 gods. Thus, he had to resort to the third path, serving as an official that if he performs well, he may attain an honorary title. While honorary titles are not hereditary and do not come with lands, they nonetheless signify nobility. With a stroke of luck, gaining the favor of a great noble or the king, he could share in a modicum of military achievements, and thus become a true noble. Certainly, while Junker holds an official position, the majority of officials are predominantly of the lower to middle ranks. The true high-ranking officials, the esteemed ministers of the kingdom, have been monopolized by nobles of title. After all, in this world, strength is the fundamental determinant of everything. Noble heirs, from a young age, receive the finest education and resources, complemented by familial genes and lineage, ensuring that their prowess far surpasses that of less nurtured second sons. As for the commoners, unless they rely on mutations, they possess little to no possibility of rising above their station. The uncle and nephew engaged in delightful conversation over a sumptuous dinner. Aldington has already grown fond of this new world. The golden rum in his cup left him slightly tipsy, while the energy of his fighting spirit coursed through him, as if immense power lay sealed within him. This sensation was truly exquisite. Chapter 0005. A New Family. Uncle, I am not yet weary. I wish to spend some time in the study, Aldington expressed after half an hour of casual conversation following dinner. Of course. My dear Morris, please escort Aldington to my study, uttered Otham with delight. Your father often advised me that books are the blue bricks on the path to nobility. I have acquired many books to adorn my study. Yet you must know, I am not particularly fond of reading. Although Otham himself found little pleasure in books, he was genuinely pleased by his nephew's passion for literature, under the guidance of the old steward Morris. Aldington bid farewell to his uncle and aunt, proceeding to the study on the second floor. The room was illuminated by magical lamps, a product of the wizard's research, technology, if you will, that harnessed power from the city's magical network to keep the small magical array within the light bulbs aglow. Casting a constant illumination spell, the wizards of this realm are not those who unleash devastating magic. Rather, they resemble a group of scientists, utilizing magic to enhance daily life. The magical lamp is indeed one of their great inventions. However, the wizards have yet to invent high-tech marvels such as phones, computers, trains, or airplanes, and they have not even devised the telephone. Master Aldington, the coffee is placed here. Should you require anything, simply pull the bell rope, Morris informed. Very well. Mr. Morris, you may retire for the night. I shall return to my room once I finish reading. Aldington replied with a slight nod, benefiting from the noble etiquette education received during his years at Grey Iron Fortress. Every gesture he made adhered to the established decorum of the aristocracy, leaving no room for criticism. Once Morris closed the door, Aldington did not immediately delve into the books, but leaned back in his chair, lost in thought. Since the morning, he had not taken the time to reflect on his current circumstances. This moment offered an opportune chance to organize his thoughts. His past life on Earth felt akin to a dream, although he perished prematurely from a disease. He had already lived well into his 30s, having indulged in food, drink, and leisure, leaving little regret behind. His parents had passed away 2 years prior, and he himself had neither married nor sired children. One might say his death was inconsequential. Aside from a few good friends who might occasionally reminisce, there would be little mourning for him. Even during the pandemic, he had prepared himself for the inevitable, steeling his mind for the end. Thus, awakening to find himself in a new world filled him not with panic, but with secret delight. Who would not wish for a second chance at life? Moreover, this was a fantastical new realm. I had thought that death would usher in oblivion, yet here I am, savoring the exotic wonders of another world. How delightful! The narrative of his previous life had reached its conclusion. While the tale of his current existence was just beginning, he glanced at the prominent iris emblem adorning the study's wall, commencing the contemplation of his new family. Approximately 126 years ago, in the capital of the Goldfinch Kingdom, Versailles, beneath the feet of the king at Fontainebleau Palace, his great-grandfather knelt on one knee to accept his fiefdom. Thus, the title of Baron of Red Leaf Town was bestowed upon him. His great-grandfather chose his favorite iris flower as the family name and returned to his territory to manage the family estate. Though he hailed from humble beginnings, having risen through military merit, he was akin to a nouveau riche adorned with gold chains when compared to the ancient aristocracy. Nevertheless, he awakened the bloodline of the thunderous power inherited from the Dragon Knight Luncader's legacy. This effectively extended the family's heritage by several millennia, transforming them from mere parvenus to one of the most esteemed noble bloodlines. Yet, with greater power came diminished fertility. His great-grandfather had but one son. Aldington's grandfather, who, lacking the talent to awaken the thunderous power, spent his life merely as an elite knight. His grandfather wed the second daughter of the Count of Amiens, Kuluk Greenleaf, begetting the brothers Orino and Otham. This marked the first noble marriage for the Iris family, as Kaluk was an imperial count. However, Kaluk has since passed, and his eldest grandson Cadel has inherited the title. Aldington's grandfather has also departed, while his grandmother remains, residing in the countryside castle of Red Leaf Town. Aldington's father, Orino, inherited the title upon reaching adulthood, though he too failed to awaken the bloodline. Nevertheless, his extraordinary talent caught the eye of the Count of Eaglestrike, Hallington Eaglestrike, who married his daughter Helena to him, resulting in the births of siblings Audrey and Aldington. Hallington is also an imperial count, marking the second noble marriage for the Iris family. As for Aldington's uncle Otham, lacking talent and the right to inherit a title, he can only serve as a junker official in Little Versailles. Yet, leveraging the illustrious lineage of the Dragon Knight, he wed the daughter of Baron Louis Puy of Flower Town, giving rise to his son Ostro. Louis is an imperial baron, representing the third noble marriage for the Iris family. Thus, the Iris family has seen 4 generations of noble succession. Audrey, Aldington, and Ostro comprise the entirety of the 4th generation. I wonder if Aunt Fran will continue to bear children. The odds are likely, as Baron Louis hopes for a grandchild who awakens the bloodline, mused Aldington. Many of the nobles who have allied with the Iris family seek to partake in the glory of the Dragon Knight lineage. He then thought of his sister Audrey Lou and Iris. The 4th noble marriage of the Iris family occurred last year when his sister wed Baron Alva Purpleflower of Sunset Valley. Alva is merely an ordinary baron, yet his father, who is also his lord, is the Duke of the Champs, Lissy S. Arnold Purpleflower. The term duke is a shorthand for court duke, akin to marquis and count, all belonging to the marquisate level, possessing their own ducal territories. Moreover, the Purpleflower surname traces its origins to the royal family. Though it has become somewhat distant over the ages, these 4 marriages have linked the Iris family to a court duke, 2 imperial counts, and an imperial baron. With such intricate connections, as long as the Iris family avoids grave missteps and ensures the continuation of their lineage, maintaining their legacy for a millennium should not pose a challenge. Besides, it seems that in a few years, I too shall have to consider marriage, on the continent of Rafa, specifically within the Goldfinch Kingdom. The concept of free love is scarcely acknowledged. Nobles typically marry only among themselves, and an insurmountable chasm exists between commoners and aristocrats. While tales may exist of noble knights falling for common maidens or common lads marrying noble ladies, such occurrences are more commonly found within the pages of chivalric novels. What am I thinking? Just having traversed into this realm, and already my mind wanders to women instead of books. He selected a volume titled An Examination of the Establishment of the Danube Province, a tome detailing the historical establishment of the Danube Province. Authored by a junker who had served as an official in Little Versailles, Aldington sought to delve into this material to deepen his understanding of the complex situation in the Danube Province. However, as he opened the book, whether due to a wandering mind or fatigue, he found himself distracted. While perusing the preface, the content seemed to shift, revealing a radiant image. Chapter 0006. The sea. Within the book, the image depicted an ocean, with an island situated in the lower left corner, upon which stood a palace. As Aldington's gaze shifted towards the palace, it transformed, acquiring a gilded edge. Snap! Aldington closed the book and blinked vigorously. What is going on? A bold thought flickered in his mind. He quickly reopened An Examination of the Establishment of the Danube Province, attempting to read the preface once more. Yet he absorbed none of the text, merely waiting in silence. Moments later, as expected, the luminous image of the vast sea reappeared, seemingly floating above the page, with the island and palace becoming visible anew. Have I stumbled upon a treasure? Aldington's hands trembled slightly as he reached towards the image, passing through the radiant glow to touch the page. The texture of the somewhat coarse paper felt entirely disconnected from the luminous image. He closed the book once more, and the radiant image vanished instantly. Upon reopening it, the image reemerged shortly thereafter. He flipped through several pages, and similarly, the glowing image would appear after a brief wait. This is intriguing, Aldington mused. He retrieved another book from the shelf, opened its pages, and, after a moment of stillness, the radiant image appeared once more. So, it is not merely this book that is special. All these books are ordinary, and the appearance of the luminous image is due to me. Years of reading in his previous life allowed him to quickly grasp the situation. Is this my golden finger? After conducting a series of experiments with 5 different books, he discovered that as long as he opened a book, within a minute's time, the glowing image would manifest. The content of the image remained unchanged. A solitary island loomed over a vast sea. And as he focused on the palace, it would shimmer with golden light. This time, instead of averting his gaze, he fixated on the palace, feeling as though something unexpected was about to unfold in the next moment. A dizzying visual experience enveloped him, and when he regained clarity, he found himself within a silent, desolate palace. In the very center of the palace, there lay a round table, upon which rested a chest fashioned entirely from pure gold. After enduring the initial chaos, Aldington approached the table's edge and opened the golden chest, revealing an antique jade ring within. As he lifted the jade ring, he noticed a circlet of letters inscribed upon it, which, when connected, could be read as Valkyrie, though no corresponding lexicon existed to elucidate its meaning. How fitting, he mused, as he slipped the jade ring onto the thumb of his left hand. Knights, in their cultivation of combat energy, typically learn the arts of polearm, sword, and archery, and to safeguard their thumbs while shooting arrows, they don a thumb ring. That moment, he observed another object nestled within the chest, a glass vial. Upon closer inspection, he discovered a single drop of a red liquid, reminiscent of blood, within the vial, accompanied by an inscription, "Bloodline of Thunderous Might." Adjacent to it, a smaller note read, "The more consumed, the greater the probability of bloodline awakening." Could this truly be the bloodline of Thunderous Might? How could such a thing exist in this place? Aldington inhaled deeply, a chill of dread creeping over him. However, he did not linger on his apprehensions. Instead, he tucked the glass vial into his pocket. Beneath the chest lay a piece of yellowed parchment, adorned with wave-like patterns. As he carefully examined it, he realized it was a treasure map that bore a striking resemblance to the previous luminous map, both featuring an island and a palace in the lower left corner. Yet this parchment included an arrow pointing toward the S. It appeared to convey a message to explore in the direction indicated by the arrow. A thumb ring, a bloodline, a treasure map. What manner of existence is this golden finger of mine? He carefully stored the treasure map close to his heart, then meticulously inspected the golden chest, expanding his search to every nook and cranny of the palace. Yet he uncovered no further useful items or information. Upon pushing open the grand doors of the palace, he was met with the brilliance of daylight. The island was lush with greenery, and small birds chirped merrily among the trees. Yet this island was indeed quite small. The palace occupied a third of its area, and the remaining patch of woodland was easily visible. To the north, a pebbled path extended from the palace entrance towards the shore. At the water's edge stood a rudimentary wooden dock, to which a small boat was tethered. Standing on the dock, he gazed towards the northern sea, where he vaguely perceived another island in the distance. Is the treasure map guiding me to explore that island? Clearly, he had no intention of recklessly rowing there. Returning to the island, he scoured every inch of it, inside and out, losing track of time. Surely a couple of hours had passed, yet he found nothing of value. If I can enter, I must be able to exit. It is time for me to leave. He attempted various methods to return to the real world, but ultimately failed. Could it be that I have just crossed over, and now I am facing yet another round of transference? Reason told him that this was not the case. The key to breaking the impasse lay upon that new island. Resolving to act, he firmly grasped the oars and began to row. Having never rowed in either of his lifetimes, he initially struggled to navigate the sea, merely paddling in circles with the current. However, he soon mastered the technique and began to row northward. Time passed, and his combat energy nearly depleted. His arms weighed down as if burdened by lead. But he finally reached the shore of the new island. This new isle was not particularly large. Perhaps only 1 or 2 times the size of the previous one, also cloaked in verdant foliage, with a palace visible at its center. A new palace. Does this not imply the presence of new treasures? He hurried ashore, treading upon the sandy beach as he ventured into the woods. Suddenly, a fearsome roar echoed in his ears, and he beheld a tiger emerge from the foliage, eyeing Aldington with keen interest before it pounced. Despite the fatigue in his arms, Aldington's body instinctively dodged the tiger's attack. Yet, his stamina had reached its limit. After several evasive maneuvers, he was utterly spent. That a fleeting thought of "my life is over" crossed his mind. As the tiger seized his throat, and he felt no pain, only an enveloping darkness. In the next moment, he awoke with a start, standing from his chair in shock. Regaining his composure, he realized he was not dead. He had returned to the real world. Specifically to Uncle Autumn's study. On the desk lay several books, one of which was the examination of the Danube River Province's administrative system, the very book through which he had summoned the luminous map. Thus entering that peculiar palace. A clock on the wall read 9:40 in the evening, and the date remained unchanged, indicating that while he had explored that painted world for several hours, time and reality had stood still. It all felt as though it had been but a fleeting daydream, conjured in the recesses of his mind. Then, a realization struck him, and he glanced at his thumb, where the ring inscribed with Valkyrie still resided. His hand delved into his pocket, and he felt the glass vial as well. However, he could not find the treasure map among his belongings. Chapter 0007. The Great Gift. How strange. Aldington mused. Recognizing that his experiences in the painted world were far from mere fantasy, the Valkyrie ring and the bloodline of Thunderous Might were irrefutable evidence. Yet, apart from that, it seemed as though nothing had transpired. He recalled vividly his exertions in the painted world, rowing until his strength was utterly depleted, unable to best even a single tiger. Now, back in reality, his combat energy was abundant, his strength restored, and no trace of tiger's teeth marred his neck. He pondered this anomaly, once more fixing his gaze upon the books. Within less than a minute, the familiar luminous map materialized, displaying the same ocean, yet now 2 islands appeared in the lower left corner. The earlier island was marked with a large red X. Upon closer inspection, the island no longer shimmered with a golden hue. The second island emerged, featuring another palace. His gaze lingered there, noting that this island too lacked a golden border. But a skull insignia had appeared, accompanied by a countdown timer reading 167, 42, 51. The numbers fluctuated, decreasing steadily. This must represent hours, minutes, and seconds. Thus, a countdown of 167 hours and 42 minutes. This skull insignia must symbolize my own demise, indicating that I perished on the island. Once the countdown concludes, I should be able to re-enter the painted world. Aldington felt certain of this deduction. Considering the time already lost, the complete countdown for death and rebirth should amount to 168 hours, equivalent to a week. Is this not akin to a dungeon? Thus, my golden finger is a dungeon. It may lack a system that grants me direct boosts of 99999, but it allows me to acquire the bloodline of Thunderous Might, which is not without merit. However, the challenges within the dungeon will likely escalate. The first island posed no danger, yet a tiger already awaits on the second. Aldington pondered quietly. Given his status as a novice knight, he could easily slay ordinary beasts. If the second island contained only wild animals, he could easily clear it. Yet, would the third island introduce magical beasts? That remained uncertain. To fill the entire luminous map, I will require over 100 islands. What level of strength would be necessary to accomplish such a feat? Moreover, where did this golden finger originate from? Alas, there is too little information to ascertain that. I shall have to seek answers bit by bit within the painted world. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, he named his golden finger the Sea of Books. In the realm of literature, diligence is the path. In the ocean of knowledge, hard work is the vessel. From this day forward, reading would become his daily pursuit. Whether he could rise in the continent of Rafa would depend on the support of the Sea of Books. Closing the book, he downed the now cold coffee in one gulp, exuding determination. His gaze returned to the jade ring on his left thumb. The Valkyrie jade ring appeared somewhat unassuming, lacking the vibrant colors favored by nobles. It seemed rather inconspicuous. Is this merely an ordinary ring? Or is it a treasure? It ought to be a treasure, considering it was bestowed upon me by my golden finger. In his understanding, the Sea of Books dungeon's first island represented the initial challenge. Akin to a great gift in the form of a free level, the ring and the bloodline of Thunderous Might constituted the treasures within this gift. Shall I attempt to infuse it with combat energy? He had not performed a blood oath, for such practices were not customary in the continent of Rafa. Thus, infusing combat energy was the optimal method to awaken the treasures. His thin stream of combat energy flowed gently into the jade ring. A mysterious transformation unfolded instantaneously. He sensed a special space, opening quietly as if the jade ring were a portal, revealing an interior approximately 1 cubic meter in size, surrounded by a hazy white boundary. A spatial ring. From the memories of the original owner, he recalled that among the magical professions in the continent of Rafa, there existed alchemists who, upon reaching advanced levels, could create spatial rings. However, the value of such rings was exorbitant, and their availability was scarce. Once, a spatial ring had been auctioned at the Lesser Versailles auction house, and his father, Arino, had participated in the bidding. Regrettably, the Iris family lacked the financial means to secure it, merely watching as the ring was claimed by an esteemed earl. At that time, the auction price had reached 11,000 levers, the currency of the Kingdom of the Golden Flower, equivalent to a form of gold coin. A single lever was generally sufficient to support a common family's needs for an entire year. The Iris family's castle had been constructed over 3 generations at a cost of less than 20,000 levers. I wonder how large the spatial ring that was auctioned was. Mine, being 1 cubic meter, should not be considered small at all, certainly worth 1,000 levers. He promptly endeavored to discern how to utilize the jade ring. Its usage was akin to that of a spatial ring. As long as the object was infused with combat energy and did not exceed the internal spatial dimensions, it could be stored and retrieved. He toyed with it for quite some time, depleting his combat energy before reluctantly shifting his focus elsewhere, transferring to the glass vial, a drop of blood, the bloodline of Thunder's might. The more one consumes, the greater the probability of awakening the bloodline. In other words, it is also possible that consuming it may not lead to an awakening as a descendant of the Dragon Knight. I should resonate with the power of Thunder. Perhaps just 1 vial is sufficient for awakening. The power of the bloodline does not grant a knight an explosive surge in strength, enabling them to dominate effortlessly. However, once awakened, the enhancement to combat prowess is substantial. Among knights of the same rank, one who has awakened their bloodline is akin to being a tier above the unawakened. If Aldington achieves awakening, it would not be overly difficult for him, as a novice knight, to challenge a fully fledged knight and hold his own. Moreover, awakening the bloodline greatly benefits the cultivation of battle energy. Drink. Without a trace of hesitation, Aldington uncapped the glass vial and consumed the precious drop of blood within. He even rinsed the vial with a bit of water, ensuring no trace of the blood remained. Having done all this, he seated himself and awaited the results. 1 minute, 5 minutes, 10 minutes passed. A full 30 minutes elapsed without any sensation. Another 10 minutes later, the elderly butler Morris approached with a refill of coffee. Yet still, no feeling emerged. It could be declared a failure in awakening the bloodline. Never mind, there is no need for disappointment. This is merely the reward for the first trial. Once I explore the second island, who knows, I might come across another vial of Thunder's might bloodline. In any case, I am determined to awaken the Dragon Knight bloodline. He returned to his guest room to sleep. His thoughts were in disarray. The notions of crossing over, the golden finger, and the impending return to the original owner's home, the familiar yet strange butterfly castle in Red Leaf Town, kept him tossing and turning. The iris, also known as the purple lily or blue butterfly, had inspired the naming of the castle by his ancestors, commencing from his great-grandfather's time. Grandmother, father, mother, all dear ones. Thankfully, I have studied Stanislavski's An Actor Prepares. Chapter 0008, Butterfly Castle. The following morning, after completing his morning routine, Aldington ventured into the courtyard to commence his early training, primarily focusing on swordsmanship while channeling his battle energy. Having recently ascended to the rank of novice knight, his battle energy was in a nascent and nebulous phase, requiring persistent and dedicated practice to solidify it. Once stable, he could leverage medicinal assistance to break through to the next level. It can be said that the path of a knight is inextricably linked to 2 factors, wealth and diligence. Fortunately for Aldington, he lacked neither. The soul of a man in his 30s endowed him with ample self-discipline to remain industrious, and moreover, cultivating battle energy was far more enjoyable than the toil of his previous life. Young master! Young master! In the courtyard, the one-eyed Parker and his 4 retainers were already engaged in their morning exercises. Warriors do not cultivate battle energy. Rather, they focus on honing their physical bodies and unlocking their muscular potential. Without the burden of battle energy, they are spared the expense of purchasing medicinal aids, providing a viable path for the common folk to advance. Good morning, Parker, Dororo, Tom, Charlie. Aldington greeted his retainers with a smile before addressing one of the young men. Tom, today, you shall spar with me in swordsmanship. Yes, young master. Give it your all. I need the pressure, Tom. Understood. Tom gripped his sword with both hands, launching a fierce assault on Aldington, whose defenses were barely sufficient to withstand the onslaught. As a warrior, Tom was of a mid-tier profession, while Aldington, a novice knight, belonged to a lower tier in the hierarchy. Despite possessing rudimentary battle energy, Aldington found it challenging to endure the warrior's strikes. Yet, as his battle energy grew stronger, defeating warriors would soon become effortless. The cultivation system of the Rafa continent is intricate, comprising mages, warriors, and priests, yet ultimately, the knights reign supreme, harnessing the power of battle energy. Do not grip the sword too tightly. Avoid retreating continuously. Progress. Seek opportunities to counterattack while defending. One-eyed Parker, standing at the sidelines, offered occasional guidance to Aldington. He was not only Aldington's captain of guards, but also his swordsmanship teacher. Under Tom's relentless pressure, Aldington continually adapted to the combat style of his new body, seamlessly integrating his inherent swordsmanship. Thanks to Parker's timely advice and the awareness of an adult soul, he easily grasped the profound aspects of swordsmanship. As time passed, he began to hold his ground against Tom, though still on the defensive. Each counterattack disrupted Tom's rhythm, diminishing the space available for further strikes. The two engaged in a spirited exchange in the courtyard, their blades clashing and sparks flying. After 10 minutes, the practice session concluded. Breathing heavily, Tom remarked, "Young master, your progress is astonishing." One-eyed Parker concurred, "You have already grasped the essence of swordsmanship. Mastery is not far off." "Not enough. My stamina still falls short." Aldington accepted the towel offered by the maid Monica, wiping the sweat from his brow. "If you were to exert your full strength, I would struggle to unleash my swordsmanship. My understanding of the swift principles of the Thunder Sword remains insufficient." Applause erupted as autumn approached. "Aldington, there is no need for modesty. Your swordsmanship is already formidable among your peers. Even your father, at your age, could only achieve a similar level with the Thunder Sword. He had attempted to train in the Thunder Sword himself, albeit without success, yet his discernment was sharp." "Uncle, this is not modesty. It is a refusal to settle. I must hold myself to higher standards." Aldington responded grandiloquently. "By the three gods' witness, you shall surpass your father. I shall strive towards that goal." The two exchanged pleasantries until Aunt Fran appeared, urging, "Autumn, it's time for Aldington to set off." The journey from Little Versailles to Butterfly Castle spans 700 miles, and by the time Aldington arrives, night will have fallen. "Indeed, Aldington, it is time to embark." "Then, Uncle, Aunt, farewell." Aldington mounted his steed, and just as he did, his little cousin Ostro rushed over, a piece of bread clenched between his teeth. "Aldington, when will you come to play at my house again?" "I shall return soon. Can you bring me a tiger-headed cricket?" "My black-spotted cricket was bitten to death." "A tiger-headed cricket, you say?" "Certainly." Aldington casually agreed to his little cousin's request, nodding slightly to his uncle and aunt before departing with his 4 knight retainers. As they exited Edward Street, they observed a throng of voters congregating before the Little Versailles Cathedral, engaged in prayer to provide faith for the temple. Without a formal religion, or rather, the three gods represented the sole belief. Faith serves as a form of cultivation, akin to the professions of priests, mages, and knights. However, the primary duty of priests remains the care of nymphs, who in turn nurture all things. Thus, it can be said that the priests of the Rafa continent are akin to advanced agricultural technicians who also serve religious roles. Strictly speaking, Aldington is also a believer in the three gods, occasionally visiting the temple to pray and provide faith for the gods. All nobles in this world are believers of the three gods, differing only in that common believers provide faith sustenance for the nymphs of their lords, while nobles do so for the nymphs of their own households. The emotional tenor during prayer likely varies. The crescent moon had risen in the sky. After passing the 5th marketplace, they finally beheld a place illuminated ahead, a 5-story castle. The evening light was dim, yet the silhouette of the castle was discernible, its towering walls and spires tightly encasing the main structure, while banners fluttered on all sides. Without needing to see clearly, Aldington recognized the 2 golden banners of the Kingdom of the Golden Rose and the 2 black iris banners of the Iris family. In the center of the wall, the pointed rooftops soared towards the heavens, perfectly aligning with the crescent moon, as if suspending the new moon atop the rooftops. Home at last, Aldington reined in his steed. Red Bean, gazing at the imposing Butterfly Castle, he eased the complex emotions within him. He was no longer the ordinary Jouet of Earth, but henceforth would embody a singular identity, the future master of Butterfly Castle. Aldington Iris. After a moment, he gently patted Red Bean's neck and began to walk towards the castle. Situated on the golden Danube plain, the terrain was remarkably flat. Thus, Butterfly Castle was not built upon a mountain or elevated ground, but rather in the heart of a lake. A long bridge was the sole connection between the castle's grand entrance and the surrounding estate. As a patrol of soldiers emerged from the bridge, they encountered Aldington and his retinue of 5 riders. "Halt!" The leader of the patrol, clad in finely crafted armor, swiftly signaled for the unit to stop. Upon recognizing the visitors, he promptly approached and bowed. "Young master, you have returned." "Captain Wilson." Aldington dismounted, a faint smile gracing his lips. I have returned. Chapter 0009. Family, ladies and gentlemen, hurry and prepare yourselves. The young master has returned, and we must greet him in grand style. Mrs. Mori, ensure the maids are ready. The first thing the young master will require is a wash. The water temperature must be just right, neither too hot nor too cold. There must not be a single error. Mrs. Abi, adjustments must be made in the kitchen to prepare the dishes the young master loves. The silver-haired butler Carson, donned in spectacles, traversed the castle corridors. His voice was not loud, yet his rich baritone conveyed perfectly to every servant, including those bustling in the kitchen. Has the young master returned? Splendid. Can we have an extra meal tonight? I would love to have a cream pudding. Do not merely think of indulging in food. Daisy, attend diligently to your tasks at hand, and refrain from giving me the opportunity to chastise you. Yes, I shall perform admirably, Mrs. Abby. Does the old lady's avocado egg salad require a sprinkle of rosemary? How many times must I remind you? The old lady detests rosemary in her salad. You are currently a chef in the castle of the Imperial Baron, not in a tavern at the marketplace. It is your duty to remember each of the tastes of the noble lords and ladies. Oh, my sincerest apologies, Mrs. Abby. Please forgive my oversight this time. I shall certainly remember. The young master only returns on the old lady's birthday and during the festive seasons, and there are still 7 months until the next celebration. Mrs. D. Oh, you know why. Butterfly Castle is the young master's home. He may return whenever he pleases. Remember your place, servant. Do not presume to understand the thoughts of the nobility. Philip, go and dispose of the slop. Philip. Damn it, that scoundrel is surely hiding somewhere to smoke that I shall deduct his wages. In contrast to the clamor of the kitchen, at the grand entrance of the castle, Butler Carson and housekeeper Mori lead the male and female servants arranged in 2 lines to welcome Aldington. When the master returns from his travels, the servants must be ready to greet him. Even the 2 mistresses of Butterfly Castle step outside, standing at the grand entrance, eagerly awaiting the return of their grandson and son. Only the Baron, seated on the sofa in the parlor, peruses the newspaper, seemingly indifferent to his son's return. Moments later, amidst the entourage of the patrol, Aldington, riding his horse Red Bean, enters the castle. Beyond the castle gates lies a verdant lawn, with a wide avenue paved with small cobblestones leading directly to the castle entrance. Dismounting, he hands the reins to the approaching stable hand and takes a deep breath, adopting an amiable yet composed smile as instructed in the actor's manual. Striding toward the 2 noble women at the door. Grandmother, mother, I have returned. The elderly noblewoman immediately grasps Aldington's arm. My little Iris, come closer so that grandmother may see you. It is not easy to catch a glimpse of you. Is today an unexpected surprise for me? She is Aldington's grandmother, Lady Carly Greenleaf, mother of Baron Oriner, hailing from the Greenleaf family of the Count of Amiens. The other middle-aged noblewoman is the Baroness, Aldington's mother, Helena Iglewing, born of the Iglewing family of the Count of Iglewing City. Lady Helena casts a pleased glance at her son, then gestures toward the tail flag being carried behind. Mother, even more surprising is that Aldington has become a squire. Lady Carly's eyes alight upon the fluttering flag, exclaiming, "Oh, the tail flag. I knew it. Our little Iris is as exceptional as his father. Captain Wilson, please lower this tail flag so that I may take a closer look." "As you wish, my lady." A patrolling soldier promptly lowers the tail flag, detaching the fabric banner and presenting it to Lady Carly. The elderly lady caresses the cloth, admiring the Iris emblem, her smile seemingly transporting her back 20 years to when Baron Oriner, like Aldington today, had just ascended to the rank of squire, receiving a tail flag embroidered with irises. "Was this tail flag bestowed upon you by Lord Bamber or by the Viscount?" "It was gifted by Lord Bamber," Aldington replies with a smile. Lady Carly nods, noncommittally. Lady Helena then remarks, "Lord Bamber is indeed thoughtful. Captain Wilson, tomorrow morning, let us replace one of the Iris square flags with this tail flag. I wish to see it flying high above Butterfly Castle." "As you command, my lady." Once the 2 ladies have finished admiring the tail flag, the male and female housekeepers finally lead the servants in bowing to Aldington. He, devoid of any airs, maintains an egalitarian demeanor fostered by his noble upbringing. "Mr. Carson, Mrs. Mori, ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your warm welcome. Young master, the servants have prepared the bath for you," Butler Carson states with meticulous precision. "Well then, I shall take a bath," Aldington replies casually, assisting his grandmother into the castle parlor and settling her onto the sofa before addressing his father, who has set aside his newspaper. "Father, I have returned. I was promoted to squire the day before yesterday, and the gentleman asked me to convey his regards to you. Thank Lord Dullick for his greetings, and do not forget to return my regards," Baron Orina responds, seemingly devoid of excitement, offering a brief acknowledgement before waving dismissively. "Go take your bath. I shall head up now." Aldington, not wishing to prolong the awkward conversation with his father, finds the situation uncomfortable despite having inherited the original owner's memories and having thoroughly studied the actor's manual. The bath is located on the second floor, where a maid awaits to assist. However, in the Kingdom of Goldengorse, it is not customary for maids to assist their masters in bathing. They merely provide clothing, soap, and hot water. After bathing and donning comfortable home attire, Aldington does not immediately return to the parlor, but instead meanders through the castle corridors. The city is illuminated by the magical network, and Butterfly Castle is equipped with a small magical network that provides enchantment-based lighting. This small magical network, however, is costly to install and consumes a substantial amount of energy. Ordinary small castles likely still rely on primitive oil lamps for illumination. Even in Butterfly Castle, it is common to keep only a few magical lamps lit after dark. Today, with Aldington's return, most rooms and corridor lights have been illuminated, allowing him to leisurely admire the paintings adorning the walls. Suddenly, a wolf's howl pierces the night air from just outside the castle. He approaches the window, gazing out into the moonlit grass behind the castle, where he spots a massive, shimmering silver wolf lying on the ground, nursing 3 pups, each larger than a hunting dog. "Hawk," Aldington murmurs softly, uttering the name of the giant wolf. Seemingly possessing keen hearing, the giant wolf abruptly turns its head to gaze in the direction of the castle. Even from over 100 meters away, its bright, glistening eyes lock onto Aldington's with uncanny precision, cold, aloof, yet with a hint of familiarity. That is the emotional resonance the giant wolf's gaze evokes in Aldington. Aldington smiles gently, waving to the giant wolf. "Good evening, Hawk." The giant wolf regards him for 2 seconds, remaining unresponsive before turning its head to lick its pups, disregarding Aldington's friendly greeting, leaving him with an awkward smile. Neither angry nor willing to express any ire, this giant wolf named Hawk is a phantom beast left by his great-grandfather, who once fought alongside it in perfect harmony, earning the title of Baron of the Empire and the fiefdom of Maple Leaf Town. Subsequently, his father, Baron Oriner, formed a pact with Hawk and fought side by side. 2 generations of lineage have embraced the giant wolf, Hawk, as their phantom beast, should Aldington also ascend to the rank of Phantom Beast Knight. Perhaps Hawk could become his phantom beast as well. Moreover, even if the phantom beast does not awaken its bloodline for the night, it may leave a trace of power derived from the phantom beast. Aldington might very well possess some of Hawk's strength flowing within him. Hawk was initially an ordinary silver wolf magical beast, evolving into a phantom beast and gaining the power of wind. Thus, Aldington's great-grandfather named it the Storm Wolf King. The ancestor of the Iris family, Dragon Knight Lungart Thunderstorm, is said to have ridden a beast that also evolved from a wolf-like magical creature. Aldington's great-grandfather nurtured Hawk, perhaps hoping to recreate the glory of his ancestor by transforming Hawk into a dragon beast, eventually becoming a dragon knight. However, the likelihood of evolving from a phantom beast to a dragon beast is exceedingly slim. By the time of Baron Oriner, such expectations had been abandoned, and thus they sought to breed Hawk, preparing to cultivate the next generation of Storm Wolf Kings. Breeding phantom beasts and producing offspring consumes a vast amount of vitality, leading to an inability to ascend in rank, with severe cases resulting in a fall from grace. I am unlikely to choose Hawk as my phantom beast in the future. Let it accompany my father into old age. The 3 pups can be nurtured. The eldest is the most robust, the second is also strong, while the third is somewhat lacking, but the third is a female. My father will likely gift the second to the king, Aldington ponders. The breeding of Hawk was facilitated by another wolf-like phantom beast owned by the king of Goldengorse. Nobility seldom allow their phantom beasts to breed to procure a male beast for a female beast. The price is that if the female produces 2 or more offspring, one must be given to the noble associated with the male beast. Most phantom beasts evolve from ordinary magical beasts, and the offspring of phantom beasts are typically just ordinary magical beasts. However, It is highly likely that the offspring of a phantom beast can evolve into a phantom beast themselves. The banquet commences. A procession of delectable dishes is served by the servants. Butler Carson retrieves aged golden rum from the cellar, pouring for the 4 masters seated at the table. The Baron sits at the head, with the 2 ladies to his left and Aldington to his right. Once the drinks are poured, Baron Oriner raises his glass, stating, "Becoming a squire marks the beginning of a knight's training. After 7 years of servitude, Aldington, you have not submitted a flawless assignment. Yet, at the age of 16, there remains hope for you to strive for the title of Phantom Beast Knight that I wish to congratulate you. 16 is already a commendable age. Do not be so harsh on your son," Lady Carly interjects. Oriner did not respond to his mother's complaints and continued to address Aldington, saying, "Congratulations on your promotion to squire. You must toil even harder in your training from now on." "I will, my esteemed father," Aldington replied, raising his cup. The father and son merely took a delicate sip before setting down their goblets. That moment, the elderly matriarch lifted her cup again, smiling as she proclaimed, "May the Iris family flourish. May the kingdom of the Golden Glow enjoy enduring peace, and may the 3 gods forever protect the citizens of Maple Leaf Town. Let us celebrate our little Iris embarking on the path of knighthood." Aldington added with a smile, "I wish for you, dear grandmother, a longevity akin to that of a dragon. In the continent of Rafa, the longest living beings are the dragons, nearly immortal. Next come the drakes, with long-lived drakes surviving for a millennium, while even short-lived ones can reach 6 or 7 centuries. Following them are the phantasms, where the long-lived can last 500 years, and the shorter-lived can still reach 2 to 300 AS for humans. Those who are powerful practitioners can live to be 150, with some exceptional individuals even surpassing 200 years. Thus, when bestowing wishes for longevity upon someone, one never utters, "May you live 100 years," but rather wishes them a life like that of a dragon. Grandmother has no desire to live as long as a dragon. The wrinkles on her face are already plentiful. If she were to live longer, she might rival Dudu, Lady Carly jested, referring to her pet Sharpay. "You have no wrinkles on your face. You still possess the same grace as when I married into Butterfly Castle 20 years ago," remarked Lady Helena. Hearing this, Lady Carly felt quite pleased. "It is all thanks to the blessings of the 3 gods that it is not in vain that I pray daily at the estate's altar, at my age." To maintain a level of faith akin to that of a disciple is something even High Priest Sloane admires greatly. Faith is the path of a priest, just as knights cultivate their martial prowess. Beginning as pages and progressing through the ranks of squire, knight, elite knight, beast knight, up to dragon knight, priests cultivate faith, starting from being chosen as the elect, advancing through the ranks of lay believers, disciples, zealots, apostles, and finally to prophet. In terms of hierarchical division, squires and lay believers are considered lower-tier professions, while knights and disciples are mid-tier. However, knights cultivate martial energy to charge into battle and achieve great deeds, while priests cultivate faith to sustain the creations of the 3 gods, such as nymphs, muses, and valkyries. By the way, do you think High Priest Sloane has a chance to ascend to zealot this year?" Lady Helena inquired. "The Iris family has constructed altars in the estates near 3 markets for him to freely dispense faith. Such support is hardly inferior to what a temple provides. High Priest Sloane oversees the altar. Akin to a priest in a church on earth, the altar serves as a small chapel, while the temple is the grand cathedral. High Priest Sloane hails from the Maple Leaf City Temple and is considered the most promising disciple-level priest there. Baron Oriner exerted considerable effort to bring him from the Maple Leaf City Temple to preside over the altar in Maple Leaf Town, hoping to nurture a few muses or even valkyries for his family. Give him some time. Sloane is a commendable young man, devoutly faithful to the 3 gods, and they will grant the altar more nymphs and muses. Our number of lay believers remains too few, and the quality of the elect is concerning," Lady Helena said with a frown. "Enough with the complaints. Maple Leaf Town is already quite prosperous," Lady Carly interjected, turning to inquire about Aldington. "How is Lady Bamber's health? I have not visited her in 2 years, merely exchanging a few words and letters." "Lady Bamber is in good health. Her faith is as fervent as yours, grandmother, as she prays daily in the castle's sanctuary, where the nymphs and muses hold her in great affection," Aldington replied. Lady Carly immediately smiled. "Of course, she is such an elegant noblewoman. Everyone adores her. And the creations of the 3 gods surely do as well." Baron Orena remarked, since you miss Lady Bamber so much, you can accompany Aldington to Grey Iron Castle when he returns. It is also timely. As Lady Dulick is with child, you can take gifts for her on behalf of Helena and me. Though I wish to spend more time with little Iris, I think it best to avoid Grey Iron Castle. The daughter of that red-tailed falcon family is as cunning as her name suggests. I am not fond of her, Lady Carly replied. Narina Red-tailed Falcon is the daughter of Count Nubes Red-tailed Falcon from the border of the Kingdom of Macedonia, and married 3 years ago to the son of Count Aldington from the Golden Glow Kingdom. Viscount Dulick. This union between two marquis families created quite a stir and profoundly influenced the situation in the Golden Danube Plain. Lady Carly attended that wedding and seemingly had a disagreement with Narina during several gatherings of noble women, which led to her not visiting Grey Iron Castle for over 2 years. Baron Orena frowned. If you and she have no substantial conflict, it would be wise to pay her a visit, as Aldington is, after all, studying nightly courses under Viscount Dulick. Lady Carly buried her face in her cheese, responding non-committally. For Aldington, I would certainly wish to foster a good relationship with the Dulick family. But you know my temperament, Orena. I fear it may lead to an even more awkward situation, as I do not get along with that red-tailed falcon. If you are unwilling to go, let me accompany Aldington, Lady Helena suggested. Very well, I shall also take the opportunity to visit Odom and Fran. Thus, it was decided that when Aldington returned, his mother Helena would accompany him. Frankly, Aldington did not relish this decision. He preferred the freedom of solitude. Alas, the nobility revels in socializing, and there are practical benefits to cultivating connections. Moreover, his objections would be futile. In the eyes of his parents, being promoted to squire likely did not yet signify adulthood. By the way, Mother, if you do not go to Grey Iron Castle, perhaps you could find time to visit Versailles. Duke Arnold is organizing an anti-bandit operation this year, and Alva is to join in the battle. Please take a supply shipment to support Alva and visit Audrey while you are there. Lady Carly nodded. I will prepare as soon as possible. Many old friends around Versailles have invited me to visit. Lady Helena added, I will write a lengthy letter to share the good news of Aldington's promotion to squire with Audrey. She has an admirable younger brother, which will surely bring her some comfort. Hawk's 3 pups should also be weaned. Mother, could you take the second pup to Fontainebleau Palace? Aldington thought, and Baron Orena intended to present the second pup of the Storm Wolf King Hawk to the king. After some contemplation, he remarked, Grandmother, I shall also write a letter to my sister. That is splendid. You two are the closest siblings. You are Audrey's greatest support now. Do not forget your sister who is married far away. How could I? Although Aldington was no longer the original owner. Having taken his place, he naturally inherited the blood ties, and besides his parents, this far-flung sister was the closest to him. The road to Versailles was fraught with challenges, and I shall have Captain Marquez escort you. Mother, Baron Orena added. With Marquez accompanying me, I feel much more at ease. Marquez, the captain of Baron Orena's guard, is not a knight or a warrior but a wind whisperer. He began as an ordinary hunter in the territory, selected for his skills to join the hunting team, eventually becoming a ranger, beast tamer, and now a wind whisperer. This is the pathway of the ranger profession. Strictly speaking, rangers are also considered warrior professions, focusing on honing their bodies to gain strength. However, warriors tend to engage in direct combat, while rangers lean towards agility and retain the traits of hunters, learning various methods of taming beasts and magical creatures. The Wind Whisperer is a top-tier profession, on par with beast knights. Within the entire Maple Leaf Town territory, there are only 2 top-tier practitioners, Baron Orena and Captain Marquez. However, as a beast knight, Baron Orena could likely contend with 4 or 5 Wind Whisperers like Marquez, as the potency of martial energy is indisputable, which is why the majority of nobility pursue knightly professions at this moment. Baron Orena suddenly said, Aldington, since you have been promoted to squire, you are destined to follow Viscount Dulick into battle during your upcoming studies. Therefore, starting tomorrow, you shall accompany Captain Marquez into the forest to experience the taste of blood. I understand. Aldington nodded. This implied that Marquez would lead him into the forest to hunt magical beasts. Aside from their mutual skirmishes, lords spend most of their time battling the magical creatures surrounding their territories to ensure the safety of their estates. The Iris family boasts 121 official knights, stationed at various estates to fend off magical beasts, only gathering during wartime to march to the kingdom's battlefield. Naturally, knights are primarily used for charges. The main force for hunting magical beasts in the forest consists of the retinue knights, who can be knights, warriors, rangers, or other unusual professions. Once the necessary matters were addressed, the evening banquet proceeded with the family engaging in joyous conversation, sharing anecdotes from Aldington's childhood or discussing the latest gossip among the nobility. Enjoying exquisite food and fine wines served by attentive servants, Aldington primarily focuses on listening. He needs to integrate the information from their conversation with the memories inherited from his predecessor to achieve an update of knowledge. After all, the original owner was merely a minor, wholeheartedly devoted to honing his combat skills, with over 2 years remaining until he reaches the age of 18, and thus remains naive and ignorant about many matters. For instance, the peerage system of the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom was not well acquainted to him. However, Aldington has now updated his information, thoroughly clarifying the meanings of terms such as baron, count, and marquis, as well as the corresponding types of nobility and the historical origins of these titles. Chapter 0012. Not enough. The history of the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom spans over 5,000 years. Initially, the Golden Blossom was merely a duchy, conferred by the empire that unified the southern half of the Rafa continent at the time, with the sovereign holding the title of duke. Following the collapse of the empire and the rise of numerous feudal lords, the Golden Blossom Duchy gradually emerged, engaging in civil strife for millennia, ultimately evolving into the present Kingdom of the Golden Blossom. The king serves as the sovereign of the nation, however, as the kingdom has yet to conquer the sacred mountain of the Divine Island. It cannot be termed an empire, nor can the monarch be referred to as an emperor, but rather as a king of a kingdom. The highest rank of nobility in the kingdom is the duke, which is divided into 2 categories, the prince title and the duke title. Princes are immediate royal relatives, such as the king's brothers or uncles, who are eligible to receive such a title, yet only one title equating to a duke exists without being granted a fief or territory. Furthermore, princesses also fall under the category of princes. Dukes are derived from smaller states that joined early on, having essentially become royal family members through continuous intermarriage. Dukes possess their own fief, known as a duchy, which is largely autonomous and exempt from taxation by the kingdom, although they do assist the kingdom in warfare. Among these is the Duchy of Windsor, which has become the fief of the royal heir. Every heir undergoes training and governance within the Duchy of Windsor before ultimately inheriting the entire Kingdom of the Golden Blossom. The second rank of nobility in the kingdom is the marquis, which is subdivided into 5 types: marquis, court count, feudal count, border count, and free count. The title of marquis originally evolved from certain tribes. Upon joining the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom, chiefs were transformed into marquises, with tribes delineated into independent marquisates. Such marquisates are quite rare, with only 3 remaining, meaning there are only 3 marquises in the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom. Court counts were initially royal family members who, lacking fiefs, took on the role of assisting the king in managing the royal palace, with many having previously served as prime ministers or ministers of the kingdom. Over time, these royal members gradually formed new families and acquired their own fiefs, known as countships. Feudal counts are those nobles who have achieved remarkable feats in battle, resulting in their territories being elevated to countships. Border counts have a similar origin to court counts, as royal family members stationed on the frontier became officials, gradually establishing new families that monopolized power in border regions, also belonging to countships. There is only one free count in the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom, whose territory was originally a dowry brought by a foreign queen. In respect for this queen, the king granted the rights to this land to her. This queen then bestowed the territory upon her nephew. Subsequently, the family established by this nephew has inherited the title of free count in perpetuity, with the territory also referred to as a countship. Due to the varying origins of the territories, the titles of nobility differ, but as nobles with fiefs, they possess a high degree of autonomy, all falling under the rank of marquis. The third rank of nobility in the kingdom is the count, which is divided into 3 types: imperial count, ordinary count, and honorary count. Counts directly conferred by the king are termed imperial counts, possessing count fiefs, obligated to pay taxes to the king, and subject to the leadership of the sacred temple. Counts conferred by dukes or marquises are known as ordinary counts. Those who perform well during their tenure as officials may be granted the honorary count title, which does not entail a fief and is not hereditary. Furthermore, should a count die while their heir is of age, a transitional title of viscount may be conferred, merely a title and not counted among the formal ranks of the kingdom. The fourth rank of nobility in the kingdom is the baron, which is subdivided into 4 types: imperial baron, ordinary baron, honorary baron, and free lord. The first 3 categories mirror the classification of counts, while the fourth, the free lord, can essentially be regarded as an imperial knight with a fief that can be inherited. The territory of a free lord is comparable to a knight's manor, but due to its inheritability, it is counted among the ranks of barons. The 5th rank of nobility in the kingdom is the knight, which is divided into 2 types: imperial knight and ordinary knight. Imperial knights are directly conferred by the king, possessing their own manors as fiefs. However, their titles are not inheritable and will be reclaimed upon their death. Ordinary knights follow a similar pattern, except their loyalty lies not with the king but with other noble lords. The knightly class is highly mobile and serves as the sole upward path for commoners. However, the leap from knight to a true noble title that is inheritable, such as baron, is substantial. Besides knights, there exists a class of nobility that does not qualify as true nobility, referred to as junker. Aldington's uncle, Odom, is a junker. Any noble offspring without a noble title is considered a junker. Junkers may cultivate magic, worship the 3 gods, serve as officials, or engage in commerce. Yet, the majority of junker descendants ultimately descend into commonality. Furthermore, some commoners or junkers may cultivate combat energy and ascend to the rank of knight without receiving formal titles, or may have their knighthood revoked. Such knights are referred to as, naturally, are rare. Knights are a scarce fighting force, and lords desire to have more knights among their ranks. Father, the gentleman is still an elite knight, routinely riding a thorn beast, yet I have not observed him riding a phantom beast or nurturing one. In the spacious study, Aldington sat at the desk, engaging in casual conversation with the noble baron. Each time he returned to Butterfly Castle, Baron Arena would converse with his son in the study. This is the manner in which nobility cultivates their heirs. After all, everyone ages, and one day, the person managing Red Leaf Town from this very study will be Aldington. Dulick should already be 27 this year. He advanced to a trainee knight at 14, became a knight at 16, and reached elite knight status by 21. Given that there are no signs of him forming a contract with a phantom beast, it indicates that he will likely need to wait until after 30 to achieve the rank of phantom beast knight. Baron Arena pondered. The tradition of knightly training has persisted for tens of thousands of years, with the patterns of advancement well understood in terms of upper and lower limits. Trainee knights who advance before the age of 18 theoretically have a maximum potential of becoming phantom beast knights. The earlier they ascend, the greater the likelihood, and the sooner they progress. After 18, unless one resorts to extreme measures, consuming vast quantities of potions, the chances of becoming a phantom beast knight diminish significantly. Additionally, advancing to a phantom beast knight requires forming a contract with a phantom beast, a complex process that may take as little as 2 to 3 years or extend to 5 or 6 years. Thus, Baron Arena deduced that Dulick would likely achieve the rank of phantom beast knight only after 30, considering the financial resources of the Pancher family. If he only advances after 30, then his talent pales in comparison to yours, father. A flicker of restrained pride crossed Baron Arena's eyes. He himself had achieved the rank of phantom beast knight at the age of 29. Yet, he quickly adopted a stern demeanor, stating, regardless of his talent, one must always maintain caution and respect in the presence of Count Dulick. Do you understand? Aldington nodded calmly. I understand, observing his son no longer exhibiting fear towards him. Baron Arena suddenly remarked, you have grown, but the path of cultivation ahead will be even more arduous. Becoming a trainee knight at 16 is commendable for an ordinary individual, yet as my son, Aldington of Arena, you must strive even harder. Had the original owner been present, he would undoubtedly have felt a bitter pang, as his father was a prodigy who had cultivated combat energy by the age of 13. However, with the advantage of his unique abilities, Aldington felt no dismay. Diligence can compensate for shortcomings. I believe I will surpass you, father. Baron Arena smiled. Excellent. Maintain that vigor. Chapter 0013. A great literary figure. Aldington's room is located on the 4th floor of Butterfly Castle. The first floor consists of the living room, storage, and quarters for the servants. The second floor houses the dining room, hall, and guest rooms. The third floor contains the piano room and study, while the 4th and 5th floors are reserved for the master's quarters. Naturally, the castle is interconnected with the outer walls, which encompass living and combat areas. along with towers for archery and bell towers. Providing accommodations for the castle's patrol teams, guard units, hunting squads, and other attendants, as well as grooms, hunters, and various workers. The lavish magical chandelier illuminates the room, and the spacious bed can accommodate several individuals. The light purple floor-to-ceiling curtains shield the night from the windows. Beside the curtains stands a suit of small knightly armor, a gift from Aldington's grandfather for his 6th birthday. Regrettably, his grandfather passed away the following year due to the recurrence of an old injury. Behind the long sofa, a robust pot of perennial mandrake flowers flourishes, with its drooping light pink blossoms exuding a subtle fragrance. This remarkable magical plant provides relaxation, and inhaling its scent at night guarantees pleasant dreams. Before the fitting mirror embedded in the cabinet, Aldington admires his newly transformed physique. At merely 16 years of age, he already stands at a height of 1.81 m, with further potential for growth. His inverted triangular physique appears somewhat slender when clothed, yet reveals well-defined, streamlined muscles when undressed. Not bad, he remarked, an ambiguous evaluation that straddled satisfaction and critique. Dressing in his nightgown, he approached the table and opened a book, though the original owner had little fondness for reading. The current Aldington resolved to keep a book close at hand from now on. It was not merely a matter of personal preference. Rather, his golden finger lay within the depths of literature. Within the pages of a book lies a wealth of grains, a treasure trove of gold, and beauty akin to jade. Indeed, there exists a golden finger as well. How could one not develop a love for books, he mused. Were I not born of noble blood, my literary prowess alone could surely elevate me to the status of a literary giant on the continent of Lafa. The common folk, struggling even to read, found it exceedingly difficult to achieve such greatness. While the literary luminaries of this world were predominantly those landed gentry unable to inherit titles and wealth, wearing the mantle of a literary figure, they often mingled with noble ladies, leading lives far more carefree than their aristocratic counterparts. Aldington pondered that although the world differed, a mere adaptation of Shakespeare's Romeo and Juliet could still wield tremendous impact. Having perused countless novels, from web fiction to world-renowned classics, along with an abundance of television dramas and films, he realized that despite the differing contexts of Earth and this realm, the motifs of literature could be mutually beneficial if one could not succeed as a mere literary copier. Surely becoming a literary adapter would not be overly challenging. Alas, in a world where strength reigns supreme, even the most renowned authors cannot rival the nobility. He recalled a few years prior when a celebrated literary figure had visited the small Versailles, only to meet a grim fate at the hands of a baron for his dalliance with the baron's wife. Such figures, including musicians and painters, were often welcomed by the aristocracy, as civilization encompasses not only the advancement of might and material wealth, but also the flourishing of spiritual culture. Gazing at the book for a minute, an image of the entrance to the sea of books appeared. The first island bore a cross, while the second island displayed a skull, adjacent to a resurrection countdown, 142, 54, 12, signifying 6 days remaining until he could re-enter the sea of books for exploration. This time, I shall enter with ample vigor. How dare a mere tiger claim my life? Aldington seethed at the memory of being slain by a tiger. The disgrace of a knight in training being bested by a beast was unbearable. Tomorrow, he would accompany the Wind Whisperer, Marquez, into the forest to hunt magical beasts, despite lacking combat energy. With his current physical prowess, he could still capture tigers or leopards. He closed the book and retired for the night. Upon awakening the next day, he dressed with the assistance of a maid, washed up, and proceeded to the dining room, where the elderly Lady Carly was sipping coffee while perusing the morning's newspaper. Despite being delivered that very morning, it was yesterday's edition. As rural transport was less than convenient, newspapers were only distributed in the city, necessitating the castle to send servants to procure them. Good morning, grandmother. Good morning, Aldington. Did you sleep well last night? I slept splendidly. Aldington took a seat at the dining table. Mr. Carson, may I have a newspaper? Is there a copy of the Versailles Daily? Indeed. Young master, replied the butler, Carson, as he fetched yesterday's Versailles Daily and inquired, what would you like for breakfast, young master? Today we have freshly delivered lamprey, as well as caviar from salmon, for magical beast meat. There is fire rabbit, colorful tail chicken, and thunderous pig. Bring one of each. Aldington replied lazily, Wishing to savor the culinary delights of this world, the great affairs of life revolve around dining and indulging, along with engaging in beneficial exercises for the body and mind. As you wish. The Versailles Daily was a hodgepodge of content, featuring policies and decrees from city officials, notices from merchants seeking supplies, announcements of a certain mage's promotion from the Magic Association, news of a musician performing at the theater, and gossip among young nobles vying for attention. The most substantial portion, however, was dedicated to literary content, encompassing poetry, prose, and serialized novels. Aldington glanced at the serialized work, a knightly tale featuring noble knights as protagonists, titled The Adventures of Dragon Knight Cavendish. The title is quite enticing. Yet, why do I find the text predominantly depicts flirtations between a knight and a noblewoman? TSK, the descriptions are rather audacious. Back on Earth, such content would surely be censored. In Aldington's view, this serialized novel lacked quality. Stripped of its ornate language and unsightly eroticism, it amounted to little more than a laundry list. Devoid of the climactic moments readers cherished, it resembles the works of Bai Yuhan, a certain author from a popular online platform, though this one at least has some tantalizingly scandalous elements. Despite his critiques, Aldington found himself engrossed in the passionate exchanges between the knight and the noblewoman. By the time he finished, the servants had brought breakfast, milk, bread, lamprey, caviar, and an assortment of roasted meats that a noble knight's meal required several times the intake of an ordinary person. Even breakfast necessitated substantial nourishment. As such sustenance would ultimately transform into combat energy, a missed meal could lead to a decline in vigor. At that moment, Mr. Carson approached, stating, "Lady, young master, Captain Marquez has arrived at the castle. Please, invite him in," Aldington instructed. Soon, Carson ushered in Marquez, a slender yet tall middle-aged man adorned with a scruffy beard and unkempt hair, dressed in somewhat worn leather armor. Upon entering, he immediately bowed to Lady Carly and Aldington, his voice slightly hoarse. "Lady, young master. Mr. Marquez, please take a seat," Aldington said, rising in respect, and then added, "Mr. Carson, please have the kitchen prepare breakfast for Mr. Marquez at once." Chapter 0014. Fran's followers typically possess their own fiefs to sustain themselves. Particularly noble knights, most of whom manage their own livelihoods, the lord need only allocate a few small estates for them to cultivate, providing a hassle-free arrangement. However, it is quite customary for followers to visit their lord's residences for a bit of indulgence. Marquez, though not a noble knight, served as a powerful wind whisperer and the captain of Baron Olrino's guards, owning a modest estate of his own. Yet, with 2 sons studying knightly courses, his daily expenses were considerable. Thus, his early arrival was evidently an attempt to partake in some hospitality. After relishing a sumptuous and delightful breakfast, it was nearly time to set forth at that moment. Lady Helena hurried downstairs, bearing a finely crafted suit of knightly armor for Aldington. "Your father's old enchanted armor, reinforced with magical beast hide, has been tailored to your measurements throughout the night. Hurry, try it on." "Very well," Aldington replied simply, though his heart swelled with gratitude. A mother's love remains unchanged across worlds. The enchanted armor, forged from special magical materials, featured intricate symbols that would gather stray magical energy from the surroundings, forming a powerful protective layer that mitigated damage to the armor. The magical beast hide served as a lining. "It fits perfectly. Mother, donning this armor instills me with confidence. Be cautious. Magical beasts are not akin to your previous sparring sessions with Mr. Marquez that I entrust your safety to you. Rest assured, my lady, Marquez will stake his life on the young master's safety. I believe in your prowess." Lady Helena smiled gently. Her eyes filled with both reluctance and hope as she gazed at Aldington. "In the city of Eagle Strike, where I was born, only those fledglings who weather the storms can transform into eagles soaring the skies. Go forth, Aldington, your mother is proud of you." Her heartfelt farewell momentarily misted Aldington's eyes, yet upon turning to the castle's entrance, where a retinue of knights had gathered, he could not help but smile. For although today marked his inaugural expedition into the forest to hunt magical beasts, he was accompanied not only by Marquez, the Wind Whisperer, but also by a cadre of hunters. In essence, he was flanked by a dozen warriors, safeguarding him alone. Such a lavish entourage rendered the hunt for magical beasts nearly indistinguishable from a leisurely outing. Just as ancient writers would call "giddy up," the knights of the Gold Crest Kingdom shouted "ha" as they charged forth. Leaving the butterfly castle, they entered the estate's outer grounds, surrounded by long, cultivated fields, the vibrant green wheat sprouting cheerfully. However, of every 3 plots, only one was sown with wheat. The other 2 were planted with pasture. This exemplified the Goldcrest Kingdom's typical 3-field rotation system, wherein land was allocated for spring cultivation, autumn sowing, and a fallow period. Initially, a field would be used for spring cultivation, followed by a lengthy period of pasture to replenish its nutrients, before returning to autumn sowing. After the autumn harvest, the soil's fertility would be depleted, necessitating a year of pasture to enhance its vigor. After a year, the land would regain its fertility, and the cycle would recommence. Ensuring the soil's health and the crop's growth, serfs toiled in the fields, wielding tools to weed and fertilize, while priests from the estate's altar could be seen patrolling the fields. They could summon the blessings of the nurturing nymphs from the altar at any moment to promote the growth of the crops. The nymphs' abilities functioned similarly to fertilizers and pesticides, providing essential nutrients for the crops while ensuring their health and developmental direction. The wheat nymph could enhance the size of wheat ears and increase the number of grains. The tuberous nymph can enhance the root development of wheat seedlings, allowing them to establish deeper roots. The flowering nymph can ensure that the blossoms are more vibrant and full during the blooming of the wheat ears, exuding a delightful fragrance. Naturally, the tuberous nymph is typically designated for the cultivation of sweet potatoes and potatoes, while the flowering nymph is reserved for nurturing various flowers. Their invaluable abilities are not wasted on aiding the wheat seedlings in rooting or flowering. Only the grain nymph, born in the wheat fields, serves as the primary force in the cultivation of wheat. As Aldington's gaze swept over the farmlands, he did not pause, continuing to gallop forward with the procession. Scattered small villages dotted the estate, and along the dirt thoroughfare, a sizable market soon came into view. This was the southern market of Redleaf Town, one of its 3 markets. The serfs and freemen from nearby estates and villages would gather here to trade or to offer prayers at the estate's altar. One could also observe haughty knights, flanked by their retainers, weaving through the market as Aldington's tail banner fluttered in the wind. While passing the southern market, all knights, retainers, freemen, and serfs bowed in reverence to the procession. Once the cavalcade thundered past, whispers began to circulate. "It's the tail banner. The knight at the forefront is Mr. Marquez, the Baron's chief guard. He greeted me when I worked at Butterfly Castle. Is that young Master Aldington in the middle?" Only young Master Aldington could be accompanied by Mr. Marquez beneath the tail banner. He has already become a squire. May the 3 gods bless him. Young Master Aldington is sure to become a formidable knight. His promotion is a great joy. I hope to taste the Baron's treasured wine at this week's work lunch. My Daisy works in the castle kitchen, preparing meals for the noble lords. The mounted knights also caught sight of Aldington's party, their eyes gleaming with excitement. "It's Aldington, the tail banner. He has developed fighting spirit." With Mr. Marquez accompanying him, are they off to hunt magical beasts in the forest? I should visit Butterfly Castle tonight. The impact of Aldington's group quickly settled, yet it would undoubtedly become a topic of gossip among the local villagers for several days to eye in the territory of Redleaf Town. Members of the iris flower family would forever remain the focal point of villagers' conversations over tea and meals as they passed the southern market and continued along the thoroughfare. An hour later, they finally arrived at the forest's edge, where a small dome-shaped fortress was visible. Surrounding the fortress were numerous wooden cottages, forming a village, though located at the estate's periphery, necessitating the presence of a beast-guarding fortress. Upon entering the small village, someone emerged from the fortress to greet them. "Marquez, today is not the hunting time. What brings you here?" A bearded middle-aged man began, only to halt mid-sentence upon seeing the fluttering tail banner and the freshly dismounted Aldington. "With the tail banner. It's Aldington. Wow, the boy has finally grown into a man. Uncle Franz." Aldington stepped forward to embrace the bearded man. "It's been a long time. Haha, you've grown taller and more handsome. I can only imagine the maidens of Grey Iron Fortress will swoon over you." Franz clapped Aldington on the shoulder. He was once the Baron Areno's earliest chief guard, who had earned his knighthood through years of valorous combat, leaping from commoner to noble, with his fief being the estate to which this fortress belonged. Chapter 15. Platypus declining Sir Franz's desire to accompany them, Aldington did not linger at the fortress, leading his team into the endless expanse of the forest. This forest is officially named the Golden Forest Sea. If one were to ride a flying magical beast, they could see that the entire Golden Danube plain is enveloped by this forest, Small Versailles City, Red Leaf Town, Grey Iron Fortress, and other human settlements have all been carved out of the forest. Humans do not wish to completely clear this forest for agriculture. However, the forest teems with magical beasts, making it challenging for humans to secure their territories. The Golden Forest Sea is vast, and this small section of forest near the southern market of Red Leaf Town is locally referred to as Lynx Forest. The name derives from a wild magical beast, a golden tufted-eared lynx, that inhabits this forest. Wild magical beasts are those that live freely, with almost no natural enemies in the forest, and humans find it exceedingly difficult to capture them. Even if captured, taming their wild nature proves to be a formidable challenge. Identifying the types of magical beasts. Young master, you have studied this in your textbooks. Marquez rode alongside Aldington, beginning his instruction. Mr. Marquez, please call me Aldington. Very well, Aldington. In the forest, the most crucial task is to confirm the traces of magical beasts. Each type of magical beast leaves identifiable tracks after moving. By understanding the distribution and types of these tracks, one can glean information about the magical beasts, which is even more vital than hunting them. As Marquez taught, he scanned the surroundings, quickly dismounting and gesturing for Aldington to follow. Look at this tree bark. There is a tuft of fur stuck to it. Can you identify which magical beast left this? Aldington took the fur and shook his head. I cannot tell. Magical beasts are categorized into low-level, mid-level, high-level, top-level, illusory beasts, dragon beasts, and even dragons. Each level possesses different magical powers, akin to the varying forms of a knight's fighting spirit. Feel the residual magical energy of this tuft of fur. Aldington closed his eyes and sensed a faint aura emanating from the fur. This aura was distinctly different from fighting spirit, but seemed to share a similar essence. I can sense it, Mr. Marquez. This magical energy is faint, like water vapor, but I cannot determine its level. Remember this sensation. This is the residual aura of a mid-level magical beast. Leaning towards water elemental properties, based on the length and toughness of the fur, it likely belongs to a type of feline magical beast. Following this lead, see here, these are paw prints of a leopard. Combining this information, it should be the trace of a mist leopard. The mist leopard happens to be a mid-level magical beast. So, are we preparing to hunt the mist leopard now? Aldington felt a surge of excitement. No. We are not hunting the mist leopard. It is too powerful for you. We will continue our search for low-level magical beasts to train your hunting skills. Though this statement seemed to undermine Aldington's capabilities, he did not insist on confronting a mid-level magical beast. With the wisdom of a 30-year-old seasoned soul, he naturally understood the importance of safety. It's the suckling duck beast, Aldington. Prepare for battle. Shortly thereafter, they arrived at the edge of a small river in the forest, where Marquez finally spotted a suitable prey. The suckling duck beast is quite agile in the water, but clumsy on land. However, be cautious of its beak. It is quite hard. Gazing at the suckling duck beast basking in the sun not far away, Aldington gripped his great sword tightly and crept closer. This low-level magical beast resembled a platypus, but was larger in size. Lying on the ground, it looked a bit like a drab-colored crocodile at a cursory glance. I will cleave it in two, Aldington declared boldly, feeling the low-level fighting spirit coursing through him as he charged forward. Even while basking, the suckling duck beast remained alert. As Aldington closed within 5 meters, it quickly awoke, retreating while letting out a roar. Quack! With the invocation of the thunderclap sword, Aldington struck first, fully aware of the advantage of being the initiator. The fighting spirit surged into his great sword, and with a powerful swing, he aimed for the suckling duck beast's head. However, to his embarrassment, the suckling duck beast had no intention of facing him. It twisted its body and dashed towards the riverbank. At that moment, a figure suddenly appeared by the riverbank, delivering a swift kick that sent the suckling duck beast tumbling back towards Aldington, bellowing, "Don't dawdle, Aldington, hunt it down." Awakened from the flurry of events, Aldington unleashed the thunderclap sword once more, his fighting spirit-infused sword slicing at the suckling duck beast. Unable to return to the river, the suckling duck beast had no choice but to engage Aldington. Its movements clumsy yet forceful. Bang! The tail collided with the great sword, the bristle-like tail hairs trembling Aldington's grip. Engaging in combat with a magical beast made it difficult for Aldington to fully execute the thunderclap sword technique, momentarily disrupting his rhythm. Yet, he reminded himself that he was only facing a suckling duck beast. After several exchanges, he discerned the beast's attack patterns and began to orderly regain his technique with the thunderclap sword. As his fighting spirit surged with each swing of the sword, he inflicted doom. Aldington planted his great sword firmly into the ground and turned to face Marquez. Without any preamble, Marquez offered a candid critique. Aldington, your hunting skills require considerable refinement. This is merely a low-level magical beast, specifically the water-dwelling slurp duck, which excels in aquatic combat over terrestrial encounters. What I observed was chaos and disarray. Your approach was predominantly brute force, devoid of technique. I apologize, Mr. Marquez. Aldington humbly accepted the criticism, recognizing that his performance against the slurp duck had indeed faltered. Ultimately, it stemmed from his excessive caution. He lacked the brash audacity of youth, resulting in a disordered engagement. The Thunderblade was wielded at barely 30% of its potential. You require more practice. Your physical prowess and the Thunderblade must demonstrate superior performance in actual combat. Take a brief respite, and we shall continue, Marquez instructed. Immediately, a member of the hunting party provided a water pouch and a stool for Aldington to rest upon. No need. I can recuperate on horseback, Aldington replied, not wanting to appear overly delicate. After all, it was merely a matter of slaying a slurp duck, and a half-hour break was unwarranted. Chapter 0016. Colorful Musk. The hunt continued, with Marquez, the Wind Whisperer. In their midst, no magical beast could elude his keen senses that he effortlessly deduced the species, level, and direction of any beast from its residual traces, even discerning if a creature was pregnant. Not far, about a mile ahead. There is a pregnant colorful musk. Aldington, observe this footprint. The hind hoof prints are heavy, while the front ones are light and splayed, with a shortened stride, he noted. A shortened stride could also indicate a juvenile colorful musk. Another interjected, no. Judging by the size of the hoof prints, it is undoubtedly an adult colorful musk, and likely of considerable age. The prints show wear, indicative of years of friction and erosion. As a warrior class, the Wind Whisperer might not possess overwhelming combat prowess. Yet in the forest, Marquez was the most erudite elder. Nothing escaped his keen eyes, nose, or ears. It was precisely individuals like him, attaining the pinnacle of ranger training, who earned the title Wind Whisperer. A skilled hand perceives all within the forest. The wind itself becomes your eyes, ears, mouth, and nose. Marquez closed his eyes, seemingly listening intently, as if he were traversing realms beyond. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a sharp glint illuminating his gaze. I have located it, just ahead to the left, less than 200 meters. Within a cluster of sparse shrubs. Carrad, you lead a group to encircle from the left. Asenki, take a group around to the rear for encirclement. After issuing commands to several hunting party members, he turned to Aldington. You and Charles will flank from the right. I will lead the remaining members to advance head-on. Everyone, this is a rare female colorful musk. Do not kill it lightly. Capture it alive to present to the Baron, and each of you shall earn at least 1 leifer. Leifer referred to gold coins. The colorful musk was a mid-level magical beast, akin to a roe deer or a deer. Like regular musk deer, it could secrete musk, but the musk of the colorful musk possessed magical properties, rendering it a highly valuable spice and medicinal ingredient. 0.1 gram of colorful musk could fetch a price far exceeding that of a pound of gold. Of course, female colorful musks do not secrete this musk, but pregnant ones offer a potential steady source of it after they give birth and are tamed. The capture operation proceeded with quiet precision. Aldington, participating in such an encirclement for the first time, felt a mix of excitement and tension. However, having previously dispatched 3 low-level magical beasts under Marquez's guidance, he was fully immersed in the atmosphere of the hunt. No longer timid, he executed the techniques of the Thunderblade with increasing finesse, his combat effectiveness surging. Before the female colorful musk could be startled, the hunting party successfully completed their encirclement. Next, Marquez led the charge against the female musk. Employing a wheel tactic, one group would block its escape while the other wore it down to achieve a live capture. Be cautious. Do not linger in battle. Jacob, fall back. Step back, step back. It is my turn. Aldington, maintain your rhythm. Do not overextend. It's preparing to cast magic. Disperse quickly. The shouts rang out, mingled with the anguished cries of the female colorful musk, creating a somewhat chaotic tableau of combat. Yet the encirclement remained steadfast. Aldington found himself feeling somewhat superfluous, unable to fully synchronize with the others. Thus, he relaxed, seizing opportunities to inflict a few strikes on the female musk when possible. while otherwise monitoring the potential escape routes. Most of his energy was devoted to observing the combat techniques of his fellow hunters. The members of the hunting party were all warriors, focusing solely on physical prowess and combat techniques, neglecting the cultivation of fighting spirit. Yet there remained much for him to learn. The knowledge of warrior knights that had been instilled in him since childhood replayed in his mind, assimilated by his 30-something soul. The cultivation system of the Rafa continent is described as the triangular principle. The three vertices represent body, mind, and nature, corresponding to three fundamental forces. The profession primarily focused on physical strength is the warrior, the one honing mental prowess is the mage, and the one developing natural force is the priest. The triangular principle is both an elevation and a stringent limitation. Practitioners must choose one force to cultivate. In ancient times, the strongest human beings generally emerged from these three professions. Of course, specific professions can be further subdivided. Warriors can branch into rangers, assassins, and even craftsmen. Mages can specialize in alchemy, summoning, or enchantment. Similarly, priests can evolve into bards or druids. Yet, humans have perpetually sought to transcend the constraints of the triangular principle. Some individuals cultivate both mental and physical strength, or physical and natural forces, or a combination of natural and mental, giving rise to professions such as magic swordsmen, berserkers, and shamans. However, these hybrid professions often bear significant flaws. The deeper their cultivation, the greater the defects, ultimately leading to their dissolution in the annals of history or their integration back into the warrior, mage, or priest professions. It is uncertain when it began, but humanity turned its gaze toward magical beasts. Discovering that powerful phantasmal beasts exhibited a perfect balance of the triangular principle, they possessed formidable physicality, vibrant mental acuity, and were favored by nature. Phantasmal beasts further evolved into dragon beasts, whose embodiment of the triangular principle was even more refined. And dragons, existing as immortal entities, epitomized an ultimate state. If human strength cannot break the constraints of the triangular principle, what of dragon power? Holding steadfast to this belief, after countless explorations, humanity forged a new profession, the knight. Mastering the bond between human and beast, culminating in the ability to ride dragons, becoming dragon knights. The merging of human strength and dragon power challenges the triangular principle, propelling individuals beyond humanity into the realm of divinity, becoming extraordinary beings that are part human, part dragon, and part god. Is there truly a demigod? Throughout the 5,000 years of the Golden Flower Kingdom's history, there are no records of demigods, yet all firmly believe in their existence. Even if they have never existed before, with each generation of dragon knights breaking boundaries, it is only a matter of time before a human pioneer ascends to the status of demigod. At that moment, the world will surely embark on a new and radiant future. Aldington, do not hesitate. Fill the gap. Do not let the female colorful musk escape. Marquez's voice thundered in Aldington's ears, jolting him back to reality. With a start, he exclaimed, "Understood." Aldington raised his great sword, leaping forward to close the gap left by his momentary distraction, effectively sealing off any chance for the female colorful musk to flee. With a sorrowful wail, the female colorful musk collapsed, her legs buckling beneath her. A steel net descended from above, ensnaring her firmly, leaving her to emit a series of mournful cries. Gazing at the trapped female colorful musk, Marquez finally allowed a smile to break through his usually stoic demeanor. By the grace of the three gods, our fortune today has been exceptional. Chapter 0017. Wind Whisperer. The group transported the captured female colorful musk back to Butterfly Castle, securing her within the castle's beast taming yard. Along the way, the musk regained some strength, thrashing violently within her cage. Baron Areno personally intervened, summoning the Storm Wolf King, Hawk, to rest beside the beast taming yard. The bloodline aura emanating from the phantasmal beast swiftly calmed the female colorful musk, who huddled in the corner of her cage, paralyzed with fear. Take great care of this female beast. Once she gives birth, we shall release her, Baron Areno instructed, eyeing the visibly pregnant musk with satisfaction at this unexpected bounty. Carson. From the castle's accounts, reward each member of the hunting party with 1 leafer. Colorful musk is a vital medicinal and aromatic substance, albeit with a very low yield. When artificially bred, the bloodline of the colorful musk degrades over time, ultimately resulting in a creature devoid of magical properties, indistinguishable from ordinary musk deer. Therefore, Noble lords typically refrain from taming wild, colorful musk. They capture females to raise their offspring from musk. And male beasts are harvested for their musk, released back into the wild after the supply has been exhausted. This approach is termed sustainable development. Marquez, how did Aldington perform today? The Baron inquired of his chief guard. Marquez glanced at Aldington, who was affectionately stroking 3 storm wolf pups not far away, and replied, "He exhibited some initial disarray during combat, but his talent is remarkable. He learned swiftly. After hunting several magical beasts, he has adapted to his role as a novice knight. There is an element of exaggeration in this. To be frank, Aldington's performance today was rather mediocre, yet he is indeed becoming increasingly accustomed." Baron Orino nodded, his expression thoughtful as he remarked, "It seems that following Viscount Dulick for his studies, he has received special attention. His diligence and training is insufficient. If he were sent to serve in the households of other barons, he would likely become more indulgent. Generally, knights do not personally instruct their own offspring due to familial affection, which inevitably leads to various forms of pampering. Thus, they send their children to serve in the households of other noble knights, allowing them to learn from unfamiliar knights, ensuring they receive a rigorous education and do not become arrogant due to favoritism. Of course, completing knightly training in this manner also serves as a means of social interaction. My lord, from my observations, young Aldington is already quite exceptional. Born into a baronial family of the Empire, he has not succumbed to the typical arrogance, laziness, or pride often associated with noble offspring. Instead, he embodies the admirable qualities of a knight: humility, diligence, courage, and equality. Having good qualities alone is insufficient. Marcus, you know we must ultimately prove ourselves through strength. Baron Orino arched an eyebrow. Marcus smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. Meanwhile, Aldington noticed Baron Orino conversing with Captain Marcus, and it was evident they were discussing his performance today. In the past, the original owner might have been overly concerned about how he was perceived by the Baron, seeking his father's approval. However, Aldington was not particularly bothered. With his unique advantages, he was confident he would have ample opportunities to shine. Once I obtain the new Thunderblood serum and awaken my lineage, everyone will be astounded. Won't they? He glanced at his Stormwolf King, Hawk, who lay on the ground, ignoring him. That a surge of indignation rose within him as he thought, "Today you treat me with disdain. Tomorrow, I shall make you regret it." He playfully ruffled the fur of Hawk's eldest cub. While he dared not touch Hawk casually, he felt free to interact with the 3 cubs. After all, Hawk had been a part of the family for over a century, and he showed no objection to Aldington's affection towards his offspring. The cubs were quite fond of Aldington. They had grown strong enough to leap onto him without resistance, knocking him down. Their slobbery tongues sought to lick his face, and the milky scent of their breath made him want to retreat. From now on, I shall only be close to the eldest. Being surrounded by all 3 is a bit overwhelming, Aldington thought in a flurry. Unbeknownst to him, Hawk, who was half asleep, occasionally watched him frolic with the cubs through slitted eyelids. Each time Aldington found himself in a comical predicament with the cubs, a subtle grin would tug at the corners of Hawk's mouth. If Baron Orino were to witness this, he would undoubtedly realize that Hawk was secretly amused. Marcus remained at the castle to share dinner, and afterward, he intended to impart more knowledge about navigating the forest to Aldington. In between lessons, Aldington posed questions. "Mr. Marcus, how does one train to be a wind whisperer?" "Similar to warriors. We hone our bodies, but the methods differed. We must not only strengthen our muscles, but also maintain the flexibility of our joints and the agility of our movements. Additionally, we employ special techniques to train our 5 senses. Acute senses enable us to perceive the subtle intricacies of nature." "And what about interacting with magical beasts?" "The earlier rank of wind whisperers, known as beast tamers, must hold special significance. You can understand it this way. Hunters are the starting point of training, learning the art of hunting. Hunters are skilled hunters. Where we begin to refine our hunting techniques, rangers signify our adeptness in the forest. Beast tamers indicate a new stage where we start to listen to beasts and magical creatures. Wind whisperers mean we must not only listen to animals but also to plants, and even to the wind." As Marcus spoke, he took a deep breath, a glimmer of yearning in his eyes. "When we become one with the wind, indistinguishable from nature, that is when we can advance to the legendary ranger class, the children of the forest." Aldington pondered slightly. A legendary profession. Is it? There are 5 levels of vocational training. Level 1, beginner. Level 2, intermediate. Level 3, Advanced. Level 4, Elite. Level 5, Legendary. Some professions may even have a preceding foundational stage, categorized as Level 0 to in the magical class. Level 1, Magic Apprentice. Level 2, Magician. Level 3, Senior Magician. Level 4, Archmage. Level 5, Magus. In the Warrior class, Level 1, Reserve. Level 2, Warrior. Level 3, Elite Warrior. Level 4, Berserker. Level 5, Sword Saint. In the Priest class, Level 0, Voter. Level 1, General Believer. Level 2, Disciple. Level 3, Fanatic. Level 4, Apostle. Level 5, Prophet. In the Ranger class, Level 0, Hunter. Level 1, Hunter. Level 2, Ranger. Level 3, Beast Tamer. Level 4, Wind Whisperer. Level 5, Children of the Forest. In the Knight class, Level 0, Squire. Level 1, Apprentice Knight. Level 2, Knight. Level 3, Elite Knight. Level 4, Beast Knight. Level 5, Dragon Knight. The legendary professions, such as Magus, Sword Saint, Prophet, Children of the Forest, and Dragon Knight, represent a pinnacle of achievement, and those who reach this realm become illustrious legends. However, among countless prodigies, perhaps only one can attain such glory. It can be said that the Level 4 elite professions represent the current ceiling of vocational training in the continent of Rafa. Baron Areno is a Level 4 Beast Knight. Duke de Launton is also a Level 4 Beast Knight. And even King Edward XII is a Level 4 Beast Knight. The distinction lies in the varying strengths of some Beast Knights. The type of knightly energy and the kind of magical beast they possess significantly influence their combat prowess. Across the entire realm of the Goldfinch Kingdom, Level 5 legendary professions are exceedingly rare. Among them, Dragon Knights have only 3 recorded instances. There is but 1 Prophet for Magi and 2 Sword Saints. While it seems the Children of the Forest have not appeared in nearly a century, beyond Level 5, there should exist a Level 6 mythical profession, and theoretically, only knights can aspire to this mythical level, demigods. The Children of the Forest feel so distant, Marcus sighed, shaking his head. In my youth, I believed that advancing to Wind Whisperer with my talents and striving for the Children of the Forest would be a simple endeavor. Yet, having been a Wind Whisperer for nearly 15 years, the more familiar I become with this realm, the more I sense the vastness of nature. He paused and chuckled. To aspire to become a child of the forest is destined to be a futile hope. Chapter 0018. The Nymphs. 5 days passed. Time was spent in the Lynx Forest, where Marcus led Aldington in hunting. Throughout their time in the Lynx Forest, Aldington remained tense and under pressure, fearful of encountering the wild magical beast known as the golden-eared lynx. However, the immense pressure propelled his rapid growth and strength. He adeptly integrated the original owner's teachings, innovating upon them, that he not only gained substantial practical experience in hunting magical beasts, but also mastered the Thunderblade to an extraordinary degree. At your age, Aldington, Baron Areno was far from matching your swordsmanship in both power and grace. Captain Marcus honestly praised. He withdrew his great sword from the head of a low-level magical beast, the long-haired badger, wiping the blood from the blade onto its fur while humbly stating, "No matter how exquisite the swordplay, it ultimately serves merely as an auxiliary. What truly matters is the progress of one's knightly energy cultivation. A sword or spear lacking the brilliance of knightly energy cannot embody the honor of a knight." Adapting to local customs, he had become quite proficient at casually expressing phrases such as knightly honor, blessings of the 3 gods, and for the goldfinch. The cultivation of knightly energy is paramount. The techniques of sword and spear must also be honed. Your training has shown remarkable progress during this period. My task delegated by the Baron should now conclude. Are we returning now? Aldington looked up at the sun, which had yet to reach noon. Continue learning from me. And you can only grasp the combat awareness of a ranger. You must study true knightly combat under Viscount Dolik. I understand. Let us return. Upon returning to Butterfly Castle, they arrived just in time for lunch. Observing Marcus devouring roasted meat with great enthusiasm, Aldington began to suspect that the early conclusion of their forest training was merely an excuse for Marcus to enjoy a sumptuous meal at the castle. Such speculation was not unfounded, for Marcus was indeed quite impoverished. He had 2 sons, both sent to other knights' households to study knightly courses, a considerable expense. The annual yield from his modest estate barely covered this cost. Thus, coming to Butterfly Castle to enjoy a meal was a highly economical way to save on expenses. Baron Orino valued his loyal protector, who had accompanied him for over 20 years, and thus did not mind Marcus frequently dining at the castle. Moreover, the Baron often rewarded him with financial assistance, alleviating his worries and allowing him to serve the territory without concern. After a brief rest following the meal, Lady Carly and Lady Helena called upon Aldington. You have returned for 5 or 6 days. Aldington, it is time to visit the estate altar and pray to the 3 gods. Nobles are all believers in the 3 gods, and it is natural for them to offer their faith. Aldington did not refuse. Very well, grandmother, mother, I shall go upstairs to change into ceremonial attire and join you in prayer at the estate altar. With the assistance of the maid, he donned a white, ceremonial robe suitable for the rituals. Glancing in the mirror, he marveled at how handsomeness transcended attire. No garment could obscure his strikingly heroic countenance. A smile curved at his lips, capable of captivating the maids. Perhaps that was a bit of an exaggeration. But the admiration in their eyes was genuine. Seated in a horse-drawn carriage, we journeyed to a nearby estate, situated close to the North Market, a domain directly governed by the Baron. The estate was sparsely populated, tended by only a handful of castle servants who stood guard in neat rows. The farmlands flourished with a variety of crops. The castle rarely employed dedicated agricultural workers, nor did it need to. The tenants of the territory were obliged to serve their lord, one of the duties being weekly labor. This entailed working several days at the castle each week, including farming, livestock slaughtering, house construction, waterway excavation, and lawn maintenance. Among other tasks, Baron Oreno mandated that the weekly labor service required 4 days of work. However, this did not imply that the tenants had to labor continuously for 4 days. They could fulfill their duties for half a day either in the morning or afternoon, allowing them the remainder of their time to cultivate their own lands or engage in side enterprises. Notably, the tenants were categorized into freeholders and serfs, except for a small number of freeholders who possessed their own land. Most serfs cultivated land rented from the lord. Furthermore, if freeholders were unable to work in the city, the living conditions in the estate might not necessarily be more comfortable than those of the serfs. Today, the estate was devoid of activity, as it was not a designated labor day. However, upon reaching the nearby village, one could observe a considerable gathering of people congregating in an open area before an estate altar, devoutly offering their faith. These individuals were electors, capable of bestowing faith, with 3 or 4 out of every 10 possessing the qualifications of an elector. In essence, this signified that these individuals held the potential to cultivate priestly vocations. Yet this potential was merely a possibility. Only those electors with pure and abundant faith were eligible to become universal believers. Becoming a universal believer signified a formal transition into the role of a priest, allowing one to serve at an altar or temple. Lady Elder, Madam, Young Master, you have arrived. No wonder the radiance upon the 3 gods' bronze effigy has brightened, remarked the altar's presiding priest, Sloane. However, it was evident that Sloane was not on duty at this altar today. And thus, a junior priest welcomed the party. Speaking words of endearment, Lady Carly expressed her delight. I am but a disciple, able to provide further faith to the 3 gods. The trio, being nobles, naturally did not need to pray outside the altar like common electors. Under the guidance of the junior priest, they entered the modestly sized estate altar, which bore resemblance to a church layout, with the bronze statues of the 3 gods positioned at the far end, flanked by rows of seating. Before they could take their seats, the sound of laughter reached their ears, followed by 2 semi-transparent, plump little creatures darting about in playful pursuit within the altar hall. These beings possessed a humanoid silhouette, their semi-transparency shimmering with a radiant glow. They resembled cartoon characters, yet bore exquisitely defined features, rendering their gender indiscernible. Their voices, akin to that of children, were equally indistinguishable as belonging to either a boy or a girl. The creature on the left sported a large forehead adorned with what appeared to be a lotus flower, while the one on the right had a small tree with branches sprouting from its brow. Each also possessed a pair of semi-transparent wings. The wings were not particularly large, and their flight did not rely on them, but rather on the rich natural energy emanating from their bodies. Finnick, little pudding, come to me, Lady Carly called, evidently well acquainted with the 2 little creatures, beckoning them with a smile. The 2 little beings, unfazed, promptly flew to Lady Carly's table, emitting a series of tinkling giggles. Hee 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 hee. At the adjacent table, Aldington scrutinized the two little creatures with the gaze one might reserve for a precious gem. Undoubtedly, these were the most wondrous beings in the vicinity, blessing nymphs. Phoenix was a flower nymph, while Little Pudding was a tree nymph. Blessing nymphs were birthed from the union of plants and natural energy, nurtured within a copious expanse of vegetation. Subsequently, they were brought back to the altar by priests for sustenance. They fed on faith, possessing the miraculous ability to cultivate plants and continuously grow and evolve. Such delightful creatures, Aldington mused, observing the frolicking blessing nymphs, recalling the accounts detailed in the Treatise on Wonders. This tome was a scholarly work akin to a popularized version of the Classic of Mountains and Seas. However, the contents recorded in the classic were too fantastical to be deemed real. In contrast, the Treatise on Wonders encompassed magical elements, yet much of it pertained to the tangible existence of this world. The author was a matrix scholar named Rommel K. Mandala, who lived over a century ago. Born into a noble bloodline and trained in magic as a junker, he served as a grand magician in the court of the Kingdom of the Golden Bough. Dedicating his life to the study of magical arrays within the hexagram of magic, holding the title of Chief Arcanist, in this monumental work, he documented a plethora of extraordinary phenomena and legends he had encountered, devoting a significant portion to the subject of divine beings. Among these divine beings were the blessing nymphs, blessing muses, and valkyries. Aldington held a deep fondness for the Treatise on Wonders, perusing it each evening to glean insights about the enchanting world of the continent of Rafa. According to its accounts, the origins of this world lay with a mist giant. The ancient cosmos was enshrouded in a thick fog, from which emerged, having leaped from a fiery chasm, growing up on the toxic waters of the fog. Yet, the fog was desolate, harboring only perilous terrain such as fiery chasms, toxic springs, ice fields, and fog seas, and spent countless eons without escaping the fog's grasp. Eventually weary, succumbed to rest, in the final moments of existence. Reshaped the fog. Much like the legend of Pangu, the mist giant transformed its flesh into land, its bones into mountains, its blood into rivers, its hair into trees, and its teeth into gemstones. Fragments of its skull became the stars scattered across the sky. Its left eye became the sun, while its right eye transformed into the moon. In accordance with its will, a new breed of life, known as gods, was conceived upon the remnants of M's carcass. Though they were not as colossal as they possessed wondrous powers and continued to mold this realm. This realm was named the Ancient Gum World. The Ancient Gum World is not the world as we know it today. According to legend, possessed a third eye, which contained M's soul, manifesting as a hidden dark star, the star, behind the world. Countless years later, the gods wreaked havoc upon the Ancient Gum World, and the star rose above the horizon, heralding M's return from death. Observing the chaotic Ancient Gum World, M's fury ignited. In that moment, volcanoes erupted, torrential rains poured, and earthquakes rumbled, leading to the gods' despair and the destruction of the Ancient Gum World. Subsequently, the star descended, and a new world began to evolve, birthing a second wave of new life that continued to reshape the realm, known as the Gum 2 World. However, life perpetually disrupted the world, and thus the star rose again and again, leading to successive cycles of destruction. The current world, dominated by humanity, has evolved through 8 iterations. This realm is now referred to as the Gum 8 World. Both humans and magical beasts are life forms that have evolved within the Gum 8 World. Yet, without a doubt, the gods of the Ancient Gum World were the most formidable beings. Birthed directly from the remnants of endowed with extraordinary and unfathomable powers. Even in the face of the Ancient Gum World's destruction and the fall of the gods, the essence of their divinity survived through numerous cataclysms. Ultimately, this divinity persisted into the Gum 8 World, albeit having been stripped of most of its attributes, fragmented countless times into mere specks of dust, merging into the very fabric of existence. Humans who have merged with divinity are the electors. Rommel defined electors in the Treatise on Wonders. By collecting the divinity of electors, we can coalesce faith and reshape the 3 gods to be closest to the ancient deities. Blessing nymphs, too, are a confluence of divinity, yet they lack the capacity to absorb sufficient divinity, rendering them unable to attain the status of ancient gods. Just as the 3 gods were forcibly shaped by human faith, the nymphs were unique beings coalesced through the resonance of plant divinity, Prolonged growth of vast expanses of vegetation leads to the gradual aggregation of divinity when a critical threshold is reached. A colorful aura appears around the plants, referred to as the blessing of the gods. After a week or even months, this colorful aura solidifies into the wondrous beings known as blessing nymphs. Naturally, there exists a probability of failure during the blessing phase. Not every appearance of the blessing of the gods results in the emergence of a blessing nymph. Thus, are blessing nymphs truly remnants of the ancient gods? Aldington pondered with a smile, somewhat skeptical of the legendary cycles of destruction. After all, according to Earth's astronomical and physical knowledge, what is deemed a world is merely a minuscule speck of dust within the cosmos. And the evolution of life from primitive bacteria to the emergence of civilization spans at least billions of years, while the universe itself is a mere 13.8 billion years old. Suddenly, a frown creased his brow. Dividing 138 by 10 yields 13.8, by 15 gives 9.2, by 20 results in 6.9. This seems sufficient to account for the evolution of 7 or 8 civilizations. It appears Earth also has legends of first and second epochs, akin to the tales of the Mayan civilization. As he observed the playful blessing nymphs, Aldington fell into a deep reverie. His previous worldview instinctively led him to scoff at the notion of the Gum-8 world as a creation myth. Yet he found it difficult to dismiss outright. After all, this world was so fantastical that the existence of a mist giant named M or a hidden M star lurking in the shadows was not entirely implausible. If dragons could exist, what harm would additional creation giants bring? Aldington, it is time to pray. Lady Helena's voice drew Aldington back to the altar, where Lady Carly had already begun her prayer. The junior priests at the altar, wielding the sacred chalice, an instrument for capturing faith, began to gather the faith offered by Lady Carly. At this moment, one could behold the figure of the venerable Lady Carly, as if enveloped in a radiant halo. Simultaneously, a layer of mist began to coalesce within the Holy Grail, manifesting the very essence of faith. After reminding her son, Madame Helena closed her eyes and commenced her prayers. The two nymphs, Fanic and Little Pudding, circled around Lady Carly, gazing longingly at the Holy Grail, for the faith condensed within it was their most cherished sustenance. Gradually, more plump nymphs fluttered over, joining in their reverent observation of the faith within the Grail. They spoke not a word, nor possessed profound wisdom. Their actions were predominantly instinctual. Aldington took a deep breath, prepared to close his eyes and begin his own prayers, when suddenly, he noticed a new creature emerging. This being bore a closer resemblance to humanity, possessing a larger, more slender form, and exhibiting distinctly feminine traits. It appeared even more translucent than the mist, gliding through the air, its body seemingly capable of vaporization as it effortlessly passed through tables and chairs. First, it glanced at the Holy Grail and the praying Lady Carly and Madame Helena, before dissipating into a wisp of vapor and floating beside Aldington. Aldington, it called out with a voice as crisp and clear as a young girl's. Dially, it has been a long time. Aldington smiled and reached out, intending to stroke the head of this blessing muse, only to find his hand met with a swirl of mist. The blessing muse, a more evolved form of the nymph, possessed greater powers and enchanting abilities, along with a semblance of simple wisdom. Dially circled Aldington, chirping cheerily, "You must pray quickly. I wish to partake of your faith. Your faith is as delectable as that of a Reno." Chapter 0020, Dially, O deities above. Accept the sincere faith offered by your devoted follower Aldington Luiniris Flower. May the three gods bestow their blessings. As he silently recited his prayer and conjured the images of the three gods in his mind, this constituted the entirety of the process of faith. Each manor altar or city temple, even the sacred halls of the royal capital, bore statues of the three gods, vividly depicting their visages, the principal deity. Demeter, the pure and immaculate goddess, noble and untouchable, protects all that pertains to harvest, cultivation, and hunting, safeguarding humanity's acquisition from nature. The huntress goddess Artemis, valiant and dauntless, embodies strength and beauty, watching over all ongoing hunts. Hermes, the god of livestock, gentle and erudite, represents wisdom and love, overseeing the growth and harvest of all pastoral endeavors. Since the inception of the priesthood, the three gods have been the principal deities of human faith. Scholars have speculated that the origin of the three gods may trace back to the ancient people's veneration of divinity. In their pursuit of sustenance, the ancestors continuously concentrated their faith, amalgamating divinity, ultimately giving rise to these three deities who bless harvests, hunts, and husbandry, a legacy passed down through generations. However, whether the three gods are indeed more exalted than nymphs, muses, or valkyries, or simply remnants of ancient divinity, remains a perplexing enigma. It is said that the three gods dwell within a realm of light, yet no one has ever glimpsed the location of this divine kingdom. Once a priest reaches legendary status and becomes a prophet, they can manifest the projection of the three gods, thereby wielding immense power. Yet, whether this projection is genuinely that of the three gods, or merely a technique akin to martial energy, is difficult to ascertain. In any case, the three gods may indeed exist, or they may merely serve as a psychological refuge. To pray to the three gods is to offer one's faith, yet to curse them will not incur their wrath. To Aldington, the three gods appeared as mere tools, utilized by priests to harvest faith, which was not for the enjoyment of the deities, but rather to nourish the nymphs and muses. As for the valkyries, they had transcended to a different state, no longer requiring daily offerings of faith. He could not fathom what his own faith resembled. However, he surmised it would not radiate like that of his grandmother. Lady Carly, for his level of faith was merely that of a lay believer. Only upon attaining the status of a disciple would one's faith materialize to such a luminous extent. After devoutly praying for an hour, he could no longer sustain his focus and opened his eyes to find a smiling acolyte before him. The acolyte held the Holy Grail and softly proclaimed, "Young Master Aldington, your faith has grown more steadfast and robust than ever. The sanctified water from this prayer is a third of the Holy Grail." At the bottom of the Grail, a faint layer of liquid had formed. This was the manifestation of his faith, which priests referred to as holy water. Nearby, Dia Lee, who had been waiting impatiently, seized the Holy Grail, tilted her head back, and gulped down the scant amount of holy water, smacking her lips afterward. "Too little, Aldington. Your faith is not sufficiently devout. Every time a Reno comes, he can condense a tenth of the Holy Grail's worth." Aldington inquired with a smile, "And how does it taste?" Dia Lee tilted her head, pondering for a moment before replying, "Not as delightful as Reno's, but better than Carly's. Carly is truly remarkable. She can condense a fifth of the Holy Grail at once." Interestingly, while Dia Lee appeared to be a small girl composed of smoke, she was, in fact, older than Lady Carly, having already reached the age of 130. "I shall strive to condense a more delectable holy water next time." Meanwhile, as his grandmother and mother continued their anticipation, Aldington engaged in casual conversation with Dia Lee. "You must produce something tastier than Reno's." "Very well." The reason for the preference of Dia Lee and the other nymphs and muses for the holy water condensed by Baron Reno was simple. All these nymphs and muses had entered into contracts with Reno. Any divine beings discovered within the territory of Maple Leaf Town belonged to the iris flower family. Furthermore, nymphs, muses, and even valkyries could be bought and sold. The contracts with nymphs and muses were primarily based on martial energy, and only knights could fulfill them. Such contracts bore similarities to those between knights and magical beasts. Thus nymphs and muses naturally felt a kinship with their contractors, believing their holy water to be the most delectable. Aldington, being the son of Reno, inherited this affinity, sharing a similar taste. An hour passed, and Lady Carly finally completed her prayers, condensing a fifth of the Holy Grail's holy water, which was eagerly contested by all the muses and nymphs. The iris flower family boasted 52 nymphs, 6 muses, and 1 valkyrie, all sustained within 3 manor altars. In recent years, the territory has faced economic downturns. It has been quite some time since we discovered a blessing from the gods. With the population increasing, the food production of the territory has become insufficient. Apart from continuing to cultivate new lands, we are also compelled to purchase grain nymphs from outside. Yet each grain nymph costs 800 liefer, which is exorbitant. On the way back, Madame Helena conversed with her son regarding the territory's industries. Liefer refers to gold coins, with 1 liefer capable of sustaining a household of 4 for a year. She sighed. "Your father has been overly generous to the serfs. It has been a full decade since he last collected the tithes. The absence of tithes is because Reno, like his father, is benevolent." Lady Carly interjected with a shrug. "The Lord protecting the serfs is the greatest act of kindness. Collecting tithes is a reasonable form of taxation that lords throughout the land impose. Thus, we can demonstrate the distinction of our iris flower family. We are noble by blood, not mere common nobles." Their conversation bore the semblance of casual banter, yet it possessed an undercurrent of subtle rivalry. typical of a mother-in-law and daughter-in-law relationship, outwardly harmonious, yet tinged with intrigue. Aldington chose to remain silent, preferring to gaze out at the passing scenery. The tithe was an ancient form of taxation that had existed since the establishment of the knightly feudal system. Permeating the entirety of knightly civilization, the tithe allowed lords to impose an indefinite quantity of tax upon the serfs at their discretion, without limitations on frequency. In other words, lords could collect taxes whenever they wished and in whatever amounts they deemed fit, with the ultimate authority resting in the hands of the lord. Naturally, as civilization progressed and the Dark Ages receded, the noble lords of the Goldfinch Kingdom, barring times of war, generally refrained from excessive taxation. The king would periodically dispatch tax officials to inspect the taxation practices across the realm, admonishing lords who engaged in excessive levying. However, such admonishments were typically verbal reprimands accompanied by a nominal fine, if a lord was resolute in their intent to overtax. The king had little recourse. Presently, nobles near the borders typically collected tithes once a year, varying between 3 to 10 groffers based on the development of their territories. Groffer refers to silver coins, and the current official exchange rate is 1 liefer for 72 groffers. Additionally, there exists a type of copper coin known as L, with 1 groffer equating to 100 Ls. The exchange between groffers and Ls is fixed. As copper does not serve as a universal equivalent, gold and silver are regarded as such. Listening to the debate between his mother and grandmother regarding the tithes, Aldington could not help but recall the common practices of traversers, advancing the technology tree. However, upon reflecting on the societal memories of the original host, he suddenly found the technology tree to be somewhat stagnant. This world is rich in alchemical advancements, with inventions such as glass, perfume, ceramics, paper, and electric lights already in existence. As for gunpowder, a formidable weapon, he recalled that the formula seemed to be 1 sulfur, 2 nitrate, and 3 charcoal, or perhaps 1 nitrate, 2 sulfur, and 3 charcoal. He would have to experiment further to see if he could produce it. Should he succeed, it could undoubtedly cause a stir, even in this magical realm. Chapter 0021. Return to the island. Mother, what types of taxes does the territory impose? Aldington inquired during the carriage ride, suddenly realizing that aside from his interest in training, he was largely ignorant of various societal matters. Baron Aurino oversees the military and diplomatic affairs of the territory, while the financial matters are primarily managed by Lady Helena, who possesses an intimate understanding of the tax situation. The principal sources of revenue for the castle stem from 2 major taxes: land rents from the estates and market transaction taxes. In addition to these, there exists a myriad of other taxes. For instance, there is the weekly labor tax, a form of servitude wherein the serfs must work for their lord 4 days a week, and the seasonal labor tax, which mandates that during harvest times, the vassals must abandon their own tasks to assist the lord in gathering crops, only being allowed to attend to their own fields once the lord has finished. Furthermore, there is the mill tax, which obliges the vassals to grind their grain at the castle mill and pay a portion of the flour produced. They must also bring the flour to the castle bakery to be baked into bread, of which they must again surrender a portion. The livestock tax requires that to gain the right to raise poultry or livestock, vassals must offer their lord a share of the animals reared. Should a vassal wish to keep chickens, they must present a hen or a basket of eggs to the lord. To raise pigs, a hind leg must be offered upon slaughter. Additionally, there is the inheritance tax, whereby upon a serf's death, the lord is entitled to reclaim their finest livestock or a piece of furniture. The woodland tax necessitates that vassals wishing to harvest trees from the territory must pay a fee. There are even peculiar taxes such as those for educating sons and marrying off daughters. In summary, the common folk under the lord's jurisdiction, whether free men or serfs, are burdened with numerous taxes. Collectively, these taxes can account for a staggering 1/3 to 1/2 of a vassal's annual income. Even when the vassals venture beyond the manor to the market, they are still required to pay taxes. The transaction tax is a given. Any trade necessitates taxation. Additionally, there is the licensing tax, which mandates that anyone wishing to open a stall at the market must obtain the lord's permission and pay the corresponding fee. The rental fees for stalls are also steep, as the market belongs to the lord, and those wishing to secure a trading space must pay a hefty sum. Upon hearing of these myriad taxes, Aldington could not help but feel a twinge of concern for the inhabitants of this land. With so many taxes, can the vassals truly afford them? Lady Helena, a quintessential noblewoman raised in an imperial count's family, dismissed Aldington's sympathy. It is only natural for the lord to levy taxes in exchange for the protection afforded to the vassals against the threats of war and beasts. You must understand that the entirety of Maple Leaf Town is owned by the Iris family. Without our protection, the vassals would be unable to survive. This world is fraught with peril, unlike anything on earth. While war may be a cruel man-made affliction, the beasts present a tangible threat, capable of bursting forth from the forests to ravage the manor, destroy crops, and even kill livestock, with human casualties occurring all too frequently. Thus, the common folk are compelled to rely on the formidable lords for their survival. Old Lady Carly suddenly interjected. The Iris family has always been benevolent, fearless towards the strong and compassionate towards the weak. This tradition has been passed down since your great-grandfather, Aldington, and you too must inherit the quality of mercy. We do not impose those nonsensical taxes. Taxation has nothing to do with mercy, nor does it imply a lack of compassion for the vassals. Only with sufficient financial resources can we support more knights and better safeguard the territory. Our Eno has done exceptionally well, and Aldington will surely inherit his father's excellence, continuing to protect the territory admirably. This does not contradict taxation. More taxes mean more armaments, which can attract more vassals to settle, allowing them to have more children and fostering the growth of the territory. The Iris family has been rooted in Maple Leaf Town for 126 years. This land has become fertile ground, rivaling that of any imperial baron's domain. Throughout their conversation, Old Lady Carly and Lady Helena exchanged barbs with each other. Aldington regretted having asked such a question, silently contemplating, what a dreadful relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law. Whenever my mother and grandmother are together, I should discreetly withdraw. Of course, on a brighter note, both women hailed from noble backgrounds and maintained a semblance of restraint. Otherwise, the Butterfly Castle would have long been thrown into chaos. At 9 o'clock in the evening, the final day of resurrection time, Aldington retrieved several books from his study and returned to his bedroom, quietly awaiting the hour. He was already clad in a suit of rune armor and a beast-hide lining. Wielding a two-handed greatsword, with a one-handed sword and a dagger hanging at his waist, the entrance to the sea of books shimmered with light, with only a few minutes remaining in the countdown. He could have indulged in some reading before entering the sea of books, yet he found himself devoid of any inclination to read, solely focused on swiftly avenging himself against the tiger. Tick-tock, the sound of a clock ticking seemed to echo in his ears as he counted down the seconds until finally, the countdown reached 000000. A sensation of vertigo enveloped him, and the next moment, he found himself back on the beach where he had previously met his demise, and no trace of the tiger was in sight. Presumably, having devoured the last Aldington, the beast had wandered off elsewhere. Consider yourself fortunate. I shall grant you a little more time to live. Aldington tightened his grip on the greatsword and followed the stone path through the woods towards the island's center. Suddenly, from the thicket beside him came a rustling sound. Before Aldington could turn his head, several wild wolves charged at him. Not magical beasts, merely wild animals. With swift reflexes, Aldington pivoted, his greatsword slicing through one wolf's body with ease. Blood splattering the ground. Channeling his fighting spirit, the greatsword whistled through the air, and in mere moments, 7 or 8 wolves lay lifeless around him. Last time it was a tiger, this time it's wolves. It seems this island is teeming with beasts. Aldington pressed onward, unconcerned by the mere presence of a few wolves. Having battled magical beasts for 6 days, his combat prowess had soared, and as a member of the Iris family, known for their prowess in hunting wolves since his great-grandfather's time, he was well acquainted with their behavioral patterns, making them easy to handle. After advancing further, a new beast appeared, this time, a sleek black leopard. It attempted to ambush him but faltered, falling beneath Aldington's greatsword. After dispatching the leopard, he went on to slay several wild boars. Finally, he arrived at the central palace of the island, which bore a striking resemblance to the palace on the first island, grand in appearance yet empty inside. Save for a single table, upon the table rested a silver treasure chest. The first palace had a golden chest, and now all that remains is a silver one. Aldington sighed in exasperation, checking his pockets only to find that the parchment treasure map had likely been reset after his resurrection. Previously killed by the tiger, the bloodline elixir and Valkyrie ring had been taken from him, but the treasure map had not followed suit. He had assumed it would still be in his possession after resurrection. The chest was unlatched, and upon opening it, he discovered a familiar glass vial. Upon closer inspection, It was indeed another bloodline elixir of thunderbolt power, with the inscription remaining unchanged. The more you consume, the greater the probability of bloodline awakening. Chapter 0022. Hellies, should I drink it now? Or wait until I go outside? After pondering for less than a second, he decided against drinking it here. This was, after all, a dungeon, and his current form was likely a special existence rather than his true body. Awakening his bloodline here without the ability to take it with him would be a significant loss. Aside from the bloodline elixir, the chest contained a necklace crafted from fine white metal, adorned with a heart-shaped ruby, the back of which was set in a golden base. Etched upon the base was a six-pointed star design, encircled by a line of small, dense text, Eye of Hellies. Inscribed upon the truth, guarding the beloved. May Diana Clover remain forever youthful, beautiful, and healthy under the light of Hellies. The Eye of Hellies. This should be a magical accessory capable of providing a protective spell, Aldington quickly deduced from the inscription. It appears this Hellies, the Guardian of Light, gifted this to his beloved, Diana Clover. As for who Hellies, the Guardian of Light, was, Aldington had no knowledge. Among the noble families he recalled, none bore the surname Guardian of Light. Furthermore, he had never heard of the surname Clover. Diana must be a bloodline noble. But where does this middle name Fay originate from? Aldington remained perplexed. Bloodline nobles were exceedingly rare, and their lineage often fragmented over time, becoming easily forgotten by history. Only royal or court records might reveal such bloodlines. The thunderbolt power of the Iris family, for instance, was discovered through royal archives. It was said that after his great-grandfather awakened his bloodline, the king had scoured historical texts for several days to uncover that this power had been passed down from a dragon knight named Lungit Thunderstorm Wolf thousands, if not tens of thousands, of years ago. Thus, the family adopted Lung as a middle name. I'll ask my father when I get back. Perhaps he knows what kind of noble family's Guardian of Light and Clover are. He donned the Eye of Hellies around his neck and attempted to infuse it with a bit of fighting spirit. Instantly, a radiant shield enveloped him. Reaching out to touch it, he could feel the warmth emanating from the light. Is this a magical shield? Thus, it can be concluded that Harris must indeed be a grand sorcerer to guard the moonlight. The magical shield is an exceptionally arcane form of sorcery, only comprehensible to the most powerful of sorcerers. Artifacts crafted by grand sorcerers are undoubtedly treasures of immense value. As he grasped the Eye of Harris once more, he felt that each material of this necklace belonged to the extraordinary. Could the chain be forged from mithril? Might the pendant's base be made of mountain copper, or perhaps fine gold? And this ruby, it must be of considerable worth. Mithril, mountain copper, and fine gold are all precious magical metals, inherently imbued with wondrous powers. A vial of the bloodline potion of thunder, paired with a magical pendant of the Eye of Harris. Although this is merely a silver chest, the worth of its contents rivals that of the previous golden chest. Furthermore, at the bottom of the chest, there lies a piece of yellowed parchment, adorned with tidal patterns. The design reveals a third island, with an arrow pointing towards it, unequivocally indicating that the sea within the book consists of various replicas. It can be reasonably deduced that there is nothing of value to be found here aside from this chest. However, one must not neglect the search. It is entirely possible that other treasures lie hidden upon the island. He circled the palace thrice, ensuring that nothing was overlooked, and prepared to depart. Yet, his peripheral vision caught sight of the silver chest upon the table. With a spark of inspiration, he decided to take both the silver chest and the treasure map and stowed them within his Valkyrie ring. I wonder if I can carry them away within the spatial ring. Exiting the palace, he wandered around the island, only to encounter beasts such as wolves and leopards. After dispatching several of them, he spotted the very tiger that had previously killed him. Confronting an enemy elicits a rush of adrenaline. He swung his great sword in a wide arc, bringing it down fiercely as the tiger lunged towards him. With a resounding crash, the tiger was cleaved in two, warm blood splattering across Aldington's face. What a delightful slaughter. He continued his rampage until he reached a new dock, where a larger wooden vessel awaited him, its oars secured to the boat, making it more convenient for rowing. There is nothing here worth searching. It is time to set sail for the next island. He retrieved the parchment treasure map, glanced at the direction, and directly boarded the ship. With only a few strokes, he quickly mastered the use of the secured oars, propelling the vessel forward, slicing through the waves with the wind at his back. Uncertain of what lurked beneath the sea, he hesitated to dive, fearing the presence of sea monsters. Time slipped away as he rowed, and his fighting spirit waned. By the time he reached the third island, he had exhausted nearly half of his inner energy. As he disembarked, he felt a rush of wind above him, and instinctively rolled to the ground, narrowly escaping the attack. Upon looking up, he saw a bird of prey resembling an eagle swooping down towards him. There were other raptors circling in the sky, and new ones were diving towards him. These are not the low-level magical beasts I anticipated, yet they are even more infuriating. Aldington brandished his great sword, fleeing towards the island's palace. This island lacked forests, only sparse trees and patches of grass, leaving no means to evade the raptors' attacks. One after another, the birds of prey descended as if starved for years, their claws and beaks relentlessly assaulting Aldington. Initially, with energy to spare, he managed to fend off a few raptors, but as his strength waned, a larger raptor descended upon him, its sharp talons seizing his shoulder and lifting him into the air. He could only utter an exclamation before the raptor released its grip, allowing him to experience a fall akin to bungee jumping without a harness. With a thud, his vision darkened, and he found himself back in the real world, slumped over his bedroom desk, staring at the books before him. That was excessively brutal. I met a fate even more tragic than last time. Aldington wiped the sweat from his brow, which was surprisingly dry, realizing that the body within the book's sea world and his present self were not one and the same. Perhaps merely an illusion. That he removed his armor and traced the Valkyrie ring on his thumb. Soon, a glass vial appeared on the table, devoid of any other items. The silver chest and the parchment treasure map had not made the journey back with him, yet the Eye of Harris magical pendant still hung around his neck. Infusing it with energy, he realized the Eye of Harris could also activate the magical shield. Thus, I can only extract the reward items from the chest. He grasped the Thunder Bloodline potion, calming the tumult of emotions stirred by his earlier demise. Next time I venture into the book's sea, I suppose I won't have to exert much effort in searching for treasures. First, I shall claim my rewards. Then I will row to explore new islands and confront the beasts and magical creatures that reside there. With this thought, he twisted open the vial, swallowed a drop of the blood, and rinsed the vial to ensure he left no trace behind. Subsequently, he sat quietly on the stool, awaiting the awakening of his bloodline. Chapter 0023. Electric sparks. The anticipation of purpose often makes for a long wait. Aldington's gaze occasionally drifted to the wall, where an astrological clock ticked softly, emitting delicate sounds of its mechanism. Matrix scholars studied the movements of celestial bodies, creating this astrological clock to greatly enhance the precision of timekeeping. This clock, crafted entirely by hand without any magical materials, remains a magical creation in its own right, possessing considerable value. The realm of magic is vast and intricate. If fighting energy governs warfare and faith dictates agriculture, then magic leads the advancement of human civilization. Mastering magic is one of the best choices for the junker class, and some gifted commoners can change their destinies through it. Simultaneously, there are many classifications of sorcerers, which can be subdivided into various professions based on their areas of study. Currently, these can be summarized into two principal factions: the hexagram and the dark triangle. The matrix scholars focus on magical formations, the alchemists on alchemy, the apothecaries on potion making, the elementalists on magical elements, the summoners on summoning, and the enchanters on enchantment, constituting the 6 primary professional directions of the hexagram. Their research is all beneficial to the advancement of humanity. Contrastingly, there exist unscrupulous sorcerers who secretly delve into the study of dark magic. The practitioners of witchcraft, necromancy, and death magic form the other significant faction of the dark triangle. The Iris family boasts sorcerers, with a magical house constructed in a manor not far from their castle, dedicated to the worship of 7 sorcerers, including a high sorcerer who oversees its operations. Many knights' offspring serve as apprentices in this magical house. Of course, the Iris family possesses limited strength, and the sorcerers they venerate are primarily apothecaries, responsible for refining various aids for cultivation, nurturing magical beasts, and healing ailments. A flurry of thoughts swirled in Aldington's mind as time passed, marked by the ticking of the clock. 10 minutes elapsed without any unusual sensations manifesting, leading him to believe that this attempt at awakening his bloodline would end in failure. Suddenly, he felt a tingling sensation coursing through his body, akin to electricity flowing to his fingertips. In the next moment, A tiny spark of electricity flickered from the tip of his left index finger and extinguished almost instantly. Were it not for the lingering numbness, he might have thought he had imagined it. Yet this was a tangible occurrence. Awakening. I have awakened. Instead of exuberant shouts, he felt an undercurrent of disappointment. Aldington was at a loss as to how he truly felt. For his bloodline awakening was not as cataclysmic as he had envisioned. It merely manifested as a small spark from his fingertip. It was even smaller than the electronic ignition of a lighter. Its presence nearly negligible. The family lore spoke of his great-grandfather, who would occasionally discharge electricity as a child, and, upon reaching adulthood, awakened his bloodline powers, becoming a human lightning rod, unleashing a full day of lightning to complete his awakening. Thereafter, he wielded the power of thunder at will, transforming into a true awakened knight. So my current awakening is even less than what my great-grandfather experienced in his youth. Not overly concerned with the magnitude of his awakening, he began to circulate his fighting energy to discern the differences pre- and post-awakening. Soon, the distinctions became apparent. The speed and efficiency of his energy circulation were noticeably enhanced, interspersed with a newfound force. This power, though subtle, was undoubtedly the nascent power of thunder. As he continued to circulate and strengthen it, the newly awakened thunder energy gradually came under his control, culminating in a concentrated effort at his fingertip. Opening his eyes and focusing on the tip of his index finger, when the fighting energy intertwined with the thunder energy reached his fingertip, another spark flickered to life, not much larger than the last. Ah, splendid, splendid. I have indeed awakened the power of thunder. Aldington's smile finally broke through. Now, all that remains is to continually consume, take potions, and cultivate, waiting for it to grow stronger, and even the slightest awakening is still an awakening. This power of thunder will accelerate my training speed. Before his awakening, he would not dare to claim exceptional talent, but he certainly fell short of Baron Areno's prowess. After all, the Baron had advanced to a squire by 13, while Aldington had only achieved the same by 16. Yet, post-awakening, the comparison of talents became less clear. Given time, surpassing Baron Areno was merely a matter of when, not if, especially once he trained to become a Phantom Beast Knight. With the enhancement of the power of thunder, even knights of equal rank would be no match for him, rendering him nearly invincible beneath the Dragon Knights. Awakening as a Phantom Beast Knight. Ah, how delightful! In a state of bliss, he shed his garments and retired to bed. That night, he dreamt of conquering vast territories, being bestowed the title of Count of the Empire by the king, and subsequently granted lands to govern as a border count. Soon after, he ascended to the rank of Duke, riding upon a majestic dragon, with the azure sky and white clouds serving as his backdrop. Soaring ever higher, compelling King Edward XII to abdicate, the new monarch ascended the throne, and the kingdom of the Plantagenets was renamed the Kingdom of the Iris. He then marched forth to the sacred island of the Divine Mountain, engaging in a fierce battle with the guardian dragon, Leviathan, who pleaded for mercy. Ultimately, he achieved the rank of emperor, becoming the sovereign of the continent of Rafa, historically known as the Great Emperor Aldington, or simply Odin the Great. 5 centuries passed, and Emperor Odin finally transcended the constraints of the triangular law, merging with the dragon to challenge the legendary demigod. 999 bolts of heavenly thunder struck him, which he pierced with a single shot, thus undergoing his tribulation. Cough, cough, thus ascending to the realm of the divine, becoming the true god of this world, the sole deity, the king of the gods, Odin, upon the throne of the divine king in the lofty skies. With a mere wave of his hand, thunder roared and lightning flashed, as the newly ascended demigods knelt before him, exclaiming, "Long live the god king! Long live! Long live! Long live!" Just as he was about to respond with, "Rise, my lords," a sudden series of knocks shattered the illusion. Opening his eyes, he found himself once again beneath the ceiling of his bedroom, still the apprentice knight Aldington. "My lord, it is time to rise. The master is in a foul mood." In the dining hall came the voice of butler Carson from outside the door. "Your maids have prepared your washing supplies." Glancing at the astrological clock on the wall, Aldington realized it was already 8 o'clock in the morning. He typically arose around 7, making him a full hour late today. Ruffling his hair, he casually replied, "Come in." The door opened, and 4 maids entered, one to style his hair and dress him, another to bring water and squeeze toothpaste, a third to draw the curtains and make the bed, and the last to tidy up. Butler Carson also entered, speaking softly, The sweet potato estate in the new market has suffered an invasion from a wave of moles, devastating over 1,000 acres of high-quality sweet potatoes, leading the master to erupt in anger. You need to think of a good excuse to prevent him from directing his ire at you for oversleeping. As thoughts briefly circled in his mind, Aldington smiled and replied, "Do not worry, Mr. Carson. My father will not blame me." Chapter 0024. Proud after finishing his morning routine and donning fresh attire, Aldington made his way to the dining hall on the second floor. Baron Arena had already finished breakfast and was engrossed in the morning newspaper, while Lady Carly relaxed in a rocking chair, cuddling her Shar-Pei dog, Do. Lady Helena was likely still asleep. Married women had the privilege of indulging in slumber, even enjoying breakfast in bed. "Have you seen the clock on the wall?" Baron Arena remarked, glancing up from his newspaper. 8:25. Aldington acknowledged, devoid of any sense of having erred at a night in the rigorous phase of training. Oversleeping was indeed a mistake. I spent merely 25 minutes on my morning routine. Life in the castle can easily lead one to forget the hardships of training. The Baron raised his voice. "If you understand this principle, why did you not arise at 7? You are still just an apprentice knight, Aldington." "I require sufficient rest, father," Aldington replied, addressing the Baron while simultaneously speaking to Butler Carson. "The usual breakfast, thank you." "How much sleep do you need?" 10 hours. "I have valid reasons that necessitate ample rest, father." "Indeed, I wish to hear these reasons that justify your need for such extensive sleep." Baron Arena set down the newspaper, regarding Aldington with a serious expression. In this world, though the noble upbringing of children lacked the harshness of ancient Chinese methods, parents still wielded considerable authority and often employed strict measures in their education. Aldington recalled being scolded by his parents during his mischievous childhood. "Does my father not need to send someone to exterminate the moles that are destroying the sweet potatoes?" Aldington posed a rhetorical question. "The moles are nocturnal. They can only be eradicated at night." "Do not try to shift the topic. I need to know why you require so much sleep," Baron Arena insisted, somewhat taken aback by Aldington's newfound assertiveness. In the past, Aldington would have quivered under his father's gaze. At this moment, Lady Carly interjected to defend her grandson. "The young man is still developing. Of course, he needs ample sleep. Arena, do not fixate on trivial matters." "This is no trivial matter. Persistence in knightly training is paramount. Many gifted noble heirs are diligently honing their skills to strengthen their abilities. Aldington's talent is not particularly remarkable. What reason does he have for negligence? He is the heir of Maple Leaf Town, and this is his obligation." Lady Carly was not an unreasonable matron. Upon hearing Baron Arena's moralistic lecture, she turned her head away, feigning ignorance while increasing her affection for Dudu, smoothing out the wrinkles on the dog's face. Aldington cleared his throat, sensing the atmosphere had grown somewhat tense, and extended his left index finger. "Father, grandmother, please observe my finger. My justification lies here." He discreetly channeled his energy, gathering the subtle power of thunder at the tip of his index finger. There was no need to conceal it. As the heir of a baron, he possessed ample confidence to display his burgeoning talent. Thus, with a snap of his right hand, a tiny spark of electricity flickered at the tip of his left index finger, extending less than a centimeter into the air before vanishing without a trace. Yet, this seemingly inconspicuous display quickly left Baron Arena and Lady Carly momentarily speechless. The Baron, seasoned by experience, swiftly regained his composure, maintaining a steady tone. "This is the power of thunder. Aldington, have you awakened?" Lady Carly could no longer contain her tears of joy. "By the three gods' grace. Oh my, Aldington, my little Iris, you have surprised your grandmother beyond measure." She cast aside Dudu and rushed over, embracing Aldington and tousling his golden hair in excitement. "Mother, please temper your emotions," Baron Arena urged, gently patting Lady Carly's shoulder to free Aldington from her grasp, then speaking sternly. "Aldington, release it once more." "As you wish." Aldington summoned his energy once again, producing another spark of electricity. Though the power of thunder was diminutive, it could continuously emerge from his energy as long as it did not deplete. He could create as many sparks as he desired. "Unlike the signs when your great-grandfather awakened, your power of thunder is notably weak," Baron Arena observed, shaking his head before continuing. "Yet awakening is awakening. With relentless training, Aldington, you will become a powerful awakened knight, just like your great-grandfather." Aldington maintained a composed smile. I shall strive to achieve all of this. Butler Carson had already brought in breakfast with the servants. Oblivious to the unfolding events, but Baron Oriner quickly instructed, Carson, have the maid awaken Lady Helena and inform her that Aldington has awakened. Additionally, notify all knights of Maple Leaf Town that there will be a celebratory luncheon at Butterfly Castle at noon. Having worked at Butterfly Castle for decades without marrying, Carson regarded it as his home. Trembling with excitement, he exclaimed, by the three gods' grace, the young master has awakened. Lady, master, the three gods continue to favor the Iris family. The glory of our noble bloodline shall endure. He patted his chest and hurriedly added, I shall inform Lucia to share this surprise with Lady Helena, and have Mrs. Maury arrange the luncheon that I will notify every night in Maple Leaf Town. Off you go. Baron Oriner waved his hand, pleased as he watched Aldington begin his breakfast, having forgotten all about the matter of oversleeping. What your grandfather and I could not achieve, you will accomplish, and the Iris family will continue to enjoy the status of a noble bloodline through 3 generations. Aldington, I am proud of you. Pride is essential. I knew our little Iris would grow to become a formidable wing that shields the family from adversity. Oriner, he will surpass you, just as his great-grandfather did, establishing a legacy. Lady Carly beamed with pride. Before long, Lady Helena descended the stairs with her hair loosely tied. Upon receiving the good news, she embraced Aldington tightly and showered him with affectionate kisses. I can hardly breathe. Aldington felt overwhelmed, not accustomed to such excessive affection. After all, his soul was that of a seasoned individual in his 30s, not a mere 16-year-old. Thus, he intentionally aimed to project a facade of assertiveness to garner his parents' attention and avoid being treated like a child. Yet, in their eyes, he would always remain a child. I need to write a letter. Lucia, please fetch some paper and pen. Lady Helena instructed her maid. I must inform my father, mother, and brother. They should share in the joy of their grandson's awakening to the power of thunder as soon as possible. Upon hearing this, Lady Carly raised her eyebrows and directed her maid. Fanny, go fetch paper and pen. I want you to write a letter to Green Mango Castle, inviting them to visit Butterfly Castle. Chapter 0025, Malos the Iris family. Through several strategic marriages, has cultivated extensive connections, and for the nobility, social engagement occupies a significant portion of their endeavors alongside warfare and commerce. Just as grandmother and mother were preparing to hastily inform friends and relatives about the gathering, Aldington interjected, Grandmother, mother, father, my bloodline awakening is still too faint. It would be prudent to wait until the power of thunderbolts grows stronger before making any announcements and inviting our kin. He considered that once the relatives arrived, he would inevitably have to showcase his thunderbolt ability, and then a throng of onlookers would witness him extend a single finger, releasing a minuscule spark. Such a scenario would undoubtedly be excruciatingly embarrassing. His parents might believe that possessing any thunderbolt power warrants celebration, but he felt otherwise. At the very least, he should wait until he could emanate sparks of electricity from his entire body before making a grand display. Alas, there was a generational gap in their perspectives. Mrs. Helena remarked directly, What does it matter? The bloodline bequeathed by our ancestor Lungate will grow stronger with your training. Aldington, my son, the power of thunderbolts is akin to a seed sprouting within you. Do not be deceived by its current frailty, for one day it shall burgeon into a towering tree. Old Lady Carly added, We should let them envy our Iris family sooner rather than later. Many await our downfall from the noble bloodline. Yet our little Iris shall strive to uphold the honor of 3 generations of nobility. Let them wallow in their jealousy. At the rank of a baron within the empire, the family status was undoubtedly secure. Yet ascending further proved to be quite arduous. Thus, the pursuit of glory among the nobility often eclipsed even the desire for accomplishment. According to Malos's hierarchy of needs, the Iris family had long surmounted the first level, physiological needs, and the second level, safety needs, likely having also resolved the third level, emotional and belonging needs, progressing towards the fourth level, respect needs. Most nobles found themselves at the fourth level, yearning for greater esteem. However, Aldington had ascended to the fifth level, self-actualization needs. He was determined to realize his worth in this world, striving to become the demigod he so aspired to be. Therefore, he resolutely shook his head, stating, The awakening of my bloodline is merely a minor waypoint on my path of cultivation. Grandmother, mother, there is no need to place undue importance on it. Let us take our time. At that moment, Baron Aurelian spoke. Maintain a humble demeanor. Your mindset is commendable. While there is no need to be overly cautious, since you have raised the concern, let us postpone the announcements. Coincidentally, your great-grandfather's notes on bloodline cultivation are available. You may study them at home for now. And delay your visit to Grey Iron Fortress. He paused before adding, with a hint of superiority, the Rock family does not possess a noble bloodline. Their ancestors have never produced a dragon knight. Viscount Dulick cannot instruct you on how to cultivate your bloodline. But I still wish for my brother to visit, Mrs. Helena expressed. Hector, you may invite him for a gathering, but do not disclose news of Aldington's awakening in the letter. Baron Aurelian nodded. He then turned to old Lady Carly, who did not consider it a request to summon her relatives, as the title of Count of Amiens had now passed to her nephew, Cattle, making their ties less intimate. She simply remarked, invite Odom and Fran over. Let them bring that rascal Oster along. Of course, Odom and Fran must be invited, Mrs. Helena affirmed. Hearing the name of his little cousin Oster, Aldington suddenly recalled something. Butler Carson, please instruct the male servants of the castle to procure a few tiger-headed crickets from the nearby estates. I promised Oster I would gift him a tiger-headed cricket as a pet. As you wish, young master, Butler Carson replied with a radiant smile, genuinely pleased. Cricket fighting was a popular pastime in the Danube province, enjoyed by both nobility and commoners alike. Moreover, crickets constituted one of the pillar industries of Red Leaf Town. Thriving in the favorable climate, soil, and water conditions surrounding the estates, one could find various high-quality cricket breeds, such as tiger-headed, white-spotted, yellow-spotted, black-striped, and bamboo-headed crickets, with the tiger-headed variety being the most renowned, while perhaps not the fiercest. Tiger-headed crickets were certainly the easiest to care for. Many commoners would spend their leisure time catching crickets in the wild and selling them at the market. The butterfly castle itself lacked the leisure to catch crickets. However, the trade of crickets among commoners naturally generated a tax revenue. The peak season for cricket catching fell between August and September, with cricket trade taxes accounting for half of the market's trading taxes. Baron Aurelian furrowed his brow. How young is he, to be indulging in such trivial pursuits as cricket fighting? It is merely to keep a cricket as a pet, father. Aldington defended Oster, then continued, however, Oster is already 8.5. It is time he was sent to a knightly household as a squire. Baron Aurelian responded noncommittally, I shall consider it. Old Lady Carly looked at Aldington, her expression warm and kind. I am pleased, Aldington, not only for your awakening bloodline and the continuation of our family's glory, but also for your affection towards your brother. Our Iris family has been a direct line since your great-grandfather. And it is only in your father's generation that there are two brothers. With few relatives, unity is of utmost importance. Aldington nodded. I understand this principle. After breakfast, Aldington received his great-grandfather's notes on cultivation. These were not handwritten by his great-grandfather, but rather transcribed by Baron Aurelian, enriched with the Baron's own insights. The handwriting was meticulous, the content robust, and it was evident that the Baron had dedicated considerable time, likely decades, to studying his great-grandfather's notes. As Aldington scrutinized the impeccably detailed explanations, he could sense the Baron's profound yearning for the awakening of his bloodline and the continuation of the family's honor. Yet, the awakening of one's bloodline was a low probability event, not contingent on human effort. Baron Aurelian's talent was undeniable, deserving of the title Child of Heaven, yet he had been unable to awaken his bloodline, relegated to incessantly toiling over the notes. Now, at last, the notes were proving their worth. While Aldington diligently studied the notes in the castle study, Baron Aurelian poured himself a glass of wine. Reclining deeply into his chair, he had never felt so relaxed, gazing out the window as memories of Aldington's childhood flooded his mind. Sending Aldington away at the age of 9 to the distant Grey Iron Fortress had been rife with anticipation and reluctance. Chapter 0026. The Mole at 10, 11, 12, and 13. Aldington returned home only twice each year, once for the new year and once for the old lady's birthday, before hastily bidding farewell to continue his life as a squire. Despite having experienced a similar path himself, Baron Aurelian remained concerned for his son's well-being at Grey Iron Fortress. Duke de Longton was the most prominent noble in the Danube province, and serving as a squire under Viscount Dulick was undoubtedly an excellent opportunity. However, how could a young child alone in the world not evoke parental concern? Alongside this worry, there was the hope that their son would mature swiftly. When Aldington returned at 14, he had not yet been promoted to a squire. Upon his 15th return, he still had not achieved that rank, leaving Baron Aurelian somewhat disappointed. He had advanced to squire at 13, indicating that his son's talent was not on par with his own. Only at 16, though he had yet to reach that age, with 2 months remaining, did Aldington return home bearing good news. He had been promoted to squire. While Baron Aurelian rejoiced, a tinge of regret lingered. Yet now, with Aldington's bloodline awakening, all past regrets had vanished, leaving only boundless joy and pride. Aldington has accomplished what I could not, he mused, savoring a sip of wine, a contented smile gracing his lips. Even in light of the moles wreaking havoc upon the sweet potato crops. Nevertheless, although he felt no anger, the issue of the moles still required resolution. That evening, at the sweet potato manor, the hunting party and patrolling warriors had assembled within the estate. Baron Aurelian personally led the team, surveying the sweet potato fields and awaiting the moles' arrival. "Filthy creatures," the manor steward exclaimed, serving as a guide through the fields, torch in hand, indicating where the moles had dug. After years of cultivating these premium sweet potatoes, the crop most likely to receive the blessings of the divine has been ravaged by a horde of vermin. Aldington, mounted on horseback, gazed at the location pointed out by the steward, a hole the size of a basin nestled between the rows. Where the thriving sweet potatoes had all been unearthed and devoured, he could not help but furrow his brows. It is indeed a pity. Sweet Potato Manor was one of the earliest established estates in Red Leaf Town. Having consistently cultivated sweet potatoes, with years of meticulous care, the divine resonance gathered here was on the brink of reaching a critical threshold, poised to trigger divine blessings and earn the favor of a nymph. However, with the sweet potato field now ravaged, it signified the collapse of divine resonance, leading to the premature demise of the nymph, a considerable loss, indeed. "Will the moles come tonight?" he inquired, turning to Captain Marquez, who stood nearby. Marquez nodded. "Once these small magical beasts have tasted the sweetness, they will not easily relinquish the delectable morsels. They will not depart until they have consumed every last bit of the sweet potato field. As we await the arrival of the gophers, we shall mark them and locate their burrows. If we act swiftly to eliminate the vermin, there may still be a chance to salvage the sweet potato fields, perhaps even invoke the blessing of the deities," a hopeful knight remarked. Moments later, while patrolling the sweet potato fields, Marquez suddenly halted his steed, raising his hand to signal. "They are coming. Seek cover and prepare yourselves." Baron Aurelio's gaze darted, scrutinizing every burrow in the ground at his command. All the knights drew their bows, knocking arrows in readiness to shoot. Each arrowhead had been replaced with a small pouch akin to a sachet. The rustling sounds grew closer, and soon an oddly gray, oversized rodent emerged from a burrow. Peering out, it was not particularly large, roughly the size of a small dog, yet its incisors were remarkably large, resembling 2 bricks embedded in its upper jaw. Its tail was short and thick, its limbs long and slender, with claws that were exceedingly sharp. Its vision was poor, and it failed to notice the knights concealed nearby. After sniffing the air, it scampered over to a sweet potato plant, deftly digging up an immature tuber with its forepaws, its massive incisors crunching as it devoured the tuber whole. With the first gopher serving as an example, others soon poured from their burrows, excavating sweet potato tubers and gorging themselves. A sharp whistle pierced the air. This was the signal to act. The knights unleashed their arrows, which, lacking proper heads, merely thudded against the gophers, unable to penetrate their skin, only startling them. A few timid ones scurried back to their burrows, while the rest turned in a panic, hissing threats at the knights who had revealed themselves. Aldington also drew his bow, his arrowhead absent. But after he loosed a shot, it missed its mark entirely, prompting one gopher to leap towards him, bearing its large incisors and hissing, "Hiss!" A surge of unnameable anger ignited within Aldington. He leapt from his steed, drawing his one-handed sword and striking at the gopher. Infused with fighting spirit, the sword transformed into a force of thunder. Only then did the gopher realize its peril, attempting to leap away, but Aldington deftly adjusted his strike. The blade finding its mark on the gopher's back, a spray of blood erupted, accompanied by a flicker of lightning. The gopher staggered twice before succumbing. With a flourish of his sword, Aldington flicked the blood away and looked up to see several knights had already claimed 1 or 2 gophers. However, facing the vast horde of gophers, this scant toll was insufficient. It merely drove the gophers back into their burrows. Marquez closed his eyes, his nostrils flaring slightly. The gophers have retreated deeper into their tunnels. Growing more distant, we can commence the pursuit. The arrows without heads, bound with fragrant pouches, contained a special powder that clung to the gopher's fur, the scent lingering long after. The wind whisperers could easily track these odors. Baron Aurelio issued a direct command. Marquez, lead the way. Everyone follow. The ranks were disorderly, with horses scattered haphazardly. Yet under Aurelio's leadership, the group moved with a semblance of order, like a swift arrow, racing towards the nearby forest along the path left by the fleeing gophers. Aldington found himself amidst this chaos, his spirits soaring. This was not a knightly charge. The knights were predominantly warriors, lacking the ability to wield fighting spirit. Yet, the thunderous gallop of 100 steeds shook the earth. The moonlight hazy, torches flickering, and the sheer momentum ignited a fervor within him. The brisk wind brushed against his face, evoking thoughts of the battlefield. What a glorious sight it would be, a true knight's charge. With countless fighting spirits intertwined, even capable of altering the heavens. Chapter 0027. The male and female, 1,000 steeds swept across the rolling hills. Under Marquez's guidance, Baron Aurelio led the knights of Butterfly Castle swiftly through the trees. Their armor and mounts well protected against the branches. The scent has ceased to move. At a low hill, Marquez halted his steed, taking a deep breath of the air. The ranger's training endowed him with unique tracking skills. With scent tracking being the forte of wind whisperers at his level, thanks to Marquez's keen nose, most prey could not evade capture. Baron Aurelio scanned the ranks of knights behind him, his gaze lingering on Aldington for a moment before shifting away. And he called out, "Identify the target and prepare to breach their burrows. We must eliminate every last gopher tonight. No gopher shall be allowed to breed within the bounds of Maple Leaf Town." The lowly magical beast. The gopher was feeble in strength, yet its reproductive capacity was astounding, causing tremendous destruction wherever it bred. Understood. The knights, under Marquez's direction, advanced towards the gopher's lair. Aldington followed closely, seizing a rare opportunity to learn. Knights were not merely for charging. Hunting magical beasts was the ultimate challenge. And he had much to master. This way, the scent extends approximately a kilometer in radius. With 16 exits, 3 shall guard each exit, while the rest follow me to excavate the main burrow. The special powder that clung to the gopher's fur had spread the scent throughout every passage and exit of the den. It was as if a scent map had been drawn, and under the wind whisperer's discerning nose, the lair was laid bare, heralding the imminent demise of the gophers. The accompanying reserve warriors wielded shovels, swiftly digging through the earth, soon breaking into the gopher's main burrow. Panicked gophers peeked out, only to be met by the heavy blows of the waiting warriors, who struck without finesse, dispatching the gophers with sheer force. Upon dispatching one, they would use swords to toss the carcasses aside, stacking them together. Magical beast meat was a highly nutritious food source, not to be wasted as they excavated and hunted. The gophers were like lambs to the slaughter, lacking any means of resistance. "Do you find this tedious and lacking in technical challenge?" Baron Aurelio inquired casually, approaching Aldington. In the past, he had always maintained a stern demeanor while speaking to Aldington. But upon realizing Aldington's awakening that morning, he could no longer conceal his expression. His son was revitalizing the family's glory, filling him with pride. Aldington nodded. "It is somewhat mundane. I anticipated an epic battle against the gophers. Not this method of hunting. This is the distinction between humans and magical beasts. Magical beasts are merely beasts imbued with magic. Humanity does not rely solely on brute strength to hunt beasts, but rather on intellect. The spice on the arrows is ground from the excrement of the intermediate magical beast, the cold howler, a scent unique to Marquez. A unique scent. Wind whisperers listen to nature using their 5 senses. Yet some senses are more acute than others. After advancing to the rank of wind whisperer, Marquez experimented with various scents and ultimately discovered he was most sensitive to the scent of the cold howler's excrement. Thus, he could cultivate a resonance with this particular scent, leading to this tracking method. So, this is Marquez's unique tracking method. To be precise, it is the exclusive tracking method of Butterfly Castle. The family has other rangers, each with their own strengths, but none as adept as the wind whisperer Marquez. Baron Aurelio patiently explained. The family has invested considerable effort in nurturing Marquez, resulting in today's ease. Do you understand? I understand, Aldington replied, feeling he grasped the essence of the Baron's words, which underscored the importance of cultivating talent. Yet, he still felt a tinge of disappointment at the lack of excitement in the battle. Baron Aurelio, believing Aldington comprehended, smiled approvingly. As long as you understand. Suddenly, The previously smooth hunting scene was disrupted as two massive gophers burst forth from a nearby tunnel, charging past the trio guarding the exit. It is the Gopher King. Support team, follow me. Baron Aurelio leapt onto his steed, leading the unassigned knights directly towards the two rodent monarchs. Aldington followed closely. He then witnessed the true essence of teamwork in hunting. These warrior-trained knights, despite lacking fighting spirit, possessed exceptional equestrian skills, skillfully maneuvering through the trees. In no time, it was as if hands reached out from either side, converging on the path of the two Gopher Kings. Arrows with heads were loosed, blocking the Gopher King's escape. Baron Aurelio had yet to strike, as the elite warriors surged ahead, engaging the Gopher Kings directly. Warriors favored blades, their techniques honed from the Iris family's stone splitter technique, simple yet powerful. In mere moments, both Gopher Kings sustained severe injuries. Ordinary gophers were low-level magical beasts, and the Gopher Kings, still low-level, were hardly formidable. Observing the scene, Baron Aurelio remarked coolly, "Bind them, bandage their wounds, and return." The collaboration among the knight attendants had long since achieved a tacit understanding. The elite warriors withdrew their hands, allowing the ordinary soldiers to approach and bind the two rodent kings together, subsequently applying a hemostatic ointment to them. Alive, the magical beasts held far greater value than the deceased, at the very least. Their flesh could be consumed fresh. It is a male and a female, but alas, the female burrowing rodent king is not pregnant, and thus we cannot obtain any burrowing rodent offspring, lamented one soldier while applying the ointment. Another soldier nodded in agreement, saying, "The unborn magical beast offspring are the most delectable. It is truly a pity. Let us take care of their wounds and mix in some aphrodisiac. Perhaps we might yet achieve a pregnancy." Come now, magical beasts carry their young for at least a year and a half. Think of how much feed that entails. In a few brief exchanges, the two rodent kings, each the size of a small calf, had been securely bound, and knights offered their steeds to transport the rodent kings back to the burrowing rodent lair. Meanwhile, the battle had concluded, and over 80 burrowing rodents of various sizes were now strung together with ropes. Tonight, the Butterfly Castle is hosting a barbecue banquet. All knight attendants may indulge in the delectable offerings within the castle, Baron Aurelio declared. "Praise the Lord, for the Iris we serve. Thank you for your generosity." "My lord, hail to the Iris," the knight attendants cheered in unison. Who would not revel in the prospect of feasting and drinking within the castle? Suddenly, one knight attendant inquired, "My lord, may we bring our families?" Baron Aurelio chuckled heartily. "By the time you return to Butterfly Castle, your families will already be roasting meat by the bonfire. Praise the Lord. Hail to the young master." The knight attendants erupted in cheers once more, with some even remembering to flatter Aldington. As he listened to their jubilant voices, Baron Aurelio cast a contented glance at his son, who responded with an understanding smile. This banquet was naturally held to celebrate his awakening bloodline. However, due to Aldington's insistence, the good news of his bloodline awakening had not spread widely, known only to family and the steward. Once he had consumed several vials of Thunderforce bloodline potion, and sparks of electricity began to emanate from him, he would then announce it publicly. Only then would he truly bask in the splendor of his moment. Chapter 28. The M7 World on the castle lawn. Illuminated by lights and shrouded in mist, dozens of male and female servants busily grilled various foods at 2 rows of barbecue grills, delivering the culinary delights to the scattered dining tables. The tables were simple round ones, adorned with women dressed either fashionably or elegantly, who chatted joyfully with the young men and women while savoring the barbecued fare. Old Lady Carly found herself surrounded by a group of elder women, reminiscing about old times as if she were the center of their universe. The elderly do tend to indulge in nostalgia. Madame Helena was the true focal point of the banquet, gracefully holding a goblet and formally inviting everyone to partake in the feast, showcasing the aura of a true hostess. When the knights who had vanquished the burrowing rodents returned, the banquet swiftly reached its climax. With the ladies engaging in pleasant conversation, the children consuming meat and frolicking, while the men drank and boasted. Baron Aurelio was not typically one to engage in pleasantries, yet he was exceedingly warm with his attendants. These knights, who safeguarded Butterfly Castle in times of peace and fought alongside the Baron in times of war, were loyal subordinates worthy of trust. Dining and drinking with them served as the finest means to foster camaraderie. Aldington, holding a goblet, followed closely behind the Baron. Learning this method of leadership, his nature inclined towards tranquility, and he did not particularly enjoy such feasting and revelry. Yet as a noble heir, he felt obliged to learn all of it. Unless his prowess reached a level where he could disregard these conventions. Clearly, at present, he lacked the strength to break the rules. Young Master Aldington, I wish you a swift ascension to knighthood, so you may lead us into battle. A soldier approached him, raising his goblet in salute. Aldington clinked his cup gently with the soldiers, replying, "That day will come soon, Brother Mose." Privately, he did not mind referring to these knight attendants of the Iris family with endearing terms such as uncle or brother. However, in formal settings, he merely needed to call them by name, for the chasm between the noble and commoner was insurmountable. Taking a delicate sip of the golden rum and a bite of the roasted meat offered by a maid. Castle life was indeed simple yet monotonous. The barbecue banquet continued until 9:30 in the evening, at which point Aldington had already sought an opportunity to excuse himself half an hour earlier. He returned to the castle to bathe, then retreated to his chamber to study his great-grandfather's records and the Baroness' supplementary training notes. What is bloodline? The notes commenced with a grand rhetorical question. Following this was a self-questioning and answering segment from his great-grandfather. It is the perfect inheritance of the triangular principle, an extension of knightly combat energy, a force that disrupts the balance of life. Aging, sickness, and death, an attentive grasp by humanity towards the divine realm. Some say it is the key to evolution left behind by the wizards of the M7 world. This was a rather vague answer. His great-grandfather did not intend to provide an exhaustive explanation. The notes were merely a reference for his descendants. Thus, the subsequent chapters focused on the methods of cultivating bloodlines. However, Baron Areno had, following this vague discussion, meticulously recorded his research findings. The M7 world, also known as the Wizarding World, has seen human archaeologists uncover remnants of M7 world artifacts in various regions, confirming that the humans of the M7 world cultivated bloodlines. The wizards of the M7 world continuously refined and purified bloodlines, drawing themselves closer to the existence of ancient gods. It was said that some wizards had grown more powerful than the ancient gods themselves, possessing the courage and strength to challenge the resurrected mist giant. Mu, intent on destroying the planet hidden behind the world. Of course, the outcome was self-evident. The M7 world had been destroyed, and now it was the M8 world. Is there truly a M7 world? AM8 world, such distinct civilizations across epochs, Aldington mused, propping his chin thoughtfully. The notes also mentioned, the wizards of the M7 world have long since perished. Yet the wizards of the Dark Triangle like to claim they are descendants and inheritors of the M7 world wizards. However, the sorcery they study differs fundamentally from the magic found in archaeology. The wizards of the M7 world evolved into ancient gods, while they reduced themselves to mere corpses. The wizards of the Dark Triangle pursued the ultimate essence of being a lich. A being that could transcend the shackles of lifespan yet existed in a state akin to a ghost. However, records of liches were scant on the continent of Lafa, at least within the realm of the Golden Glow Kingdom. There were no known sightings of such creatures. The Dark Triangle remained a furtive group, and should they dare to reveal themselves, they would not need the knights of the kingdom to eradicate them. The mages of the hexagram would eagerly hunt down these heretics. Turning the page, Aldington continued to read on. Thunderforce is a type of bloodline that can harness the power contained within it as a higher quality combat energy. Thus, the significance of cultivating bloodlines lies in the continuous replacement of low-quality combat energy with high-quality bloodlines, ultimately allowing Thunderforce to pervade every minuscule part of the body. This was yet another succinct summary. His great-grandfather was not a literary genius, and his notes were rather dry and concise. The Baron would then elaborate beneath. Knights cultivate by coordinating their physical and mental faculties, supplemented by abundant resources to exchange for combat energy. Essentially, combat energy embodies the dual principles of body and spirit. While bloodline power represents the perfect triangular principle, therefore, to generate bloodline power, a simple method exists. The knight must unite with phantom beasts, dragon beasts, and valkyries to acquire the natural power from them, thus achieving a perfect balance among body, spirit, and nature. The triangle is the most stable structure, and Aldington understood this well. As he read, he grasped the concept. So, if I can balance these three forces, establishing a stable triangular structure, will bloodline power emerge? He swiftly recalled why bloodline power could be passed down through generations. It was indeed a stable triangle imprinted within the genes, which occasionally allowed descendants to awaken unexpectedly. He further contemplated the challenge of establishing such a stable triangle, realizing that not every knight could pass down their bloodline. Simply put, dragon knights had the assistance of dragon beasts, which inherently possessed a perfect triangular principle, thus greatly increasing the likelihood of bloodline transmission. In contrast, phantom beast knights and those with valkyries, due to the inherent weaknesses of the phantom beasts and valkyries, had a far diminished probability of passing down their bloodlines. Presently, among 10 bloodline nobility, 9 were descendants of dragon knights, leaving only 1 as a descendant of a phantom beast knight. Of course, the potency of a bloodline does not solely depend on whether the ancestor was a dragon knight or a phantom beast knight. It ultimately hinges on the strength of the bloodline power itself. The Iris family lineage, with its awakened Thunder Force, represented a relatively formidable bloodline power. The name Thunder Force was indeed apt, as it contained the essence of lightning, yet the lightning merely served as an auxiliary, primarily facilitating the acceleration of combat energy. Were it to truly possess the power of lightning, then my bloodline power would undoubtedly be the utmost pinnacle, allowing me to challenge even the most formidable foes with ease. Aldington stroked his chin, pondering. Thus, my direction in cultivating my bloodline should resemble a counterfeit version of the Flash, rather than a mundane rendition of Thor. Chapter 29. The difficulty of reproduction. Aldington endeavored to cultivate Thunder Force according to the notes, sensing that a knight's practice had indeed strengthened it, yet he felt little difference. However, there is no need for haste. The path of combat energy cultivation is the most promising yet arduous. The family of Uncle Otterum arrived at Butterfly Castle the following evening to inform his servants, who had not disclosed the news of Aldington's awakening. Thus, Otterum regarded it merely as a general invitation, Orino, as the elder brother continued to extend his support to his younger sibling, frequently inviting him to feasts. Otterum, you've gained weight again, Orino remarked bluntly at the castle entrance. Otterum forced a smile, feeling somewhat embarrassed. I cannot emulate your diligence, Orino. As a trade official, I am inundated with too many trifling tasks, leaving little energy for my cultivation. This was evidently a pretext. As a junker officer, his noble lineage did not necessitate frontline labor, and commoners were employed to manage mundane affairs on behalf of junker officials. The officials primarily engaged in drinking, socializing, attending theatrical performances, and, occasionally, indulging in extramarital affairs. If you possessed even half of Orino's industriousness, you would already be a knight, Lady Carly lamented, her voice tinged with a sense of urgency. Otterum defended himself, saying, cultivating combat energy is not so easily achieved. Mother, the Iris family has the legacies of Orino and Aldington. Why should I tread the same path? Serving as an official in Little Versailles is also a viable route, and it still bears some benefit for the family. Lady Helena smiled and interjected, Otterum, Fran, and Ostro, please enter the castle. The banquet is prepared, and we shall enjoy good food and conversation. The dishes laid out on the dining table were indeed sumptuous. After greeting his uncle and aunt, Aldington eagerly began to feast, finding greater allure in indulgence than in restraint. Fran, ever observant, inquired with a smile, Helena, is there a special occasion today? Helena glanced at Butler Carson, who immediately understood. My lords and ladies, please enjoy your meal. I shall step outside to oversee the servants' duties. Once he left the dining room and closed the door, he stood quietly at the entrance. A male servant approached with dishes in hand, and he promptly raised a hand. Hold off on serving for a moment. Take them back to the kitchen to keep warm. Inside the dining room, Lady Helena then smiled and said, Otterum, Fran, I have invited you here to share some wonderful news. What is the good news? Otterum asked, puzzled. Aldington has successfully awakened. Upon hearing this, Aldington knew it was his moment to shine. He raised his left index finger. Uncle, Aunt, I have awakened the power of thunder. As he spoke, a spark of electricity crackled from the tip of his finger. Having just awakened, my thunder power is still quite feeble, so I do not intend to make it public just yet. Oh, heavens, may the three gods bless us, Otterum exclaimed. Aldington, you bring us tremendous joy. Just recently, you were promoted to a squire, and now you have awakened your bloodline. Are you set to replicate the glory of our ancestral dragon knights? The dragon knights are far too distant. Uncle, my goal is to awaken as a beast knight, just like my great-grandfather, to expand our domain and achieve greater glory and merit. Aldington spoke pragmatically, while the dream of becoming a dragon knight lingered in his heart. After all, what was the point of coming to this world if one did not ride a dragon? Aunt Fran covered her mouth, echoing Otterham's astonishment. I can hardly believe it. Aldington, you are extraordinary. What does awakening mean? The 8.5-year-old Ostro asked. Bewildered, Friend immediately explained, Your brother, Aldington, will become a powerful beast knight. Ostro, you must learn from him. Do you understand? A beast knight? I want to be a beast knight too. Lady Carly smiled and said, Fran, Otterham, Ostro is almost 9 years old. Do you have plans for him to be apprenticed to any knight? If not, Orino will arrange a suitable family for Ostro's apprenticeship. He cannot afford to waste time like Otterham did. Otterham smiled sheepishly, for he had indeed already separated from the family. Lady Helena smiled faintly, neither opposing her husband's decision nor expressing any desire to speak. Lady Carly, however, decisively declared, It is settled then. You two need not be coy. If you truly wish to express gratitude, consider having more children. Orino and his son are destined to strengthen the Iris family, which needs more offspring. As she spoke, she cast a glance at Lady Helena. You and Orino should also seize the youth of your years to make more choices. It seems that the ancestral bloodline is not thinning. At least in our Iris family, the probability of awakening is quite high. 2 generations have already awakened among 4. Hearing his mother's words, Orino fell into contemplation. Lady Helena remained noncommittal. Otterham and his wife readily replied, Ostro often clamors for a brother or sister. We are not opposed to having another child. At that moment, Aldington, having devoured 2 plates of roasted meat, chimed in. Indeed, I frequently feel somewhat lonely. Having more family members would be better. He secretly hoped his parents would exert more effort in procreation, diverting their attention away from him. After all, he was the sole heir of the family, and the presence of additional siblings mattered little to him. Moreover, to be frank, he was not overly concerned about the family inheritance. With the advantages he possessed, his future achievements were boundless, and the modest estate of Maple Leaf Town could hardly confine his vision. His great-grandfather had once secured a barony's inheritance. He was confident he would not fall short of being an indigenous. Lady Carly smiled even more broadly. You all heard that. Strive to have another child. Baron Orino leisurely consumed a piece of roasted meat and remarked, Such matters should be left to nature. The Otterham couple may put in more effort, while Helena and I shall leave it to fate. I am already a beast knight. The power of the beasts infuses my bloodline, making childbirth exceedingly challenging. The stronger one was, the more difficult it became to bear children. This was a universal law on the continent of Lafa. Otherwise, those powerful noble knights, with their long lifespans, would continuously produce offspring, with one person potentially founding an entire nation. Thus, the laws of nature inadvertently stifled such possibilities, reserving reproductive opportunities for the weaker. Additionally, aside from awakening bloodlines, the offspring of the powerful may not inherit their parents' talents, leading many strong individuals to be disinclined towards procreation. What significance was there in birthing a multitude of weaklings, when only one son could inherit the family estate, while the others would have to fend for themselves? Chapter 030. The sand table. After the banquet, the family gathered in the small parlor to leisurely sip tea and chat. Feeling immense pride in Aldington's awakening, for at least the next 3 generations, all members of the Iris family would be able to add Lin, a name signifying noble bloodline, between their first and last names. The tangible benefits were minimal, yet the intangible advantages were substantial. I am currently competing for the position of agricultural trade supervisor. Initially, I lacked confidence, as my competitors included Junker from the Panshire family and a genuine official from the royal city. Otterham grinned. However, once news of Aldington's awakening spreads, I trust the court will make the right choice. The respect accorded to bloodline nobles is a consensus among the majority of the aristocracy. The rationale is not difficult to comprehend. Bloodline nobles are essentially descendants of dragon knights, and the kingdom's dragon knights are naturally inclined to provide support. The ancient descendants of dragon knights have little connection to the current dragon knights. However, the present dragon knights will also have descendants who may awaken their bloodlines in the future. Therefore, the current dragon knights tend to look after the descendants of ancient dragon knights, ensuring that when their own offspring awaken, they too will continue the tradition of offering assistance, with the endorsement of the pinnacle power represented by the dragon knights. Bloodline nobles enjoy unparalleled prestige. Is the court official of Little Versailles a Bird Windsor? Aldington casually inquired, having seen this name in the Versailles Daily. Indeed, a Bird Windsor, a cousin of Edward XII, holds the honorary title of Earl. He became the court official of Little Versailles 3 years ago, responsible for overseeing the governance of the Danube province and managing the royal palace's affairs, Otteram explained in detail to his nephew. Windsor is a royal surname. Long ago, the royal family was known as the Plantagenets, which branched into several families, including the Lancasters, Yorks, and others. However, once the first Plantagenet duke ascended to the throne, the family name changed to Windsor. Named after their fief, after the king's ascension, the surname became the national name, and the fief was adopted as the surname, thus giving rise to the kingdom of Plantagenet. If Bird acts aggressively, Otteram, you must exercise caution while working under him, Baron Orino advised. Do not worry. I am merely competing for the position of agricultural trade supervisor. There are higher officials, such as the trade director and the court official, with whom I will only need to speak a few words during meetings, Otteram confidently replied. The court official holds a high-ranking position, representing the king's will and exerting authority over the commoners and nobles within the province. In the organizational structure of the Kingdom of Plantagenet, the nation is divided into 18 provinces and 4 duchies. With other marquisates and earldoms situated within the provinces and duchies, the provinces are further divided into 2 categories. One is the governor provinces, where the governor holds a prestigious position. The other is the palace provinces, where the palace minister also holds a high-ranking office. The most notable distinction between the palace provinces and the governor provinces lies in the presence of a royal palace. The palace serves as the residence for the king during his travels. Among the 18 provinces of the Kingdom of the Golden Flower, 6 are classified as palace provinces, where the king occasionally resides. The Danube province possesses a palace, with a minister appointed from the royal family. If one navigates their position astutely, perhaps after several decades or even a century, they could ascend to the title of court count. Conversely, if one fails to secure their standing, their term may end in 3 to 5 years, having extracted what they could before departing. Beneath the minister, there are various governing positions, such as the heads of trade, diplomacy, finance, military, justice, taxation, the president of the Magical Association, and the Archbishop of the Temple, among others, below the governors. There are supervisory roles that assist in managing the responsibilities of the governors. Typically, a governor will have 3 or 4 supervisors. For instance, the head of trade might oversee agricultural trade, commercial trade, and foreign trade, with the occasional addition of a special trading supervisor. The agricultural trade supervisor, ODM, operates under the trade governor, managing the agricultural trade affairs of the province. Below the supervisors are mid-level officials. ODM presently occupies such a position. Further down the hierarchy are the lesser clerical staff, primarily composed of commoners, who generally face limited prospects for advancement. However, on rare occasions, a standout clerk might catch the attention of officials and be elevated to a higher position. Breaking through the proverbial glass ceiling. Let us maintain a low profile until a bird's term concludes, and then assess the new palace minister. If he is a weak minister, ODM, you may have a chance at the trade governor position, Baron Orino remarked casually. The Golden Danube plains are rife with undercurrents. Our Irish family should strive to be proactive. With that, he rose from the sofa, saying, ODM, Aldington, accompany me to the study. Mother, Helena, Fran, you ladies should retire for the night. You gentlemen can discuss your matters. We women still have much to converse about. Lady Carly waved her hand dismissively. In the study, Butler Carson brought tea and snacks, then closed the door, standing guard outside to prevent any servants from eavesdropping, despite the study's excellent soundproofing. It has been some time since we engaged in an open discussion about the situation. ODM, let us converse earnestly tonight. Of course. The 3 approached the desk without taking their seats. 3 years ago, Duranton's son, Dulic, wed Nubis's daughter, Norina. Following this, the king appointed Count Aberd as the minister of the Little Versailles. Remarkably, over these 3 years, Duranton and Aberd have managed to exercise remarkable restraint towards one another. Baron Orino stated as he pressed a mechanism on the desk. With a clatter, the surface of the desk retreated to reveal a vast sand table beneath, depicting the geography of the Danube province and its surroundings, complete with mountains, rivers, and plains. Numerous small castles dotted the landscape, each adorned with miniature flags representing different families, providing a clear understanding of the geographical layout and power distribution within the Danube province. On one side lies the noble power led by Count Duranton. On the other, the royal power led by Aberd, with the infiltration of the Macedonian kingdom interwoven throughout the Danube province. Baron Areno detailed the situation while occasionally glancing at Aldington. Ostensibly, his dialogue with Odom also served to educate his son. Aldington observed the sand table, contemplating quietly. Being an adult, he had consumed many political and historical texts. Though he had yet to master the intricacies of power struggles, his understanding was far from superficial. Odom stroked his chin and continued along Baron Areno's line of thought. Areno, the Iris family is a baronial house of the empire. Our stance should align with that of the kingdom. Yet I sense your position does not fully coincide with the birds. Baron Areno seemed to smirk faintly, maintaining an air of calm as he replied, Our loyalty lies with the king, not with a bird. He is merely a palace minister, ostensibly representing the king's will. But can he truly execute it? I have always been puzzled as to why Durantan would forge an alliance with Inubist as a lord in a war-torn region. He should be more cautious and attentive to the king's perspective. Just as Baron Areno was about to respond to Odom's inquiry, he noticed Aldington nodding thoughtfully that he casually asked, What are your thoughts? Aldington, Chapter 0031. New inspiration, of course. Aldington had some ideas. Drawing from the original owner's memories, alongside the information he had gleaned from newspapers and discreet inquiries, he had concocted a few conclusions. This was not merely due to his strategic foresight. Rather, it stemmed from being born into a noble family, specifically one as influential as the imperial barons. While he may not fully grasp the entirety of the Golden Flower Kingdom situation, he could at least appreciate the complexities of the Danube province. Father, uncle, I find the situation rather intriguing. Perhaps there exists a third possibility. He cautiously articulated his thoughts. A third possibility? What do you mean? Odom was momentarily taken aback. Baron Areno swiftly comprehended. The union between Durantan and Nubes may indicate an alignment with the Golden Flower. Or it could lean towards Macedonia. So, your third possibility suggests they might be establishing their own agenda. It is merely a possibility. After all, did not the Windsor family rise from minor nobility to prominence within the Golden Flower Kingdom, eventually becoming a great noble family on the southern shores of the Mediterranean? Aldington demonstrated an ability to think beyond the immediate situation, free from the constraints of the original owner's narrow perspective. Having served in the Durantan household for 7 years, I can sense the ambition of the Rock family. Odom shook his head. How could that be? Count Durantan is a seasoned beast knight, yet his strength may not surpass that of your father, Dulik. At best, is merely a beast knight, lacking the resources to be particularly formidable. Baron Areno nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, in a direct confrontation, Durantan may not be my match. As he spoke, a glimmer of light seemed to flash in his eyes. Exuding confidence and pride, though he had yet to awaken his bloodline, he remained an exceptional beast knight. At the 7th tier of beast knights, I have at least reached the elite tier, with only one step remaining to attain the perfect tier. The beast knight practice involves a unity of man and beast, categorized into 61 stages, collectively referred to as the 7 tiers of beast knights. Among these, ordinary beast knights only progress through 6 tiers: the harmonization tier, the interaction tier, the elite tier, the perfect tier, the bloodline tier, and the dragon tier. An awakened beast knight possesses an additional awakening tier between the perfect and bloodline tiers. Therefore, based on strength, the probability of Aldington's proposed third possibility is exceedingly slim. Count Durantan could hardly compete with Baron Areno, and his son, Dulik, lacks the talent to aspire to become a dragon knight. Without the support of a dragon knight, navigating the treacherous waters between the two great kingdoms would be an insurmountable challenge. Nonetheless, Aldington did not feel embarrassed by his limited insight. Instead, an inspiration suddenly struck him. I have already awakened the power of thunder. And to be frank, consuming the bloodline potion of thunder is merely a means to expedite my training. But what if I were to offer it to the Baron? The mystical tome serves as his golden key, with all its contents exclusively for his use. However, these resources are not explicitly restricted. If Aldington can utilize them, why not Baron Areno? If the opportunity arises, I shall test this theory. Engaging in violent acts is not particularly suited to my nature. If my father can advance further and shoulder the family's burdens, I could comfortably await the fruits of his labor. It was a perfectly idyllic scenario. Aldington reigned in his inner excitement and smiled. Father, uncle, while the probability of this third possibility may be small, it should still be considered. Whether the Rock family or the red-topped Falcon family, they are surely more complex than they appear. Indeed, a marquis and a border marquis, both of whom have maintained their legacies for over a millennium, Their influences are intricately woven throughout the Golden Danube Plains, with their family bloodlines having branched far and wide. One careless move could see a dragon knight associating their name with either the Rock family or the red-topped Falcon family. Baron Arino cast a gratifying glance at Aldington, expanding his understanding and directly linking it to the dragon knights of the royal capital. Beyond the confines of the Danube province, the three continued to engage in discourse over the sand table for a full 2 hours, broadening Aldington's horizons while leaving a profound impression on Baron Arino, who realized that his son was maturing and could no longer be treated as a child. This was particularly evident in Aldington's suggestion regarding the Baron's consumption of the Thunder Bloodline potion. The following day, after the morning lessons, Aldington set off with his 4 knight retainers to the magical estate near Butterfly Castle, where a magical house served as a workspace for wizards, akin to a laboratory. The estate was cultivated with various magical herbs. Upon arriving at the enchanted manor, he observed several acolytes strolling through the fields, while around them, a few blessed nymphs frolicked joyfully among the herbs. He halted his steed. Suddenly, a plume of smoke erupted from a neighboring field, swirling into a tornado that swiftly approached Aldington as the whirlwind brushed against his face. It unexpectedly transformed into a muse composed of translucent mist. With a graceful feminine silhouette, gossamer wings, and a radiant aura, she inspired feelings of affection in those who beheld her. "Aldington, I see you," the muse chirped cheerfully. Aldington gestured for her to alight upon his hand. The muse was nearly weightless, resting upon his palm like a wisp of vapor. "Good morning, Little Red Riding Hood," he greeted. The muse, tilting her head, inquired, "When will you visit the altar to pray? I yearn for your faith." "In a few days. I am rather busy at the moment." "All right." At that moment, several acolytes hurried over, bowing respectfully to Aldington, who acknowledged each in turn. Then, at the behest of the acolytes, Little Red Riding Hood transformed once more into countless wisps of smoke. Dispersing into the fields, the muses and nymphs were tasked with cultivating crops. The magical abode was not a mere wooden cottage, but a structure akin to a chapel, modest in height yet expansive. Featuring 2 main floors and a 3-story tower, its grounds were substantial, containing numerous rooms. Outside, several canopied squares hosted many serfs diligently gathering herbs under the watchful eyes of magical apprentices. Upon spotting Aldington, a clever apprentice rushed over, bowing in greeting. "Young master." Aldington nodded slightly, noticing other apprentices and serfs preparing to pay their respects. He waved his hand dismissively. "Continue your work as usual, and you, what is your name?" "Lead me into the magical abode. I wish to observe the work of the alchemists." "As you wish, young master. My name is Robert, and my father serves as the retainer to Baron Lord." The magical apprentice Robert wore a smile of eager compliance. Chapter 0032. The Impossible Within the Magical Abode. The chief was the alchemist Todd. Todd hailed from a knightly family affiliated with the Iris Flower lineage and was currently a senior mage. The only one with a level 3 profession in the magical domain. Given that Red Leaf Town was a small locale, it could neither produce nor support more senior mages, let alone grand magi. Truly capable mages could not attract attention without a mage tower. "Young Master Aldington, it is a pleasure to welcome you to the Silver Hand Magic House," Todd remarked, exuding a scholarly demeanor and a warm disposition. Neither obsequious nor aloof. "The name of the magical abode is quite fitting, and the emblem is commendable," Aldington noted, pointing to the white hand emblem displayed on the magical house, a large black circle encasing an outstretched white palm. Presumably the left hand, with a 6-pointed star inscribed at its center. The star, depicted in blue lines, was formed by the superimposition of 2 triangles. Furthermore, the 6-pointed star could also be perceived as a hexagon encircled by 6 smaller triangles, the second of which bore a black eye. "Mr. Todd, why is there an eye depicted here?" Aldington inquired, perplexed. Todd explained, "The 6 angles of the 6-pointed star represent 6 magical professions, each corresponding to a specific field. The second triangle pertains to the alchemist's domain. The eye symbolizes the pursuit of truth, which is the essence of our inquiry as mages into the workings of the world." "And what of the Silver Hand?" "Ah, that is merely a name conceived by the community. It is indeed quite splendid. I cherish this name, the Silver Hand Magic House. I hope one day to see it transformed into the Silver Hand Mage Tower." The distinction between a magical abode and a mage tower is significant. Thus Todd regarded Aldington's statement as an empty promise, smiling without further comment. Inside the magical house, it resembled a hybrid of a chemical laboratory and an industrial assembly line. In each room, mages, accompanied by their apprentices, mixed various herbs and concoctions, diligently crafting liquids that were either crystalline, vibrant, viscous, or repugnant, which were then bottled into glass containers of myriad shapes. With the support of your family, the Silver Hand Magic House, including myself, has already housed 8 mages, capable of producing 43 varieties of magical potions, among which the auxiliary martial training potion serves as our flagship brand, supplying the neighboring baronial territories. Todd elaborated, pride tinged with modesty in his tone. Especially the advanced martial potions, currently. I am the sole creator in this vicinity. It is thanks to these advanced potions that I have been recognized by the Magical Association and elevated to the rank of Senior Mage, becoming a dual High Mage. His professional level was that of a Senior Mage, and his title assessment also classified him as a Senior Mage. The dual representation of these High Mages conferred upon them a distinct status. How is a Mage's title determined? Is it merely a matter of technical proficiency? Aldington continued to inquire, his curiosity about magic surpassing even that about martial arts. Technical skill, level, academic contributions, and character, all are essential, Todd replied with a slight smile, unconsciously brushing his fingers against the Senior Mage badge on his robe's chest. Some mages may reach a certain level of magical practice, yet their titles remain elusive. Magical apprentices hold a level 1 profession with no titles. Mages attain level 2. At which point they can apply for titles, categorized into 3 ranks: Registered Mage, Senior Mage, and Honorary Senior Mage. Senior Mages are at level 3 and may continue to apply for 3 additional titles: Senior Mage, Arcane Mage, and Honorary Grand Mage. Due to the coincidence of the title and level sharing the same designation, they are commonly referred to as dual High Mages. Grand Mages occupy level 4 and may also apply for 3 additional titles: Grand Mage, Grand Sorcerer, and Chief Sorcerer. Similarly, Grand Mages share the dual designation of title and level, thus are known as dual Grand Mages. Sorcerers are at level 5 and can apply for the highest title of Arcane Mentor based on that. In summary, the mage profession encompasses 10 titles: Registered Mage, Senior Mage, Honorary Senior Mage, Senior Mage, Dual High Mage, Arcane Mage, Honorary Grand Mage, Dual Grand Mage, Grand Sorcerer, Chief Sorcerer, and Arcane Mentor. Within the mage profession, the level serves merely as a prelude. Mages are primarily assessed by their titles. After surveying the entire assembly line, Aldington shifted the conversation to the crux of the matter. Mr. Todd, since mages study the essence of the workings of the world, have there been any investigations into Bloodline Awakening? Bloodline Awakening is a significant topic. However, as a dual High Mage, I am still quite distant from this subject. It would require ascending to the rank of Dual Grand Mage to possess the capability to delve into Bloodline Awakening. Then, are there any potions that could aid others in awakening? Todd glanced at Aldington. Well, I have indeed encountered records of potions that can promote Bloodline Awakening devised by arcane mages, though their authenticity remains uncertain. As you know, the research outcomes of mages cannot be freely disseminated. They are held within the confines of the nobility. If such a Bloodline Awakening potion exists, it would undoubtedly be a closely guarded secret of the great houses. Could you share with me all the information you possess regarding bloodline potions? Aldington's eyes sparkled with intrigue. How should I put it, young Master Aldington? I believe it would be more beneficial to hone your martial skills rather than focus on the rumors surrounding these potions. After all, even without a Bloodline Awakening, a baron can still become a phantom beast knight, serving as a pillar of the empire, Todd advised, his tone laced with caution. Clearly, he deemed Aldington's aspirations to be fanciful, warning him against relying on bloodline potions for awakening. I have seen records indicating that a king of old did indeed research a bloodline potion for his heir, but that was initiated from a young age in tandem with the potion's development. It is difficult to ascertain whether it was the potion's effect or the inherent talent of the king's heir. As for you, the optimal time for awakening has already passed. Is it true that one cannot consume bloodline potions once they age? Aldington questioned, somewhat incredulous, as he himself had awakened through the consumption of potions. Indeed, the older one becomes, the more challenging it is to awaken. The cultivation of martial arts serves as a form of suppression. The higher the quality of martial arts, the greater the suppression on bloodline awakening. Historical records from the Kingdom of Goldcrest reveal no instances of awakening beyond the age of 25, and it becomes even less likely upon reaching the rank of Phantom Beast Knight. Aldington raised an eyebrow. Intrigued. Why is that? Todd shrugged, explaining, "The process of forming a bond with a phantom beast is intrinsically linked to the merging of bloodlines. The potent bloodline of the phantom beast further suppresses the faint bloodline passed down from ancient times. Rather than suppression, it should be considered a solidification, effectively purging the impurities within the bloodline. If that is the case, wouldn't my awakening prevent me from forming a bond with a phantom beast?" "Not quite. Should you awaken your bloodline, it would become yours, and the phantom beast would merge with your awakened bloodline, resulting in an even more formidable lineage." After hearing Todd's words, Aldington felt a tinge of disappointment. It seemed his aspirations to assist his father in awakening had been thwarted. Todd observed Aldington's despondent expression and consoled him, saying, "Young Master Aldington, do not be disheartened. The fact that you have awakened your fighting spirit at the tender age of 16 signifies that you possess great potential to ascend to the esteemed rank of Beast Knight in the future. This feat will not be beyond your reach, nor that of the Iris family, correct?" Chapter 0033, Thunderblade Difficult. Nonsense. I awakened just 3 days ago. Aldington lifted his eyelids, and within him surged a profound sense of loneliness that comes from being at the pinnacle of one's abilities. As a fully awakened knight, must he rely on bloodline potions to unlock his genetic potential? He was merely inquiring on behalf of his biological father, and now that the answer was negative, it extinguished his plans to assist the man in awakening. Those reward potions for the Thunder Force bloodline would be better utilized to enhance his own Thunder Force. I have some intriguing hypotheses regarding magical cultivation. Mr. Todd, perhaps we can discuss them further at another time. He departed from the magic house, casting a glance at the emblem of the silver hand above him. The name Silver Hand is indeed quite impressive. I admire it. It is worthy of a mage tower. Todd's expression remained neutral as he escorted Aldington to the door. Once Aldington and his entourage galloped away, he rolled his eyes and remarked to the apprentice behind him, "Youngsters always believe themselves to be erudite, thinking that with a little effort, they can uncover the truths of the universe. Alas, the profundity of magic is far from being as simple as cultivating one's spirit." "Teacher, is it true that the fifth world is a world of magic?" an apprentice inquired curiously. "Memorizing the materials of potion making and embedding them into your mind is what an apprentice ought to focus on. Do not always aspire to lofty ideals, pondering ancient worlds. Once you become a mage, you will naturally have the opportunity to delve deeper into the essence of this world," Todd admonished, turning to enter the house. However, Aldington, deemed a youngster by Todd, returned to Butterfly Castle with a mind brimming with plans. 10 days had passed since his arrival, during which he had been preoccupied with sorting through his memories, practicing his nightly studies, and integrating into this new world. He had not taken the time to contemplate his own direction. Undoubtedly, becoming a dragon knight was his aspiration. He also aimed to attempt the path of a demigod. This route would be the primary direction of his life. Yet beyond that, there were certainly other desires to be fulfilled. Traveling the world. Naturally, this was a yearning, but once he became a dragon knight, he could roam the world at any time. To become a king or emperor, if given the chance, he would not mind toppling the kingdom of the Golden Flower and establishing a new nation. Perhaps even unifying the continent of Rafa. Of course, at present, even with the book's golden finger, unifying the continent seemed an immensely daunting task. Perhaps after he endeavored to become a demigod, he could do so with a thunderous might. I can't shake the feeling that these thoughts are too distant. Perhaps I should take a leaf out of Old Wong's book and set myself a smaller goal first. He leaned back on the sofa, propping his long legs on the table, stretching lazily. First, let me conquer the third level of the Book of the Sea and refine my skills. The third level of the Book of the Sea referred to the third island, which was densely populated with ferocious birds that swooped down to bombard him in succession. Even with armor and the Eye of Helles for protection, the risks remained considerable. "Parker, let us practice together." He called upon his chief bodyguard, the one-eyed Parker, to begin honing his swordsmanship. His Thunderblade had reached a level of mastery. Yet there was still room for improvement and refinement. Clang, clang. The sounds of swords clashing echoed as the Thunderblade faced off against the mountain splitter strike. Sweat dripped onto the castle's lawn under the brilliant sunlight. "Young master, your swordsmanship grows increasingly exquisite. Without relying on brute strength, I find it increasingly challenging to withstand your assaults. Then use brute strength to attack and draw forth my latent potential." "Very well." The one-eyed Parker, who preferred to avoid unnecessary chatter, immediately flexed his arm muscles upon hearing Aldington's request for increased force, swinging his large blade with ferocity. Thud! As his sword came crashing down, Aldington felt a tremendous force coursing through his weapon. Numbing his arms, before he could regain his composure, Parker swung down again, the overwhelming force causing him to stagger back 3 steps, nearly losing grip on his great sword, frantically channeling his fighting spirit to dispel the invading force within his body. Sweat dripped from his forehead at that moment. Parker's third strike descended upon his head. Although Parker, as an elite warrior, possessed sufficient control to ensure the blade would not truly strike Aldington, the latter could still sense the life-threatening sharpness emanating from the blade. Whoa! It felt as if an instinct had awakened within him, and an abundance of subtle, unique power surged forth from his being. This power intertwined with his fighting spirit, acting as a catalyst that more than doubled the speed of his basic fighting spirit circulation. He then perceived Parker's blade seemingly slowing down. Twisting his body, he effortlessly dodged the strike and counterattacked, his great sword striking like a venomous snake, lightning fast, towards Parker's chest. Thud! At a critical moment, Parker relinquished his large blade and, with a forceful punch, struck the body of Aldington's sword, deflecting his attack. However, the great sword still grazed his arm, slicing through his leather armor and leaving a trail of blood. My apologies, Parker, for failing to control the trajectory of my swordplay. Aldington leaned the great sword against the ground, panting slightly, astonished that he could actually compel the one-eyed Parker to sustain an injury. It was worth noting that Parker was an elite warrior, a level 3 profession, while he himself was merely a trainee knight. A level 1 profession, a difference of 2 whole levels. Parker casually wiped the blood from the wound on his arm, a glimmer in his eyes. It's but a minor injury, young master, no cause for concern. I was simply too relaxed and careless. I did not expect your combat prowess to have improved so significantly. Your final reaction speed rivals that of a standard knight. A standard knight. Indeed. I have sparred with many knights, and their reaction speeds are roughly akin to this. Aldington squinted, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he instructed a nearby servant. Fetch some hemostatic medicine to bandage Parker's wound. This minor injury is nothing. I can simply move my muscles, and it will stop bleeding naturally. Parker replied nonchalantly. Bandaging it would be better. Aldington insisted, refusing to take no for an answer. He then added, stay in the castle for lunch today, and we shall continue our practice in the afternoon. As you wish. Parker was pleased at the prospect of enjoying a complimentary lunch. The knights who served the Iris family were supported by them, but they did not receive their provisions directly from the castle. Rather, they managed their own small estates, and were responsible for their own upkeep. Knights like Marquez who managed their estates well could even afford for their 2 sons to pursue knightly studies. During the break, a male servant brought milk tea and coffee, while a maid presented a towel to wipe the sweat from Aldington's forehead and face. With his eyes half closed, Aldington reflected on his recent spar with Parker, specifically on the unique power that surged within him at the crucial moment. This is how the Thunder Force manifests. It diverges slightly from what is documented in my great-grandfather's notes. He experienced a moment of realization. As the saying goes, knowledge obtained from books is often shallow. True understanding comes from hands-on experience. The path of cultivation is no different. Merely reading books and notes does not lead to genuine comprehension of how to harness power. One must engage in practice to reflect and adjust. The mindset of an adult enabled him to grasp the essence of cultivation promptly, avoiding unnecessary detours. Chapter 0034. Hector. It was 6 days after his awakening that Aldington met his uncle. Hector, the Skyhawk, bearing a striking resemblance to Lady Helena, with the same light golden hair and a prominent hooked nose. Hector was 35 years of age, not too old. As his grandfather, Count Hylington, was still alive. Hector could only temporarily bear the title of Viscount. Lady Carly, it is a pleasure to see you. You still appear to be in such robust health. I believe I shall live for quite some time yet. Hector, how is your mother faring? Mother is well. Both she and father asked me to extend their regards to you. Thank you for the Count and Countess's kind wishes. Carly and Hector shared a gentle embrace. Hector then turned to Baron Orino, giving him a hearty hug. Orino, it has been far too long since we hunted together. Have you prepared the hidden wines of Butterfly Castle? Previously, he had exuded noble charm, but now he donned a more carefree, roguish demeanor. As much golden rum as you desire, I shall provide. But golden rum will not suffice. I want Bacardi. I know you have Bacardi in your cellar. Hector replied with a grin. Bacardi was a distilled spirit far more potent than golden rum, made from high-quality ingredients, both in taste and price, far exceeding that of golden rum. Baron Orino shook his head. Very well, Bacardi, you always have your eyes on my Bacardi. Hector embraced Lady Helena once more. Helena, my sister, you look as beautiful as ever. The temperate climate of Red Leaf Town truly suits you. Finally, he turned to Aldington. Uncle. Aldington greeted with a smile. Hector lifted him in a bear hug. Haha, I have heard your news. Aldington, trainee knight. At 16, not late at all, the future beast knight. Compared to Hector, who had only awakened his fighting spirit at 18 and still lingered at the elite knight level, Aldington's achievement at 16 was indeed commendable. Where's Evelyn? Why did she not accompany you? Lady Helena inquired. Evelyn was Hector's wife and hails from a prestigious noble family. Hector's lips curled into a smile. She is feeling somewhat unwell, but barring any unforeseen circumstances. You shall soon have another nephew. Is that so? How splendid. This will be the first boy contributed to the Eagle Strike family by you that I must concede, despite your rather lackluster talents that often disappoint our father. You have at least managed to produce offspring satisfactorily. Helena gently tugged Hector back into the living room. The birth of a son is of paramount importance to noble families, akin to the pursuit of martial prowess. Previously, Hector had sired 2 daughters, destined to marry into other noble households. Thus a male heir was the Eagle Strike family's most pressing need. Have your 2 cousins not come by? Aldington casually inquired. Hetty and Hanny are attending classes at the Versailles Ladies' Academy. The journey is quite lengthy, so it's no small feat to have them return from Versailles. The Versailles Ladies' Academy is an esteemed institution for nobility, primarily teaching noble women how to manage estates and serve as virtuous wives to their husbands. Both Lady Helena and Aldington's sister, Audrey, were alumni of this academy and are well versed in matters of estate management. The family settled into the living room as servants brought tea, engaging in casual conversation for a while. Hector then asked, Sister, did you write to invite me to Butterfly Castle for some specific reason? According to past customs, he typically visited twice a year, in summer and winter. Now it was spring, with summer still more than a month away. Indeed, I have delightful news to share with you. Oh, what news could that be? Lady Helena gestured toward the somewhat reticent Aldington. Your nephew is the good news. Hector appeared puzzled. I am already aware that Aldington has been promoted to a squire. You informed me of this long ago. Yet you did not extend an invitation for me to visit then. Lady Helena smiled without responding. Baron Oreno had no intention of interjecting, while old Lady Carly looked at Aldington, her pride evident. Aldington understood that his mother wished him to convey the news to Hector himself. Clearing his throat, he declared, Uncle, I have awakened. Hector initially expressed confusion, only to be overtaken by shock. Really? You have awakened? Aldington, do you mean to say you have awakened the power of thunder? A spark of electricity flickered at his fingertips, slightly more potent than when it was first unleashed. Wow, a slender lightning bolt. This truly is the power of thunder, Hector exclaimed, then rushed over to embrace Aldington tightly. Aldington, your uncle is proud of you. Even when you were just a little pudding, I knew you would amount to something. This is merely a small achievement. Uncle, there's no need for such astonishment. Aldington wore a calm expression, as if to say keep it cool. This is no small feat. It is a tremendous accomplishment. After Hector's laughter subsided, he turned to Lady Helena. Sister, why did you not clarify this in your letter? Father and mother would surely be overjoyed to hear this news, and moreover, the gift I have prepared is rather insubstantial. He gestured for the butler, Carson, to summon his attendant, instructing the servant, go fetch the gift I brought for Aldington. He then turned back to Aldington with a smile. This is a token to celebrate your promotion to squire. I shall provide you with a suitable gift for your awakening later. The gift is not urgent. Uncle, the reason my mother did not inform you in the letter is that I asked her to refrain. My awakening is still quite feeble, so I did not wish to celebrate prematurely. Once I have strengthened my thunder power, I will send out invitations for a grand celebration. But why wait? Awakening is awakening. What need is there to wait for your thunder power to grow? Hector asked, perplexed. It is merely a matter of pride. Old Lady Carly chuckled. Aldington is still a child, yearning for a grand display. When he can generate sparks of electricity like his great-grandfather, he will certainly make a stunning impression. One must understand a child's perspective. Aldington chuckled, feeling exposed. Hector then realized, that makes sense. Indeed, a mere spark is rather insignificant. Only when one can emanate electricity from their entire being does it carry impact. As he spoke, the butler knocked and a servant entered, carrying a long rectangular box. "Open it, Aldington, and see if you like this gift," Hector said. "Is it a sword?" Aldington's eyes brightened. As an imperial count, the Eaglestrike family possessed considerable wealth, and Hector's generosity would undoubtedly be lavish. He opened the box to reveal a single-handed sword, resembling Frostmourne, albeit without its blue glow, lying quietly within. Lifting the sword, he felt its substantial weight. It measured approximately 1 meter in length. Shining silver gray, its blade glimmering coldly, inscribed with a single word, Late Frost. Chapter 0035, Prose, Late Frost? Why such a name? Aldington mused, running his fingers along the blade, which possessed an exceptionally smooth texture reminiscent of silky chocolate. However, he was not fond of the name, Late Frost, as it conjured images of applying fragrant balm before sleep. Hector, unaware of Aldington's thoughts, explained, "This sword was forged from meteorite iron, crafted by the runesmith Master Sanic in our territory. It contains a blend of mithril and fine gold, and upon completion, it bears 150 runes, hence the name, as it was finished in late autumn when frost descends. 150 runes. This is a top-tier rune sword, Hector. Its value as an awakening gift is more than sufficient," Lady Helena remarked in astonishment. Blacksmithing, a humble profession, is the livelihood of many commoners. However, it also represents a branch of the warrior cultivation system. Levels range from basic blacksmiths at level 0 to master blacksmiths at level 1, crafters at level 2, rune artisans at level 3, and godsmiths at level 4. There is no level 5 legendary profession. Godsmiths are the pinnacle of the blacksmithing hierarchy. Through specialized training, blacksmiths can not only forge common metal tools but also imbue these items with unique attributes. By the time one reaches the level of rune artisan, they can transform the ordinary into the extraordinary, inscribing runes within tools to endow them with enhanced properties. These tools are what circulate in the market as rune items, each commanding a high price. A rune sword hardly befits Aldington, who has awakened his bloodline. I shall find a better gift for him later. Hector spoke with a tone that suggested wealth was no object. Then continued, "This Late Frost sword, with its 150 runes, forms a cohesive system that bestows the sword with a slashing effect." Slashing? Aldington inquired with curiosity. Unlike ordinary weapons of lesser quality, as soon as the Late Frost sword activates its slashing property, it can effortlessly sever these inferior arms. This is superior to any armor-piercing attribute, given its meteorite iron composition mixed with mithril and fine gold. Even the most refined copper and iron weapons cannot withstand its slashing. "I thank you for the Late Frost sword, uncle. However, I feel somewhat reluctant to use such a fine weapon just yet." Aldington carefully placed the sword back in its box. "Mr. Carson, please have it taken to my bedroom, and while you are at it, arrange for a sheath for the Late Frost sword from the storeroom." "As you wish, young master." Butler Carson departed with the servant carrying the box. Hector, ever restless, took Aldington and Baron Areno to hunt in the forest after their lunch. Aldington, however, was less enthusiastic, merely going through the motions, as he needed to conserve his energy for the evening's task. The countdown for the second 7-day period in the Sea of Books was set to refresh at 9:30 that night, allowing entry to the third island at last. Donning his rune armor and beast hide lining, he grasped the newly acquired Late Frost sword in hand. Another familiar wave of dizziness washed over him, and when he opened his eyes again, he found himself standing on the third island. Raptors circled overhead, swiftly spotting him and beginning a series of diving attacks. Aldington was prepared, activating the magical shield of the Eye of Helles, and took off running. Just as he reached the palace entrance, he was intercepted by the raptors. With a flurry of thunder sword strikes, using the slashing effect of the Late Frost sword, he felled dozens of the creatures. Bloodied but triumphant, he finally broke into the palace. Finding temporary safety, he waved the now blood-stained Late Frost sword, which regained its clarity, glimmering coldly. Each encounter grows more challenging. I shudder to think what ferocious beasts guard the islands ahead, without strengthening my abilities. I fear I will struggle to seize treasures every 7 days. He glanced around, confirming once more that the grand hall remained deserted, save for a table upon which rested a treasure chest. The first time it had been a golden chest, the second time a silver one. Today, the chest was a verdant hue, akin to a bronze chest, suggesting a drop in quality. I hope the treasures within do not diminish in worth. He felt the absence of a friendly guiding hand, devoid of the direct point-adding system's thrill, resembling more a legacy of sorts. Could this be a legacy left by my ancestor, the Dragon Knight Lunget Thunderstorm Wolf? But that seems unlikely. with so many dragon knights throughout history? Would not their descendants all receive similar legacies? Yet I have not heard of any awakened bloodline knights obtaining such a guiding hand. The thought flitted through his mind as he approached the bronze chest, opening it to reveal, as before, two treasures inside. One was an elixir labeled Bloodline of Thunder Awakening. Another treasure is a medal, shaped like a shield, intricately engraved with a leaping horse, atop which sits a knight wielding a spear. Its hue is a lustrous silver, and the reverse bears two lines of text. The first reads, "The valiant shall be rewarded," while the second proclaims, "In loyalty to the great Emperor Prolus." Aldington's eyes widened. He seemed to recall the title Emperor Prolus from somewhere. The honorific emperor undoubtedly indicated a ruler who had once marched upon the Isle of the Gods and received a coronation. Once I return, I shall peruse the history books. I must have encountered it recently. Although he could not ascertain the identity of Emperor Prolus at that moment, it did not diminish Aldington's admiration for the Medal of Valor, for it was more than just a symbol of honor. Infusing it with his fighting spirit, the medal shimmered with a crystalline glow. At that instant, Aldington felt an inexplicable surge of energy coursing through him. The vitality and fighting spirit expended in his battle with the raptors were swiftly replenished. As expected, noble medals possess extraordinary utility. This Medal of Valor can restore combat prowess. Releasing his fighting spirit, Aldington contentedly caressed the Medal of Valor, then smiled as he picked up the treasure map from the bottom of the chest. The map pointed to the fourth island. His eyes sparkled as he stowed both the bronze chest and the treasure map within the Valkyrie's ring. Despite having confirmed that non-reward treasures could not be taken out, he still wished to attempt it once more. He even contemplated retrieving a raptor carcass to see if it could be brought outside, thus testing the nature of the world within the book. It is time to fight. Typically, one could not replenish energy and fighting spirit in the world described in the book, but with the Medal of Valor, he had regained the ability to engage in continuous combat with the raptors outside. Armed with the frost blade, Aldington swiftly exited the palace. Caw! The raptors in the sky dove down in unison, with his back against the palace. The frostblade continued its slaughter, serving both to clear the raptors and to facilitate his search for a dock to depart, while also honing his combat skills. The swordplay of Thunderblade continued to refine. Chapter 0036. Jasmine. When the last raptor fell to the ground, decapitated by the frostblade, Aldington's hand, which gripped the sword, trembled uncontrollably. The Medal of Valor had lost its radiance in the realm of the book, and it could no longer absorb energy. Have I truly exhausted my stamina? Aldington wearily approached the island's dock, where he spotted a wooden ship, its sail yet to be raised. A sail? Does this mean I shall no longer need to toil at the oars? He hurried towards the wooden sailboat. However, just as he prepared to board, a massive maw erupted from the water, clamping around his waist and dragging him violently beneath the surface. The creature, equipped with a colossal jaw, twisted its body, spinning Aldington in the water and slowly tearing him apart. In the final moments of consciousness, he glimpsed the creature's form and was not surprised. It was merely a large crocodile. Raptors in the sky, crocodiles in the water. Must it be so ruthless? Suddenly, he returned to the real world. All discomfort dissipated, as if everything in the book had been but a dream. Yet the Medal of Valor hanging from his chest reminded him that it was no mere illusion. Within the Valkyrie's ring, the Thunderblood elixir lay quietly. Without hesitation, he consumed the elixir, and as he awaited its effects, he visited the castle study, poring over the books he had read in recent days, searching for references to Emperor Prolus. Soon, he found the answer in a tome recounting the Peloponnesian War. This work, akin to a collection of epic poetry, was authored by the renowned bard Takarama, born into the illustrious family of Maple Dance. This book. I recall reading the name Emperor Prolus in one of its shorter poems. Aldington flipped through the pages, spending 10 minutes in search of Prolus, yet he found nothing. Suddenly, a warm current surged within him. Spreading throughout his limbs, he jolted and set the book aside. Channeling the thunder blood power within his fighting spirit, he gathered it at the tip of his left index finger, and with a crackle, a bolt of lightning, a full finger's length, struck the air, thick and powerful, far more impressive than the previous sparks. This single elixir is worth a year's worth of arduous training. The burgeoning Thunderblood energy intertwined with his fighting spirit, propelling its circulation in a continuous loop, greatly enhancing the speed of his cultivation. Truly, a swift step leads to another. Upon awakening, Aldington's training pace surpassed that of his peers. What a marvelous sensation! After reveling in the surge of Thunderblood energy, He reined in his prideful emotions and returned to the Peloponnesian War at last. Within a certain chapter of the book, he discovered a lengthy poem entitled The Song of Jasmine, from which the name Emperor Prolus emerged. All knights and charioteers have slumbered throughout the night. Yet the sweet embrace of sleep eludes King Dole's eyes. He plots how to bring honor to Dokat, slaughtering throngs of Molossians by the ship's edge. His best course of action is to infiltrate the dreams of the night. Delivering his commands to Agamemnon, son of Atreus, he calls out into the dream, his winged words flying to the latter's ears. Go forth, Agamemnon, swiftly launch an assault against the armed Molossians, breach their ships, their castles. Amid the shadows of night, King Dole roars incessantly. Agamemnon hears the voice of the dream. The subsequent verses detail Agamemnon's relentless attacks on the Molossians under King Dole's orders, vividly depicting the brutality of war. Soon, the Molossians began to resist, and the Song of Jasmine reached its climax. Countless jasmine flowers danced in the sky, as the Molossian king raised a massive axe, one that had once cleaved the head of a great dragon. He lowered the axe, pointing it at the bloodthirsty visage of Agamemnon amidst the chaotic battlefield. Deceitful and treacherous Agamemnon, you are a fool. How could you fathom the schemes of King Dole? The Molossians, adorned with jasmine flowers, charged forth from the valleys, the crevices, and the seas. Battle, battle, battle. A lengthy description of combat ensued. Shortly after, the Molossians triumphed over Agamemnon, severing his legs and forcing him to the ground to face the judgment of their king. After listing a dozen charges, Agamemnon was beheaded. The Molossians began to cheer for their king. He is the embodiment of valor, the messenger of the divine, the incarnation of the valleys and plains. He leads the Molossians through thorns and thistles. He is the founder of the Jasmine Empire. He has created a sanctuary for the Molossians, surrounded by fields and flowers that bloom around him. Oh, wicked King Dole, you have provoked forces beyond your reckoning. He is Emperor Prolus. 35,000 years ago, in the land of Rapha, he ended King Dole's reign, with dragons bowing at his feet. He is Emperor Prolus, the Jasmine Empire, submerged in the long river. Heed the songs of the bard Takarama. He is Emperor Prolus. Thus concluded the Song of Jasmine. The subsequent poems made no further mention of the conflict between, however. Concurrently, they merely need to chant a poem that can be widely sung to endow it with extraordinary power, unleashing a miraculous effect of blessings. It is said that within the majestic halls of the divine mountain on the island of the gods, the walls are inscribed with the verses of renowned bards throughout history. Each day, throngs of minstrels flock to admire and recite these verses repeatedly. The melodies of these songs bestow countless blessings upon the sanctified halls, rendering it indestructible, radiating light day and night, with music flowing freely, and holy water crystallizing into frost, a myriad of wondrous phenomena. Moreover, it is said that those apostolic priests can derive mysterious revelations from this, granting them a slender chance to ascend to the legendary vocation of prophet. While the entirety of the continent of Lafa remains oblivious, the kingdom of the Golden Sparrow is acutely aware that there exists but one prophet, who resides in the sacred hall of Versailles, overseeing all priests under the dual jurisdiction of the kingdom and its territories. In truth, I too am a bard, Aldington. I once published a secret anthology of poems titled Hector and the Forest Fairy, sending 100 copies to Butterfly Castle. You ought to have read this collection. What do you think of my work, and which poem do you favor the most? Hector concluded his meditation on the art of combat, rose from his bed, and gestured for a servant to bring a bottle of Batini wine. Aldington, taken aback, responded, Uncle, you have actually published a poetry collection? Hector raised an eyebrow, sensing the oversight in this statement. So, you mean to say you have not read Hector and the Forest Fairy? Ahem. You should understand that during these past 7 years, I have primarily resided in the Iron Fortress, and Lord Dulloch has not permitted me to read poetry or related literature. Aldington's eyes darted, and he added, In truth, I have a great fondness for poetry. I shall certainly seek out this collection for a thorough reading. Well, one cannot say that Lord Dulloch's actions are entirely misguided. Indeed, encountering overly chaotic content too early is not beneficial, Hector nodded. Nevertheless, you have now advanced to the rank of a trainee knight and awakened your bloodline. Thus, even with closed eyes, you may ascend to become a beast knight. Therefore, learning poetry is not a futile endeavor. Aldington had no intention of studying poetry. I know you wish to focus on honing your combat skills, but Aldington, you must comprehend that the cultivation of combat entails the fusion of body and spirit. However, it is not without flaws, which is why the power of beasts is needed to supplement natural strength. Hence, noble knights must also utilize faith to remedy their deficiencies. Is that so? Of course, at your current level of combat, you are yet unaware of such flaws. Once your combat undergoes a qualitative transformation, you will begin to perceive these inadequacies. At that point, you will instinctively journey to the altars and temples to pray to the three gods, seeking to replenish your natural power. The servant brought the batini, and Hector poured a shallow cup for his nephew, continuing, "The natural power of priests is fixed, which is certainly advantageous for most knights. However, if you possess talent and sing a classic poem, the natural power you gain will be everlasting. So, uncle, which classic poems have you sung?" Well, a hymn." Hector awkwardly defended himself. "Inspiration strikes unexpectedly. Much like most bards, I am constantly in search of that elusive spark. In any case, I suggest you learn poetry composition from me. Those with talent are always in high demand." Aldington smiled and nodded. "Then, how does one embark on the path of a bard?" "There is no need for special training. Much like how priests pray, bards continuously create poetry, pouring their emotions into it, seeking inspiration from the cosmos. When it descends, you will understand that all is worthwhile." After finishing a cup of batini and listening to Hector drone on about various poetic styles and techniques, Aldington took his leave. Upon returning to his chamber, it was already 11:30. The War of Peloponnesus lay on the table, and he first contemplated the information divulged by Hector. According to his words, the Jasmine Empire was fictitious, as was the figure of Emperor Pros. Yet, he felt an innate conviction that this was not mere fabrication. The valiant metal was proof of something greater. 35,000 years. History is far too distant. Initially, I doubted whether the sea in the book was a legacy left by our ancestor Lungit, the Thunder Wolf. Yet now, it seems that even if it is a legacy, it must trace back another 25,000 years. Aldington shook his head. Ancestor Lungit was a dragon knight from millennia past. The timeline simply did not align. However, the existence of the bloodline potion of thunder power presented a contradiction. If Lungit did not exist, from whence sprang this bloodline potion? Thus, unable to unravel the enigma, he chose to set it aside. As he flipped through the poetry collection on the table, he recalled Hector's suggestion. Should I attempt to compose poetry? He felt that the status of a bard carried a certain prestige, while knights were indeed the most esteemed in the kingdom of the Golden Sparrow. Various literary figures, poets, musicians, and painters were also highly revered. Even some actors in musical theater could become esteemed guests in noble social circles, garnering the affections of noble women. Furthermore, within the memories of the original owner, there existed an absurd tale concerning Baron Orino. This incident transpired 4 years ago when Baron Orino kept a soprano in a small Versailles, an affair discovered by Lady Helena, which caused quite a stir. Consequently, Lady Helena visited the Iron Fortress, accompanying her son for a month until Baron Orino finally took him home. The original owner learned of his father's dalliance through his mother's grievances. Of course, those past events were like smoke in the wind. Aldington set aside his thoughts, rang the bell, and called for a servant. "Go fetch me some paper and a pen." The attending servant promptly responded, "Yes, my lord." In a short while, he returned with paper and pen. Spreading out the writing paper, Aldington further instructed, "Tomorrow, inform Butler Carson to arrange a bookshelf in my chamber and place some paper and pens upon it, as I shall require them for my daily needs." Previously, there had been no paper or pens in his chamber. All research and records had to be conducted in the castle's study. "Very well. Now go rest. I do not require anyone to attend to me." After dismissing the servant, he faced the blank paper and pondered for a considerable time before finally lifting his pen to write in the script of the kingdom of the Golden Sparrow, facing the sea. "With spring flowers blooming, Aldington Lewin, the iris. From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person. Tending to horses, chopping wood, traveling the world." Chapter 0038, The Great Poet. A translation of Facing the Sea, with spring flowers blooming, carefully penned by Aldington. In his previous life, as a well-rounded individual who had matured into an older bachelor, he possessed a fair understanding of poetry, primarily gleaned from his school textbooks, translating from Chinese characters to the script of the Golden Sparrow. It was evident that the format and rhythm were somewhat discordant, yet the core emotions remained intact. As the last letter was inscribed, a shiver coursed through him. akin to the sensation of consuming an ice pop on a sweltering summer day. This feeling was exquisitely delightful, as if a mysterious force had washed over him, cleansing not just physical impurities, but also the stains upon his soul. Even the slight disharmony experienced during his traversal and fusion had dissipated under this enigmatic power. He felt entirely whole, naturally so. There was no longer a distinction between his past life and this one. He was simply Aldington, nothing more. Simultaneously, the white paper on the table began to exhibit an extraordinary reaction. Each letter seemed to emerge like gentle waves, radiating a soft glow, illuminating from the first letter to the last, before gradually fading away. The paper remained unchanged, yet the black ink possessed an inexplicable vitality. Initially, given his calligraphy, these letters of the Golden Sparrow script could only be described as barely legible. Now, however, he perceived that each letter exuded an exquisite charm. What is this? Aldington swiftly deduced. Has the classic poem elicited a response from the natural power? Thus, I have created a classic poem. I am now a qualified bard. Henceforth, whenever I chant my verses, I shall receive special blessings. The surprise came too suddenly, but upon further reflection, it seemed only natural. Facing the Sea, with spring flowers blooming, was a modern poem that had graced the language arts curriculum, attesting to its value, and now it was making its debut in the Mubo world, rendering it a wholly new creation. Capable of embodying faith and becoming a widely sung piece, bestowing unique advantages. With this realization, he could hardly contain his eagerness to chant. From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person, tending to horses, chopping wood, traveling the world. From tomorrow onward, I shall care for grains and vegetables that I possess a castle, facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. He altered house to castle, for indeed, he truly owned a castle. From tomorrow onward, I shall correspond with each of my loved ones, sharing with them my happiness. The joyful lightning that has graced me, I shall relay to everyone. With a snap of his fingers, a robust bolt of lightning burst forth, forming a shape of happiness. I shall bestow a warm name upon every river and mountain. Strangers, I also bless you. May you have a brilliant future, may you find love, and may you attain happiness in this world. I only wish to face the sea, with spring flowers blooming. He recited the entire poem with heartfelt emotion. Although there seemed to be no immediate reaction, in that instant, he distinctly sensed a gentle breeze sweeping through the chamber, dispelling the somewhat stale atmosphere. Upon closer inspection, the bedroom, illuminated by the magic lamp, now radiated a refreshing aura, a renewal of the old. He suddenly thought of an inappropriate idiom to describe the special effect brought forth by facing the sea, with spring flowers blooming. In truth, the effect of bidding farewell to the old and welcoming the new was not particularly pronounced. Had it not been for his status as a novice knight, endowing him with a heightened sensitivity to the nuances of atmosphere, he might not have even perceived such changes. Nonetheless, when he composed the verse about facing the sea and the warmth of spring, he had already ascended to the role of a competent bard. Should I share this joy with my uncle? Never mind, I shall ponder it tomorrow. There is no rush at this moment. My mind brims with a multitude of poetic works. Rainy Alley, Farewell to Cambridge, To the Oak, Mistakes, Nostalgia, I Love This Land, Still Water, Some People, and I believe there are fragments yet to come, along with the voices of a generation and so forth. It astonishes me that I can recall so many poems. At this moment, Aldington felt destined to become the most illustrious poet within the realm of the Golden Flower Kingdom, throughout the continent of Rafa. And indeed across the entire world of Mubud, he was well-versed not only in modern poetry, but also in countless ancient verses. Translations of these ancient works would undoubtedly lose their rhythm and form. It remained uncertain whether they would still be deemed classic poetry. Perhaps he might endeavor to translate one or two in the future. By the way, do songs qualify as a form of poetry? Another significant revelation struck him. I recall that the song When You Are Old is adapted from a foreign poem, supposedly penned by the Irish poet Yeats. This suggests that poetry and song share a commonality. As long as we exclude trivial pop songs, many songs can indeed be regarded as classic poetic compositions. Whether it was a boon from his transmigration, he found that memories of poetry and songs surfaced vividly in his mind whenever he recalled them. That night, he tossed and turned for quite some time before finally falling asleep. Early the next morning, before 6:30, Aldington was already up, practicing the thunder sword on the lawn. Knights typically engage in the cultivation of 3 types of weaponry in addition to their martial energy: archery, swordsmanship, and marksmanship. While the novice knight phase did not necessitate excessive diligence in archery and marksmanship, swordsmanship required a lifelong commitment to rigorous practice. Applause erupted. It was his uncle Hector, striding over with a hot dog in hand, unceremoniously munching while he spoke. Young Aldington, you rise exceptionally early. The sun has only just begun to rise. With such remarkable talent, coupled with your diligence, you are destined to make a name for yourself in the Golden Flower Kingdom. Aldington executed the final few moves of his swordplay, then sheathed his sword to regain his composure. Upon seeing Hector finish his hot dog, he too prepared to practice swordsmanship. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he instantly donned a radiant smile and approached Hector. Uncle, last night you expressed hope that I would also become a bard. I pondered it throughout the night and found great merit in your words. Thus, I have formally decided. I wish to become a bard. Very perceptive indeed, Hector praised, raising his thumb in approval. Hee. Aldington smiled humbly. Consequently, I composed a poem overnight and would like to request your critique to see if it reaches the standard of classic poetry. Upon hearing this, Hector burst into laughter. He clapped Aldington's shoulder heartily. Young Aldington, I understand your eagerness to become a qualified bard swiftly. However, you must realize that a poet requires both inspiration and a solid foundation. You must first learn about rhyme schemes and meter. Do you understand? But I have already composed it. How about I recite it for you? Aldington cleared his throat and began his performance. Without the gasps of astonishment from an audience, what value does even the finest work possess? Chapter 39. The Artistic Wind, a Melody of Heartache. Where can one seek a kindred spirit? Upon concluding his rendition of Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, Aldington not only felt the gentle, warm breeze caress his face once more, but Hector, equally sensitive, also sensed this mysterious force. He exclaimed, Nature's blessing. Nature's blessing. The power of nature is enigmatic. When plants receive its blessing, they can give rise to miraculous beings such as the blessed nymph. Priests cultivate their faith, gathering holy water to nourish the three deities and the blessed nymph, which is also a form of nature's blessing. Similarly, when a bard produces a classic poem, they too can receive nature's blessing. Hector gazed at Aldington, his expression shifting through a complex array of emotions, finally letting out a deep sigh. I began writing poetry at 19. Now, after 16 years, I have published poetry collections and compiled stage plays. Yet I have never once received nature's blessing. Yet you, with your first poem, have already invoked it. He paused, suppressing his restless emotions, and gave Aldington a thumbs up. You shall become a great poet of your generation. There are no ranks among bards, but those with exceptional works inevitably gain illustrious titles. The most distinguished bard of the Golden Flower Kingdom is Floribus, the poet saint of the Seine. Aldington felt immense satisfaction at Hector's reaction. He smiled and inquired, Who are the saints of the Seine? The most beautiful river in the Golden Flower Kingdom, the Seine, flows through the capital of Versailles, where the intellectual splendor of the entire kingdom converges. The most representative figures are the saints of the Seine, Floribus, the poet saint, Saint Billy, and the painter Saint Vilefin, the shooting star. Was Libya of common birth? Aldington asked, intrigued. Indeed, he was the son of a small merchant, yet he has become an honored guest of Princess Elisa, Hector replied, his tone filled with envy and jealousy when mentioning honored guest. A princess is not a royal but rather the daughter of a prince or duke, akin to a temporary noble title. Aldington had heard of Princess Elisa's renowned beauty. Often referred to as the Pearl of Versailles, her every move pursued by the gossiping press, even the Versailles Daily, published in Little Versailles, would occasionally feature news about her. However, Princess Elisa was already in her 30s. Having lost her husband and raising an orphan alone, in her unwillingness to succumb to loneliness, she began accepting a few honored guests. It seemed that Hector had long desired the attention of this princess. Yet regrettably, he lacked the talent to produce a single classic poem, rendering him unworthy of her favor. Aldington, you possess the talent of a poet. You shall become a celebrated bard throughout the kingdom. When the opportunity arises, I will take you to the capital of Versailles, where you can truly experience the allure of knowledge. Hector described another side of the world to him. Martial energy affords us only status. Talent is the key to universal respect. The enlightened world always transitions from primitive barbarism to spiritual illumination, a concept Aldington found easy to grasp. Ancient Rome perished under the invasion of barbarians, Yet the plundering barbarians swiftly proclaimed themselves the inheritors of Rome's legacy, merely requiring an enlightened facade to embellish and beautify themselves. The Golden Flower Kingdom has thrived for over 5,000 years. Aside from the fervor of war in its border regions, the interior has long been immersed in an inescapable artistic atmosphere. The uncle and nephew stood on the lawn, passionately discussing art. Hector, a quintessential nobleman, cherished art more than warfare, and Aldington, having experienced the benefits of being a poet, naturally developed a burgeoning interest in art at that moment. Baron Orino approached. "Hector, Aldington, what are you discussing?" The Baron, clad in military attire, never missed his morning lessons. "Orino, I must once again extend my congratulations." "What for?" "Aldington, your son, my nephew, is not only an awakened knight, but also a bard destined for greatness," Hector exclaimed, embracing Aldington with pride. "He has inherited the bloodline of the Iris family and the remarkable traits of the Eagle Strike family." Baron Orino looked puzzled. "A bard? You wish for Aldington to learn poetry from you?" "Hector, are you serious? Not to belittle you, but your poetry collection has failed to sell, and the publishers in Little Versailles refuse to publish it." "Ahem." Hector quickly interrupted Orino. "I am not speaking of myself. I do not intend to teach Aldington to write poetry. I am saying he possesses the talent." Aldington stood by, calmly observing. He knew that gaining fame did not require his active involvement, as his uncle was quite enthusiastic. "How come I wasn't aware of his talent?" "That is because you have never witnessed him write poetry. Orino, I would not deceive you. He truly possesses a gift." Hector turned to Aldington and said, "Come, recite your composition, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, for your father," allowing him to personally experience the charm of classic poetry. Aldington had no choice but to perform once more. After a passionate recitation, the gentle breeze brushed against him, making the already fresh morning air feel even more invigorating. Baron Orino was visibly moved. Nature's blessing. Indeed, it is nature's blessing. Aldington's first poem has invoked nature's blessing. He undoubtedly possesses the talent of a bard. On the path of cultivation, this single poem surpasses 3 years of prayers to the 3 deities. Hector proclaimed proudly, asserting that the support of nature's power could compensate for the shortcomings of martial energy training. Baron Orino gazed at his son, as if seeing him anew. "I am unaware of what you have learned at Grey Iron Fortress, but you make me proud, Aldington. I merely strive to excel in every endeavor." "My dear father," Aldington replied humbly, "this year, I wish to take Aldington to the capital of Versailles, allowing him to experience true splendor," Hector suggested. Baron Orino shook his head. "No, the splendor of Versailles may dull one's resolve. Now is the time for Aldington to pursue his ambitions with vigor. After a while, I shall return him to the Grey Iron Fortress, for it is essential for our family's foundation that he continues his apprenticeship as a knight under the esteemed Count Dulic." "Father, I believe I no longer need to go to the Grey Iron Fortress." Aldington expressed, his heart yearning for Versailles, a place rumored to possess an astonishing splendor. As a time traveler, he found little interest in attending lessons day after day. "Such childish thoughts," Baron Orino reprimanded sternly. "Do you believe that a knight's training lies solely in martial prowess? What you are learning under Count Dulic is the art of war. The magical beasts surrounding Red Leaf Town are now but trifles. Staying here will not allow you to grasp the essence of knighthood." Chapter 0040. The Pearl Oyster. Despite Baron Orino's admonishment, Aldington remained somewhat unconvinced. He was a man destined for a path of overwhelming strength, aiming to become a dragon knight. Perhaps, in conventional warfare, knights must learn to charge together in formation, but for a dragon knight, combat is the affair of 1 or 2 individuals, and ordinary knights cannot partake in the battles between dragon knights. Aldington's modest aspiration was to become a dragon knight, and upon achieving that, he would stand as a strategic figure within the kingdom of the Golden Blossom. Thus, he now yearned for the opulence of this world. Why labor excessively when one could live comfortably? Of course, he did not dare to oppose the Baron. At least for the first 2 years until he turned 18, he must maintain the guise of the underage heir of the Iris family. Following the path laid out by the Baron, once he reached adulthood, he could freely indulge in his desires, making it easier to pursue his ambitions. "Very well, I shall not take Aldington to Versailles," Hector conceded, "but I will take him to Little Versailles. And we can publish his poetry in the newspaper. I am acquainted with the editor of the Versailles Daily, and I can arrange for a prominent feature for Aldington." Baron Orino did not decline but proposed, Let us all go together to enjoy a musical theater performance, and perhaps host a small salon at the villa. A salon, originally a luxurious parlor for the upper class, evolved into a social gathering. That sounds splendid. An hour later, the family gathered. Old Lady Carly and Lady Helena traveled by carriage, while Aldington rode alongside the Baron and his uncle towards Little Versailles. Even with swift travel, it would take an entire day to reach Little Versailles. Yet there was a small town along the way. Not much larger than a village, it was named Horseshoe Pearl, a rather peculiar name. Long ago, a river flowed through this area, abundant with river oysters that produced pearls, leading to the settlement of pearl fishers. The river's winding path resembled a horseshoe, and after the provincial governor of the Danube River conducted an inspection here, a small town was established, named Horseshoe Pearl, in the Kingdom of the Golden Blossom. Most towns belonged to the king, with noble estates primarily located in the countryside. The Iris family's estate, Redleaf Town, was a quintessential rural area, consisting of a castle and 3 marketplaces. However, through the adept management of several generations of family heads, they had established industries in nearby towns. Adjacent to Horseshoe Pearl was a manor dedicated to pearl fishing, owned by the Iris family. Pearl Manor. Aldington observed the sign hanging on the gate of the manor's fence while riding his horse. Red Bean. The family named their estates quite casually, reflecting the main business conducted there. For instance, the Sweet Potato Manor that previously suffered from gopher infestations, and the Magical Manor where the Magic House was located. In fact, several nearby noble estates were also named Pearl Manor, distinguished only by the flags they displayed. Here, the flag of the purple iris fluttered as the evening sun cast its golden glow upon the earth. The winding Horseshoe River mirrored the radiant sunlight, with lush green fields on one side and undulating city buildings on the other, creating a picturesque scene. Red Bean grazed leisurely along the riverbank, while Aldington held a fishing rod, casting his line into the water. Both Arino and Hector, also holding fishing rods, shared Aldington's sentiment of wanting to escape the confines of the manor to enjoy the pastime of fishing. The Horseshoe River, home to pearl-producing oysters, also harbored a species of bass with large mouths, which during this season was spawning, making them not only delicious but rich and nutritious. Before long, a servant approached. "My lord, the esteemed administrator of Horseshoe Pearl has come to pay his respects. Let him join us for fishing," Baron Arino replied without turning his head. Shortly after, a portly middle-aged man approached the riverbank with a jovial demeanor. "My lord, have you caught any largemouth bass?" "Ah, Snowden, you have arrived just in time to fish together. I recall your fishing skills are quite impressive." "Without the talent for cultivation, I must rely on a few tricks," Snowden replied, glancing at Hector before warmly greeting him. "Are you the Honorable Viscount Hector of the Falconry family?" Hector responded with a measured demeanor, maintaining the poise expected of nobility. Unperturbed, Snowden, hailing from a lesser noble family, was accustomed to the inequalities of their class society. He did not overlook Aldington, extending a cordial greeting. "You must be young Master Aldington. I hear you have already developed your martial energy. I have brought you a gift, which I left at the manor." "Thank you, Administrator Snowden," Aldington replied with a smile, recognizing him as a frequent visitor to Butterfly Castle, as the administrator of Horseshoe Pearl. Fostering good relations with the nearby noble estates was part of his duties. The Baron remarked, "Snowden, let us fish for now. Stay for dinner this evening." "Thank you for your generosity." As the sun set, the fish basket contained but a few catches, and not a single largemouth bass had been hooked, perhaps due to poor positioning or perhaps they had been fished out by local fishermen. Fortunately, the enjoyment was derived from the act of fishing rather than the quantity of the catch. After a simple dinner, Snowden took his leave, in the villa illuminated by oil lamps. Baron Arino was listening to a report from the steward, while Aldington attentively absorbed the proceedings. Learning about governance. This year, the water level of the Horseshoe River is significantly lower than in previous years. The rainy season has yet to arrive, causing a decline in the number of pearl oysters. And consequently, the manor's pearl production is dwindling, the steward reported. "Is this the case for the nearby estates as well?" "Indeed, my lord." "Then it seems the profits from Pearl Manor will drastically decrease over the next 2 years. Will the yield improve once the rainy season arrives?" "It may be difficult, my lord. The breeding season for pearl oysters is from April to June, and we are already halfway through, with the river at such a low level. It will be challenging for the oysters to reproduce. Even when the rainy season arrives, the breeding numbers will likely be insufficient, resulting in a continued decline in production for at least 2 consecutive years." Aldington, who had been listening intently, suddenly inquired, "What is the price of pearls?" Depending on the size and quality of the pearls, they are classified into 9 grades. The finest grade can sell for 1 lef per gram, while the lowest grade can be purchased for 10 copper coins per gram. However, we typically grind the inferior pearls into powder for sale, as there is a high demand from magicians for pearl powder, which should see a significant price increase this year. The steward explained in detail. 1 lef equates to 1 gold coin, and in the kingdom of the golden blossom, a gold coin weighs approximately 17 grams, meaning the finest pearls are worth 17 times their weight in gold, while the lowest quality pearls are merely 1/60th of gold's value. Regardless of quality, pearls command a high price, making it a lucrative venture. Why doesn't the manor engage in artificial cultivation? Aldington continued to inquire. The steward shook his head. The cost of cultivating pearl oysters is quite high. Most crucially, only a small fraction of the oysters produce pearls, while the majority do not. Is it not possible to artificially create pearls? Artificially create pearls? Aldington observed the steward's perplexed expression and surmised that the technology for cultivating pearls had likely not yet been developed. Or perhaps the locals were simply unaware of the process of pearl formation. Chapter 0041. Vaguely, can this steward be trusted? After the steward concluded his report and took his leave, Aldington posed the question to Baron Orino. "Why do you ask?" Baron Orino inquired. Puzzled, Callie is the nephew of the previous steward of Butterfly Castle. Both of his parents hail from our own estate, so loyalty should not be a concern. Aldington, having been quite young when the previous steward passed away, had little memory of him. He deliberated before speaking. "I recall reading in a book, or perhaps hearing from someone, that pearls form when foreign particles, like sand or parasites, invade and irritate the oyster, prompting it to secrete a substance that envelopes the irritant, ultimately forming a pearl. Is that how pearls are formed?" Baron Orino asked, astonished. "Yes, that should be the general idea. Based on this principle, artificial pearl cultivation could indeed be attempted." Aldington resolved to devise a new industry for the family. "We could send people to catch pearl oysters, and then introduce foreign objects to encourage them to grow pearls." Although Aldington was not entirely sure if pearls could be artificially cultivated in this manner, the underlying principle seemed sound. Baron Orino glanced at his son, who spoke with such enthusiasm, and replied noncommittally, "I will have Callie arrange for an experiment regarding your proposal for artificial cultivation. You are currently in a learning phase, so focus on observing and learning from me and your mother, as well as from Count Dulick. There is no need to concern yourself with such matters." It seemed that the proposal for artificial pearl cultivation had not garnered respect. Aldington lowered his eyes, responding in a neutral tone, "Yes, I understand. Very well, go now and rest early." "Father, do take your rest early." He bid farewell and departed. He instructed the servant to prepare water for a bath, upon returning to his own chamber. Aldington continued to ponder, feeling a sense of urgency to shed the label of minor. Yet, being 16 remained just that. It would not be overturned by a bloodline awakening or the promise of becoming a future literary luminary. In the eyes of his parents, he remained but a child. "In my previous life, I drifted aimlessly for 30 years, achieving nothing. In this life, I refuse to remain inconspicuous. I must develop in all aspects morality, intellect, physique, aesthetics, and labor, rather than merely conforming to the mold of a typical noble in this world and era. I must carve out my own brilliance." Were he to transcend into a baron, he would boldly implement reforms upon his domain. Alas, he was merely the heir to a barony. His father, Baron Orino, was in the prime of his life, likely to live to a ripe old age of 120 following the normal timeline. For at least 70 years, he would bear the title of Baron Heir. Should Baron Orino choose to abdicate early, Aldington might indulge in the pleasures of baronial life. Yet if he remained indifferent to relinquishing his title, it was entirely possible that the title would pass directly to his grandson, or even great-grandson. This was not an improbable scenario. Lady Carly's father, Count Kaluk of Almond City, did not allow his son, Carly's brother, to inherit the title, instead passing it directly to his eldest grandson, Cater. Hence, Carly's brother has always borne the title of Viscount, living in quiet frustration until his demise. Generational inheritance is quite a common practice among noble families. Naturally, knights who engage in warfare may find their physical capabilities waning with age, precluding their ascent to higher ranks, and typically choose to abdicate in favor of their descendants for the betterment of the family. First, I shall establish a name for myself as a bard and navigate these 2 years with stability. Upon turning 18, I might venture forth to create my own independent enterprise. The Iris family possesses a pearl estate in the city of Pearl Hoof. Surrounding the small Versailles, there are 3 estates, a vineyard for aging red wine, a wild boar estate for raising pigs, cattle, and sheep, and a racehorse estate for breeding thoroughbreds. Within the vineyard estate stands a modest castle, named the Butterfly Cottage Castle. Upon arriving at Butterfly Cottage Castle, an evening ball was held that night, inviting several familiar nobles, officials, clergy, wizards, and artists from the small Versailles city. The imperial baron is not particularly distinguished in the Danube province. However, the small Versailles has gathered the luminaries of an entire province, but the Iris family, being of noble blood, commands great respect in high society. Even without sending out extensive invitations, over 50 prominent figures attended the cottage castle. In the dance hall, men and women twirled gracefully to the music. Baron Areno and Autumn engaged in hushed conversation on the sofa. "What did the Chancellor say?" inquired Baron Areno. "I personally delivered the invitation to the Chancellor. He is quite dedicated, still attending to state affairs in his office. He inquired about the guests of the ball, and upon hearing the names of several nobles and socialites, he accepted the invitation, stating he would not have time to attend, but would visit the cottage castle when he was free. What is your impression? Is he genuinely busy or deliberately distant?" "Both," Autumn replied, taking a sip of golden rum. "He has indeed been quite occupied. The entire Danube province is experiencing drought, and the spring crops may suffer significant losses. It is possible that the Golden Flax and Macedonia may soon go to war over their resources. The instability of the Golden Danube brings both crisis and opportunity." Baron Areno mused. "Tomorrow, take Hector and the others to explore, while I shall personally pay a visit to the Chancellor." "Is it a private visit?" "No, it is a formal visit." There is no need for concern in the Golden Danube plains. The Iris family need not regard anyone's opinion. Baron Areno patted his younger brother's shoulder. "Remember this. Our Iris family remains ever loyal to the king. That is an unshakable premise." "I understand. Now, enjoy the ball, and be sure to promote Aldington." His poem, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms, is exquisite in its artistry and delicate in emotion, and I believe it will be embraced by the socialites of small Versailles. You must keep a close watch and ensure those social butterflies do not frighten him. Autumn shrugged. "I believe those socialites will first have to pass through Hector's scrutiny." Unaware of the teasing from his father and uncle, Aldington gently sipped from his wine glass, being observed by a pair of sisters with alluring gazes. "We have attended several balls and salons hosted by the Iris family, yet this is the first time we have seen you." "Young Baron Aldington," spoke the elder sister, Lucia Biviguri, while playfully wetting her lips with her tongue, radiating seduction. "I have been serving at the Grey Iron Fortress." "Of course, I know. You are the squire of Viscount Dulick. I once accompanied my father to visit the Grey Iron Fortress and witnessed you lifting the lance for Viscount Dulick. That knightly lance is quite heavy, requiring 3 squires to carry it." The younger sister, Rosa Biviguri, chimed in with a smile. Biviguri is a name associated with a popular beer brand throughout the Danube province. Due to their family's extensive hop cultivation, Lucia and Rosa's ancestors chose Biviguri as their surname. Their father, Rudolph Biviguri, holds the title of baron, serving under an imperial count. Thanks to Biviguri beer, their family enjoys remarkable wealth. Chapter 0042. Making a name if the highest rating is 10, then if Lu Yifei and Wang Zuxian's looks score 9. Lucia and Rosa would likely score 7, comparable to the likes of Zhou Dongyu and Guan Xiaodong. While they are pleasing to the eye, they do not evoke deep admiration. After all, having seen numerous 10 out of 10 beauties on social media platforms, Aldington's standards for beauty have been significantly elevated. Thus, when Lucia and Rosa attempted to entice him, he maintained a composed demeanor, engaging in calm conversation. The path of a knight is a serious and monotonous journey, with little worth sharing in terms of stories, he replied when the sisters inquired. "Have you ever battled magical beasts in the forest? I swing my sword, and the magical beast falls to the ground. That roughly summarizes the process. Blood everywhere." "No, sometimes we seal the wounds of the magical beasts, as their blood is also a highly valuable material." Aldington spoke nonchalantly, not particularly skilled at storytelling and reluctant to share. Lucia feigned admiration. "So, you have killed many magical beasts." Aldington, You truly are impressive to have slain magical beasts at such a young age. Ah, two beautiful ladies, the truly remarkable person stands before you. Viscount Hector approached with his wine-glass in hand. I am Hector. Soaring like the eagle, what are your names? Honorable Viscount Hector, I am Lucia, my father is Rudolph Bivaguri, and this is my sister, Rosa. Ah, the two ladies of the Bivaguri family. I have a fondness for Bivaguri. Every time I visit the Danube province, I must indulge in a bottle of Bivaguri beer. Hector skillfully steered the conversation towards himself, engaging warmly with the sisters and liberating Aldington from his awkwardness that in his view, he was there to alleviate Aldington's discomfort. After all, young men often blush and fumble when encountering beautiful women at the same time. He ensured that Aldington remained focused. At this age, a noble heir must prioritize training and not indulge in romantic distractions. From a distance, Autumn observed the scene and recognized his assumptions were correct. Hector would take good care of Aldington. Thus, he shifted his focus, enthusiastically immersing himself in socializing, as building connections was vital for a junker official in small Versailles. Especially in the current competition for agricultural trade leadership, these connections would serve as a deterrent against rivals. Of course, what pleased him even more was that his nephew had awakened. It was time to announce it to the world at an opportune moment, a true trump card. Barontrov, have you heard a new poem? Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms. May I recite it for you? And you could offer your critique. Oh, is this your new work? Not at all. I lack such poetic flair. It is you, Barontrov, who possesses exceptional talent. Ha, Autumn, you are too modest. My poetic ability is merely average, though I am grateful for the affection of small Versailles. While I lack classic works, I have managed to publish pieces in the Versailles Daily. Barantrov's face lit up with a wide smile. Do sing. If it is commendable, I could recommend it to the newspaper's editor. Autumn cleared his throat, gazing at the gathering crowd, and began to recite. From tomorrow onward, I shall be a happy person. With this, he began to promote Aldington's poetry. Meanwhile, Hector also commenced his promotional efforts, specifically addressing the noble ladies. Miss Lucia, seeing your elegant and beautiful smile, I suddenly wish to recite a poem for you. Ah, Viscount Dulick, you wish to recite poetry? How fortunate I am to hear your verses, Lucia replied, smiling demurely, her eyes sparkling with shimmering allure. Beside her, her sister Rosa expressed a mix of jealousy and delight. Sister, you are so lucky. The Viscount is reciting poetry for you. Miss Rosa, we can listen together. Both of you are so exquisitely beautiful. Hector elegantly pinched his Adam's apple before commencing his serenade. From tomorrow onward, be a happy person, as he sang with his face towards the sea, where spring blossoms bloomed. In the ballroom where the ball was held, the air, which had previously felt somewhat murky, suddenly transformed as if a gentle breeze had swept through, bringing with it the natural fragrance of blossoms. The enchanted magic lamp seemed to brighten considerably in that moment, invigorating the atmosphere. The distinguished ladies who had not cultivated martial energy, along with those officials and socialites who had also not mastered such skills, appeared to feel little difference. However, the noble knights who had trained in martial arts truly sensed the refreshing aura of newness. May you find happiness in this earthly realm that I only wish to face the sea, where spring blossoms flourish. As Autumn and Hector finished singing this piece, many elegantly dancing nobles and socialites had ceased their movements. The butler of the Butterfly Villa Castle, having received prior instructions, discreetly lowered the volume of the music until it became inaudible. A natural blessing. A classic poem, Barantrov exclaimed. This is a classic work. Autumn, quickly tell me, who is the author? Though I cannot feel the natural blessing, I can certainly capture the aura it conveys, and its literary brilliance and emotion are simply astonishing, a socialite exclaimed in response. Before my eyes, a painting has emerged, featuring the sea, a castle, and a minstrel standing upon the ramparts, surveying the vast landscape. Is this yet another new classic poem? May the three gods bless us. Today's ball is marvelous. Autumn, do not delay. Swiftly reveal which great poet has penned this new work. Observing the astonished expressions of those surrounding him, Autumn proudly raised his chin. The author of this poem is present at today's ball, but you would never guess who it is. Meanwhile, after Hector had completed his song, the two sisters were already gazing at him with starry eyes. They were renowned social butterflies from Little Versailles, lacking in poetic talent, yet their ability to feign elegance had reached its zenith. and their sensitivity to the nuances of poetry was equally sharp. The elder sister, Lucia, praised, "Wow, is this a classic poem? I can feel the gentle breeze upon my face. Duly cool. You are so talented." The younger sister, Rosa, echoed, "Indeed, you are an exceptionally gifted poet." Another socialite nearby chimed in Little Versailles, no poet has been able to create a classic poem as heartwarming as this piece, Facing the Sea, where spring blossoms flourish. Count Duly Cool, you have truly brought us immense joy. I believe I shall listen to this poem as I drift off to sleep for the coming months." After speaking, she blinked coyly, casting a flirtatious glance. Although Hector was already married with children, his tall and handsome stature made him evidently a prime object of desire for the evening. Ahem. Hector relished the attention of the gathered admirers. But he did not forget his purpose. "Although I am also a minstrel and have published a collection of poetry, I must apologize. Facing the Sea, where spring blossoms flourish is not my creation. Allow me to formally introduce its author." Chapter 0043, to bear in mind. The absence of a spotlight was the greatest regret of the ball, as it precluded any possibility of dancing. Standing in the center of the dance floor, receiving the gazes of both men and women, was somewhat awkward for Aldington, for he had never experienced such a sense of presence in his previous life. My nephew. Hector and Odom flanked Aldington, who stood at the center. The three of them were roughly the same height, each just over 6 feet tall. Hector and Aldington were each strikingly handsome, while Odom was perhaps less so, yet could still be described as ruggedly appealing. In the corner of the room, Baron Areno and a middle-aged nobleman conversed over drinks. Meanwhile, in another circle, several older ladies surrounded the elderly Lady Carly, while younger women flocked around Lady Helena. Aldington possesses all the qualities of a minstrel. This classic poem, Facing the Sea, where spring blossoms flourish, is his first foray into poetry. This means that when he began to learn the craft, his talent and gift could no longer be concealed. Hector passionately extolled his nephew's merits. "Indeed, I knew from a young age that he was extraordinary, but I was still taken aback when he presented this classic poem." Odom added in support, "This was the customary practice of noble socializing. Some were responsible for showcasing talent, others for playing the part, and some for lavishly praising, as fame and fortune remained humanity's greatest desires." Elevating Aldington's name brought with it seemingly few immediate benefits, yet the indirect advantages were abundant, raising the family's stature, expanding social circles, and satiating one's vanity. High society was always keen on such pursuits. This is a classic poem capable of evoking natural blessings. Among the countless minstrels in the world, perhaps the vast majority will never create even one in their lifetime. Let alone at the tender age of 16, his uncle and great-uncle continued to boast. Aldington felt himself flush with embarrassment, yet he also felt as if he were floating in the clouds. Were it not for a measure of rationality, he might have genuinely believed himself to be that talented. The noble ladies attending the ball regarded him with eyes that seemed to blaze with fire, making him hesitant to meet their gaze. Fearing that a mere glance might lead to misunderstandings, he chose to maintain a facade of nonchalance, tilting his head at a 15-degree angle to admire the magical lamp on the wall ahead, wearing a smile and remaining silent. Hector and Odom are being quite foolish. I warned them not to push Aldington into the spotlight. That it would have sufficed for this poem to be published in the Versailles Daily. Lady Helena complained to the ladies nearby. A socialite with an elaborate hairstyle immediately replied, "How can Aldington hide such talent?" "Madam, your thoughts are misguided. Little Versailles has long awaited the emergence of classic poetry. Indeed, this poem, Facing the Sea, where spring blossoms flourish, is magnificent. It ought to be heard by those in the capital. The splendor of the golden rose does not solely reside in Versailles. Little Versailles shines just as brightly. When Aldington comes of age, he will become the most sought-after gentleman in the golden Danube plains. He is quite handsome, having inherited all the best traits of the baron and his lady." The socialites praised him fervently. Lady Helena, with a smile in her eyes, listened intently to their flattery. Perhaps there was an element of exaggeration, yet overall, she was willing to believe it to be the truth. In a corner on the sofa, the middle-aged nobleman raised his glass. "So, are you planning to have young Aldington pursue the path of a minstrel's natural prowess?" Baron Areno replied, "Why not? Hector has always followed this path. It is swifter than the faith in the three gods and does not require concerns over foundational solidity. Furthermore, with this classic poem circulating, Aldington, being a squire, need not worry about any bottlenecks in martial energy cultivation. You have a fine son. The Iris family has a worthy heir. Once he has gained a measure of strength, I intend to travel to the Ice Valley. I cannot remain indifferent to this secret. Hasmart nodded. Just so, we shall go together. Baron Orino glanced at his longtime friend and could not help but inquire. I feel at ease in trusting the Iris family to Aldington. But what of the De Huai family? My son is no less capable. Besides, Hasmart, do not dwell on family matters like you do, always calculating if my son cannot uphold the family, then it shall pass to my grandson, if the grandson fails as well. Then the De Huai family might as well perish. The secrets of the Ice Valley are a pursuit I cannot forego. Casting a glance at Aldington, who was surrounded in the center of the dance floor, Baron Orino smiled slightly. Very well. We shall venture to the Ice Valley together. I will instruct Aldington to lend assistance should the De Huai family face difficulties. You have such confidence in Aldington. He is merely a minstrel. Perhaps he possesses talent in the path of natural prowess, but knights rely on martial energy. At-16, is he truly exceptional enough? Hasmart expressed his doubts, given Aldington's apparent mediocrity. Baron Orino sipped his golden rum and replied casually, Let us observe. Let us see what Aldington will say. This is, after all, my first time hosting a ball for him. Hasmart shrugged, offering no further comment. In the center of the dance floor, as the atmosphere heated up thanks to Hector and Odom, many socialites began urging Aldington to say a few words. Come now, Aldington, this is your stage. After tonight, your name will echo throughout all of Little Versailles, Aldington Lou and Iris. Every ball and salon will speak of you. The crowd urged. Aldington steadied his mind, scanning the array of men and women. The older noblemen were on the periphery, sipping wine, while the dance floor was crowded with the youth. Of course, though they were called young, any random individual drawn from the crowd would be significantly older than Aldington. He snapped his fingers at a servant carrying a tray, took a glass of shimmering golden rum, and raised it to the crowd. Thank you all for being here, and for your appreciation of facing the sea, where spring blossoms flourish. Lifting the glass, he took a sip, then returned it to the tray. He then continued. What should I say? Let me say a few words. Writing poetry requires inspiration, and I happen to have a spark of it at this moment. Wow. The inspiration of a poet. Someone applauds. Soon, the living room is filled with applause. Once the clapping subsides, Aldington smiles and says, Gula Mama, this is for every lady present. He clears his throat, and the recitation begins. It is the tenderness of a lowered head, like a water lily, shy against the cool breeze. To utter a word of regard, to utter a word of regard. Within that word of regard lies a sweet sorrow. Gula Mama. Chapter 0044. Waxberry Fruit Sayonara, a poem by Sujima. Gifted to a Japanese lady. The term sayonara is evidently a Japanese phrase, and in the continent of Rafa, there exists no nation that speaks Japanese. Thus, he replaced sayonara with Gula Mama. Gula Mama is a term from the neighboring kingdom of Vandalauen, meaning something akin to sayonara, a farewell expression that can be roughly translated as so be it. A brief 5 lines compose this short poem. After reciting it, the knights in the living room keenly sensed that the noble ladies beside them seemed to radiate a newfound brilliance in an instant. The noble women, feeling invigorated, appeared as if they had just completed a hairdo, glowing with splendor. Natural blessings. Another natural blessing. Baron Troff exclaimed in the dance hall. Incredible, this is yet another classic poem. By the gods, I bear witness to the rise of a great poet. Moreover, this is a poem that praises women. It will illuminate the ladies, and such natural blessings will drive the women of Little Versailles wild. Another nobleman marveled. Hector and Odom were momentarily stunned. Having prepared numerous lines to extol the virtues of facing the sea and the warmth of spring, intending for Aldington to establish himself in the poetry circles of Little Versailles. After all, classic poetry is rare, and it is possible that Aldington might not compose another in the coming years. Yet, at that very moment, Aldington astonishingly crafted another classic poem that in just 2 days, 2 classic poems had consecutively stirred natural blessings. How utterly remarkable. Gula Mama. Yes, Gula Mama. Hector snapped back to reality, tightly embracing Aldington's shoulders, exclaiming, You will be renowned in Little Versailles. No, no, you will be celebrated throughout the entire realm of Goldfinch. Aldington, you will become the dream lover of countless women. Do you realize this? Not every society elite would be driven mad by a poem. Yet their eyes betrayed their astonishment and excitement, particularly the radiantly glowing ladies, gazing at Aldington as if they wished to devour him whole. He maintained a faint smile. "I am aware." His voice, though not loud, resonated with conviction. This scene had been anticipated ever since he learned of the ball, for he knew that the family's purpose in coming to Little Versailles was to elevate his name. Thus, he had prepared himself. If one poem extolling the sea and the warmth of spring proved insufficient, he could always present another. Therefore, when he quietly penned Gulamama, inciting natural blessings, he understood that this journey to Little Versailles marked the beginning of his renown. You do not know, Aldington, from tomorrow onward, the gates of Butterfly Castle will be besieged by countless admirers. Your 2 poems will spread throughout the realms of the Goldfinch Kingdom via the Versailles Daily, and troubadours will flock to pay you homage. Hector wanted to add that noble women would surely trample Aldington's bed, but he held his tongue, considering his nephew was still 2 months shy of 16. "This is my grandson," Lady Carly remarked, casting a glance at several older noblewomen. Her voice weighted with significance. The noblewomen began to compliment. "What a gifted young man, truly exceptional. Lady, you possess a grandson worthy of envy. The Iris family has a remarkable heir." Lady Carly spoke with the calmness of one who has seen much in life. "In truth, I have few demands of my descendants. As long as they can uphold the legacy of Butterfly Castle, that is sufficient. That it is merely that Aldington is quite perceptive. He understands what he must do and happens to possess the talent for it." The noble women maintained their smiles. Indeed. In the dance hall, the crowd gathered. Baron Orino linked arms with Lady Helena, approaching Aldington. "Aldington, we take pride in you." He then turned to the crowd. "Reciting poetry is merely a prelude to the ball. Let the music swell. Gentlemen, why not invite the radiant ladies to dance?" The surface excitement was subdued by the Baron's influence. After congratulating Aldington, the guests gradually escorted their partners back to the dance floor, swirling in rhythm. Having enjoyed ample joy and beauty, Aldington prepared to turn away from the dance floor, returning to his previous state of observation. However, he was intercepted by a young lady. "Aldington, may I invite you to dance?" He hesitated, feeling he was still too young for social dances. Although nobles are trained in such skills from a young age, they usually begin mingling in various dance halls after their coming-of-age ceremony at 18. Hector, leading an older lady past him, urged, "Go on, do not refuse a young lady's invitation to dance." Aldington momentarily paused, but upon regaining composure, he politely took the lady's delicate hand. "It is my honor." The music was soothing. Though its title was unknown, the lady's waist was supple, her beauty surpassing that of Lucia and Rosa, especially her large, sparkling eyes. "I am Lia D. Sang Lianwu." Lianwu. Aldington swiftly recalled the circumstances of the Lianwu family. Baron Halfwater Lianwu was a follower of Duke Durongton, and their estate, close to Little Versailles, was renowned for producing waxberry fruit, a rather upscale delicacy. Much like the Piwa Gully family, they excelled in commerce. "I delight in the refreshing sweetness of waxberry fruit." I have also heard that Halfwater boasts a landscape of half lake, half river, attracting many knights each year to pursue its beauty. If you come to Halfwater to admire the scenery, I shall warmly welcome you and treat you to the finest waxberries from my family. If time permits, I shall visit. Aldington remained non-committal regarding her invitation. As followers of Duke Durongton, certain taboos must be respected in Little Versailles. It mattered little, as they were all nobles, and attending each other's balls posed no issue. Lien D. Sang fell silent, and the two swayed gently to the subtle rhythm. At 16, Aldington still bore a youthful quality, his clear pupils seeming to reflect the hearts of others while holding a depth of insight. As they danced, he felt Lien D. Sang draw closer, her eyes shimmering with emotion. "I truly enjoy Gulamama. Why is the farewell Gulamama? Have you visited the Vandalalin Kingdom?" Lien D. Sang suddenly inquired. "No, really, but I have heard many tales about the Vandalalin Kingdom. I understand that when people there write letters, they often conclude with Gulamama, as if there are many words left unspoken, yet the paper lacks the space to convey them, resulting in a wistful conclusion." Lien D. Sang seemed to grasp the sentiment. "Is that so?" Aldington smiled. "Indeed." Chapter 0045. Front page news. Gulamama was a carefully chosen phrase by Aldington. Though the Vandalalin Kingdom lay to the west of the Goldfinch Kingdom, and the Golden Danube Plain was situated to the east, the distance between them was great. Still, simple expressions, such as, "I love you," traversed the divide. Thus, when he penned Gulamama, He subtly laid the groundwork for this phrase, employing a foreign tongue rather than the goldfinch language. This elevated the phrase's sophistication, and the ensuing natural blessings were unsurprising. However, compared to the blessings elicited by facing the sea, spring blossoms, the impact of Gulamama was significantly diminished. Clearly, regarding its classic stature and the extent of its natural allure, it fell short by a degree. Yet classic poetry is classic poetry. Aldington had officially debuted in the poetry circles of Little Versailles. Destined to sweep through the literary world like a tempest, the poetry realm is a part of the literary world, yet it transcends it, embodying the worth of troubadours. I await your arrival in Halfwater. Aldington, no matter how late. Lien Di Sang Lien Wu extended another invitation as the music concluded. Her alluring gaze captivated the soul. Aldington tucked a loose strand of her hair behind her ear, gently twirling it, and smiled. Perhaps on a morning when the dew has yet to dry, or in the evening when the lights have just begun to glow, why not? Lien Di Sang immediately beamed with satisfaction. I shall wait for you. As they parted, Aldington returned to the corner sofa, while Lien Di Sang assumed he had acquiesced. In reality, he had committed to nothing that he relished the warmth of bodies in the dance hall, but was not yet prepared to indulge himself, at least until he reached adulthood. He would adhere to his principles. Youth must exercise restraint in matters of desire. I thought you might need my counsel, lest you be dazzled by beauty. Uncle Odom approached with a wineglass in hand. Already somewhat tipsy, Aldington clinked his glass with his companion, took a delicate sip of golden rum, and softly remarked, I have matured and learned the virtue of restraint. Indeed, you are commendable at your age. I was, well, entangled with the maid at home. For that, your grandfather nearly broke my legs. Although he didn't, Silas, however, departed from Butterfly Castle forever, and I remain oblivious to her whereabouts. Autumn sat back on the sofa, self-mockingly reflecting. The atmosphere in the Kingdom of Golden Gorse is significantly more reserved than that of medieval Europe. While the social circles of adults are quite tumultuous, the constraints on minors are rather stringent. Does your uncle still think of her? I have long forgotten what she looked like. And she has likely become a coarse peasant woman somewhere in the countryside. Although I am a junker, my noble bloodline precludes any possibility between us. Even being lovers would subject me to ridicule. Furthermore, Aunt Falon treats me very well. Then I wish you and Aunt Falon a lifetime of happiness. Ha, thank you. Autumn downed the fine wine in his glass and suddenly inquired, how goes your training in that kind of power? Just asking. Aldington was well aware of what Autumn was hinting at, the power of thunder, which would greatly benefit Autumn's competition for the position of agricultural supervisor if the news were to spread. He gestured with his thumb and forefinger. It used to be this small, and now it's this large. The distance between his fingers expanded from the size of a fingernail to a full inch. Autumn immediately covered his mouth. Oh. Then he made a great effort to stifle his voice, lest it be too loud. Incredible. In just a little over a week, you have grown so much. Indeed, compared to my great-grandfather's might. I was initially quite weak, but my progress has been rapid. Aldington smiled slightly. With the continuous provision of bloodline potions for the power of thunder from the library, his training speed was indeed swift. Though he also had to consider the exploration difficulty of the next island. The first island had nothing. The second island was populated by beasts such as tigers, leopards, wolves, and boars. The third island was inhabited by birds of prey and crocodiles. The fourth island, according to his speculations, was likely to present low-level magical beasts. With his current combat power, he could probably only barely conquer the fourth island in a short time, and might even have to die 2 or 3 times to breach the palace and obtain the treasure. However, after exploring the fourth island and amplifying the power of thunder once more, he should be able to wield lightning as long as his hand and as thick as his finger. At which point he could make a grand entrance and announce his awakening. May the 3 gods bless you. A bright future awaits you, surpassing your father's fame and achieving greater military accomplishments. Autumn marveled. As the music ceased, so too did the soiree for the evening. The next day, Aldington rose early as usual to practice his nightly training, swordplay, channeling his fighting spirit, and strengthening the power of thunder. Executing each task with meticulous diligence, he yearned for the flourishing of art, yet understood that strength was the foundation upon which nobility stood. Even if a bard composed a classic poem that astonished the entirety of the Lafar continent and invoked tremendous natural blessings, it was merely a taste of ephemeral acclaim. Kings and great nobles would not bestow noble titles merely for poetic prowess. True hereditary nobility could only be acquired through military achievement, while non-hereditary honors could only be attained through administrative work. Of course, if one were born into royalty, titles such as prince, princess, duke, or countess could still be worn with pride. "My lord, here is this morning's Versailles Daily," announced the one-eyed Captain Parker, who had retrieved a stack of freshly inked newspapers early in the morning. He handed one to Aldington while delivering the rest to the estate's steward. The largest circulated newspaper in Little Versailles. The front page naturally featured significant events, and his two classic poems graced the prominent position on the front page. The rise of literary circles. The new star of poetry. Aldington Iris, son of the Baron of Redleaf Town, aged 16, 2 months shy. Following the poems, there was a brief author introduction and editor's notes. Created facing the sea, spring blossoms at Butterfly Castle. Invoking natural blessings and achieving a classic poem, singing of the innovations of the times. At the ball in the Butterfly Villa Castle, composed Gulmama, invoking natural blessings and achieving a classic poem. Celebrating the radiant beauty of women. Notably, these are Aldington's first and second poems. Our special correspondent, Dunster Yamlehong, founder of the Golden Moon Salon in Little Versailles, has highly praised these two works, stating they have already pioneered a new school of poetry. Our third page, Brilliant Literature, features more celebrity evaluations of these two poems. Additionally, this paper has arranged for an exclusive interview with Aldington, which will be published in tomorrow's second edition of Embroidered Waves. Subscriptions are welcome. Chapter 0046, Autumn's Embrace, My Lord. Lord Hector is ready. He has informed you that you may depart. The steward of the estate entered to announce. Having just finished breakfast, Aldington set down the newspaper. "Understood, I shall leave at once." This morning, Hector would escort him to the headquarters of the Versailles Daily for an editorial interview. Newspapers had become a common product of this era, though they were still far from being true media, akin to the standards of the Republic era. The professionalism was lacking, and there was little in the way of gossip. It resembled a hodgepodge, where officials would announce policies, merchants would advertise, poets and writers would submit works hoping to earn some fees. And the Magic Association would publicly display title assessments. While some unreliable rumors could also appear in print without consequence, the Versailles Daily is the largest newspaper published in the Danube River province. Making an appearance in this publication is the finest stage. "I find these newspapers a bit chaotic." "Chaotic?" Hector responded. Puzzled, most newspapers were like the Versailles Daily, a mixed bag, with some tabloids even featuring scandalous tales. Comparatively, the Versailles Daily was regarded as a relatively reputable publication. Aldington squinted and replied, "Uncle, when I say chaotic, I mean in terms of professionalism. To my mind, these newspapers have a vague positioning. Why can't one newspaper solely report on literature, or only on news, or focus primarily on humor? Or perhaps a newspaper centered on magic? Why entertain such thoughts? Wouldn't that make the newspapers rather monotonous?" Hector dismissed the notion. Accustomed as he was to the current newspaper landscape, each reader has different tastes. By segmenting, wouldn't it allow for more precise targeting of readership, cultivating a loyal audience? "Ha, Aldington, your perspective remains somewhat narrow." Hector chuckled, shaking his head. "Take the Versailles Daily for instance. I subscribe for the literary arts content, while your father subscribes for the policy proposals. Your mother enjoys the tales of nobility, so she subscribes, and your grandmother. She likes to read a bit of everything, hence she subscribes too. If there were a newspaper dedicated entirely to literary and artistic content, filled with material that you enjoy, would you then subscribe to the Versailles Daily or this arts newspaper?" Aldington countered. Without a moment's hesitation, Hector replied, "Of course, I would subscribe to both." Aldington realized that he perhaps should not discuss this matter with Hector, who lacked a sense of financial perspective, given the Eagles' ascendancy family's wealth. They likely subscribed to every newspaper available on the market. Thus, the concept of choosing one paper over another would be foreign to him. He could simply read whatever he wished. Consequently, he refrained from trying to persuade Hector further and instead said, "If I were to establish a newspaper, would you support me, uncle?" You wish to start a newspaper?" "Yes. What kind of newspaper do you have in mind?" In Little Versailles, the competition among newspapers is fierce, and not every publication is profitable. If you were to start a newspaper in Mare Pearl, the Iris family's financial capability could certainly sustain one. I haven't thought it through yet. This was merely a fleeting notion that had arisen in Aldington's mind. Once I return, I will investigate the newspaper industry to see if I can find a suitable entry point. What prompted this idea? Newspapers do not necessarily guarantee profit. Do you not think that controlling a newspaper equates to wielding a voice? I could ensure that the content I wish to publish appears therein, while suppressing that which I do not wish to see. In an era devoid of online social media, newspapers represented the sole mouthpiece. Aldington did not intend to use the newspaper for political maneuvering or conspiratorial activities. He simply believed that possessing a newspaper would provide considerable convenience, allowing him to promote himself at any time. After all, he had resolved to excel in both literature and martial prowess, aiming to become a formidable knight, reaching the pinnacle of martial strength, while also aspiring to be a great literary figure. Renowned throughout the world. Of course, this was merely a simple concept. Upon arriving in this new world, aside from setting the small goal of becoming a dragon knight, he had yet to determine how to live splendidly. For now, he was merely taking steps deeper into this world, and only after fully integrating into this era would he discover his true path in life. The streets of Little Versailles are impeccably tidy and pristine, with numerous knights leisurely ambling along the avenues. Save for the prohibition against the entry of live beasts into the city, horses and carriages are not barred. Is that a banner of the Iris house? The pennant of the tail? Someone remarked, pointing out the entourage of knights accompanying Aldington, who bore the standard of the Iris family. Nobles, when they undertake formal excursions, proudly display their banners, which signify their status. And there's the eagle banner. That belongs to the Eagle Sky family of the Dnieper province, the noble family that has forged an alliance through marriage with the Iris family. I recognize him now, the heir of Count Eagle Sky. Viscount Hector. Ah, so he is Aldington's uncle. The common folk residing in the grand city are well informed, particularly about the noble families, at least among the nobles of the Danube province. They can recount their histories with ease. These aristocrats are akin to the stars of this world, radiating an aura of attraction wherever they go. I just recalled, have you seen this morning's Versailles Daily? Young Master Aldington is an exceptional bard. Facing the sea, where spring blooms beautifully, I recently heard someone recite it, and it was delightful. I also heard the term Gulamama. They say it's from the Vandalalland kingdom. The language of that rural realm truly sounds like birdsong. Indeed. They enjoy saying Gulamama, which means goodbye in our tongue. They also say Mama Haha, signifying protection. They do not express love as I love you, but rather say I Mama Haha you, haha. Suddenly, the conversation veered towards foreign languages amidst the street-side shops. Aldington, unfamiliar with the commoners' amusements, had followed his uncle to the premises of the Versailles Daily, situated in a 5-story building on Windsor Street, Edward Street, and Windsor Street. This city's thoroughfares frequently bear royal names. Welcome, Viscount Hector and Mr. Aldington, to our humble newspaper. I am the chief editor, Flode Chantouet, and today I shall personally conduct the interview with Mr. Aldington. The chief editor greeted them with a demeanor that was both genteel and polished, his surname hinting at noble lineage. The Chantouet family, led by the Baron Fumington Chantouet, also holds the title of Imperial Baron, yet they have little interaction with the Iris family, as their lands are quite distant. At the annual baronial meetings, Baron Orino and Baron Fumington are merely nodding acquaintances, each possessing their own distinct social circles. Chapter 0047. Two blossoms: the iris of Red Leaf Town, the spire of Giant Stone Town. The reeds of Hundred Flower Town, the heart of Falling Cloud Town, and the Chantouet of Meyer Town represent 5 imperial baronial families of the Danube province that are in contrast to the Iris family, which has only been developing its lineage for 3 generations. The Chantouet family has been firmly established on the golden plains of the Danube for hundreds of years, thus many of their descendants manage affairs in Little Versailles. Among them, Flode Chantouet has been a prominent figure in the newspaper industry for several generations, earning a modest reputation. Let us dispense with pleasantries and commence the interview swiftly. We have a banquet to attend at noon, Hector suggested with a smile. Flode replied, Then please, Mr. Aldington, take a seat. I am prepared for the interview, and we shall begin forthwith. Aldington courteously responded, You may simply refer to me as Aldington, Mr. Flode. You are already a great poet who has crafted 2 classic poems. It is only fitting that I address you with the respect of sir. Please allow me to continue in this manner. Very well. Flode then produced a notebook, taking up a charcoal pencil to begin questioning and recording. You are 16 years old, with 2 months remaining until your birthday. Who has been your guiding light in your poetic endeavors? Viscount Hector Eagle Sky. He has ignited my passion for poetry. Prior to this, I devoted my faith to the three gods in prayer. You serve under Viscount Dulick, and having advanced to esquire, will you continue your knightly training with him? Indeed, Viscount Dulick has taught me how to become a worthy knight. In the time to come, how will you balance your knightly training with your poetic pursuits? After a moment's reflection, Aldington replied, I am elated to have unexpectedly crafted classic poems, though my time studying poetry has been brief. The faith instilled by nature's blessings is profound, akin to the effect of my prayers to the three gods. Flode quickly recorded Aldington's words, the sound of the charcoal pencil scratching the paper resonating in the air. Aldington paused and continued. In the latter half of this year, I will officially study knightly combat under Viscount Dulick at the Grey Iron Fortress, while I shall also delve deeper into poetry. Channeling my faith and contributing to the literary world, poetry and martial prowess shall flourish in tandem, invigorating the prosperity of the Danube, and I hope everyone will take notice. With swift strokes, Flode documented Aldington's sentiments. Lifting his gaze in admiration, you possess a maturity of expression beyond your years. The teachings of Butterfly Castle and your studies at Grey Iron Fortress have shaped you into an exceptional noble. Thank you for your kind words. There is still much I must learn. Are you familiar with the poetic scene in Little Versailles? I regret to say that I have only recently engaged in the study of bardic arts and am not well acquainted with it. Dunst, the founder of the Golden Moon Salon, hopes you will participate in the salon. Will you accept his invitation? Flode inquired. Aldington had previously been unaware of what the Golden Moon Salon entailed. Hector had educated him about it. It is a renowned salon in Little Versailles, a gathering that constitutes a small community. The Golden Moon Salon primarily focuses on the arts, often involving poets, novelists, playwrights, musicians, and performers. Naturally, to elevate the salon's prestige, they frequently invite nobles, officials, and socialites to attend. If I have the time, I will join the Golden Moon Salon. However, my current focus is on my training, and I do not intend to engage in socializing. The opulence and allure of Little Versailles captivate Aldington. Yet he is still a minor. Should he become entangled in various salons at this age, Baron Orino might very well break his legs. Such a possibility is not beyond reason. Dunst claims your poetry pioneers a new genre. How do you interpret this? I appreciate Mr. Dunst's praise, but I have only composed 2 classic poems, and my body of work remains limited. Thus it would require greater persuasion to assert I have established a distinct style. A slight smile graced Aldington's lips. It appeared that Dunst, the poet, possessed a commendable acumen for literary appreciation. The Yanlehong family seemed to be of ordinary baronial lineage, and it was likely that Dunst himself hailed from the ranks of the genteel. Thank you, Mr. Aldington, for granting the Versailles Daily this interview. Once organized, this conversation will be published in tomorrow's second edition of Jinxiu Buitao. Flode rose, signaling the conclusion of the interview. The entire exchange was rather brief. The current state of the newspaper industry lacks formality, and such interviews tend to be simplistic and superficial, failing to unearth the deeper intentions of the interviewee. If I were to establish a newspaper, my interviews with such prominent figures would delve into the realms of astronomy, geography, and magical beliefs, engaging them in earnest conversation rather than merely posing a few questions to satisfy the occasion. After departing the newspaper office, Aldington shared his aspirations with Hector. What you propose seems rather intriguing. Current interviews lack any elements of allure. Do you genuinely intend to start a newspaper? Certainly. Once I have formulated my thoughts, if my father does not support me, I shall seek your assistance, uncle, in hopes that you might back me with some funds. Well, launching a newspaper will require a considerable amount of funds. But who could deny you, my nephew? Hector contemplated before stating. Here rests the deal. I can sponsor a quarter of the initial funding for your newspaper and lend you half, leaving you to procure the remaining quarter on your own. That sounds splendid. Aldington expressed his gratitude, relieved that he only needed to gather a quarter of the funds. Should he fail to amass even that amount, it would be wise to abandon his plans for a newspaper altogether. There is still ample time before luncheon. Where do you wish to wander? Let us visit the magical item trading market. I wish to acquire some magical supplies. Magical items are essentially the equivalent of technological devices on Earth. While most magical items possess a low technological content, Some exceed earthly technology in remarkable ways. For instance, spatial rings are products unattainable by Earth's science. The trading market is located on Andes Street, where the headquarters of the Magic Association is situated at number 1 Andes Street. Alongside various organizations such as the Alchemy Association, Matrix Association, and Potion Association, all part of the hexagram system, occupying this relatively narrow street, which sees few pedestrians. Commoners have little reason to visit here, thus it remains quiet. What are you seeking? Hector inquired. Items to restore stamina and vigor. Facilitating my upcoming training, Aldington replied, though in truth, he wished to acquire items to fully equip himself for the challenges within the book's dungeon, preparing for the fierce raptors and beasts he might encounter. As he spoke, he rummaged through his pouch, shaking it lightly. I have brought all the funds I have saved. I wonder how much I can purchase. Hector appeared bewildered. Ah, how much do you intend to acquire? Aldington flashed a cunning smile. Naturally. The more, the better. With his affluent uncle present, if funds fell short, would not the other party be inclined to assist? Chapter 0048. Rolex. The trading market for magical items is quite formal, resembling a jewelry store, with specially appointed female magicians stationed at the counters, promoting and explaining the utility of each magical artifact to customers. This is a self-winding pocket watch, the latest Matrix product from the Magic Association, which operates without a hearthstone and winds itself, offering remarkable accuracy in timekeeping. The sales magician, her striking blue hair a testament to her lineage as a blue-haired native of the Danube Plain, exudes an alluring charm with her oval face, embodying an exotic allure that tantalizes the senses. What is so groundbreaking about this product? It is merely a diminutive version of the astrological clock, Hector interjected bluntly. A pocket watch no larger than a palm is uncomfortable to carry. What is the price? Aldington inquired, idly toying with the self-winding watch. The sales magician maintained her serene smile. 15 levers, gold coins. 15 levers? That is even pricier than the astrological clock. Esteemed guests, while the self-winding watch may not differ significantly from the astrological clock in terms of matrix theory, the achievement of producing it in such a compact size represents a significant breakthrough in matrix technology, justifying its elevated price. Matrix can be simply understood as a magical formation. However, the term does not fully encapsulate its meaning. To a magician, a matrix is a structure that signifies a complex, intricate system with unique operational effects. Therefore, a clock that measures time is a matrix, as is a hearthstone that stores magical energy. Upon hearing the price of 15 levers, Aldington relinquished the self-winding watch, realizing that not only was his purse insufficient, but it was also not worth the expense. Yet, as he departed the counter, his eyes narrowed in thought. His experience with newspaper interviews had sparked the idea of publishing a newspaper, and now, the sight of the self-winding watch ignited another inspiration. He pondered silently. With clocks and pocket watches now available, could the next phase be the birth of wristwatches? Why can't I gather a group of matrix scholars to develop wristwatches? Considering his age, he likely lacked the capability to assemble a group of scholars. But he could certainly share the idea with Baron Oriano that he might leverage the influence and resources of the Butterfly Castle for research. The family business is my business, after all. If the Iris family lacks the financial means, they could easily collaborate with the Eagle family. Ultimately, as long as we can develop wristwatches, a vast market awaits. In that moment, Aldington thought of Rolex, Patek Philippe, and Vacheron Constantin, that a single watch could fetch millions, even tens of millions. Thus, it was evident that wristwatches held immense potential. Suppressing his thoughts, he continued to leisurely browse the magical item market, not in haste to select restoration items, but rather perusing each counter, listening to the sales magician's explanations. This is a handcrafted music box, capable of preserving a minute of sound, with strict confidentiality features, ideal for transmitting sensitive information. Not interested. You might also consider this phonograph, which reproduces sound flawlessly and incurs minimal wear on hearthstones. And it comes with 3 complimentary records. I already have one at home. Sir, may I present this typewriter designated for use by the Magic Association? With 36 keys, it caters to all textual needs. And it is quite affordable at only 21 greffers, silver coins. I do not write novels. I only compose poetry, so it is of no use to me. The magical items on display were numerous, yet most exhibited a low level of technological sophistication, akin to various inventions from the Second Industrial Revolution. However, items like telephones, gas engines, and generators were conspicuously absent, suggesting that the physical laws of this world did not support such technology. Aldington would need to further explore the specifics. After examining the civilian items, he finally began to select suitable restoration items, an energy absorption ring, which slowly absorbs ambient energy to replenish the user's fighting spirit. Priced at 16 greffers, a charging bracelet requiring a hearthstone for energizing, continuously replenishing the user's fighting spirit. Priced at 34 greffers, and Altiz's headscarf, a creation of the great mage Altiz, combining the effectiveness of both the energy absorption ring and the charging bracelet. Priced at 3 levers. In total, Aldington selected 16 such restorative items, spending a total of 28 levers, with his uncle Hector contributing 14 levers. Aldington, I cannot comprehend why you would need to purchase so many when only 2 or 3 would suffice for your restoration needs. I have my reasons. Uncle, very well, it is merely a trifling sum. The luncheon was held at the Yedawai family's estate. Baron Hazmat Yedawai and Baron Oriana Loniris had once fought side by side in battle. Sharing experiences of life and death, Yedawai refers to a flower known as snowdrop or fireflower, but Yedawai specifically denotes a type of snowdrop that grows in high mountains, possessing considerable magical value. The Yedawai family had once cultivated this flower and, upon amassing wealth, migrated to the Danube province. Aldington, I never imagined you were also a great poet, having composed 2 classic poems. Now, you can save yourself 6 years of prayer time, spoke Haru. The eldest son of Baron Hazmat is 22 years old. He is married and currently holds the rank of knight, having awakened his fighting spirit at the age of 16, with talent that is neither exceptional nor lacking. 5 years. I find that facing the sea, with spring blossoms has provided me with a greater amplification of natural power than Galuma Mama. That is impressive, but unfortunately, I do not know much about poetry. I must frequently pray to the 3 gods for my training. Brother Haru, have you been staying with Uncle Hazmat in Petit Versailles? The Icefire Castle is undergoing repairs, likely until August. Although I cannot return to Luyun Town, living in Petit Versailles is far more comfortable. Hadapi, by the way, you will continue to visit the Iron Fortress, correct? Of course, I still need to learn mounted combat from Mr. Dulik. Now that you are a great poet, staying in Petit Versailles will grant you extraordinary treatment. What a pity. We remain knights. Do we not? Haha, indeed. At that moment, Haru's sister, Hallie, approached. Brother Aldington, Galuma Mama is so beautiful. Could you please sign it for me? The 12-year-old girl, her eyes sparkling with excitement, held out a Versailles daily and an ink pen. Eagerly awaiting his signature so quickly, a fan has emerged, and a delightful young girl at that. Aldington, in high spirits, first tousled Hallie's soft, curly hair before taking the ink pen to sign his name on the Versailles Daily. Aldington Loniris. He had practiced his signature. The letters flowed seamlessly, with graceful arcs and strong lines. Alas, the golden flower script, being a form of lettering, could not replicate the beauty of Chinese calligraphy. Thank you, Brother Aldington. You are welcome. Once I publish my poetry collection, I will send you a copy. How does that sound? Chapter 0049. The Dragon Duel. In the afternoon, Aldington's family attended a stage play at the Opera House in Petit Versailles. It bore some resemblance to theatrical performances on Earth, yet it was significantly different in this world. With fighting spirit and magic, each play involves the participation of magicians, effectively creating live special effects, rendering the stage a spectacle of dazzling wonder. Some actors are magicians themselves, far surpassing mere illusionists. Not to mention, the Opera House stage is as expansive as a football field. Thus, the performances are not only lively, but at times resemble acrobatic displays. However, the plot of the stage play lacks the intricate twists and turns that elevate its excitement. This new play by Korcha is quite impressive. It is no wonder he has risen as a renowned playwright, remarked one. Indeed. The scene where the dragon beast narrowly escapes was nerve-wracking. The performances at Little Dragon Castle have improved, while Dahlia's acting was somewhat lacking, yet still fitting for this dragon duel. Will they stage Dragon Duel again tomorrow? I am not certain. I heard it is only performed once a week due to the grand scale. With 10 magicians backstage creating special effects. As the audience dispersed, many were engaged in discussions about the Dragon Duel. Compared to Aldington, who was accustomed to special effects blockbusters and cerebral masterpieces, they found great enjoyment in this relatively simple plot. I do not understand what is so appealing about Dragon Duel. The Princess Holiday is far more captivating. I find it delightful every time I watch it, complained Lady Carly, who held little affection for stage plays involving battles between dragons and warriors. Then let us contact the Opera House and arrange for Princess Holiday to be performed tomorrow, Baron Oriano casually suggested. Confident that his position as a baron would ensure the Opera House's compliance, Hector added, a recent sensation in the Dnieper province is a play called The Beautiful Shadow of the Castle, which has garnered great popularity among many socialites. I wonder why it has not been introduced in Petit Versailles. There are only 3 opera houses. The competition is insufficient. As the largest city on the Golden Danube Plain, Petit Versailles should ideally have at least 5 opera houses to meet the residents' demands, remarked Madame Helena, her eyes glinting. It is a pity that the Iris family lacks the social reach. Otherwise, we should consider opening an opera house. The Iris family, while possessing 3 estates in Petit Versailles and various other enterprises, remains relatively small in scale compared to the established nobility. Curious, Aldington inquired, Mother, what is lacking in opening an opera house? Too much is lacking. The actors need cultivation. The stage magicians require development, and playwrights must also be nurtured. Otherwise, a successful musical that delivers at least half of the royalties demands a plethora of talents from various domains, which is precisely what the Iris family lacks. Listening to Lady Helena's sigh, Aldington suddenly realized that this musical was akin to the films of Earth. However, the cost of musicals is prohibitively high for ordinary people. Only the affluent upper class can afford opera tickets. And only the old noble families can sustain a musical troupe. He momentarily lost his train of thought, pondering, with the current level of magic in this world, I wonder if films could ever be invented? He quickly suppressed the thought. Newspapers, watches, films, and various other industries seem to have the potential to be transplanted from Earth to the continent of Raphael. Indeed, wherever one is adept at discovery, there are untapped gold mines. Even if I am a good-for-nothing, lacking the golden finger of the protagonist from the books, I should still be able to live a rich and fulfilling life in this world. However, I am a knight. As the heir to the imperial barony, developing personal strength to forge ahead is the fundamental path, a core principle that should not be shaken. Yet, the Plantagenets have enjoyed peace for 5,000 years, aside from border skirmishes and dealing with the magical beasts of their respective territories. It seems they have long since become a nation on the rise. This is not a chaotic world where one can easily achieve merit. It ought to be a prosperous era filled with indulgence. He thought this, and thus spent the next few days reveling in delightful moments in the Petit Versailles. He did not attend salons, yet as 2 of his poems published in the Versailles Daily gained traction, the title of great poet was comfortably adorned upon him. The gates of the Butterfly Castle were nearly overwhelmed, with the servant in charge of welcoming guests growing weary from collecting invitations. All from minor nobles, junker youths, ladies and gentlemen, and artists. Even wizards and priests came to pay their respects. Even the royal chancellor visited the castle to meet him, Eberd Windsor, a member of the royal family and cousin to Edward XII. The younger generation of Plantagenets is steadily rising. Oriner, upon seeing Aldington and his companions, I am reminded of 20 years ago when we followed His Majesty the King, galloping along the banks of the Danube, Eberd remarked in the living room. His tone gentle and approachable. Aldington maintained his serene smile. Baron Oriner interjected. The youth still require refinement. However, they will inevitably face the battlefield. That is the true stage for knights. Dulic is an exceptional knight, and Aldington, by serving him, has much to learn. That I have heard that Duke de Launton personally awarded Aldington the pennant. Perhaps Duke de Launton also reminisces about the days they fought side by side. Indeed, we charged for 3 days and nights, defeating the Cold Radiance Knights of the Macedonian Kingdom at Fort Mautu. The Nubian red-topped falcon must have been left dumbfounded atop the castle. Perhaps that profound memory is what led him to choose to marry off his daughter to Dulic. After Eberd spoke, he smiled at Baron Oriner. The Baron, maintaining a composed demeanor, simply replied, Who can say? Is that pennant still flying atop the Butterfly Castle? Eberd suddenly inquired. The Baron raised his eyelids. What? Eberd shifted his gaze to Aldington. Young Aldington, once you are knighted, how about I gift you a square flag? The pennant, representing an apprentice knight, when trimmed at the tail, becomes the square flag of a knight. Aldington replied with poise, I am grateful for the esteemed Chancellor's gift. My castle has many places suitable for flying flags. Haha. Eberd laughed heartily and then rose to speak. Oriner, the hour is late. I must take my leave. Aldington, strive diligently. The future of the Plantagenets requires the loyalty of you young men. This honorable earl departed with a light-hearted air, accompanied by several attendants. Quickly vanishing down the path of the estate. Watching the departing figure, Baron Oriner gradually withdrew his gaze and remarked to Aldington, "Your response was excellent. There are many places to raise flags at the Butterfly Castle. The golden flag can be flown, the purple iris flag can be flown, the pennant from Aldington, or even the square flag from a bird. Any of them will do." Aldington chuckled. "Father, this esteemed chancellor is just as you and uncle described. His presence is quite formidable. He is ambitious, after all. The title of honorable earl cannot be inherited, but we are the baronial family of the empire, so why should we rush?" The baron chuckled in return. "Moreover, you have already awakened." Chapter 0050, 7.3 After several delightful days in Petit Versailles, Hector took his leave, promising to give Aldington a grand gift once he publicly awakened. As for Aldington, after relishing the adoration of the upper class in Petit Versailles, he had to return to the Butterfly Castle with his parents. The time for the resurrection from the books was nearing its end, and he needed to adjust his state to confront the next monster. During these days, his training and fighting spirit had not ceased. The power of thunder was visibly growing stronger. And after awakening, his innate talent, bolstered by his bloodline, was already on par with the most extraordinary prodigies. Even Baron Oriner remarked, "Your current progress surpasses my own at your age. Your great-grandfather was but a step away from becoming a dragon knight. Perhaps you too shall have the chance to touch the realm of dragons." Of course, this was merely encouragement. Aldington's original talent, after all, was not exceptional. The awakening of his bloodline could not alter its essence. Who knows what the future holds? He was not in a hurry. These days, as he faced the sea, with the warmth of spring and the melodies of Guluma Mama resonating, the forces of nature continuously converged upon him, further accelerating his training and fighting spirit, albeit this enhancement was quite subtle. He moved a chair onto the balcony, sipping freshly squeezed juice brought by a maid, while jotting down notes and sketches. He was contemplating the intricacies of his training, quantifying his progress in a more intuitive manner. If one were to say that the original talent of a mediocre knight corresponds to a training speed of 1, and that of a prodigy corresponds to 10, then his original talent should rate around 7. It was neither sufficient compared to the best, nor lacking in comparison to the rest. Beyond innate talent, knights also possess other enhancements. By venerating the three gods, one not only compensates for the flaws in fighting spirit cultivation, but also gains the blessing of natural forces. Faith at the level of a general believer might yield an increase of approximately 0.1, at the level of a disciple, around 0.2, and at the level of a fanatic, nearly 0. 3. Exceeding that of a fanatic. If one's faith level climbs too high, it may distort the direction of training, resulting in a net loss. Originally, Aldington was at the level of a general believer, likely gaining a 0.1 enhancement through faith. However, he chose to embrace the bardic path, expressing his faith through poetry, a side-effect-free shortcut, albeit with unstable returns. Nevertheless, as his poetry was continuously recited, it could ensure an increase of about 0.3 for at least 3 years. Beyond that, the returns would diminish, necessitating new works to fill the gap. Therefore, without relying on his bloodline, he could maintain a fighting spirit training speed of 7.3. Becoming a great poet only yields an increase of around 0.3. No wonder bards, despite their immense fame, do not see many knights learning to write poetry from a young age. The probability of producing classic works is too low, more often than not. They end up like Uncle Hector, publishing a poetry collection that fails to sell. The enhancement from natural forces primarily serves to compensate for the deficiencies in fighting spirit training, whether it is an increase of 0.1 or 0.3. Both are secondary. After all, there are also shortcuts like using drugs. However, knights nurtured through drugs inherently possess an unstable foundation, resulting in significantly lower combat effectiveness. Knights like Aldington, who have some innate talent, during the foundational phase of their apprenticeship, would refrain from using any auxiliary potions. My original talent is 7, with a bardic enhancement of 0.3, but I have already awakened. The increase brought by the power of thunder is at least 5. He gripped his pen, forcefully inscribing 12.3 on the paper, A terrifying training speed surpassing that of prodigies, an awakened knight is the epitome among prodigies. Historically, no knight who awakened their bloodline has ever failed to achieve the rank of Beast Rider. Barring untimely demise, strength is fundamental. It ensures the security of the fief and participation in external wars. He continued to sketch in his notebook. On this foundation, one must also seek fame and fortune. The title of great poet is quite commendable. Investing in new industries should also begin to be planned, but that can wait. He was not yet an imperial baron, merely the heir to an imperial barony. After sufficient contemplation, the time of resurrection concluded the following night. Fully armed, a whirlwind of sensations engulfed him, and once again, he found himself in the realm of the book's sea. Still on the third island, a wooden boat lay at his feet. Crocodiles lurked in the waters. He had long been prepared. After a running start, he leapt onto the wooden boat, swiftly rowing toward the open sea. The startled crocodiles followed closely behind, but after only a few dozen meters, they ceased their pursuit, unaccustomed to deep waters. Phew, just as I envisioned. These crocodiles cannot be killed head-on. As long as I escape into the depths of the sea, I shall be safe. Nevertheless, he remained on high alert, wary of any sea monsters that might leap forth from the deep. The vast ocean lay tranquil, devoid of winds or waves. Half an hour later, he successfully arrived at the shore of the fourth island. First observing the situation on the beach, there are no crocodiles lurking by the sea, nor are there any raptors circling overhead. It seems that the guardians of this island are hidden within the woods. Likely some low-level magical beasts. Once assured of his safety, he rowed ashore, with the eye of Helris hanging around his neck, the medal of valor pinned to his chest, and the scarf of Altis wrapped around his head. He donned all his equipment, including the energy-absorbing ring and the charging bracelet. Only then did he grasp the frost blade and stride towards the woods. After cutting through a few obstructive thorns, he suddenly heard the sound of rushing wind. He swiftly dodged to the side, catching a glimpse of a long-necked creature charging towards him. Thunder Ostrich. He recognized this animal from his readings. It was a low-level magical beast capable of releasing lightning magic. Without hesitation, Aldington quickly summoned the power of thunder, transforming into a fleeting shadow as he dashed towards the Thunder Ostrich, his speed astonishing even to the beast. In an instant, the hunter and prey exchanged positions. The Frostblade, infused with fighting spirit, swept through the Thunder Ostrich's neck. With a splatter of blood, the Thunder Ostrich fell lifeless, not even managing to unleash a single bolt of lightning. Strike first to gain the upper hand. The ancients did not deceive me. After delivering a fatal blow, Aldington decisively activated his sprinting mode, racing towards the center of the island. His experiences on the previous 3 islands had taught him that the only way to conquer these realms was to dash directly into the palace. Swiftly reached the dock, and promptly advanced to the next island. Engaging in combat with the island's monsters was merely a waste of stamina and time. Suddenly, a shadow lunged at him, and he raised the frost blade to block it. He stumbled back 2 steps and focused his gaze. It was a peculiar creature blocking his path. Claw Badger, a low-level magical beast, tough-skinned and muscular, with claws resembling sickles capable of severing trees as thick as a thigh. This particular breed was quite troublesome among low-level magical beasts. However, akin to its close relative the anteater, it was not particularly fast. Aldington had no intention of engaging in a drawn-out battle. He needed to change tactics. He dashed forward, evading the oncoming low-level magical beasts, striking only when he could deliver a fatal blow, otherwise retreating swiftly. After sweating profusely, he managed to break into the palace, leaving the beasts outside. Phew, exhilarating. Chapter 0051. The Evil God Bird Gold Chest. Silver chest, bronze chest. This time, it transformed into a black iron chest. Is the next one going to be a wooden chest? Aldington lamented, finding it absurd that each islands grew increasingly challenging while the rewards diminished in quality. Nevertheless, he quickly opened the black iron chest, revealing 2 reward items on the sheepskin mat. One was a familiar thunder blood potion, while the other was a peculiar translucent blue orb that resembled an extracted eyeball at first glance. Stowing away the thunder blood potion in his Valkyrie ring, he picked up the blue orb to inspect it. As soon as the blue orb was in his grasp, he felt a shiver, as if every cell in his body had a strong desire to consume it. What is this? He resisted the urge to devour it and began his examination. The blue orb appeared lifelike, with a translucent blue glass exterior that felt soft and jelly-like to the touch. Inside was a deep blue crystalline substance, resembling the pupil of an eye, shimmering with mysterious, irregular patterns. The entire blue orb was about the size of a glass marble. Is it some kind of food? Or perhaps a magical item? It was impossible to discern. There were no inscriptions on the blue orb, and it seemed to lack any signs of artificial crafting. He attempted to store the blue orb in the Valkyrie ring, but strangely, it could not be accommodated. How odd. I have tested this multiple times. The Valkyrie ring, acting as a spatial ring, should be able to store anything. Only excessively large objects and living beings cannot be stored. Could it be that this blue orb is a living entity? The thought startled him. Yet, the blue orb remained still in his palm, motionless, not resembling a living creature at all. He then picked up the sheepskin treasure map at the bottom of the black iron chest, hoping to find answers. But aside from updating the fifth island, there was no mention of the blue orb. What on earth is this thing? He scrutinized the blue orb, gradually noticing the irregular pattern in its pupil, which emanated an alluring mystery. Whether it was an optical illusion or not, he observed that the pattern began to move. The twisted lines seemed to come alive, radiating infinite light that surged into his mind. In the next moment, he witnessed a miraculous scene. A group of strange individuals, reminiscent of a primitive indigenous tribe, kneeling around a fire, seemingly engaged in ancient ritualistic activities. Suddenly, the flames of the fire blazed fiercely, revealing over 100 instances. With the current increase in difficulty, after a few more islands, it was likely that a giant dragon would take residence, rendering the endeavor futile. What would be next? Practicing 100 ways to be devoured by a dragon. Just as this thought crossed his mind, a sudden splash of water caught his attention. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw a large fish, resembling a sailfish, leap from the water, its sharp head piercing directly into his chest. Although the magical beast armor withstood the piercing force, it caved in significantly, and the immense impact plunged him into the sea. Once submerged, he realized he was surrounded by swimming sailfish, which were not ordinary creatures, but belonged to the lower echelon of magical beasts. I will return. With a series of splashes, the sailfish-like water creatures pierced him repeatedly, expelling him from the instance. Chapter 0052. Thunder overflow. Every time I am killed to exit the instance. What a necessity, Aldington remarked in exasperation. Although death in the book C did not equate to true demise, the terror of the life and death scenario remained profoundly gripping. Fortunately, after 5 deaths, he had grown somewhat accustomed to it. Steadying himself, he approached the mirror to examine his left eye. No abnormalities. From the surface, both his left and right eyes appeared identical, both showcasing the deep blue typical of the iris family. That he leaned closer, still observing no change. The evil god orb is also blue. But it seems my deep blue eyes have not concealed it. There has truly been no alteration. Once confirmed, he sighed in relief. Had his eyes mutated, he would have been at a loss for excuses. After ensuring there were no visible flaws, he faced the mirror and began channeling his fighting spirit. The moment the fighting spirit flowed through his left eye, his visual perception instantaneously transformed. That it was difficult to articulate the specific changes, but it felt as if his field of vision had sharpened, and his reflection in the mirror appeared increasingly handsome. Staring intently at his left eye, he finally noticed a subtle distinction within the depths of the pupil. There reflected a minute pattern identical to the one found in the evil god orb. Indeed, the evil god orb has merged into my left eye. However, the precise benefits of this fusion remained unclear. He decided to leave the mirror and stepped onto the balcony to gaze outside. The stars twinkled in the night sky, and the sparse lights of the castle flickered on. Nothing seems different. Wait, what is that? As he turned, he suddenly spotted a faint bluish-purple outline of a beast on the lawn not far from the castle. Hawk. My left eye can actually see the outline of Hawk. What is this outline composed of? Magical power? Or something else? The Storm Wolf King, Hawk, lay peacefully on the ground, fast asleep. Only its outline was visible, while the outlines of its 3 wolf pups were not discernible. Yet this was enough to astonish Aldington. In the dark, Hawk's outline shimmered, standing out strikingly. Eager to uncover the truth, he scanned the surroundings of the castle, but only Hawk exhibited this distinctive visual effect. Thus, it could be deduced that the ability bestowed by the evil god orb was likely related to the special powers of phantasmal beasts. Coupling this with the origin of the evil god, a vague notion began to take shape. The evil god orb is a remnant of an evil god bird worshipped by primitive tribes, suggesting it is a substantial manifestation of natural power. Phantasmal beasts also possess natural power, and knights require the natural power of phantasmal beasts to achieve a balance in their fighting spirit training. Therefore, what I see must be the natural power. This conclusion seemed plausible. And verifying it was simple. Tomorrow, he would visit the farmlands or the altar to see if he could observe any changes in the blessings of Nymph. The blessings of Nymph were also creations of natural power. In any case, with an explanation for the evil god orb, he no longer felt anxious. Returning to his desk, he sat down, retrieved the Thunderblood potion, and consumed it as before, quietly awaiting the ensuing changes. During the waiting period, his thoughts began to meander. This time, I fortuitously burst into the palace without engaging in several skirmishes with low-level magical beasts. Next time, it will likely not be so simple. Perhaps I should alter my approach. Rather than simply seeking rewards, the magical beasts in the books can clearly be utilized for combat training. In the sea of the book, unafraid of death, one could boldly explore various combat techniques, unlike in reality, where he needed to bring a cadre of knightly followers to dare face magical beasts. Many combat techniques could only be comprehended in the throes of life and death. After a short period of contemplation, a sensation of numbness coursed through his body, far more intense than during the previous two instances. Countless currents surged from his limbs and bones, initially stimulating his physique, and then causing his internal energy to circulate involuntarily. Soon after, he beheld his entire form flickering with electric sparks, coalescing into intricate patterns of lightning. These arcs of electricity inflicted no harm upon him, apart from a slight numbness. He experienced an overwhelming sense of comfort, akin to the soothing effects of a sauna, purging the impurities and toxins from his body gradually. He exclaimed. The quantitative change has triggered a qualitative transformation. As the power of the bloodline elixir dissipated, the electric sparks receded and the lightning patterns vanished. Yet, as Aldington resumed his internal energy manipulation, a multitude of sparks erupted once more, accompanied by crackling sounds, as the lightning patterns re-emerged around him, drenched in a shroud of electricity. He approached the mirror. My current appearance bears some resemblance to Thor, the god of thunder, wielding his hammer to summon lightning. I feel absolutely magnificent. He chuckled with delight that it dawned on him that it was time to inform the world of the awakening of a new bloodline knight. Reining in his internal energy and returning to his original state, he mused, the consumption of internal energy is somewhat significant, but the speed of operation has indeed increased dramatically if previously it was at a speed of 12.3. It has now surpassed 1.5, and oh wonder the awakening threshold for knights does not fall below the level of phantom beast knights. The enhancement from the bloodline is simply too profound. He wrinkled his nose at an unpleasant odor. This was the result of countless lightning purifying his body, drawing out its impurities. Such continuous refinement would render him increasingly healthy and robust, surpassing the effectiveness of a warrior's physical training. I should take a bath first, then chat with my father, mother, and grandmother. No, perhaps it's better to wait until tomorrow morning. I must learn to conceal my emotions. Despite his eagerness to show off, Aldington forcibly restrained himself after bathing. He found himself too restless to retire early, so he signaled to his butler, Carson, to prepare a cup of coffee. Before heading to his study to search for information, he sought knowledge pertaining to the dark gods. Aiming to ascertain to which primordial tribe the dark gods he had acquired belonged. One by one, the books were carelessly flipped open until he finally discovered a wealth of information related to dark gods within Rommel K. Mandala's work, the study of the extraordinary : the three gods are the entities closest to the ancient deities. Yet whether they are mere objects of faith or truly exist is a knowledge likely possessed only by the prophets of the Sacred Hall. The colossal fog giant, Mu, was the creator of the ancient world of Gum during the first creation. The original inhabitants of Gum were divine beings, having inherited most of Mu's power, shrouded in mystery. Alas, with the emergence of Mu's star, the ancient world of Gum faced its demise. The subsequent worlds from Mu 2 to Mu 8 no longer harbored beings of such divine grandeur. The closest to divinity were perhaps the dragons. However, in terms of ranking, dragons could at best be equated to demigods of level 6 in mythology. According to legend, the mounts of demigods were dragons. Humanity venerates and yearns for divine power, which is why the three gods were born from this faith. and mainstream civilizations chose to worship them to receive divine protection. Primitive tribes held similar beliefs, yet they did not revere the three gods, leading to their classification as dark gods. I have gathered extensive information and even personally visited the sacred hall. Engaging in conversation with a high bishop regarding the matter of dark gods, the existence of shrines in various nations serves two purposes: to cultivate the nymph and to eradicate dark gods. This eradication is not merely about destroying offerings dedicated to dark gods or slaying the savage tribesmen. Rommel wrote in his book, "To eliminate dark gods, one must approach the essence of the divine." Launching a divine war to obliterate the existence of dark gods with the magnificent powers of the three gods. Chapter 0053. The Divine War. The accounts of the Divine War remain unrecorded. Nevertheless, nations were keen on exterminating the dark gods of primitive tribes, and there existed a rationale for this, as dark gods undoubtedly held significant value. Aldington contemplated the societal structure of the continent of Rafa, a quintessential feudal society, where the vassal's vassal is not my vassal. Curiously, however, it was not an independent existence within the belief system. The altars and temples within noble fiefs had to adhere to the dual leadership of the kingdom. There is an undercurrent here. I shall inquire with my father tomorrow. Following the completion of his nightly training course the next morning, Aldington approached Baron Orino. "Father, how much do you know about dark gods?" "Dark gods? What prompts your inquiry about such entities?" "I am merely curious. I encountered a passage in a book regarding the Divine War and am intrigued by the nature of that conflict. The battle between the three gods and the dark gods, and I cannot fathom what such a scene would resemble." The Divine War. Baron Orino set down the newspaper he had been perusing, pondering for a moment before responding. "In my many years as a knight, I have witnessed the Divine War only once. That time, His Majesty Edward XII had not yet ascended the throne, and we embarked on a campaign to the Nadas Highlands, annihilating the white-striped tribe that occupied the region. The Nadas Highlands lay to the south of the kingdom of the Golden Fleur-de-Lis, largely enveloped by primitive forests teeming with countless unknown tribes." Baron Orino continued. "The individuals of the white-striped tribe were remarkably diminutive, adorning their faces with white stripes. The dark god they worshipped was named Igamagan. Depicted as a great wild-boar knight leading the charge, the prophet prayed to the heavens, awaiting the arrival of the three gods amidst thunder and lightning." The Baron painted a vivid image of an apocalyptic scene. Endless bolts of lightning streaked across the sky, with dark clouds ominously looming as if to crash down. The ethereal figures of the three gods began to materialize amidst the gale, cutting through the darkness of the sky and radiating brilliance. The main deity, Demeter, wielded a staff fashioned from stacked mushrooms, crowned with a diadem woven from golden grains and wheat ears. Her long black hair billowed in the void, and beneath her immaculate white robe lay an inviolable form. With green light emanating from beneath her, lifting her into the air, the huntress goddess, Artemis, drew back her grand horn bow, an arrow fashioned from moonlight aimed at Igamagan. She donned a blue robe, her silvery hair elegantly braided at her waist, her translucent jade feet resting upon two clouds. The pastoral god, Hermes, raised a whip for herding horses, striking it fiercely. The clouds parted, unleashing a dazzling display of shattered lightning that illuminated his beard. Clad in classical leather armor, his muscles bulged as if small creatures scurried beneath his skin. Without uttering a word, the three knights, devoted to their divine patrons, beheld the wild-boar dark god, Igamagan, and immediately commenced battle. Demeter's mushroom staff summoned an aurora, Artemis's horn bow unleashed a flurry of arrows, and Hermes's herding whip crackled with lightning. Igamagan was swiftly reduced to ashes amidst the cataclysmic onslaught. The pair of wild boar tusks fell from the sky, and the dragon knight in formation grasped the tusks, nodding to the praying prophet before vanishing into the horizon atop his dragon. As the thunder ceased, the dark clouds dispersed, and sunlight once again bathed the earth. Thus did Igamagan meet his demise. What use are his wild boar tusks? Aldington swiftly inquired. Who knows? Even Edward XII, who was still a prince at the time, was unaware of this secret. Perhaps it belongs to the realm of legendary figures like dragon knights and prophets. From Baron Orino, Aldington could glean no further information. Yet he felt no regret. He had at least unraveled the origin of the dark god's eye, a blue eye left behind by a bird-like dark god that had perished in the divine war. This blue eye granted him the ability to perceive the unique powers among magical servants, likely a manifestation of natural force. Allowing the atmosphere to settle, he spoke. Father, I believe the moment has arrived. The bloodline has awakened. I have completely realized my bloodline awakening. It is time to announce this news to the world. As Aldington spoke, he activated his internal energy, unleashing the power of thunder. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning erupted around him, accompanied by a cacophony of crackling sounds. Baron Orino sprang to his feet from his chair. You have only been training for a few days, and yet the power of thunder has surged to such an extent. According to my great-grandfather's notes, I was simply practicing when I achieved a complete bloodline awakening. Aldington responded calmly. Perhaps before, it was merely an early sign of awakening. Now, it is the true awakening. That wasn't my great-grandfather also surrounded by sparks? Perhaps, the Baron attempted to regain his composure, yet the sight of his son enveloped in electricity kept his excitement at bay. Butler Carson could not help but exclaim, by the blessings of the three gods, young Master has fully awakened. Master, should I immediately inform everyone at Butterfly Castle? Go at once, not only inform the castle, but have my retinue notify all the knights in the fief. As you wish. Carson dashed out of the parlor. Aldington had already reined in the lightning and resumed his seat. It is a pity I could not awaken so thoroughly sooner, otherwise my uncle would not have needed to depart so early. Heikel, the Eagle Strike, had only left a couple of days prior and should still be on his return journey. Send someone to Eagle's Castle with an invitation. Invite your grandfather's entire family, as well as your grandmother's side, and I will extend an invitation to Duke de Longtandon in my name. You will also extend your own invitation to Viscount Dulick and his wife. The Baron quickly began to deliberate on whom to invite to the upcoming banquet. Nobles and notable figures familiar to him from the Pearl City of Mahdi should be included. The Prime Minister and nobility from Little Versailles should also be invited, and those out-of-town nobles he still maintained connections with must not be overlooked. I shall compose a letter to the Palace of Fontainebleau to inform Edward XII of this splendid news. The king is unlikely to visit, yet he may dispatch a prince in his stead. A prince as well. Would that not be rather ostentatious? I recall that when Mr. Dulick wed, the king merely sent his representative to extend congratulations. This is different. Aldington, your understanding of blood nobility is still lacking. The Baron spoke with a proud smile upon his lips. As a descendant of an awakened knight, I may only grasp at vanity through the title of blood nobility. However, you are different. You are an awakened knight in your own right. Aldington raised an eyebrow slightly, awaiting further explanation. Baron Ornon continued directly. The awakening of bloodlines signifies that you possess a glimmer of potential to challenge the Dragon Knights. Though the hope remains faint, it is significantly greater than that of an ordinary knight. Should you excel in your training, it is highly probable that a Dragon Knight will take notice and personally mentor you. He paused, forcing himself to rein in his emotions and restore a serious demeanor. I share this with you not to encourage lofty ambitions, but to remind you that diligently completing your daily training regimen is your foremost obligation. Do you understand? Chapter 0054. Wax seal. The matter of inviting guests requires little intervention from Aldington. He need only pen a letter to Viscount Dulick. It is worth mentioning that the original owner shared a close bond with Viscount Dulick. Having cultivated a teacher-student relationship over 7 years, that it would not be an exaggeration to say that throughout the original owner's growth, Dulick played the roles of both father and brother. Nonetheless, such sentiments belong to the original owner. Aldington has not inherited this profound affection. Nevertheless, the pleasant memories render him favorably disposed towards Viscount Dulick. Their first encounter occurred when Aldington was 9 and Dulick was 20. In his recollection, Dulick was a dashing and carefree nobleman. As he galloped through the streets, many young ladies would pause to cheer on either side, which meant Aldington would frequently see Dulick escorting various ladies to stay at Ironbark Fortress Point 3 years ago. Miss Norina of the Kingdom of Macedonia wed Mr. Dulick under the witness of the three gods, transforming the once wayward scion into a refined gentleman. After a moment of reflection, he began to write, Esteemed Mr. Dulick. A lengthy letter was swiftly completed. After reviewing it to ensure no omissions or errors, he turned to the attendant standing nearby, saying, Thomas, fetch the wax. It is already prepared, my lord. Thomas replied respectfully, presenting several items: a small alcohol lamp, a bottle containing crystalline granules, a small spoon, and a flint. Thomas then proceeded with practiced ease, igniting the alcohol lamp with the flint, scooping a spoonful of the crystalline granules, and placing it over the flame to melt. This was the procedure for sealing with wax. The crystalline granules were the wax itself, a mixture of rosin, shellac, and vermilion, which, when heated, transformed into a viscous liquid that solidified rapidly upon cooling, due to certain special ingredients. The wax could not be reheated, preventing the envelope from being tampered with and restored. Once the wax was prepared, it emitted a faint scent of pine. Thomas poured most of the wax at the bottom of the letter, and Aldington retrieved his seal, pressing it firmly into the wax, leaving an impression of an iris emblem, inscribed with the words, Aldington Lun Iris. After waiting for the wax to set, he folded the letter and placed it into the envelope. Similarly, the seal of new phone was also dripped with wax, and Aldington produced a smaller seal, applying it with equal force. The wax adhered the envelope shut, leaving behind a simple inscription of Aldington, who is delivering the letter to Ironbark Fortress. Aldington inquired, "It is Captain Robinson of the hunting team. Have him deliver the letter to Captain Parker and accompany him to Ironbark Fortress." Robinson was the hunting captain of Butterfly Fortress, while the one-eyed Parker served as Aldington's captain of guards, both belonging to the retainers of Butterfly Fortress. "As you wish." The servant Thomas quickly located Captain Parker, who was training in the castle's lawn, practicing the mountain splitter technique, accompanied by his fellow retainers Dororo, Tom, and Charlie. The four of them were directly under Aldington's command. They accompanied him when he ventured out, and practiced outside the castle when he remained indoors. "Captain Parker, my lord has instructed you to accompany Captain Robinson and deliver this letter to Viscount Dullick at Ironbark Fortress." "Understood." The one-eyed Parker replied solemnly as he accepted the envelope, then inquired further, "Thomas, I heard from Mr. Lycus that the young master has awakened the power of thunder. Is that true?" Lycus was Baron Oranon's personal servant, ranking second among all male servants in Butterfly Fortress. Only behind the butler Carson that he had once served as a retainer knight to the Baron, but transitioned to his current role to assist in managing affairs after being unable to continue in combat due to injuries sustained on the battlefield. Observing the approaching retainer knights, Thomas proudly replied, "Indeed, it is true." Upon awakening, the skies thundered, and the entire Butterfly Fortress was stirred. In reality, it was merely a release of electrical currents enveloping his body, accompanied by a piercing sound. Yet the servants embellished the tale, portraying Aldington as a divine thunder god descending upon them. "May the three gods bless," the one-eyed Parker exclaimed, striking his chest with fervor. "May the three gods bless," echoed Dororo and the others. Equally thrilled, the path of an awakened knight holds boundless prospects, and those who follow in the footsteps of an awakened knight share the promise of a grand future, potentially earning the title of true knight in recognition of their valor on the battlefield. Though knighthood belongs to the nobility and cannot be inherited, it places them firmly within the ranks of the aristocracy. Mounting his steed, the one-eyed Parker set off to seek out Captain Robinson. The hunting team leader was laughing heartily. The Iris family will undoubtedly rise to become the foremost among the 5 noble families. He already held 7 or 8 letters, all invitations pinned in the name of Baron Ornon, aside from the one intended for Duke Aldington of Greyrock Mountain, and several others directed to various nobles along the way. "Be discreet, Captain Wilson. The Lord does not favor excessive ostentation regarding the Iris family's noble bloodline," Butler Carson interjected, raising a hand to signal his companion to quiet down. "Yet it is indisputable. It should be 1 duke, 2 earls, and 5 nobles, amended to 1 duke, 1 blood, 2 earls, and 4 nobles. If you continue to be so brazen, Robinson, I may suggest replacing you as the messenger." All right, Mr. Carson, I apologize," Robinson grinned, muttering under his breath, "though what I said is the truth. In the province of Danube, while there are many nobles, only 8 are truly considered lords, often referred to as 1 duke, 2 earls, and 5 nobles. The duke is Aldington of Greyrock Mountain, while the 2 earls are the long-established imperial earls from the Tide Crab family of Reef City and the White Axle family of Golden Crown City. The 5 nobles consist of 5 imperial baron families: Iris, Thorn Spear, Dee, Reed, and Chinchio. Among them, the Iris family holds a unique position, being both an imperial baron and a blood noble, though Baron Ornon had yet to awaken, causing a decline in their prominence. However, with Aldington's awakening, the Iris family's stature is bound to be invigorated, justifiably elevating them from one of the 5 nobles to 1 blood. Butler Carson regarded the proud Robinson with a resigned shake of his head. Captain Robinson, remember to be cautious in your words and actions. You represent the Iris family. Of course, I understand. Do not worry, Mr. Carson. As Butler Carson departed, the one-eyed Parker arrived just in time. Captain Robinson, my lord has requested that I join you in delivering the letter to Viscount Dulloch. Oh, I see. It is about time to set off that I can hardly wait for all the noble lords to learn how outstanding young Master Aldington of the Iris family truly is. The young master has always been the most exceptional. Huh. Well said, Parker. You are quite the fortunate one. Had it not been for your lost eye, you would not have been reassigned from the hunting team to serve as the captain of guards for the young master. Serve him well, and your achievements may one day rival those of Mr. Marquez. Robinson's tone turned slightly sour at the mention of Marquez, as he was regarded as the foremost among all retainers in terms of both strength and status. While Marquez's prowess as a ranger was undeniable, it was equally due to the additional resources he received as the Baroness Captain of Guards. Chapter 0055. Boiling over news concerning the nobility always spreads like wildfire, soaring swiftly from Butterfly Fortress across fields and into estates, becoming the talk of countless households. Have you heard? Young Master Aldington has awakened. What does awaken mean? It means he has awakened. I know what awaken means. I am asking what it entails. Old Bob surely knows. Let us inquire with him. The elderly steward of the estate. Old Bob, puffing on his pipe, slowly responded to the inquiries of the estate's serfs. Awakening, you see, is a long tale. Then please make it brief, a young man interrupted impatiently. Ahem. Old Bob, miffed, tapped his pipe, but fell silent. Other serfs urged him. Old Bob, do not bicker with the youngsters. Do tell us what awakening is. Has young Master Aldington truly awakened? A plump middle-aged woman squeezed Old Bob's shoulder, and with the respect afforded him, he continued, do you know what a blood noble is? Of course, everyone knows that the Iris family is a lineage of noble blood, the most esteemed of aristocrats. Regarding this, the majority of serfs and freemen are well aware. Noble blood is not simply a matter of prestige. It is the legacy of the grandest nobility. Do you understand what constitutes the highest nobility? It is the Dragon Knights. Old Bob took a deep drag of tobacco, inhaling it into his lungs before exhaling. Lord Baron and young Master Aldington are descendants of the Dragon Knights. Descendants of the Dragon Knights. We certainly know that Lord Baron is a descendant of the Dragon Knights. Our inquiry pertains to the meaning of awakening. As residents of Maple Leaf Town, most are aware that the Iris family is descended from the Dragon Knights. Old Bob spoke leisurely. But do you know what the greatest strength of the Dragon Knights is? What is it? It is their bloodline. Their bloodline. The bloodline of the Dragon Knights brings forth unimaginable power. It is said that a single strike from a Dragon Knight can bring down a castle. Old Bob slightly exaggerated the tales he had heard, and that dragon beast, when it opens its mouth and unleashes a torrent of flames, could dry up the Hoof River. Wow, are the Dragon Knights really that formidable? Many commoners present had visited the Hoof Pearl City and seen the expansive Hoof River. This is the essence of the Dragon Knights. Do you think the bloodline of the Dragon Knights is weak? Young Master Aldington has awakened the bloodline of the Dragon Knights. It is only a matter of time before he becomes immensely powerful. Just like Lord Odyssey, the elder Baron. Old Bob gestured dramatically to emphasize his point. The Lord Odyssey he referred to as Aldington's great-grandfather, the first Baron of Maple Leaf Town. Unfortunately, the nearby serfs and freemen could hardly recall the name of Lord Odyssey. Over a century had passed, and the current commoners of Maple Leaf Town had grown up hearing tales of the gossip surrounding Baron Aurelio and his son Aldington, knowing only that their lord was Baron Aurelio. Hence, Old Bob's example seemed somewhat feeble, yet he had no better illustrations to offer, as his understanding of bloodline awakening was also quite limited. However, the knights from various elite estates quickly reacted. Aldington has awakened. Indeed. Loden, Aldington has awakened. The Iris family is destined for a new expansion. Our moment to shine is near. This is indeed exhilarating news, but are you certain that when Aldington matures, we will still be able to charge into battle on horseback? After the initial excitement, Loden spoke with great calmness. Dabin, while we celebrate Aldington, we should also conserve our resources to ensure our own lad trains diligently. Upon hearing this, Dabin opened his mouth, then touched the wrinkles gradually appearing on his face and sighed. You speak the truth. It will take at least 10 years. Perhaps even 20, for For Aldington to grow by then, I will be over 60, although I do not believe I shall be unable to ride at 60. I must indeed consider young Ben. Loden replied bluntly. Even if you can still ride. Once Aldington matures, he will not take you along. Young nobles require young followers. This is not a matter of loyalty. Maple Leaf Town needs fresh blood to replace our aging ranks. Dabin shrugged, quickly regaining his rugged smile. All right, Loden, you cunning old fox, spare us the wisdom and hurry off to Butterfly Castle. Opportunities for feasting are scarce, and I intend to make the Baron feel the pinch. He patted his belly vigorously, the sound echoing through the air. The entire Maple Leaf Town buzzed with excitement due to Aldington. As for Aldington himself, he remained composed as he strolled around the estates near Butterfly Castle. The gazes of the commoners upon him reflected awe and enthusiasm, making him feel quite pleasant, though his expression remained as serene as ever. He demanded that his emotions remain unexpressed. Young Master Aldington, I thought once you became a renowned bard, you would no longer visit the estate altar. At the estate altar in North Market, High Priest Sloane awaited him, accompanied by several assistant priests. He was a young priest with a warm smile. An excellent cleric trained at the Temple of Maple Leaf City, though currently only a level 2 disciple. He held the promise of advancing to fervent believer and even apostle. My role as a bard does not preclude my devotion to the three gods. Aldington waved his hand dismissively. High Priest Sloane, please attend to your duties. You need not accommodate me that I merely came to see the nymphs and muses. Do you wish to pray here? Not at this moment. As you wish, High Priest Sloane nodded in response. Entering the estate altar, Aldington sought out the nymphs and muses. That he found that the nymphs had returned from their work in the fields. They did not need to toil daily, only visiting every few days to exert their unique natural powers. Aldington, a muse resting on a beam, noticed him. Are you here to pray? I want to consume your faith. Last time you didn't notify me, and all your faith was devoured by Daali. Hello, lovely Lola. I have no plans to pray today. I am a bard now. Aldington waved at Lola, the semi-transparent girl-like muse, who transformed into a wisp of smoke and coalesced in his hand. Several mischievous nymphs flitted over, swirling around him and chattering in an array of sounds. A bard. Lola tilted her head, unable to comprehend what a bard was. When will you pray? I believe I shall consume your faith. All right, next time. Good, but don't forget. I won tea. Aldington reassured Lola and then began to focus on the purpose of his visit. Subtly channeling his internal fighting spirit, the mysterious patterns within the depths of his left eye's pupil seemed to flicker. A brand new vision unfolded before him. In the 56th chapter, the Valkyrie, within his newfound perception. Lola no longer appeared as a semi-transparent girl, but rather manifested in a radiant outline composed of light, akin to the storm wolf King Hawk he had seen before. However, Lola's radiance was a slightly darker spectrum of colors, each hue shifting in position around her outline, creating a captivating sight. He turned to observe the circling nymphs, realizing they too had transformed into outlines of light, equally exhibiting a spectrum of colors. Though their shades were dimmer compared to Lola's luminous form at this point, he could surmise that with his left eye, which had merged with the eye of the malevolent god, he could perceive the essence of nature. What an extraordinary ability! A multitude of thoughts brewed in his mind. In this world, the essence of nature belonged to one of the triangular principles, occupying a significant portion of existence. Particularly within the priestly triad of the gods, it could be said that every corner of civilization was cultivated. Gathering faith, collecting nymphs, and nurturing muses, gazing at the nymphs and muses before him, Aldington contemplated the estate's fields. Perhaps he could use his left eye to glimpse the signs of divine blessings taking form. This could enable him to ensure the successful nurturing of the blessed nymphs. Alternatively, while searching in the wild, he might be able to see wild nymphs and even muses with his left eye. What else might I achieve? He stroked his chin, continuing to ponder. Could I assess the level of priests based on the intensity of the natural essence I perceive? Or perhaps I could see illusory beasts and evade them in advance. Or could I possibly catch a glimpse of the Valkyrie associated with my father? His great-grandfather had passed down the storm wolf King Hawk. However, even though Hawk could merge with Baron Aurelio, he mostly lived independently. Aldington was quite familiar with Hawk, yet he had seldom encountered the Valkyrie, as the Baron was reluctant to reveal her to a child. Aldington had inquired about the Valkyrie from his mother, Lady Helena. Learning that this Valkyrie was not bred by the family, but rather bestowed by King Edward XII after the eradication of the white-faced tribe as a reward for witnessing the demise of the wild-boar malevolent god Agamagan and making significant contributions during the extermination of the white-faced tribe. The Baron received a Valkyrie around 150 years old. Valkyries typically live between 200 to 500 years, with most surpassing the threshold of 300 years. To validate his thoughts, he promptly returned to Butterfly Castle. Baron Aurelio was engaged in conversation with the knights arriving one after another. Upon seeing Aldington, the knights' eyes sparkled. They approached him eagerly, some embracing him while others patted his shoulders or chest vigorously. Of course, some knights displayed refined manners, performing the knightly salute. "Aldington, you've grown. The Baron has a worthy air. Young lad, let us have a contest another day. Haha, the power of thunder, a testament to the great bloodline of the Dragon Knights. The future of Maple Leaf Town indeed relies on the youth. Are you still growing? Handsome and dashing, and you can even write poetry. How many noble ladies will you enchant?" Aldington maintained a serene smile, reciprocating the greetings of the knights. For now, they were merely followers of the Baron, not his, and only after he inherited the title would these knights pledge their allegiance to him. Thus, he continued to address them as uncles. After the pleasantries, Aldington seized the opportunity to swiftly channel his fighting spirit. Activating the unique effects of his left eye, the distinct vision revealed that there were no abnormalities among the knights in the parlor. However, directly behind Baron Aurelio stood a female warrior outlined in flickering red light. This warrior's features were indistinct, seemingly lacking independent consciousness, merely trailing a meter behind the Baron. Yet soon, Aldington discerned that this Valkyrie was not devoid of independent awareness. Her face was adorned with a pair of dark crimson eyes, which unmistakably roamed the room as if she were savoring a cinematic experience. What further convinced Aldington was the realization that the Valkyrie had noticed him. She had departed from behind Baron Areno and approached him, her crimson gaze fixed intently upon him. The Baron seemed to sense something amiss, casting a surprised glance in Aldington's direction, yet swiftly diverted his gaze to continue his idle chatter with the oblivious knights. The Valkyrie advanced to stand before the sofa where Aldington was seated, locking eyes with him. As he blinked, a myriad of thoughts flooded Aldington's mind. He had not anticipated that, at the very moment he observed her, she would also be aware of his presence. Should he feign ignorance or confront the situation with composure? "Since I am here, I might as well remain at ease. After all, I am the Baron's legitimate son. Even if the evil deity's gaze is noticed by the Baron, what of it? Moreover, I possess the ability to awaken my bloodline, bringing forth new talents to deflect attention." Aldington pondered, with clarity of thought. He lifted the coffee from the table, took a sip, and resumed admiring the Valkyrie. She was but a silhouette of a warrior outlined in a haze of crimson light, yet this did not diminish her allure and sensuality. Her long, slender legs stood tall and powerful. One could only imagine the extent of her beauty under normal circumstances, far surpassing that of the leggy superheroine from the film Wonder Woman. For while Wonder Woman may have been formidable, the Valkyrie was undeniably more so. At that moment, the Valkyrie stood before him, seemingly puzzled. Apart from Baron Areno, there was someone else capable of perceiving her in her ethereal state. Yet, she could not ascertain whether Aldington truly saw her. Had it been anyone else, she would have swiftly communicated with Baron Areno to report the anomaly. However, Aldington was the Baroness' son, and in truth, they were all family. One day, Aldington would inherit the Valkyrie's essence. Thus, she merely observed him quietly, uncertain if she was contemplating something profound. After scrutinizing the Valkyrie several times, Aldington resolved to temper his fighting spirit, dissipating the extraordinary visual effects of his left eye. Restoring everything to normal, the lively chatter in the living room suggested that the Valkyrie had never existed at all. He leaned back against the sofa, reflecting. So the Valkyrie does not reside within a corporeal form, but rather maintains her individuality, merely cloaked in invisibility. This implies that the Phantom Beast Knights possess a form of 360-degree surveillance, controlling the entire scene. The elevation from Elite Knight to Phantom Beast Knight signified a fundamental transformation of the title. Therefore, the heirs of grand nobility typically sought to cultivate themselves into Phantom Beast Knights, even resorting to desperate measures to achieve this ascension. Commanding a Phantom Beast and merging with the Valkyrie would undoubtedly yield exponential benefits. Only the formidable combat prowess of a Phantom Beast Knight could ensure the safety of their territory. Father dearest, esteemed uncles, I intend to take a brief excursion, he announced as he rose to take his leave. Go ahead, Baron Areno nodded, now devoid of any expectations for Aldington, allowing him the freedom to pursue his desires. Upon departing from Butterfly Castle, Aldington meandered through the nearby estates on horseback. His purpose was not to admire the scenery, but to activate the visual effects of his left eye, scrutinizing the fields in search of signs of divine blessing. Chapter 0057. The blessing of the evil condensation. Humanity typically refers to the benefits and enhancements bestowed by the forces of nature as blessings. Thus, bards compose timeless verses that can evoke these natural forces, triggering divine blessings. Vast expanses of flora can also resonate with these forces, engendering unique reactions, which are the harbingers of the blessing of the nymphs. The duration of blessings can vary, and the effects can differ due to a multitude of factors. Divine blessings are exceedingly rare. Not every field can elicit one. It must be one that has been diligently cultivated for years, managed with care, and consistently fertile. Of course, exceptions exist. Many estates in Red Leaf Town have adopted this philosophy in their cultivation practices, favoring single or similar varieties of crops. Previously, the sweet potato estate held the greatest promise for invoking divine blessings. But alas, it was devastated by a horde of moles. Despite efforts to replant with the laborers, the likelihood of restoring it to its former glory remained uncertain. The route Aldington traversed on horseback led him to the sweet potato estate. As he passed each field of crops, he activated his left eye. No signs of natural power. No signs of natural power. This field, too, holds none. After passing several estates, he found no indication whatsoever. Among these was the iris estate, where an array of irises bloomed. The most exquisite irises were potted for sale as ornamental flowers, while others were utilized for crafting perfumes, and the roots were employed in healing potions. Years of cultivation had rendered most of the iris estate's fields mature, imbued with high hopes for eliciting divine blessings. However, it was evident that no signs of natural power were coalescing, and hope seemed to dwindle. Before long, Aldington arrived at the sweet potato estate. When he activated his left eye once more, a scene unlike any other unfolded before him. A delicate veil of shimmering, multicolored mist floated just above the ground in a sprawling sweet potato field, extending up to a height of 4 to 5 meters, radiating an ethereal glow as if woven from dreams. Could this be the divine blessing? Aldington exclaimed in astonishment, quickly discerning. No, it is not yet the divine blessing, merely a portent. Given this iridescent mist, it seems we are not far from invoking the divine blessing. However, this mist appears to be dissipating outward. He noticed the colorful haze of natural power subtly leaking away. Its dispersion so gradual that if it continued, it would likely vanish entirely within a few months. Surely, the destruction wrought by the moles has rendered the sweet potato field incapable of sustaining its natural power. The divine blessing may miscarry before it even arrives. Realizing this, a sense of urgency surged within him. I must take action to save the sweet potato field and ensure the divine blessing is realized. All nymphs and muses in the territory belong to the Lord. Baron Areno's nymphs were, in essence, Aldington's as well, and witnessing the potential loss of his own blessing nymph filled him with anguish. But what can I do? He meticulously recalled the knowledge possessed by the original owner and the information he had gathered during this time. Discovering that there was little he could do, humanity had been commanding nymphs in agriculture for over 10 millennia, aside from developing a method for mature fields to enhance the probability of divine blessings. No superior alternatives had emerged. After all, divine blessings stem from the resonance among plants. One cannot guide plants to actively attract natural power. Even a dragon knight or a seer would find it impossible to intervene. Could the three gods not assist? What if a seer were to summon the three gods? He pondered a possibility. Humanity's faith in the three gods coalesces into holy water. Nymphs and muses thrive on this holy water. Thus, the three gods and the divine blessing must relate to natural power. Surely, the three gods can preserve the divine blessing. Summoning the three gods was a means reserved for seers, and Aldington, not even a disciple, was merely a lay believer, having taken on the role of a bard. This method seemed utterly implausible. But I possess the left eye. This is the remnant of an evil deity, and evil deities are born from faith. Could the evil deity not salvage the divine blessing? In the midst of his contemplation, he arrived at the edge of the sweet potato field as he reached out to touch the iridescent haze. An inexplicable sensation surged from an unknown source. Deep within his left eye, a yearning that felt bound and restrained surged forth, desperate to break free. Just as he contemplated suppressing this desire, a flash of inspiration struck him. He ceased to repress it, allowing the yearning to burst forth from his left eye. The next moment, he beheld the evil deity bird, its blue form soaring from his left eye, freely diving into the colorful haze. Though it opened its mouth, no sound emerged, yet Aldington distinctly heard echoes of jubilant cheers. After circling the iridescent mist several times, it reluctantly returned to Aldington's left eye, leaving him with a wave of exhaustion. As if he had labored tirelessly all day and starved for hours, the fighting spirit that had surged within him moments before had suddenly withered, leaving him both mentally and physically drained. Struggling against hunger and fatigue, he instructed the night attendants accompanying him. Please scout around and ascertain the progress of the sweet potato field's replanting efforts. Yes, the 3 attendant knights swiftly departed. Aldington then retrieved his reserved roasted meat from the Valkyrie's storage. Tearing off several pieces and devouring them hungrily, the knight's formidable digestion quickly transformed the food into fighting spirit, revitalizing him. As his fatigue lessened, he turned his attention to the iridescent haze that the evil deity bird had circled. And to his delight, he discovered, the dispersion has ceased. No, it is not merely halted. It is actively drawing in natural power from the surrounding air. Breathing a sigh of relief, he exclaimed, the divine blessing has been preserved. Though he was unsure of what the evil deity bird had accomplished with his left eye, the outcome was nothing short of splendid. Gazing at the revitalized iridescent haze, Aldington felt a profound sense of accomplishment akin to departing after a task well done, concealing one's merit and fame. If my assumptions are correct, with the powers of my left eye, I shall safeguard every instance of divine blessing within the territory, ensuring the nurturing of nymphs. Nymphs were invaluable treasures, and the worth of this divine ability was equally priceless. A smile crept upon Aldington's lips. In that case, I shall name my left eye Evil Left. The activation of its visual effect shall be termed Evil Sight. No, let us call it Evil Condensation, signifying the gaze of the evil deity. As for the release of the evil deity bird's power, it shall simply be known as Evil Blessing, representing the blessing of the evil deity. In truth, the malevolent condensation and the malevolent blessing are merely 2 of the divine abilities currently understood. Whether there exist further powers within the left eye remains unknown, necessitating continuous exploration. However, casting malevolent condensation does not significantly deplete one's combat energy, whereas invoking malevolent blessing incurs substantial consumption, draining not only combat energy, but also physical stamina. Fortunately, such divine blessings are not encountered daily. Chapter 0058. The revelation. The reward on the 4th island is the malevolent left, but what might the reward on the 5th island be? Aldington is filled with anticipation. Nevertheless, he must prepare adequately to battle the marlin water monsters and the magical beasts on the island. Whether the 5th island can be swiftly conquered remains uncertain. My lord, the replanting situation at the Sweet Potato Manor has been thoroughly investigated. And we have brought the steward along, reported the night attendant. Dororo. Aldington's purpose for this journey was not to receive reports, so after the steward stammered a few words, he waved his hand and said, Excellent. Take good care of these sweet potatoes. This is the most promising farmland in Hongya Town to elicit divine blessings that I hope this recent disaster has not affected it. Subsequently, he departed with his night attendant, returning to Butterfly Castle via a different route. Along the way, he encountered new farmlands and continued to invoke the malevolent condensation ability, searching for any signs of natural power. However, as he passed through, he did not observe any vibrant hues akin to those over the Sweet Potato Manor. These farmlands could not nurture the nymphs. He couldn't help but lament. The Iris family has been cultivating Hongya Town for 126 years. Hasn't it, Dororo? Yet, the nymphs born from the farmlands have not surpassed those acquired through purchase. My lord, it's only 126 years. With the continuous efforts of the lords, there will surely be more nymphs nurtured from these manors in the future. Perhaps, Aldington replied. Somewhat disheartened, noble families typically dedicate centuries to cultivating their territories, and only by nurturing a sufficient number of nymphs and muses can they extract adequate value from the soil. In this era, industry seems shackled by the laws of the world, with agriculture remaining the most vital productive force on Earth. Following the Industrial Revolution, Workers sustained industrial development. As long as a sufficient workforce was nurtured, progress could continue. Yet, in the continent of Laffa, the physical laws appear to have warped, with the foundations of industry transformed into matrices within the magical hexagram. All products conceived under technological concepts rely on the existence of these matrices, which only matrix scholars can comprehend, resulting in an exceedingly scarce industrial population. Furthermore, the value of these scholars is exceptionally high. Noble lords cannot simply command them to work as laborers, for they are scholars meant to explore the arcane mysteries of magic. Thus, for new noble families seeking to amass wealth in a short time, apart from plunder, they can only tend to their lands and cultivate the soil. I hope to change all of this. He made a wish in his heart, then urged his horse to gallop swiftly towards Butterfly Castle. Upon returning, the evening banquet was about to commence, and the castle's servants were busy arranging the dining hall under the butler's direction. The knights attending the feast clustered together in groups, sipping coffee and boasting. Upon seeing Aldington, they greeted him with warm smiles. "My lord, the Baron requests your presence in the study," said Butler Carson. "I shall go at once." Aldington raised an eyebrow. Having already surmised the Baron's intent, undoubtedly concerning the moment he had activated malevolent condensation and perceived the Baron's Valkyrie as expected, once Butler Carson closed the study door, the Baron inquired directly, "Aldington, can you see my Valkyrie?" There was no need for subtlety between father and son. Aldington nodded. "Yes, I saw that Valkyrie. She also noticed me. This should be the first time I have seen your Valkyrie, father." The Baron was not surprised by Aldington's response, though he was somewhat astonished. He quickly asked, "Can you see her now? Tell me, where is Gileul? Is her name Gileul?" Aldington activated malevolent condensation and soon spotted the Valkyrie standing at the study door, her dark crimson eyes scrutinizing him. "She is right here at the entrance. However, I cannot discern her true appearance. I can only see a vague outline." Baron Orino had long suspected that Aldington could see the Valkyrie. Yet, suspicion and certainty are two different concepts. After pondering for a moment, he said, "You should refer to her as Lady Gileul. The Valkyrie possesses an independent persona. Her nature is akin to that of a phantom beast. Although she is not human, she should be regarded as one." "My apologies, Lady Gileul." Aldington offered an apology to the Valkyrie. Orino waved his hand. "She cannot hear you. She is currently in a possession state. The world she perceives is different from yours, just as you see her as a vague outline. She sees you and everything around as indistinct shapes, devoid of sound, wind, or scent." "Oh, is that so? Knowing this information too early will not benefit you. As I have previously advised, young knights must prioritize establishing a solid foundation in combat energy rather than yearning for fusion with phantom beasts and Valkyries," Baron Orino explained. Then inquired, "Is this a new ability brought forth by your bloodline awakening?" "It seems so. Initially, I only possessed the power of Thunderbolt. As my Thunderbolt power grew stronger, I discovered that when I operated it, I could vaguely see certain unseen entities. I can perceive the Valkyrie, as well as see Hawk and the nymphs in the dark." He connected the malevolent left's abilities to the Thunderbolt power. After all, Baron Orino had not awakened. No amount of research into his great-grandfather's notes could unveil the true strength of Thunderbolt power. Thunderbolt power had long been submerged in the annals of history. The King of the Goldfinch, too, had sifted through numerous texts to find scant references to Thunderbolt power, tracing it back to the ancient dragon knight Lunget, the Storm Boltwolf. Thus, he harbored no concerns that this deception would be exposed. "I did not expect Thunderbolt power to have such an effect. Aldington, this is a highly valuable ability. Until you thoroughly explore its potential, you must keep it strictly confidential." "I understand, Diane. Fact. I initially intended to research it further before reporting back to you, father." "Oh, what other research have you conducted?" "I believe what I saw was the natural power, which is why I visited the Sweet Potato Manor." The Baron quickly grasped the implication. "So, you went to examine that sweet potato field to ascertain the possibility of eliciting divine blessings, did you?" "Yes." "What were the results?" "There is a layer of vibrant hues above the sweet potato field. However, the vibrant hues are gradually dissipating." "Ah." Baron Orino clenched his fists, pacing within the study. "Indeed, the sweet potato field holds the potential to nurture nymphs, yet it has been ravaged by the burrowing moles. And it seems it may soon miscarry." Aldington chuckled lightly, saying, "Do not be alarmed, father." The Baron's eyes brightened. Regarding his biological father, some secrets belonging to a time traveler must be closely guarded, yet the majority do not require excessive concealment. Thus, he candidly stated, after exploring the sweet potato field for a while, I discovered that as long as I operated the thunderbolt power, I could resonate with the vibrant hues. Subsequently, when I expended all my combat energy and stamina, the vibrant hues ceased to dissipate and began slowly absorbing the surrounding natural power. So the sweet potato field will soon elicit divine blessings, unless something unexpected occurs. Excellent. Chapter 0059. 3 generations watching his son's transformation after awakening. Baron Arino felt both pride and envy, along with a tinge of bitterness. Years ago, he had advanced to Phantom Beast Knight at the age of 29. Now, the so-called genius, Viscount Dulek, was already 27, yet still far from becoming a Phantom Beast Knight. In comparison, the gap in talent became apparent. Indeed, for nearly a century, he, Arino, had been the most gifted individual in the Danube province that he could not find a single noble who had advanced to Phantom Beast Knight before him. Thus, he was filled with pride, looking down upon any knight in the province, often relishing in a peculiar sense of solitary superiority. However, ever since his son returned home a month ago, first awakening his bloodline, then swiftly becoming an even more remarkable genius, and subsequently composing a classic poem that garnered widespread acclaim. Now, with the thunderbolt power extending into the incredible ability to perceive natural power, how could one not feel envious? Aldington, I have never met your great-grandfather, the founder of the Iris family, that I cannot ascertain whether your talent surpasses or falls short of his, but I can be certain you possess a promising future. A powerful bloodline awakened knight can bring immeasurable benefits to our family. I understand. Listen to me. Once you become a Phantom Beast Knight, you will no longer need to fear any danger. However, until you reach that status, the path of cultivation will not be smooth sailing. Baron Arino resumed his stern paternal tone. Danger lurks everywhere, necessitating that you maintain secrecy, diligently practice, and never allow your talent to breed arrogance. Aldington nodded in response, saying, I shall not become arrogant, my dear father. I possess grand ambitions and understand that the most effective means of achieving those aspirations is to tread carefully with each step I take. Excellent. You have truly matured and grasped many profound truths, the Baron replied. I still have much to learn. Aldington humbly responded. The soul in its 30s cannot be oblivious to the great truths of life. Yet he remained uncertain whether he could endure the relentless toil of years. Fortunately, he had the invaluable aid of the tome, which continuously provided him with the bloodline elixir of thunderous might, saving him a significant amount of arduous training time. This meant he still had ample opportunity to savor the pleasures of life. Patting his son on the shoulder, the Baron refrained from further admonitions and instead smiled, saying, Come, let us attend the banquet. All those gathered today are my loyal followers, who have devoted their lives to the Iris family. They are the heir of our lineage. You must learn to show respect and gratitude. I have always addressed them as uncles, offering them the utmost respect. Indeed, I am well aware of that. The Baron nodded, almost imparting a lesson in governance. We are their masters, the sole rulers of Redleaf Town, yet this does not preclude us from winning their loyalty through affection. Such loyalty, forged in this manner, not only shares in benefits, but also deepens our bonds. Does His Majesty the King employ similar methods to win our family's loyalty? All nobles and vassals are alike. Thus, when the cost of betrayal is too great, loyalty becomes the wisest choice. With the opening of the door, the conversation between father and son came to an end. After a brief tour of the parlor, everyone gathered in the dining hall, where nearly 100 people shared a feast around an immense long table. All present were knights, and naturally, the esteemed Lady Carly and Lady Helena attended to their families. Each grand banquet was a celebration of abundance, consuming nearly 1/10 of Butterfly Castle's annual income in these social events. A toast to Aldington, a toast to the Iris family, a toast to Redleaf Town. Amidst the clinking of goblets, Aldington gradually became pleasantly tipsy, yet he remained composed, resisting the allure of drunkenness. The previous owner of his body had a poor tolerance for alcohol, meeting his demise due to inebriation, akin to a person choking on water. Thus, he had to take this tragedy as a cautionary tale. The good days had yet to arrive, and he must not succumb to an early demise again. Aldington, you drink with less vigor than your father. The Baron, a knight with a bushy beard, bellowed. I do not enjoy heavy drinking. I ask for Uncle Comet's understanding. Aldington stated respectfully, yet his resolute actions made it clear he would not overindulge. No amount of persuasion would sway him. Seeing Aldington set his cup down, Comet awkwardly smiled and turned to clink cups with another knight. He could adopt an air of superiority, taking advantage of Aldington's youth. However, it was imperative to distinguish who the vassal and who the master was. Overstepping boundaries was ill-advised. This scene caught the eye of an elderly knight seated beside Baron Orino, who chuckled, "My lord, I have watched Aldington grow since childhood. I once thought him overly compliant and timid, but after a few years of service, he has developed the resolve of a leader." "This indicates that Viscount Dulick is a commendable knight," the Baron replied. "Reputation does not deceive. The Rock family, as a venerable noble lineage, indeed possesses much to learn from in terms of educating their descendants. Regardless of innate talent, the heirs of the Rock family have consistently displayed exemplary qualities, serving as moral paragons." The Baron shook his head. Aldington seems somewhat reluctant to go to Ironstone Fortress. Why is that? Does the Rock family mistreat him? Not at all. The primary reason lies with his uncle, who has guided him to become a bard, garnering excessive admiration, thus sparking a yearning for the splendor of Versailles and Petit Versailles. It is quite natural for the young to seek enjoyment. However, he should still be dispatched to Ironstone Fortress. Count Greystone's realm confronts frequent monster incursions, mountain brigands, and conflicts with the kingdom. Aldington can acquire invaluable battlefield experience there, the old knight asserted. "I understand. He merely expresses such sentiments. Nevertheless, he understands restraint and has not rejected my arrangements." "Ah, that reassures me. I hope he can soon shoulder the responsibilities of the Iris family, allowing you to fulfill your aspirations sooner." "Old Mike, are you aware?" "Of course. You wish to venture to the Snowy Valley in search of a glimmer of hope. Many of us elders are aware. However, should you travel to the Snowy Valley, you will need a retinue of knights accompanying you. Warriors are not suitable, and you would not wish to take Marcus along. Therefore, I hope you will take me with you. You need not make such a great sacrifice, old Mike." Amidst the din at the dining table, their quiet exchange went unheard by the other knights. Old Mike wore a benevolent smile. "In my youth, I followed Lord Otto, and in my middle age, I followed you, my lord. How many knights have served 3 generations of lords? Let Aldington be the one for my son and grandson to follow." Chapter 60. Practicing with the sword. Nobles, clad in elegant evening attire, gracefully sipped red wine, carefully slicing steak with knife and fork while exchanging light-hearted banter. This was Aldington's impression of nobility from his previous life. However, the nobles of the Laffa continent, in essence, were merely a group of well-educated warriors, and warriors ought to engage in the pursuits befitting their station. Thus, as the wine flowed and spirits lifted, a group of eager knights began to coax one another away from the dining hall and onto the castle's lawn. Shedding their upper garments, they commenced a bare-knuckle brawl under the watchful eyes of numerous onlookers. Relying solely on their physical strength without invoking any martial energy, Aldington watched for a while before losing interest. He held little fascination for such primal and savage displays of combat. Was it not far more delightful to savor wine, compose poetry, and discuss life with the noble ladies? Why must they insist on stripping down and mingling their sweat? Even if they wish to duel, they ought to do so with martial energy to make the spectacle more exhilarating and accurately reflect one's prowess in battle. Of course, he understood the potent effects of hormones and alcohol on an individual. Thus, he chose to silently withdraw to the lawn at the rear of the castle. The Storm Wolf King, Hawk, lay solitary on the grass, resting. A beast of mythical caliber, she was a female wolf. Whether she had once belonged to a pack was uncertain. But now she preferred solitude, nurturing her 3 pups. The second pup expressed a desire to be sent to the court to celebrate Aldington's awakening, yet Lady Carly did not intend to depart so soon. "Hawk," Aldington called. Hawk quickly opened her eyes, glanced at Aldington, then closed them again, ignoring him and returning to her rest. This magnificent mythical beast had always maintained such a demeanor of indifference, showing no affection for humans or anything else. However, her 3 pups, upon being roused, dashed towards Aldington. Had it not been for Aldington's rapid advancement in martial energy cultivation, his legs firmly planted on the ground, he might have been toppled by the swiftly growing pups. "Hotter. Holly, return," Aldington admonished, swatting the second and third pups aside, then ruffling the head of the eldest pup. "Hawking, you've grown heavy. nearing 150 pounds. Hodder, Hawking, and Holly were names he had given to Hawk's 3 pups. Initially, he considered naming Hawking Howard, but felt it unbefitting. The reasoning was simple. The basketball player Howard was nicknamed the Beast, while he envisioned Hawking as a mythical beast. Thus, Hawking retained his name. Occasionally, he pondered the implications of sharing a name with the physicist Hawking, who suffered from ALS, deeming it somewhat ominous. Yet he greatly admired Hawking's A Brief History of Time, and so he chose Hawking for the eldest pup's name. Awoo, awoo, awoo. Hawking had mastered the art of howling and joyfully showcased his skills to the moon above. Grasping the fur around Hawking's neck, Aldington addressed the resting Hawk. Hawk, I shall take Hawking for a stroll. Please keep an eye on Hodder and Holly. The intelligence of mythical beasts is not to be underestimated, especially one that has lived over 100 years and has experienced 3 generations of masters. They can understand human speech. Without a visible response from Hawk, she merely let out a snort, causing Hodder and Holly to wilt like frostbitten eggplants, obediently returning to rest beside Hawk. Only Hawking, excited, followed Aldington as they ran outside. Once Aldington and Hawking departed, Hawk suddenly opened her eyes, coldly observing the duo of one man and one wolf as they left, then turned her gaze to Hodder and Holly nestled beside her, a fleeting glimmer of affection crossing her expression. She was acutely aware that Hodder would be sent away to join the father of her 3 pups. Holly would remain, continuing the lineage, and perhaps many years later, a new Storm Wolf King would emerge among her descendants, though it was more likely they would become ordinary magical beasts, without sufficient wildness. How could a beast evolve in the face of survival crises? And then there is Hawking. Baron Orino's voice floated over, having arrived at some point. Do not be sorrowful, old friend Hawk. Hawking is with Aldington and will eventually inherit your glory, becoming the new guardian mythical beast of the Iris family. Humph. Hawk humanized her acknowledgement with a nod. Indeed, Aldington has awakened and is also a bard. His talents far surpass what I had anticipated. Humph. Very well. It has been a while since we moved our limbs. Let us go out for a stroll. Baron Orino erupted into laughter. Hawk swiftly rose, growling at the 2 wolf cubs before he hoisted Baron Orino onto his back and vanished into the shadows cast by the castle's lights. The man and beast arrived at a desolate wilderness, where Hawk suddenly transformed into a beam of light, merging into the body of Baron Orino. In that instant, the Baron seemed to undergo a scion transformation, radiating a blue glow that intricately outlined a stunning suit of blue armor. Upon closer inspection, it was evident that this armor resembled a living wolf pelt, with a wolf's head adorning the helmet, its piercing eyes surveying the surroundings. Even more astonishing, following the fusion of Hawk and Baron Orino, a beautiful silhouette emerged from behind the Baron, an ethereal Valkyrie named Jiluru, her luminous form intricately delineated. Complete with leather armor, a shield, and a spear, she moved freely around the Baron, appearing almost human yet in a translucent state. Ra, the Baron bellowed, leaping into the air, soaring dozens of meters high as if suspended in the sky, wielding his great sword to unleash crescent-shaped slashes of energy. Each arc of the sword struck the ground, creating deep fissures, while rocks shattered under the force of his blows. At that moment, the formidable combat prowess of the Beast Knight was on full display. Unbeknownst to Aldington, his father was frolicking outside in the dead of night. He, accompanied by the wolf cub Hawking, was admiring the moonlight by the lakeside. Butterfly Castle stood proudly on the island at the center of the lake. It was uncertain whether it was due to his great-grandfather's lack of literary talent that the castle was named Butterfly Castle, resulting in the island being dubbed Butterfly Island and the lake Butterfly Lake. If it were up to me to name them, I would call the castle Meteor Castle, the island Meteor Island, and the lake Sword Lake. Altogether, they would be Meteor Butterfly Sword. Ha ha. Upon this thought, Aldington couldn't help but chuckle. Hawking, splashing in the water, looked at him in confusion, unable to comprehend, and resumed his playful splashing, soaking himself thoroughly. Aldington stood up, and although there were no shooting stars in the sky, he possessed a long sword in hand. Drawing the frostblade, he began practicing the thunderbolt sword technique by the lakeside, illuminated by the moonlight and the shimmering water, his swordplay oscillating between powerful strikes and delicate flourishes. It felt as though countless inspirations surged within him, perfectly merging his fighting spirit with his swordsmanship. Unbeknownst to him, the power of thunder was being awakened, enhancing the razor-sharpness of the thunderbolt sword. As he appeared to manifest numerous phantoms, the sword light radiating in every direction, expressing the fervor in his heart. Hawking ceased his splashing, tilting his head to observe Aldington's swordplay, his wolfish eyes reflecting overlapping images, and instinctively raised his left paw, waving it about as if practicing swordsmanship alongside Aldington. The upper three moves were naturally beyond his grasp, but the lower three were manageable. This, perhaps, is what it means to practice the lower moves when the upper moves are unattainable. In any case, the moonlight washed over them, and the water lay still, as both man and wolf honed their sword skills. Chapter 0061. Guessing wins and losses basking in the lingering essence of the moonlight. Aldington quietly reflected on the process of his sword practice. Many previously vague understandings had been shattered, allowing his thunderbolt sword to ascend once more, granting him a new level of comprehension in swordsmanship. This was a moment of enlightenment. If one were to categorize the martial arts in the world of fighting energy and magic, they might be divided into levels: beginner, proficient, adept, masterful, and ultimately, the breakthrough to innovation. Aldington had now reached this level of breakthrough, dismantling existing frameworks and imprinting the thunderbolt sword with his personal mark. The dual perspectives of an adult soul, one from Earth and the other from the world of Muba, bestowed upon him an extraordinary vision that transcended time and space. To see a mountain is to see a mountain. To see water is to see water. Yet, to see a mountain is not to see a mountain. To see water is not to see water. Ultimately, to see a mountain is to see a mountain. To see water is to see water. Whether philosophical or nonsensical, young people must experience certain events to grasp that level of perception. The same applies to the cultivation of martial arts. Life on Earth provided Aldington with a wealth of inspiration. Dazzling sword techniques from films and the profound theories therein could all serve as references. With a gentle flick of his finger against the blade, the frost blade emitted a clear, resonant sound. A-woo, a-woo. The wolf cub, having sneakily imitated the thunderbolt sword technique, seemed to echo his thoughts, though it was likely just being playful. Patting Hawking's head, Aldington smiled slightly and sheathed the frost blade. The thunderbolt sword has been mastered to perfection. It is time to cultivate a new technique. Perhaps I shall focus on spear techniques next. Had it not been for the awakening of his bloodline, he would have returned to Grey Iron Fortress to study mounted combat. Mounted combat involves charging with a spear, with the knight's spear never leaving their hand. Knights wield three types of spears: light spears for individual combat, heavy spears for group charges, and javelins for light cavalry ambushes. Clearly, a single knight cannot carry all this equipment alone, necessitating the presence of attendants to assist in carrying the spears. Furthermore, the spear techniques vary greatly among different noble families, continuously evolving and improving. The Iris family's spear technique retains their great-grandfather's traditional naming style, calling it the Thunderbolt Spear. Notably, the Iris family's archery technique is not named the Thunderbolt Arrow but rather the Continuous Arrow. The reason is simple. Lord Odyssey was not adept at archery and learned the standard Continuous Arrow. Even during Baron Orino's time, no beneficial improvements were made to archery, making it impossible to shamelessly rename the Continuous Arrow to Thunderbolt Arrow. Should I learn the Thunderbolt Spear first? My father wishes to send me to Grey Iron Fortress to serve as an attendant, hoping I'll learn the mountain spear technique from the Pancher family. Compared to the Thunderbolt Spear, which is rather limited in content, the mountain spear boasts a 1,000-year legacy, with profound and extensive techniques, difficult to master. A complete spear technique encompasses the use of light spears, heavy spears, and javelins, while the Thunderbolt Spear's light spear section is the only substantial part. The heavy spear and javelin sections contain only a few meager moves. In this era, friendly nobles can learn martial arts from one another. However, while learning is easy, mastering is quite challenging, and popularizing it among lower-tier knights is even more difficult. For instance, the heavy spear techniques in the mountain spear are intricately tied to knight formations, requiring a resonance of fighting energy among all knights during a charge, combined with specialized heavy spear techniques to unleash their full combat potential. If the spear techniques are too diverse and inconsistent, it greatly hampers coordination. Why ponder so much? I must make my own choices as an adult. Aldington shook his head, reminding himself that he was still young and had ample time to correct his course. The notion of biting off more than one can chew is not a concern. Let us head back. Hawking. A-woo, a-woo. Upon returning to the lawn near the castle gates, the bare-knuckle brawl among the knights continued unabated. With family members forming a circle, gesturing and whispering about the knights about to compete, the young ladies blushed at the sight of the muscular physiques, while the noble women observed with a nonchalant air. Offering their opinions, Lady Carly and several elderly noble women gathered around a round table, sipping tea while reminiscing about past events, filled with nostalgia. Meanwhile, Lady Helena engaged in lively conversation with the younger noble women, discussing the latest gossip from Little Versailles, whose jewelry was exquisite, which skincare store offered the best products, or which young lady had become pregnant by a prominent socialite, resulting in her being married off to some rural nobleman. "Hey, Aldington, over here," a knight called out, waving him over. Aldington squinted, a smile breaking across his face as he approached. "Uncle Leon, Brother Luca, what are you up to? We're guessing the outcome of the bout. Look, Big Guy O is about to face off against Monkey Shoes." Leon grinned, his face a mask of flattery. "Aldington, care to place a bet?" "Don't worry, the stakes are low. Just one Gerifor to wager that, of course. If you have the money, one Leifer is fine too." This was an open gamble. Yet the lord would not impose restrictions, as the knights were vassals, not servants. Aldington had little fondness for gambling, rejecting all vices. However, engaging in a friendly wager with his vassals occasionally served as a form of social interaction. He pulled out a Leifer and casually tossed it onto the table, saying, "I bet Shoes will win." Immediately, Leon and his companions lit up, as a single gold coin could fund several rounds of revelry. A servant brought over a chair, and Aldington sat down, watching the bare-knuckle clash between Big Guy O and Monkey Shoes. In truth, he already knew the outcome. Big Guy O would undoubtedly prevail. The reason was not that Big Guy O was particularly skilled, but rather that the Baron had once disclosed a secret about a small gambling syndicate among his vassal knights. Leon, Luca, O, and Shoes were all members of this syndicate. They either engaged in bare-knuckle brawls or set up gambling tables, using coded signals to communicate with one another. When betting on who would win, they would do their utmost to ensure the favored knight lost, and conversely, if betting on who would lose, they would ensure that knight won. Of course, such petty schemes did not concern the Baron, who had merely mentioned it in passing. Thus, Aldington was confident that by placing his single Leifer on Shoes, he was essentially betting on his loss. Sure enough, after a few minutes of thrilling combat, Shoes fell victim to a misstep and was overpowered by O, unable to rise and forced to concede defeat. Aldington, it seems your luck is not so good tonight." Shoes usually manages to outmaneuver O with his agility, yet this time he was decisively bested. Leon snatched the Leifer from the table, his eyes gleaming with delight. "That I will not hesitate to take this." "Be my guest," Aldington replied, sipping fresh fruit juice, treating the Leifer as if it were mere coinage. Indeed, one would not regard the leaf as mere currency, for he has recently accrued a considerable fortune. The Versailles Daily, based on the rising popularity of Facing the Sea, with Spring Blossoms and Gulumama, calculated the benefits to its circulation and offered him an exorbitant remuneration of 36 leaf. That, of course, two classic poetic works, coupled with his noble lineage, justify such a price. Had the news of his awakening been disclosed sooner, the newspaper might have been compelled to offer him more than 50 leaf, a testament to the invisible privileges of noble blood. Thus, having acquired wealth, one ought to procure joy with it. Chapter 0062. My ideal in the early summer of the year 927, amidst a dry spell devoid of rain, not only did the waters of the Mayor Hoof River recede, but the ponds and streams near Red Leaf Town could scarcely retain water. Even the Butterfly Lake surrounding Butterfly Castle revealed a shoreline extending at least half a meter. Consequently, on the day following the nightly banquet, Baron Areno found himself compelled to survey the various estates alongside his retinue of knights to address the irrigation issues plaguing the fields. Today, we may indulge in leisure, but tomorrow we must host the soiree for the elite of the Mare Pearl Market. And the day after brings the gathering of the high society of Little Versailles. With the arrival of my uncle's family, Mr. Dulloch's household, and my grandmother's kin, another banquet shall ensue. Lastly, my sister's family from Versailles will surely return. And the kingdom will dispatch representatives as well. In an era when transportation was rudimentary, reliant primarily on horses and magical beasts, the realm of the Goldflower Kingdom was vast, rendering communication sluggish. Some of the grand aristocrats possessed flying beasts capable of traversing 1,000 miles in a day. Yet these could only bear a single night. Given that nobles typically traveled with attendants, squires, and relatives, these flying creatures could not accommodate such numbers. Hence, the festivities celebrating the awakening of the Aldington lineage were destined to span a fortnight. After completing his morning nightly training, he settled in the parlor, perusing a book while awaiting company, pondering several troubling questions he wished to clarify. Young master, Mr. Marquez has arrived. Please show him in and have the kitchen send over some refreshments. Yes, sir. Marquez did not accompany the Baron on his estate inspections. As a wind whisperer, he primarily participated in beast hunts, lest he be underutilized. Upon entering, he remarked with a hint of jest, Aldington, esteemed awakened knight. Do you require my assistance? Aldington smiled and replied, Mr. Marquez, I have some inquiries regarding the training of rangers that I wish to discuss with you. The wind whisperer possessed the ability to attune himself to nature, a skill garnered through the cultivation of the five senses. In your opinion, is this attunement to nature not a manifestation of natural power? Natural power? Marquez shook his head. No. Rangers derive from the warrior class. Our cultivation is fundamentally of the physical form. The five senses pertain to honing our faculties: eyes, ears, mouth, nose, tongue, and body. All things in nature possess their distinct flavors, sounds, and shapes, which rangers merely track. This is nature, not the force of nature. Aldington felt a twinge of disappointment. So it is not the force of nature? I can state unequivocally that the wind whisperer cannot grasp the force of nature. However, in my years of yearning for advancement, I have explored much regarding the children of the forest. In my view, the wind whisperer solely cultivates the physical form. To ascend to the status of a child of the forest, one must seek out another power, which may indeed be the force of nature. Is that why you frequently visit the estate altar to pray? Indeed, my level of faith has reached that of a disciple. Even the high priest Sloane envies me, believing that had I chosen the path of a priest, I might have become a fanatic. Though the fanatic ranks only at level 3, the wind whisperer stands at level 4. Yet in societal hierarchy, a level 3 fanatic can easily become a cardinal within a temple. Temples are superior to altars, constructed solely in cities. Cardinals outrank high priests, overseeing all priests within their jurisdiction. Regardless of the wind whisperer's prowess, he remains merely a squire knight, far removed from the upper echelons represented by cardinals. In that case, Mr. Marquez, please enjoy the refreshments while I finish reading this volume, The 125 Battles of the Danube. Have you encountered any issues regarding the force of nature? A few, indeed, as you know. I am a bard. I lack for nothing concerning the enhancement of natural power, yet I am quite curious about its origins. Marquez, perplexed, responded, why ponder its source? As a facet of the triangular principles of the cultivation system. It is akin to our physical forms and our spirits, powers inherent from birth. No? Well, Aldington, you know I am not fond of such contemplations. Perhaps you ought to consult Mr. Todd, that I have already summoned Mr. Todd. As soon as he finished speaking, a servant entered, reporting, Young master, Mr. Todd has arrived. Please allow him in. Aldington, I hear you seek my counsel. The scholar-like dual-high mage Todd entered gracefully, offering a courteous bow to Mr. Todd. Please take a seat. I indeed have a matter to discuss. I find myself curious about the origins of the force of nature. For instance, faith is a form of natural power. Yet when we pray, are we not cultivating our mental strength? Why, then, does it manifest as a force of nature? The fact that you can pose such a question indicates you possess the talent of a mage. Nevertheless, as an esteemed awakened knight, your future is bright. And it is apparent that you should not squander time on arcane studies. Todd began with a compliment, then proceeded to explain, the force of nature is a manifestation of will. Will? Indeed, within our internal documents of the 6-point star of magic, we generally categorize the force of nature as the will of the world, the will of the Mu-8 realm. I would be most eager to hear more. Aldington's interest was piqued. Meanwhile, Marquez indulged in the refreshments. Noting that even a simple box of walnut pastries from the Butterfly Castle chef surpassed those made by his own wife. Savoring the taste, he devoured them heartily. Todd discreetly shifted his stool, distancing himself slightly from Marquez, maintaining a placid expression, though a fleeting look of disdain in his eyes did not escape Aldington's notice. It was not unusual for mages to look down upon rangers. If you have perused texts akin to the study of the divine, you should be familiar with the origins of the Mu-8 realm. During the first creation, Mu, adhering to his will, birthed the gods from his own corporeal remains. I am aware of that. Tio put it bluntly. The gods are, in essence, Mu himself, just as I am a dual-high mage, encompassing not only my body but also my soul. Should my body decay one day while my soul endures, would it not still be considered me? Aldington hesitated. It should be, I suppose. Similarly, the gods and Mu are akin to my soul and myself. However, the malevolent faction known as the Dark Triangle has demonstrated that a soul, once severed from its corporeal vessel, may persist indefinitely, yet ultimately devolves into a wretched existence akin to that of a lich or a malevolent spirit. The gods too have succumbed to such a fate. After a pause, Todd concluded, in essence, the gods betrayed Mu's will, leading to the rise of the Mu star, which obliterated the ancient Mu realm and gave birth to the Mu 2 realm. But you must understand, the Mu realm is founded upon Mu's very body. Everything stems from Mu, and his will shall inevitably return. Aldington seemed to grasp the concept. So, Mu repeatedly destroys worlds to forge new ones. Precisely to Mu seeks to establish an ideal new world, unhesitatingly demolishing those tainted and fallen old worlds. But wait, Mr. Todd, I recall from the study of the divine that Mu's soul resides within the Mu star. So the god should not be his soul that Todd pondered for a moment, carefully choosing his words. How shall I put this? You could say that Mu's soul is immense. He continually separates portions of it. The purest thoughts are enshrined within the Mu star, while the more convoluted thoughts manifest as the inhabitants of the ancient gods, who begin to reshape the ancient Mu realm. Should the ancient Mu realm stray from its intended path, the Mu star intervenes to correct it. Chapter 0063. The Three Laws. Todd's words immediately reminded Aldington of the 3 laws of robotics from Isaac Asimov's science fiction work, I, Robot. The first law, a robot may not injure a human being or, through inaction, allow a human being to come to harm. The second law, a robot must obey the orders given it by human beings, except where such orders would conflict with the first law. The third law, a robot must protect its own existence as long as such protection does not conflict with the first or second law. Later, a zeroth law was added. A robot must protect humanity as a whole, rather than individual humans, with the other 3 laws taking precedence only under this condition. The introduction of these 4 laws was designed to ensure that robots could never harm their creators, and any violation would result in repercussions ranging from a simple reboot to self-destruction. Thus, he perceived a semblance between the Mu realm and these laws of robotics. Mu established the Mu realm to maintain dominion over it, implementing the Mu star as a safeguard. Should the Mu realm exceed its bounds, the Mu star would activate, annihilating the realm and initiating a rebirth. If this is indeed the case, it is a chilling thought. Aldington felt a shiver run down his spine, as though a pair of eyes were fixated on his back, the sensation akin to being pricked by a multitude of needles. He even allowed his thoughts to wander. What brings me to this realm? Am I perhaps the chosen savior, destined to rescue this world from the clutches of the ultimate malevolent force? Is my path intertwined with that of the Creator, the Genesis deity, the mist giant? The mere contemplation sends shivers down my spine. Such lofty aspirations have never crossed my mind before, nor do I feel compelled to save the indigenous people with whom I share no connection. Wouldn't it be far more delightful to live as a contented resident of the mist world, savoring life in simple joy? Perhaps I should refrain from frightening myself. He hastily gathered his scattered thoughts and continued to listen to Todd's explanation. The mist world has faced destruction time and again, and the divine has fragmented amidst this chaos. By the time our mist world emerges, the divine can no longer coalesce. The will of the mist returns to its essence, becoming the very will of this world. The natural force is but a manifestation of the world's will, an embodiment of divine power. If we venerate the 3 gods and concentrate their essence, does that not oppose the will of the mist? That is a matter for the nobility to ponder. Tomi, it is merely a gathering of the 3 gods, not a resurrection of ancient deities. Moreover, we are continually purging the evil gods, which is an act in alignment with the world's will. In essence, you must grasp the nature of the natural force. Aldington nodded, inquiring, if the divine embodies the will of the mist, then do we, as humans of the mist world, not also reflect that will? Todd smiled and replied, all things are manifestations of divine will. We are simply more astute. Knowing how to arm ourselves, warriors cultivate their bodies, mages nurture their spirits, priests hone their natural force, and knights master all 3. The triangular principle approaches perfection. Perhaps this is the civilization the mist envisions. Very well. I understand. If young Master Aldington has no further inquiries, I must return to my experiments. Would you not indulge in some refreshments before departing? No need. Mages do not require excessive nourishment, for our cultivation occurs within the mind. Todd cast a sidelong glance at the gluttonous Marcus and spoke with a hint of pride. Perhaps his reluctance to partake in refreshments stemmed from not wishing to dine alongside a rogue. After Todd's departure, Marcus, having satiated his hunger, remarked, "Aldington, if there's nothing else, I shall take my leave." Very well. Once everyone had departed, Aldington found himself disinterested in the book titled The 125 Battles of the Danube, as his mind lingered on Todd's revelations. The acquisition of the evil left had granted him the freedom to perceive the natural force at will, leading to his curiosity about it. He had not anticipated such an explanation, that the natural force is indeed the world's will, a reflection of the mist's intent, or rather, that gaining the world's acknowledgement allows one to harness the natural force. Prayer serves as a process of recognition. Composing poetry is likewise a means of acknowledgement. Plants that grow continuously gain recognition, invoking divine blessings to nurture nymphs. Magical beasts that evolve similarly receive acknowledgement, transforming into phantoms. Be it the will of the mist or the natural force. Both have become fixed laws of the world. The divine war, led by humanity, is but an adherence to these laws. Perhaps the mist does not wish for evil gods to flourish, nor for the era of ancient deities to return. What does it matter to me? Though I possess the evil left, I am not an evil god. What have I to fear? Aldington reassured himself. For now, he was merely a fledgling knight, unburdened by the concerns of semi-divine matters. Oh, little Iris, still engrossed in your studies, not venturing out for some fresh air. Would you care to join grandmother in visiting the new market to see the comedic performances? Lady Landon has a troupe of comedians under her wing. Their performances are splendid and sure to provoke endless laughter. Lady Carly, supporting her personal maid Fanny, inquired with a laugh as they descended the stairs. Comedic performances, akin to a blend of song and dance, are far more entertaining than mere clowning, as the performers possess genuine skill. No, grandmother, I have no interest in comedic acts. Aldington firmly declined, not due to a lack of interest in the performance itself, but rather a disinterest in mingling with a group of elderly ladies. Do not emulate your father or your mother, who adopts such a rigid demeanor. Their presence is already stifling at home. I do not wish for my dear grandson to wear a perpetual frown. Lady Carly lamented while instructing. Fanny, have you prepared the gifts for Lady Landon? All is ready, placed in the carriage. Mrs. Fanny, now in her 50s, had served Lady Carly since childhood and had never married. Aldington smiled, saying, Grandmother, Mrs. Fanny, travel safely, and please extend my regards to Lady Landon and Sir Zorro. Tomorrow. That young scamp Zorro will come by himself. There is no need for me to convey your greetings. A simple toast to him will suffice. As Lady Carly spoke, she had already exited the parlor. Sir Zorro is a free lord, directly answerable to the king. The title of knight is a common term for such lords. Free lords hold hereditary titles, typically classified within the baronial rank. Yet in reality, they are merely hereditary knights, possessing a small estate as their fief. Lady Landon is Zorro's mother. Notably, Sir Zorro's grandfather was a knight who followed the old Lord Odyssey, fathering 2 sons. The elder continued to serve Aldington's grandfather Otto, while the younger, with Otto's assistance, became an imperial knight. Upon coming of age, Zorro allied himself with the Iris family, and through his exceptional talent and repeated acts of valor, along with the support of Baron Orin, he earned the title of Free Lord, becoming a genuine hereditary noble. Undoubtedly, while Zorro nominally pledges loyalty to the king, in reality, he remains loyal to the Iris family, serving as an external force for them. The Iris family has also supported 2 other free lords similar to Zorro. Regrettably, Autumn's talent is simply too lacking for battlefield achievements. Otherwise, he too could have been backed by the Iris family. Now, Autumn has lost hope. Perhaps when his son Ostro matures, with the assistance of Orin and Aldington, they may secure a hereditary title for him. Chapter 0064. A fight. One might say that when mentioning a certain name, that very person appears. That night, Autumn arrived once more at the Butterfly Castle with his entire family. Oh, my dear nephew, have you finally come to understand? Haha. Awakening one's bloodline should be widely announced. Even the king must be informed. This is the honor of our bloodline family. Even the 3 dragon knights will extend their congratulations to you. Autumn exclaimed excitedly, enveloping Aldington in a bear hug. Uncle Autumn, do not be overly excited. It's merely a matter of a day's delay. Aldington quickly wriggled free, then greeted Aunt Fran, giving a gentle pat to his little cousin Ostro's head. Aldington, my black cricket has died again. Could you possibly gift me an even better one? The sport of cricket fighting was Ostro's greatest passion. From this, one could already discern his inclination towards a spoiled lifestyle. That black cricket was painstakingly selected. How could it have perished so swiftly? Did you take it to gamble? No, no. It was that rascal Karak. He broke the rules and stole his brother's cricket to compete against mine. It was a strong, golden-headed cricket, and with just a few strikes. It killed my black one. Ostro lamented, his expression filled with grievance. And who is Karak? Aldington inquired. Autumn shrugged. The son of Kalia, the Spear of Thorns. Kalia is the tax supervisor of Little Versailles. Cliff, the heir to the Baron of Boulder Town. Isn't he a squire under Count Dulick, just like you? The relationship between Kalia and Cliff is akin to that of you and me. I see. Aldington nodded, recalling Cliff that he remembered how, upon his arrival in this world, Cliff had once belittled him with words, and during their time at Ironwood Castle, they had also been rivals. The Spear of Thorns family shares a rather indifferent relationship with the Iris family. Turning to his servant Thomas, he commanded, "Tomorrow, take my visiting card and have Dororo accompany you to Little Versailles. Inform Kalia that his son Karak must compensate Ostro with a cricket and apologize to him." "As you wish," Thomas replied. Aunt Fren opened her mouth. "Aldington, must it be so? It is merely a matter of play among children. I too am a youth, Aunt, and Ostro is my brother. How can others bully him? I have little tolerance for bullying among children." Aldington smiled slightly, recalling how, in his previous life, he had once been extorted for his breakfast money by a group of unruly students. Autumn raised his hands in surrender, pleased that Aldington stood up for Ostro. Yet he still remarked, "You are being rather headstrong, Aldington." "I have the right to be headstrong." "Very well, you are an awakened knight. Your words hold weight." As the group entered the castle, only Madame Helena was there to greet them, prompting Autumn to curiously ask, "Where is Mother, and what of Orin?" Madame Helena replied, "Mother has gone to Lady Landon's to watch the comedic performance and has yet to return. She may stay the night. Orin is outside inspecting the estate. This year, the land is suffering from drought, and the stewards hope that the castle can organize serfs to dig irrigation ditches to draw water from the Hoof River for irrigation. I passed by the Hoof River on my way here. The water level has dropped by half. Can we draw enough water for irrigation from it?" Autumn inquired with concern. He could not help but care, as he possessed several estates in Red Leaf Town. It is not necessary to draw exclusively from the Hoof River, if other rivers and lakes in the vicinity can provide water. They will certainly be considered as well. According to Orino, the foremost priority is to safeguard the water supply of the Sweet Potato Estate, even if it necessitates compelling the serfs to dive into the waters to ensure irrigation conditions. Hasn't the Sweet Potato Estate already suffered damage from the gopher? Is there still hope for invoking the blessing of the gods? Who knows? Perhaps Orino is unwilling to concede defeat. Madame Helena was unaware that Aldington possessed the ability to perceive the forces of nature, a fact the Baron had not disclosed to her. The knowledge concerning the dark left-hand deity's powers remained confined to the Baron and his son Aldington. As the dinner approached, the Baron finally returned to Butterfly Castle with his retinue, their appearance disheveled, with the Baron's leather armor marred by 2 significant cracks. "Heavens, Orino, what has transpired?" Madame Helena exclaimed in astonishment. "Are you injured? Did you encounter a monster attack?" Autumn inquired closely behind. Baron Orino waved his hand dismissively, responding with a light-hearted tone. "In the territory of Maple Leaf Town, what danger could I possibly face? It was merely that large cat that emerged again, and we had a scuffle." Upon hearing this, Madame Helena became exceedingly angry. "That accursed wildcat! Orino, once my father arrives, you must join forces to hunt it down. It poses the only uncertainty within our territory." The Baron shook his head, remaining silent. Autumn sighed. "The golden-eared lynx is not easily dispatched. Since my father's generation, we have fought it for decades without finding a viable solution. The golden-eared lynx was the phantom beast residing in Lynx Forest. The territory of Maple Leaf Town conveniently lay within its hunting grounds. Although it primarily hunted within the forest, it occasionally strayed into the territory, wreaking havoc. Each year, a few unfortunate serfs would fall victim to the lynx's lethal bite. It seemed to disdain human flesh, preferring to kill and abandon its prey. The most infuriating incident occurred when the lynx ventured to the castle's vicinity, invading the pasture where fire rabbits were raised, slaughtering a significant number, including the finest specimens intended for breeding. The losses incurred by Butterfly Castle, both direct and indirect, amounted to over 300 leva. The economic damage was one thing, The critical aspect was that at that time, Baron Orino and the Stormwolf Kinghawk were absent from the castle. Upon seeing the golden-eared lynx loitering outside the castle, Madame Helena was horrified, fearing that this phantom beast might unleash a massacre within. Thus, every mention of the golden-eared lynx filled her with rage. Suddenly, Aldington had a flash of inspiration. "Father," as Mother suggested, "perhaps it is time to hunt the golden-eared lynx. Whether to tame it, forge a contract, or eliminate it outright, removing this obstacle would greatly benefit Maple Leaf Town. You do not comprehend the cunning of the golden-eared lynx, as long as it conceals itself. Even Marquez would find it challenging to track. Let us not discuss this for now. I will consider it further." The Baron was about to assert that capturing the golden-eared lynx was nearly impossible, for at the level of phantom beasts, they no longer left scents or traces behind. Yet, he suddenly recalled Aldington's ability to perceive the forces of nature, while the lynx could conceal its scent and footprints. Could it also obscure its natural essence? However, hunting a phantom beast posed too great a risk for a novice knight, and he hesitated to allow Aldington to take such a perilous risk. Opting to deliberate further, he removed his leather armor and handed it to a servant, ascending the stairs while glancing back. "Serve the meal first. Prepare the monster meat. Today has been fortunate. We had a skirmish with the large cat, and every knight in attendance has returned safely." Chapter 0065. Georgia. That night, the father and son retreated to the study to converse. "Do you have any idea how perilous phantom beasts are?" Baron Orino began with an air of intimidation. "A single phantom beast is capable of annihilating a 100-man knight regiment. The Iris family boasts a total of 121 knights, yet only 19 of them are elite knights. The rest are mere common knights. The original owner may have been frightened into submission, but the current Aldington was not easily intimidated. I understand the might of phantom beasts, yet when encircling the golden-eared lynx, we can summon more allies, can't we? Grandfather is also a phantom beast knight. With your collaboration and Marquez protecting me, my safety should be assured, right? You still fail to grasp the nature of a phantom beast's attack. It can phase through reality, launching an assault from any direction or path. To kill you would only take a heartbeat. Do you comprehend? But why would the golden-eared lynx wish to kill me? I am merely providing vision and not engaging in direct combat. Would it even notice my presence?" That, Baron Orino pondered. Indeed, Aldington's role would merely be to offer vision, discreetly reporting the lynx's whereabouts. During the encirclement, he and Count Hylington would lead the charge, with elite knights sweeping through. The common knights would only observe from the periphery, prepared to lend their support at a moment's notice. Thus, Aldington's safety was fundamentally assured. Nevertheless, the Baron shook his head. "Phantom beasts are exceedingly cunning. Should you reveal your position repeatedly, they will undoubtedly grow suspicious, while the likelihood of them deducing your identity is low. We cannot entirely discount that possibility. Compared to the current gains, it is far more crucial that you grow safely and protect the Iris family's legacy over 3 generations." Ultimately, Aldington was unable to persuade the Baron to include him in the hunt. The Baron was not inclined to encircle the golden-eared lynx at this time, for should the attempt fail, Maple Leaf Town would face the lynx's vengeful wrath. It was preferable to maintain the status quo, although the lynx occasionally trespassed. It generally remained obediently within Lynx Forest. Moreover, with the golden-eared lynx's presence, no other phantom beast would dare to inhabit the western woods of Maple Leaf Town. If any intruder were to appear, the lynx would surely confront them first. Phantom beasts often engaged in battles lasting several days or even months. Perhaps during that time, the Iris family could reap the benefits of a conflict. In summary, the Baron still regarded his son as underage and insufficiently powerful. Lying in his chamber, Aldington sighed with regret. "If only I could advance to a common knight, my father would surely consent to my participation in this endeavor. I am eager to capture a phantom beast. Waiting for hawking to mature is far too slow. Hawking, not yet a year old, might take numerous years before it could evolve into a phantom beast." The following day, the esteemed citizens of Pearl City gathered at Butterfly Castle. The ladies, including Old Lady Carly and Madame Helena, attended to the guests, while the men, led by Orino and Autumn, welcomed them. Nonetheless, Aldington remained perpetually occupied, compelled to showcase his awakened bloodline amidst the guest revelry, occasionally channeling thunderous power, with lightning crackling around him to demonstrate his lineage's awakening. Of course, not just anyone could compel him to perform. Such displays were reserved for the nobility, for he needed their endorsement. After all, The matter of noble bloodlines was exceedingly serious. Without first-hand witness, none would dare to boast that someone had awakened at AS for the poets and romanticists among the guests. They could indulge in speculation, but regarding the certification of noble bloodlines, they held no authority whatsoever. The disparity of class attributes could not be altered by mere fame. Awaken, knight. I see you are nearly overwhelmed with gifts. Correct? Georgia winked at him, his tone imbued with envy and respect. He was the son of the free Lord Zorro, 2 years Aldington's senior. Aldington was disinclined to respond to this inquiry, though many guests had brought gifts. Very few truly pleased him. Most were merely delicacies, wines, specialties, equipment, adornments, and musical instruments. For instance, the young man before him, Georgia, had received a cartload of Crown Ambassador's cellar beer from his father, Knight Zorro. This beer was a tier above Vaguli. Brewed in the renowned beer-producing region of the Volga province, fermented in oak barrels for 12 months and bottled in champagne style, resulting in a rather peculiar taste, this gift could be deemed quite valuable. Yet it held little significance for Aldington that he inquired. Georgia, I have heard you are now engaged. Georgia scratched his head, somewhat embarrassed. Yes. Which family does the lady belong to? And what is her name? Yulia White Ox. The daughter of the White Ox family. No, she is not directly from there. Her father is from a collateral branch, Yud White Ox, who oversees agricultural affairs in the Golden Crown City. The White Ox family is an old noble lineage. Headed by Yovik White Ox, the Earl of Golden Crown City and a Minister of Agriculture in the Fontainebleau Palace, overseeing agricultural production nationwide. As a collateral branch of the White Ox family. They still share in the family's glory. Hence, George's engagement to a daughter of the White Ox family is socially appropriate, though it may be seen as an upward move in terms of reputation. Has Knight Zorro mentioned when you will be wed? Aldington, though younger, spoke with the tone of an elder brother. If the timing aligns, I would be delighted to attend your wedding. Yulia's mother just passed away this year, so our wedding will be postponed for a year, likely until next summer. Very well, do not forget to inform me when the time comes. Of course not. You are one of the most esteemed guests in the Danube province that I am certain that any noble family planning a wedding would wish to invite you. Noble blood, Aldington. When my father received the news, he was utterly astonished. It's as if the 3 gods reside in your household. Nobles of lesser status, like the free lord, held a profound reverence for those of noble blood. As they keenly understood how challenging it was to break into the noble circle, the more difficult it was, the more they cherished it. These lesser nobles often cared more about preserving the nobility status and the distinctions of rank than even the greater nobles. With their notions of superiority and inferiority manifesting in nearly every aspect. The 3 deities do not reside in my home any longer. I have taken up the life of a wandering bard and no longer pray to them. Aldington replied with a modest smile. Moreover, I lack the time to attend banquets. Once these gatherings at home conclude, I shall return to the fortress of Grey Iron to devote myself to the study of mounted combat. I truly envy you for being able to learn the mountain lance from the Stone family. By the way, will you promote the mountain lance in Maple Leaf Town after mastering it? If the system of the mountain lance is not overly intricate, I shall indeed promote it, for it is a fact that the mountain lance surpasses the thunder lance in power. Once I graduate under the tutelage of Sir Rondo, may I join you in learning the mountain lance? Georgia inquired eagerly. It is worth noting that Georgia, having been promoted to a squire at 16, is now 18 and studying mounted combat under another free lord supported by the Iris family. Aldington nodded, certainly. Chapter 66. Breaking through and establishing. Let us raise our glasses to Aldington Lewin Iris, who has awakened as a bloodline knight. Autumn, standing in for the host, delivered a toast, among the 3rd generation of the Iris family. Baron Areno possesses exceptional strength, however, he is aloof and proud, not particularly inclined to enliven the atmosphere, a task delegated to his brother, Autumn, with years of experience in the political arena. Autumn was quite adept at creating a lively ambience. A toast to Aldington. A toast to the bloodline knights. Aldington, present at the banquet, stood up and downed his glass of golden rum, expressing gratitude for the blessings of those gathered. After placing his cup down, he excused himself and hurried to another table occupied by the noble ladies. He received their toasts of blessings as well. Upon returning to the main table, he ceased drinking alcohol and switched to juice, ever vigilant of the dangers of intoxication, a strict rule he had set for himself to eliminate any possibilities that might pose a threat to his life. The evening banquet had yet to commence. After the luncheon concluded, various luminaries from Pearl City bid farewell and departed the Butterfly Castle, leaving only a few nobles who were on amicable terms with the Iris family to stay overnight. Planning to set off the next morning, with no activities scheduled for the afternoon, Aldington engaged in archery practice on the lawn with Georgia and several other squire peers, setting up targets, though none had formally studied archery. They seized the opportunity to practice in their leisure time. Aldington enthusiastically shot arrows for half an hour, but soon lost interest upon realizing he possessed no exceptional talent in archery, much like the elders around him. Wind speed 36 ms. Distance 200 m. Gravitational acceleration 9.8 ms. Initial arrow speed 9.8 ms. Air resistance formula F12CV. Based on these conditions, what angle of elevation is required? Aldington murmured to himself, reciting equations he could barely comprehend. He then released the arrow. The birchwood arrow shot through the air like a beam of light, streaking forth like a meteor, only to miss the target entirely. "Ha! You missed again, Aldington," exclaimed a young girl watching, clapping her hands in excitement, attempting to draw Aldington's attention with her teasing remarks. However, Aldington remained unfazed, his expression unchanged as he yielded his position for Georgia to take her turn. The watching Sir Rondo, losing interest in the farcical archery contest, posed a question. "Aldington, would you accept a pure sword duel?" He was still under 30 and felt awkward being around Baron Areno's circle, so he decided to engage with Aldington instead. A pure sword duel. Aldington raised an eyebrow and handed his bow and arrow to his knight attendant. "Very well. The sword technique I have learned is the surging great sword, which follows a broad and forceful approach. It may not be as exquisite as the thunder sword, but it is as heavy as the waves of the ocean, so do be cautious," Sir Rondo declared, gripping a nearly 2-meter-long great sword that appeared fearsome, akin to a door plank. With a swift motion, Aldington unsheathed the frost blade and tossed it to his attendant, saying, "Tom, bring me your sword." Surprised, Sir Rondo asked, "Are you certain you do not wish to use your own sword? My sword possesses cutting capabilities, even without infusing it with fighting spirit. It can easily sever ordinary swords. If I were to damage your precious greatsword, you would surely curse me behind my back. I would not dare to curse you. However, using a regular longsword to compare against my forged heavy sword is rather presumptuous. Enough talk. Let us begin." "Very well." As soon as Rondo's words fell, he raised his forged heavy sword and delivered a fierce downward strike, aiming to seize the initiative with overwhelming momentum, seemingly intent on shattering Aldington's confidence, with his thunder sword technique having already transcended its previous limitations. Aldington dismissed Rondo's attempt to take the lead. He twisted his body, allowing his steel long sword to flicker like a serpent, the tip deftly avoiding the edge of the forged heavy sword and targeting Rondo's face. This was a maneuver akin to the stratagem of surrounding Wei to rescue Zhao. In military strategy, there are 36 stratagems, and the art of swordsmanship similarly encompasses both feints and realities. Only by breaking through the old can one innovate anew, and in Aldington's hands, the thunder sword had evolved into something Rondo had never seen before. Rondo was taken aback, hastily retracting his forged heavy sword to guard his face. But Aldington, having nullified his opponent's offensive, pressed on relentlessly, unleashing a flurry of rapid thrusts that forced Rondo into a purely defensive stance. Seizing upon a fleeting opening, Aldington executed a feint to the east, striking westward. His steel long sword deftly evaded contact with the forged heavy sword, aiming for Rondo's throat in a critical moment. Rondo swung his forged heavy sword like a club, barely managing to block the strike, his heart racing with trepidation, unwilling to let his guard down for even an instant. The battle escalated rapidly, with one side attacking swiftly while the other defended clumsily. Georgia and the other youths were left in awe, mesmerized by the display of swordsmanship as the two combatants dazzled them with their sheer technique. Meanwhile, Baron Areno and his companions, engaged in idle conversation, were quickly drawn in by the spectacle of Aldington and Rondo's duel, gathering around to observe and comment. "Is this truly the Aldington I know? The wandering bard and bloodline knight, who has now mastered the thunder sword to such an extent?" Sir Zorro exclaimed in astonishment. "Incredible! Just recently, I witnessed Aldington practicing his swordsmanship, and he appeared rather inexperienced. Now I can barely comprehend his movements. He is on par with Sir Rondo." No, Autumn. It's not that they are evenly matched, but rather that Aldington is dominating Rondo, that if only their physical strength were equal, Rondo would have already been defeated. My lord, you have imparted the essence of the Thunder Sword to Aldington quite thoroughly. The nobles were astounded, believing Baron Areno to be a remarkable teacher. However, the Baron himself was equally bewildered and impressed. After sending Aldington to the fortress of Grey Iron, he had scarcely inquired about his knightly training. Who could have anticipated that within such a short month, Aldington would exhibit such a series of remarkable maneuvers? As a beast knight, he recognized clearly that Aldington's Thunder Sword had been infused with his own understanding. No longer a mere replica. This was indeed the realm of breaking through and establishing anew, no longer confined to the frameworks of predecessors, but liberated to express oneself freely. He contemplated speaking, yet chose silence, opting instead to continue observing the contest. Aldington, wholly absorbed in this pure swordsmanship duel, remained indifferent to the spectators' chatter, fully invested in the experience. With a training partner of Rondo's caliber, he was eager to unleash the full extent of his swordsmanship. It was only in combat that he could validate his comprehension of sword techniques, discerning what was correct or erroneous, identifying areas for modification and enhancement, ultimately achieving a genuine renewal of the Thunder Sword. Clang, clang, clang. The battle intensified, evolving from mere technique to a clash of blades. Aldington was unperturbed to engage his slender steel long sword against Rondo's hefty, forged heavy sword, while brute strength may dominate in some instances. Finesse and technique could also yield powerful results. With a swift flick, he identified Rondo's vulnerability, using the momentum of his steel long sword to deftly disarm the forged heavy sword, in the next instant. He executed a flourish, his steel long sword poised at Rondo's throat. Chapter 67. The Sword Dance. I concede my defeat, Rondo admitted candidly, having anticipated this outcome since the initial exchanges. Had he not persevered through sheer force, he would have been vanquished much earlier. Thank you for your consideration. Aldington retracted his steel long sword, his smile composed and serene. If this were a martial arts film, he would embody the demeanor of a master. However, before he could bask in the accolades of the onlookers, Baron Areno suddenly leaped into the fray. Aldington, switch to the Frostblade, and unleash your fighting spirit and the power of thunder with all your might. I will assist you in completing your mastery of the Thunder Sword. Mastery. Initiate, proficient, skilled, in control, and mastery. Your Thunder Sword has reached the final stage of mastery. You are but a step away from reaching the pinnacle of excellence, the Baron elucidated. This was akin to Aldington's understanding of the levels of mastery. The peak of proficiency corresponds to the stage of control, while breaking through and establishing anew aligns with the stage of mastery. Very well, he responded calmly, accepting the Frostblade from his attendant, quickly channeling his fighting spirit to activate the power of thunder. In an instant, his speed surged tenfold, his figure flickering like an elusive light as he launched a rapid assault on the Baron. Sword shield, the Baron shouted, his sword erupting in brilliant radiance, forming a hazy shield-like illusion before him. Bang, bang, bang. Aldington's every strike was met with the shield's phantom, shattering into sparks akin to shooting stars. Formation of guns. The Baron deflected the attack, suddenly brandishing his sword. The nearly shattered phantom of the sword and shield swiftly transformed into countless radiant spears, charging towards Aldington. Flash, flash, flash. The power of thunder seemed to awaken as Aldington wielded the Frostblade, skillfully dodging the luminous spears while simultaneously countering, shattering them with precise strikes. With each spear that was destroyed, countless starlights scattered in all directions, creating a scene reminiscent of a dream. Yet, within this enchanting tableau, the lurking intent to kill surged, leaving him beleaguered. Observing the busily engaged yet unperturbed Aldington, Baron Areno revealed a satisfied smile, once again swinging his sword. Beast charge. With the swing of his sword, the surrounding air seemed to be drawn in, and then distorted silhouettes of magical beasts emerged from all directions. Bison, tigers, elephants, and wolves. Although the silhouettes of these magical beasts were rigid and wooden, their movements were synchronized as they launched a fierce charge towards the encircled Aldington. Just as the luminous spears had not yet been entirely shattered, the magical beast silhouettes rushed in, and the composed Aldington swiftly found himself in an unwinnable predicament. However, at this moment, he had entered a new state. The Thunder Sword in its dissolving phase continuously integrated the myriad insights and understandings from two worlds within his mind, decoding the most rational combinations and solutions. Fusion, resolution, and dissolution perfectly encapsulated the essence of his realm. When the magical beast silhouettes were about to collide with his body, he suddenly soared into the air, thrusting the frost blade downwards, and softly uttered, "Sword cleansing technique." The nascent fighting spirit, enveloped by the power of thunder, was abruptly halted by the earth, rapidly growing stronger, compressing, and undergoing a qualitative change due to quantitative accumulation. Before exploding outward, boom, the explosion of fighting spirit was soundless yet unleashed a formidable shockwave that swept through like a wave, causing the already rushing magical beast silhouettes and the fragmented luminous spears to dissolve into nothingness. Multicolored lights cascaded down like rain. Leveraging the tip of his sword, Aldington landed gracefully amidst the shower of light, standing firm. Huh. He exhaled a breath of turbid air. He gazed at the Baron, who had ceased his attacks and was smiling, and expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, Father, for your guidance. I have entered a new phase in mastering the Thunder Sword. You possess an extraordinary talent for combat. I merely guided you along the way." At 16, you have already cultivated a technique to the dissolving phase, unheard of. The Baron couldn't help but exclaim, but quickly adopted a serious demeanor. "However, this is merely a sword technique. There is much for you to learn. Remember to be humble and not complacent." "Yes, I will not be arrogant." Aldington nodded in agreement. Although he vowed not to be prideful, the sudden eruption of applause around him was undeniably delightful. Marvelous, truly marvelous. Baron, with Aldington's current level, he can challenge true knights beyond his rank. Knight Zoro exclaimed loudly in praise. "You are incredible, Aldington." Georgia, following closely behind Knight Zoro, was flushed with excitement, as if it were he who was about to compete next. Rondo chuckled wryly, brushing his nose in self-deprecation. "No wonder I lost. In terms of pure swordsmanship, only the Baron can slightly suppress you. You have already reached the dissolving phase, Aldington, that I have trained for 20 years and still cannot fully master the surging great sword." Just a moment of enlightenment. "Mere luck," Aldington humbly replied. "This is not luck. It is a manifestation of strength. By the way, I recall there is no sword cleansing technique in the Thunder Sword. Did you derive that new move yourself?" Knight Zoro inquired curiously. "That last move." Leaping into the air, pointing the sword to the ground, then detonating the fighting spirit. "What a spectacle." Ahem. Aldington cleared his throat, swiftly providing an explanation. "Having reached the dissolving phase, I have transcended the constraints of the Thunder Sword. Thus I sought to improve upon its techniques. Under my father's guidance, I experienced a spark of inspiration and planned to meticulously refine the Thunder Sword into the 9 Thunder Swords." 9 Thunder Swords? The crowd gasped in astonishment. "Indeed. By mastering and integrating all variations of sword techniques into 9 forms. Currently, I have only discovered the cleansing sword technique." Aldington spoke earnestly yet fancifully. The cleansing sword technique was indeed a moment of inspiration. But whether the 9 Thunder Swords could be developed remained uncertain. He had read The Smiling, Proud Wanderer, which featured the Duga 9 swords, comprising techniques to counter various weapons, yet there was no mention of a cleansing sword technique. That was a creation of the screenwriter from the Sui Hark film, alongside techniques like cleaving sword technique, breaking sword technique, and others. However, to Aldington, these were merely ideas, the nourishment for inspiration. His newly conceived technique could be named anything. He felt that the cleansing sword technique held a poetic resonance, though it could also be called the breaking sword technique, having broken through the Baron's illusionary sword formation. Any technique with the prefix illusion could only be cultivated by illusionary beast knights. "Very well, if you can develop the 9 Thunder Swords, it shall be a new glory for the Iris family. Strive towards this goal." The Baron patted his son's shoulder, feeling a sense of pride, while simultaneously experiencing a melancholic contemplation akin to the autumn wind rustling. It dawned on him that, compared to the true genius Aldington, he was merely an ordinary person. Aldington, at 16, could enhance the family's inherited techniques, while he himself had lived for 45 years without achieving even a modification of the sequential arrow technique. Chapter 0068. The Waterway Plan. A duel of swordsmanship concluded amidst the astonishment of the onlookers. After awakening as a knight, Aldington gained the additional title of a gifted combatant, The term combatant harkens back to an ancient training system that had waned before the birth of knights, now serving as an epithet for those who could innovate or refine techniques. That evening, the father and son sat together in the study, beginning to strategize. "Father, with my current strength, I can challenge knights beyond my rank effortlessly. So should you consider capturing the golden-eared lynx? Are you so fixated on the golden-eared lynx? I have a profound interest in illusionary beasts, and furthermore, the family could expand its territory. Could it not? Aldington had conducted a thorough study of the area surrounding Redleaf Town. If we can clear the lynx forest, we will be able to construct a waterway between the Hoof River and the other Parrot River in the forest." Despite being termed a town, Redleaf Town functions similarly to a county-level administrative unit, covering an area of approximately 1,100 square kilometers according to the official measurements of the Golden Crest Kingdom. However, it was rural, with most residents being serfs living in estates and a small number of free people residing in the market. Butterfly Castle served as the town's center, flanked by the North Market to the north, the South Market to the south, and the New Market to the east, effectively governing all estates. Within this expanse of over 100 square kilometers, most of the land had been cultivated into farmland and pastures, while the periphery was enveloped by forests. Along the borders, numerous fortresses housed knights affiliated with the Iris family to the east of Redleaf Town. Beyond the New Market flowed the Hoof River, winding its way to the Pearl City of Hoof. To the west lay the Lynx Forest, and further west, a great river known as the Parrot River, named so due to the multitude of parrots fluttering along its banks. Both the Hoof River and the Parrot River were tributaries of the Danube, theoretically allowing for the excavation of extensive waterways between the two rivers to irrigate more farmland and cultivate a plethora of economic crops, rather than merely planting forage. Moreover, these cleared lands nominally belonged to the kingdom's public domain but could be purchased from the king, transforming them into territory of Redleaf Town for a sum of levers. The golden-eared lynx posed a barrier to the cultivation of lands around Redleaf Town, forcing it into a long, narrow shape stretching north to south. Once this illusionary beast is captured, Redleaf Town could expand westward, shaping its territory into a circle with Butterfly Castle at its center, radiating approximately 30 kilometers. At a distance of 30 kilometers could be traversed by a galloping steed in just over 20 minutes, allowing for swift support to any estate at any time. "Father, the land in the Lynx Forest is fertile black soil. Once we connect the Parrot River and the Hoof River, we could cultivate at least 800 square kilometers of farmland, significantly increasing our annual profits. By bolstering the number of serfs, we could support even more knights." Aldington continued to entice. In just a few years, our knights could double, forming two knightly orders, one to defend the territory and the other to earn glory on the battlefield. How splendid. All right, I understand that we'll discuss capturing the golden-eared lynx when your grandfather arrives. Baron Orino interrupted Aldington's persuasion. "I know you are eager for an illusionary beast, but the golden-eared lynx is not a wise choice. The difficulty of taming a wild illusionary beast is immense. It would be better for you to cultivate hawking. I am merely concerned that by the time I ascend to the rank of an illusionary beast knight, hawking will still be just a magical beast. When that day comes, you can purchase a tamed illusionary beast or a Valkyrie. You could inherit Lady Jellerul or trade for another lady in the market." The knightly age had flourished for millennia, and the development of illusionary beasts and Valkyries had matured into a streamlined process. Many old noble families would cultivate illusionary beasts and Valkyries, selling them at high prices to those shallow in heritage to facilitate their ascension. It is said that while illusionary beasts are intelligent, Valkyries possess a level of consciousness. Yet, humans can be sold as slaves, let alone these sentient beings. I understand. Today, your performance astounded me. Unbeknownst to me, you have already mastered the Thunderblade to the stage of fusion. The next step should focus on researching how to enhance the Thunder 9 blades. Additionally, if you find yourself with some leisure time, you might attempt to train in the string of Pearl's arrows, as archery has always been a weakness within our family. I feel I lack any talent for archery. Give it a try. If it truly proves unfeasible, then you can concentrate on mastering swordsmanship and spear techniques. The mountain spear of the Panstone family is profound and intricate. Even the royal heirloom, the dragon formation spear, may not surpass it in excellence, while the charge technique may indeed fall short. The mountain and jungle warfare stand out distinctly. Aldington nodded. I will strive to absorb the essence of the mountain spear and then merge it with our family's thunder spear to see if I can develop a technique more suited to our family's heritage. Well, the Baron wished to admonish Aldington for his lofty ambitions, wondering if refining a martial technique was such a simple endeavor. However, recalling that the 16-year-old Aldington had already begun to improve the Thunder 9 blades, he swallowed his words and decisively waved his hand. It is quite late. Let us return and rest. The festivities continued, and the following day, it was the turn of the socialites from Little Versailles to collectively visit the Butterfly Castle, in contrast to the socialites from Pearl City, who brought along some ordinary gifts. Many of Little Versailles' nobles and socialites were quite affluent, thus presenting lavish offerings. Among these, Aldington particularly favored the gift from Minister Eberhard Windsor, a deep crimson cloak adorned with clusters of exquisite feathers. Undoubtedly, this magical garment, known as the Cloak of 100 Feathers, could unleash wind-based magic upon activation. While it did not grant the power of flight, it allowed for gliding from heights, ensuring a safe descent, and could propel one several meters forward. It could be classified as a supportive magical equipment. Aldington cherished it not solely for its utility, but for its stylish design, which elevated his demeanor significantly when draped around him. It truly complements your elegance, young master, remarked the maid Anna, diligently adjusting the ties of the cloak of 100 feathers and smoothing out any creases with genuine admiration. Glancing into the mirror, Aldington calmly responded, "It is quite satisfactory. Would you like to try on the feathered crown as well, young master?" Anna inquired further. The feathered crown, another magical artifact gifted by the Grand Archbishop of the Little Versailles Cathedral, was a knight's hat embellished with the tail feathers of a majestic white-throated swift, presenting a striking appearance. "No, thank you." Aldington shook his head. While the feathered crown was indeed eye-catching, it seemed somewhat ostentatious compared to the cloak of 100 feathers, suitable only for festive occasions. Wearing it regularly felt a tad out of place. Nevertheless, both the feathered crown and the cloak would find their way into the Valkyrie ring, to be donned in the Book of the Sea replica, fully armed for battles against magical beasts. Chapter 0069. Courtesies. The knights of Maple Leaf Town, the socialites of Pearl City, and the nobles of Little Versailles gathered for a series of banquets over 3 consecutive days. On the 4th day, another banquet was held, this time inviting all the gentry from the surrounding regions of Maple Leaf Town. These gentry had toiled in the area for generations, most being descendants of Junkers. The term Junker encompasses a broad concept among noble descendants. Aside from the heirs, all other sons fall under this classification. Depending on the family's influence, some Junker descendants remain within their ranks, while others may descend to the status of commoners. Regardless, Junkers are still the sons of lords, who, to some extent, allow their younger sons to inherit 1 or 2 estates to sustain their livelihoods. As time passes, these rooted Junker descendants evolve into small landowners and gradually transform into gentry. Having gentry on the territory is advantageous, as many strive to cultivate their sons into knights. Simultaneously, the gentry serve as a source of officials for the lord, assisting in the governance of various estates. The lord, in turn, offers incentives to entice outside gentry to bring their serfs to cultivate the land. Population remains a crucial factor in the development of the territory. When the Iris family first arrived in Maple Leaf Town, the population barely exceeded 8,000. After 126 years of diligent effort, it has now grown to over 12,500, with a census at the beginning of the year showing a total of 175 individuals. Being a rising new noble, the Iris family's population continues to increase. However, this population can only support a mere 121 knights. Each knight requires 4 attendants, and with the additional 216 attendants from Butterfly Castle, the total number of attendants amounts to 780, the majority of whom are warriors. Thus, the ratio of knights to warriors in the territory stands approximately at 1:6 or 1:7. Aldington pondered idly one evening. Contemplating the governance of the territory, he was devising strategies for capturing the golden-eared lynx. While he felt unqualified to dictate the tactical operations of capturing magical beasts, he believed his exposure to advanced civilization on Earth granted him some authority on territory governance. Indeed, in his past life, he had been an ordinary office worker, yet had he never witnessed the operations of a pig. If Trump could govern through Twitter, why couldn't he manage a county-level territory? Upon capturing the golden-eared lynx, I shall first attempt to tame it. If successful, My magical beast will have a home. If not, I can slaughter it and sell the materials, which would yield several thousand levs. If I manage to sell a few magical beasts, I could easily construct a new castle. The Grand Butterfly Castle, constructed over a century, had only cost around 20,000 levs. That a standard space ring is priced at approximately 10,000 levs, while the internal cubic space of the Valkyrie ring surpasses that of an ordinary space ring, which resembles a larger shoebox and has limited internal capacity, barely accommodating a longsword, rendering its practical value rather unremarkable. With the threat of magical beasts eliminated, we can clear the Lynx forest entirely, dig canals, and cultivate wasteland, thus attracting more inhabitants in a few years or a decade. This area will transform into another fertile land for the family. Clearing wasteland is merely the first step. He aspired to utilize the new estate to cultivate high-value cash crops, thereby enhancing the territory's income. Previously, he had considered earning through commerce, planning to establish a newspaper, manufacture watches, and develop gunpowder, but ultimately doubted the likelihood of steady success, given the differing environment. Moreover, being underage limited his influence, making it difficult to secure family support for his ventures. Another obstacle was that astrological clocks and self-winding watches required matrix scholars for production, indicating that watches would similarly necessitate their expertise, which came at a hefty price and with uncertain yield. Furthermore, given that high-end watches on Earth fetch prices in the millions, would such pricing hold here? These myriad constraints stifled the expression of his commercial talents, leading him to conclude that the most prudent course of action was to cultivate the land. Farming. He emphatically inscribed these two words in his notebook. The allure of farming for the nobility is immense. My father's invitation to the nearby gentry likely stems from a desire to attract a batch of serfs through them. It seems my father has already resolved to encircle the golden-eared lynx. Now, he awaited the arrival of his grandfather, Count Aldington. Before his grandfather's family arrived, Baron Aldington had already personally brought his wife and son, the Duke Dulik, to Butterfly Castle. Baron Aldington held a significant position as the only marquis in the Danube province. Such a momentous event as the awakening of bloodlines warranted his personal attendance, especially considering the close ties the Iris family had developed with the Panstone family over the years. Lord Baron, Lady Baroness, Viscount Dulik, and Lady Narina, welcome to Butterfly Castle. Baron Orino greeted them at the grand entrance with his family. Haha. Orino, it has been far too long, Baron Aldington boomed, his robust beard and boisterous voice commanding attention. Lady Carly, seeing you in good health puts my mind at ease. Alicia often speaks fondly of you. The noblewoman, who had her arm around Baron Aldington, smiled. Lady Carly, I envy you for having such an outstanding grandson as Aldington. She was Alicia Blackthorne, sister of the border Count Alone Blackthorne, with lineage tracing back to the royal house of Goldthorne, currently a count among the marquises. Lady Baroness, we have eagerly awaited your arrival. The elderly Lady Carly warmly embraced Lady Alicia in greeting. Once the elders concluded their pleasantries, it was Aldington's turn to step forward and pay his respects. Lord Baron, your presence truly illuminates Butterfly Castle. No, no, no. It is you who brings brilliance to Butterfly Castle. The name of the Iris family commands the respect of all nobles in the Goldthorn realm. Moreover, young Aldington, I have heard you have become a bard. This has brought great joy to your mentor, who feels he has produced a remarkable talent. Baron Aldington expressed his delight, treating Aldington with the warmth reserved for a family member. Aldington quickly responded with humility and turned to Viscount Dulik. Sir, I am grateful for your guidance over the past 7 years and hope to continue learning from you. Of course, I am honored to have an awakened knight as my student, Viscount Dulik exclaimed, pulling Aldington into a hearty embrace and patting his back vigorously. After releasing him, Aldington then addressed Lady Narina. Lady Narina. Lady Narina merely smiled. Aldington. She was the daughter of a border count from the Macedonian kingdom, maintaining a subtle distance from the nobles of the Goldthorn kingdom. After all, the two nations have been at odds for thousands of years, and the animosity between the nobles is not easily assuaged. The controversy surrounding the marriage of Dulik and her has yet to dissipate. After a 10-minute exchange of pleasantries, Baron Orino gestured invitingly. Ladies and gentlemen, please step inside. Chapter 0070. Service. The Aldington family is indeed esteemed guests, true aristocrats of long-standing lineage. Thus, Butler Alexander Carson busily traversed the upper and lower floors, incessantly admonishing the servants to ensure that everything was executed with utmost precision and perfection to avert any potential faux pas. Naturally, the Aldington family would not mock the improprieties of the nouveau riche. However, their own servants were no mere trifles that a male servant from Grey Iron Keep strode directly into the kitchen and bellowed at the stove. This area here, and this one over here, must be wiped down anew. Are you unaware of the dust that accumulates? Should it find its way into the serving dishes, it would directly compromise the flavor of the cuisine. Mr. Rutan, we have already cleaned several times. There is no way dust could remain, the maid Daisy protested. Yet, Rutan held his chin high, disdainfully huffing in Grey Iron Keep. When faced with such a situation, a servant would simply take a cloth and wipe the stove again, rather than attempt to excuse themselves. Very well, Daisy, let us heed Mr. Rutan's suggestion and wipe it down once more, Mrs. Abby interjected, restraining the still defiant Daisy, before turning to Rutan and saying, At Butterfly Castle, we respect both the facts and the opinions of our esteemed guests. As you can see, we shall clean it again. Is that so? Rutan took a few steps, inspecting other details, occasionally running his fingers over the corners of the stove to check for any traces of dust. Is he seeking to pick a fight? Daisy muttered, begrudgingly wiping the already spotless stove, casting an eye at the maid Malum beside her. Perhaps he has lost his mirror, Malum whispered back, indicating the serving platter in her hand that reflected their silhouettes. Hee. Rutan seemed to catch wind of the two kitchen maids' whispered exchange, but chose not to engage. Continuing his meticulous search for any possible remnants of dust. It was then that Butler Carson announced his presence at the door. Mr. Rutan, please accompany me to the wine cellar. I need to ascertain what vintage of red wine Lord Aldington and his party prefer. Also, Mrs. Boris has brought gifts for everyone, which are stored in the temporary storeroom. Some cakes and pastries prepared by the kitchen of Grey Iron Keep. Thank you, Mrs. Boris. Mrs. Abby expressed her gratitude on behalf of the kitchen staff. Carson and Rutan then descended into the castle's wine cellar. After over a century of operation, Butterfly Castle's wine cellar housed numerous bottles. However, truly rare treasures were few. Rutan perused the shelves, shaking his head continuously. This golden rum is not of sufficient vintage. Only the golden rum from the year 779 of the Frosttide calendar is the genuine article. Lord Aldington favors the 779 vintage. This Batini has a fine vintage, yet it originates from the St. Tor winery. Only Batini from the Pustiny winery is deemed worthy of the feast at Grey Iron Keep. The Batini from Pustiny winery has already been reserved for a century hence. Thus Butterfly Castle can only store Batini from St. Tor winery. If need be, I can provide you with the contact details. Pustiny winery reserves a batch of Batini each year, and given the current influence of the Iris family, you should be able to procure this reserved Batini, Rutan remarked, raising an eyebrow. Master Aldington is, after all, an awakened knight. Butler Carson grinned widely. Indeed, the young master surpasses your expectations. Oh, he is not only an awakened knight but also a bard, having penned 2 classic poems that have resonated since the days of Little Versailles. Furthermore, he is a combatant, currently refining the thunderblade of the Iris family. By the gods! Rutan, who had been maintaining an air of superiority, was visibly moved. May the 3 gods protect us. Master Aldington is truly extraordinary. Butler Carson adjusted his cravat. The young master's surname is Iris. Upon uttering this statement, he felt an unmistakable sense of relief wash over him. As the pressure of hosting esteemed guests from Grey Iron Keep dissipated considerably, servants take pride in their master's honor, and compared to Grey Iron Keep, Butterfly Castle's heritage is indeed rather meager. However, with the most exceptional heir, Aldington, at the helm, Butterfly Castle is destined to ascend and become the most prestigious nobility in the Danube province. The configuration of 1 marquis, 2 earls, and 5 barons is fated to transform into 1 marquis. 1 bloodline, 2 earls, and 4 barons, with baronial titles eclipsing those of the venerable earls. A mere dream no longer. In the following moments, Rutan's arrogance diminished significantly as he swiftly selected the types of wine for the banquet, no longer seeking faults in the kitchen. Yet, he continued to issue numerous demands, ensuring that the servants of Butterfly Castle quickly acclimated to serving the esteemed guests from Grey Iron Keep. Butler Carson was more than pleased with this. Privately instructing the servants, pay close attention. Once the guests depart, the service quality at Butterfly Castle must elevate a notch. The lack of requests from the lords and ladies is a testament to their generosity as servants. We must proactively raise our standards. Unbeknownst to Aldington, a competitive spirit simmered among the servants. He was engaged in conversation with Viscount Dulloch about studies. To be frank, he was reluctant to converse with Dulloch for two reasons. First, he was not the original Aldington. Prolonged conversation would surely arouse Dulloch's curiosity regarding the apparent disparity between the current Aldington and the one from a month prior. Second, he had to address Dulloch as Sir, a term that connotes a teacher-student relationship. Though Dulloch was merely 27 years old, while Aldington's soul had matured well past 30 to him, Dulloch's tendency to adopt a superior demeanor appeared somewhat juvenile. Yet, he had to feign a greater naivety before Dulloch. It was quite vexing. When do you plan to return to Grey Iron Keep? At my earliest convenience. I am currently studying the notes left by my great-grandfather, attempting to devise a cultivation method that suits me. There's no rush. The cultivation of bloodline power is measured in years. A gradual accumulation that strengthens it bit by bit, Dulloch advised in a teacherly tone. I suggest you return to Grey Iron Keep promptly. The mountain barbarians are entering their restless season, and many opportunities for practical engagement will arise. The mountain barbarians refer to the primitive tribes inhabiting the mountains, all of whom can be classified under this term. I shall return swiftly, ensuring I do not miss this campaign against the mountain barbarians. Aldington assented with a nod. Recognizing the rarity of such an opportunity that he hardly needed to engage in extensive cultivation of his bloodline power, consuming potions would suffice. Previously reluctant to assume the role of a student, he resolved to adapt swiftly to the situation. The mountain barbarians, though not exceptionally formidable, made for excellent targets for cavalry training. Only by shedding blood, having slain mountain barbarians, could one truly claim to have achieved growth. A knight who had never tasted battle remained perpetually juvenile. After discussing studies, the two fell into a brief silence. Dulloch was not one for excessive chatter, nor was Aldington. After a moment, Dulloch recalled the topic. I have read your two classic poems. They are splendid. Narina favors the one titled Glumama, while I prefer Spring Awakens, Facing the Sea. Have you penned any new works recently? Not at the moment. I do not favor the embellishment of words, so I shall wait for inspiration to visit me. Aldington offered a bashful smile. Chapter 0071. Enchanted Weapons. Whenever guests arrive, Aldington most relishes the gift-giving segment. This time, the Delanton family came bearing gifts for him. Lord Delanton directly presented him with a manor located adjacent to Little Versailles. Known as Pea Manor, primarily devoted to the cultivation of peas, soybeans, and mung beans. Not only was this a highly valuable estate, but the serfs on the manor were also included in the transfer to Aldington. It could be said that, combined with various lands gifted by previous guests, Aldington now possessed enough land to equate to 3 manors in total. He contemplated consolidating these lands through exchange, thus cultivating them according to his own vision. Mrs. Alicia gifted him a precious oil painting, created by a master artist from over 1,000 years ago. If auctioned, it could fetch no less than 100 leva. However, as a gift from a marchioness, Aldington would feel remiss to sell it unless he were on the brink of bankruptcy, so it would remain displayed within the castle. Lady Narina presented him with a set of garments, not magical attire, but simply exquisite clothing, crafted from luxurious materials and with meticulous workmanship. Aldington preferred this outfit over the oil painting, as he could wear it to upcoming banquets. Most delightfully, however, was the gift from Viscount Dulloch, a set of enchanted iron cavalry spears, comprising 1 enchanted light spear, 3 enchanted heavy spears, and 7 enchanted javelins. The light spear is enchanted with earth magic, specifically rock spike, Dulloch explained, leading Aldington outside the castle to test the combat prowess of the enchanted iron cavalry spears. As the enchanted light spear in his hand shimmered with light, a sharp, conical rock suddenly erupted from the ground, a creation conjured by magic. The rock lasted less than a minute before shattering into dust, leaving behind a sizable crater and a scattering of soil. Aldington's eyes gleamed. Enchanted weapons were indeed formidable. Just imagine, during a duel, if an unexpected rock spike were to burst forth from the earth. It could very well impale an opponent, leaving them utterly incapacitated. This is the work of the enchanters from Grey Iron Keep. It is fully charged and can release 10 rock spikes at once. Once the magic is expended, it requires a day's time to recharge. Dulloch continued to explain, there are indeed drawbacks. The release of the rock burst has precursors, making it easy to evade. The precursors he referred to are the white light emitted from the enchanted light spear before each release of the rock burst. Aldington took the enchanted light spear into his hands. It felt heavy, at least 30 kilograms, and it was somewhat challenging for him to wield at this moment. Sir, I am quite fond of it. The drawback of the pre-release signal is negligible. In the heat of battle, it might even disturb the opponent's concentration. I am glad you like it. Dulik smiled and began to introduce the enchanted heavy spear. The enchanted heavy spear was similarly imbued with magic, specifically a wind-type levitation spell, primarily designed to reduce its own weight, allowing for steadier handling during a charge, though it did not significantly enhance combat effectiveness. Next came the enchanted spear, enchanted with ice magic, which upon piercing an enemy would automatically release magic to freeze the enemy's bodily fluids into spikes, inflicting secondary damage. The energy consumption was low, but its power was undoubtedly formidable. This entire set of gifts is truly extravagant, sir. It's nothing of consequence. As you accompany me to learn mounted combat, it is only fitting that you are equipped with a set of reliable gear. So I took the liberty of preparing it for you in advance. The heir of the Marquis family was indeed generous. This set of enchanted meteoric iron lances would likely make Baron Orino envious. Yet Dulik casually gifted it away. Of course, such a valuable present was also intended as an emotional investment, influencing Aldington's political inclinations in the future. After all, the Empire's barons had the power to vote in the baronial council, where many high-level policies required council decisions. For the great nobles, these voting rights were of paramount importance. Ultimately, the interests of the kingdom were, to put it simply, the interests of the royal family and the great nobles. I will study diligently and will not let this set of lances go to waste. The saying goes that one who receives a favor feels indebted. Aldington, who was mentally in his 30s, at this moment felt that the age of his teacher was of little importance. What mattered was the knowledge he could gain. I can hardly wait to learn mounted combat from you. Sir, Dulik nodded, embodying the demeanor of a mentor. Excellent. Maintain this fervor. The youth should be ambitious and diligent in their studies. Subsequently, Aldington personally led his attendants to transport this set of enchanted meteoric iron lances to his equipment collection room. Observing the wall-mounted equipment rack, he revealed a joyful smile as the previously sparse rack gradually filled with an array of gear, including his frost blade, now proudly displayed. If possible, he wished he could stow all this equipment within the Valkyrie ring. Alas, the Valkyrie ring only possessed a cubic space resembling a sphere, and the length of the frost blade already exceeded the diameter of that spherical space, not to mention the longer light spear and the heavy spear exceeding 5 meters in length. This underscored the necessity of having attendant knights. With so much weaponry, no knight could carry it all to the battlefield alone. The frostblade is a sigil weapon, while the enchanted meteoric iron lances are knightly enchanted weapons. He squinted at the sword and spear, comparing the pros and cons of the two types of weaponry. Sigil weaponry is the creation of sigil craftsmen, endowing weapons with unique effects such as slashing, sharpness, and resilience through various combinations of sigils. Enchanted weaponry is crafted by enchanters, infusing ordinary weapons with magic, enabling them to unleash magical effects, with a wide variety of spells to choose from. Strictly speaking, sigils represent the decomposition of magic, with different sigils signifying subtle forces. Combining various sigils can manifest distinct properties. Magic, on the other hand, is a special composition of sigils, forming the 8 elemental forces of water, fire, earth, wind, thunder, light, ice, and darkness, representing a complex manifestation of power that it is difficult to definitively say whether sigil weaponry or enchanted weaponry is superior. They merely follow different paths of power. In fact, the weaponry of the continent of Raffle lacks strict categorization. However, based on their forging properties, they can be broadly divided into ordinary equipment, enchanted equipment, sigil equipment, magical equipment, prayer equipment, and phantom weapons. Blacksmiths and tailors forge ordinary equipment. Enchanters craft enchanted equipment. Sigil craftsmen create sigil equipment, and matrix scholars produce magical equipment. Priests, through the power of faith, bestow special properties upon equipment, resulting in prayer equipment, such as a holy grail capable of holding holy water. Phantom weapons, blessed by mythical beasts and valkyries, are continuously infused with power, ultimately existing in a state between the tangible and the ethereal. Knights, already formidable in their own right, when combined with mythical beasts and valkyries, and equipped with phantom weapons, ascend to a position of dominance, Additionally, some phantom weapons shine brilliantly in battle, becoming the stuff of legend, much like classic poetry, and such phantom weapons are nearly immortal, referred to as artifacts. The better the material quality and the more refined the craftsmanship, the superior the weapon produced. Once I ascend to the rank of a mythical beast knight, I must forge the finest weapon. Aldington dreamed to himself, and then transform it into a phantom weapon. When I become a dragon knight, it shall become an artifact. Chapter 72. The vulture beast. The entertainment activities of the nobility are indeed quite limited, apart from attending plays and salons. There is horseback riding and hunting, as well as a somewhat complex game of beast chess. After a lavish and high-standard luncheon, the ladies sat beneath the grape arbor, gossiping about noble affairs. The gentlemen, meanwhile, lounged under the nearby apple trees, with Orino, Aldington, Delanton, and Dulick gathered around a round table engaged in a game of beast chess. The butterfly castle loomed in the heart of Butterfly Lake, and the entire butterfly island had been transformed into a lush lawn, with some areas planted with fruit trees, beside which stone benches and tables were set up for dining and leisure. Aldington, think carefully about your next move. My knight has surrounded your dragon. If you are not cautious, you may lose your dragon and fail to evolve into a dragon knight, Delanton reminded Aldington, who was in a precarious position. With a chuckle, Aldington stroked his chin. Let me ponder for a moment, Lord Delanton. This beast chess is not the typical game where elephants, lions, tigers, leopards, wolves, dogs, cats, and mice consume each other. Rather, it uses knights as movable pieces, magical beasts as auxiliary pieces, and dragons as neutral pieces. Each player possesses 3 knight pieces, 10 magical beast pieces, and a total of 4 dragon pieces. The rules are intricate, with various routes and combinations of knights and magical beasts yielding different effects, with the ultimate goal of capturing a dragon piece to evolve into a dragon knight. There are 2 ways to win: a quick game, where the first to evolve into a dragon knight wins, or a slow game, where one must eliminate all the opponent's pieces to secure victory. They were currently playing a slow game. Aldington contemplated for several seconds, but could not discern a way to break the deadlock. So he decided to make a random move. If I must use it, then so be it. After all, only one dragon knight can evolve. If Lord Delanton uses my dragon, then I shall use Lord Delanton's dragon. He charged his knight pieces into Delanton's territory. Very ambitious. Let us see whose dragon knight will ultimately prevail. Delanton responded as he moved a magical beast piece to fortify his defenses. Dulick smiled slightly, pushing his knight piece forward. You two should not disregard the rest of us. I have a strong feeling about my chances in this game. Baron Orino followed suit. Winners often remain silent, allowing you both to vie for dominance. The 4 engaged in a battle of wits on the chessboard, initially focusing on eliminating Aldington, with Dulick capturing the most pieces and gaining a favorable position. Unexpectedly, in a twist of fate, Orino and Delanton joined forces to clear the board of the triumphant Dulick. Ultimately, both secured a dragon knight each and prepared for a final charge point 10 minutes later. Delanton stroked his beard and laughed heartily. Orino, I have emerged victorious. Lord Delanton played an excellent match, with superior strategy and attention to detail. I concede my defeat gracefully, Baron Orino replied, shaking his head with a sigh. Regardless, we both fought until the last piece. A dragon knight versus a dragon knight. The victor cannot claim all, and the loser must retain dignity. Delanton gestured to the chessboard, seemingly reviewing the game while implying something deeper. A true master of beast chess plans thoroughly before acting. By the time you realize the situation, the game is already lost. Unfortunately, I cannot reach such a level. I can only perceive the immediate strategies and respond to the circumstances. Practice more, and you shall improve that I have played beast chess for decades, and I am just beginning to grasp the nuances of strategy. However, I have played with many partners, and through our exchanges, I have learned a great deal, have I not, Orino? Lord Delanton, are you suggesting I meet these chess partners? If you wish. It would not be amiss. Dulick's father-in-law is a highly skilled player, and I have greatly benefited from playing with him. Upon hearing this, Dulick quickly added, my father-in-law enjoys discussing history and simplifying every battle into a game of beast chess. I recall one match where he incorporated the Danube plain into the chessboard, forming a brilliant strategy that swept the board with dragon pieces, which he called the Danube chess game. Baron Orino furrowed his brow. The dragon piece. Indeed. The dragon piece, a decisive element in the game that if the Baron wishes to see it, I can send you the layout diagram of the game. Dulick replied with a smile. However, the Baron's brow did not relax. Instead, he inquired with curiosity, "Is this the Danube chess game, led by Nubis Bienbois, featuring a dragon piece?" "Perhaps it was inspired by someone else's ideas," Aldington interjected, "but in any case, the Danube chess game, when executed, can swiftly secure a dragon piece and lead to a complete victory." The Baron let out a silent sigh, regaining his composure. "If possible, I would like to witness the game of the Danube." Dulick nodded in agreement. "Then upon my return, I shall send a servant to deliver the layout." Aldington, seated nearby, remained silent, likely comprehending the dialogue exchanged between the Baron and the de Langton family. The mention of the beast chess game was merely a veiled reference to the broader situation in the Danube plains. The dragon chess piece undoubtedly signified the Dragon Knights, implying that a Dragon Knight was involved in the matter at hand. Is it a newly appointed Dragon Knight, a passing Dragon Knight, or perhaps one of the kingdom's esteemed Dragon Knights? He could not ascertain, nor was it necessary to ponder deeply. He would simply inquire with the Baron later that evening. Thus, he idly activated his corrupting gaze to eye in an instant. He beheld a striking Valkyrie standing behind the Duc de Langton, her silhouette a shade of gray-white. Likewise, behind the Viscount du Lick stood a petite Valkyrie, her form adorned in a pink hue. The latter required a beast knight to merge with her, while the former did not, though the compatibility would undoubtedly be low, serving merely a protective function without combat capability. After casting a casual glance at them, he retracted his gaze, wary of being detected by the opposing Valkyrie. As long as he avoided prolonged eye contact, she would remain oblivious to his presence. Playing chess and engaging in light conversation, they were soon to be enveloped by the setting sun that moment. A series of high-pitched bird calls echoed through the air, as a row of enormous birds soared above Butterfly Castle, circling gracefully. Toot, 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 toot. The sound of the patrol horn resonated. Suddenly, the massive birds unfurled a flag from their backs, embroidered with a golden floral pattern. Fluttering in the wind, the accompanying knights swiftly responded, indicating that these magnificent creatures could land on the grass before the castle. Upon their descent, Baron Oriner and his family awaited at the castle's grand entrance, as did the de Langton family. The reason was clear. The golden flag displayed was the royal standard, signifying that only members of the royal family could bear such a banner during their procession. Indeed, merely observing the 7 majestic birds side by side was enough to deduce that royal members were in attendance, for only the royal family could command such a multitude of vulture beasts. The intermediate magical beast, the vulture, a creature akin to a blend of a crow and a vulture, had a close relative in the griffin. Both griffins and vultures held the potential to be cultivated into the regal griffin of magical beasts. Royal families across various nations favored breeding vultures to cultivate magical beasts, thus bestowing upon them the title of royal griffins. Chapter 0073. The night's enfeoffment, the 7 intermediate magical vultures descended upon Butterfly Castle, swiftly capturing the attention of everyone within. Following closely behind his parents, Aldington quickly spotted a young boy, around 12 or 13 years of age, atop the leading vulture. It was effortless for him to deduce that this must be Prince Ike. King Edward XII of the Goldflower Kingdom and his queen had 2 sons and 2 daughters, making them a notably prolific royal couple. The eldest and youngest princesses had been married off to foreign princes, while the eldest prince, adhering to tradition, inherited the title of Duke of Windsor and was learning the art of governance in the Duchy of Windsor. Only the youngest prince, Ike Windsor, remained beside the king and queen, lavished with affection. Undoubtedly, to demonstrate the royal family's commitment to noble bloodlines, the king dispatched his youngest son, Prince Ike, to congratulate Aldington on his awakening. That as Prince Ike dismounted from the vulture, Baron Oriner promptly led his family in a gesture of respect. Kneeling before him, "Esteemed Prince Ike, Baron Oriner Lewin Iris offers you his loyal greetings and extends the utmost respect to the Golden Banner. Please rise, my Baron, and all of you as well. I have heard that your son has awakened his bloodline, and my father has entrusted me with the task of visiting Butterfly Castle to convey his congratulations to Aldington." Despite his youth, Prince Ike, having received royal education from an early age, spoke with poise and authority. After delivering his message, he seemed to finally notice the de Langton family. "Is the de Langton family also here to celebrate at Butterfly Castle?" The Duc de Langton did not kneel. As a lord of a fief, he was not required to bow to anyone, not even in the presence of King Edward XII. A simple bow would suffice. Nobles with fiefs maintained a cooperative relationship with the king, rather than a subordinate one. In contrast, Baron Oriner, as a baron of the empire, was indeed a true vassal of the royal family, required to kneel before the king, queen, princes, and princesses. Aldington is currently learning mounted combat with my son Du Lick, which is why I have come to congratulate him on his bloodline awakening, Duke Du Long and briefly explained. Your Highness, how's the health of His Majesty the King? My father is in good health. The Duke need not worry. That is reassuring. Prince Ike then turned to Aldington. Baron, is this your son Aldington? Aldington had no desire to bow to a mere child, yet the customs of knightly civilization dictated otherwise, though internally reluctant. He maintained an outward appearance of excitement. It is an honor to meet your Highness. I am Aldington Lun Iris, a newly appointed apprentice knight, recently awakened with the power of thunder. Prince Ike nodded, his expression revealing little, giving the impression of a highly trained automaton. He then addressed his entourage. Bring forth the ceremonial sword. The attendants promptly presented an ornate longsword, and while Aldington was initially puzzled, Baron Oriner and the others recognized the significance. Prince Ike then declared, My father, upon hearing of Aldington's bloodline awakening, was exceedingly pleased and has entrusted me to confer upon Aldington the title of Imperial Knight. Aldington, step forward to receive your honor. An Imperial Knight? Aldington quickly grasped the implications. A title without cost was certainly welcome. He stepped forward and knelt once more before Prince Ike, following the ceremonial process as he proclaimed loudly, My king. Prince Ike, with the ceremonial sword in hand, touched the blade to Aldington's left shoulder, speaking in a serious yet youthful tone. Aldington Lun Iris, awaken from the nightmare and remain vigilant, believe in the three gods, and strive for the highest honor. He then shifted the sword to Aldington's right shoulder, continuing with grave intent. With the sword I have bestowed upon you, I establish and command the highest order, the order of knighthood, which must remain untarnished. He then handed the ceremonial sword to Aldington, who took it with both hands and swore, I shall become a valiant knight, blessed by the power of the three gods. And I shall vanquish the feeble foes with swiftness. I shall uphold the order of knighthood and live in accordance with moral principles. Prince Ike nodded. May the three gods bless you. Aldington replied, I pledge my life to the Goldflower. Thus, the knighthood conferral ceremony concluded, and Aldington was officially recognized as a glorious imperial knight, the lowest tier of nobility, with a lifelong title that could not be inherited. Following this, there would be the granting of knightly equipment and a fief, likely the size of a manor. However, such matters did not need to be conducted in the presence of Prince Ike. His accompanying personnel would facilitate all necessary arrangements. Your Highness the Prince, Baron Giovanni, and Knight Captain Royce, please enter the castle to rest. Baron Oriner invited the guests inside. The entourage accompanying Prince Ike consisted primarily of nobility, such as Baron Giovanni, an imperial baron and beast knight, who also held the position of chief guard within the court, making him a close associate of the royal family. Knight Captain Royce, a free lord and beast knight, was also part of the royal guard. To safeguard Prince Ike, the accompanying personnel were either beast knights or elite knights. Baron Oriner, who attended annual meetings at Fontainebleau Palace, naturally knew these prominent nobles of the capital, engaging in lively conversations over coffee. Your Excellency the Imperial Knight, you are to accompany Prince Ike closely. From this moment forward, you shall serve as his attendant, commanded Madame Helena to Aldington as the adults engaged in discussions that Prince Ike could scarcely interject into. He swiftly reverted to the demeanor of a child following the ceremony. Aldington, feeling burdened by the task of entertaining a child, nonetheless greeted Prince Ike with enthusiasm due to his newly acquired title. Your Highness, do you know how to play beast chess? I do not. You do not. I have a multitude of studies to attend to daily and cannot yet engage with beast chess. Prince Ike responded earnestly. However, my father has promised that once I am enfeoffed as a prince at the age of 15, I will be able to choose my own hobbies. It seemed that royal life was not as idyllic as it appeared. Aldington mused that being a small noble in the countryside was far more comfortable, far from the reach of the emperor, with no one to oversee him and no incessant studying required. Knowing how to read and being able to fight on the battlefield sufficed. Yet, he was not content to settle for a rural existence. Then, do you know how to play cricket? Aldington decided to alleviate some pressure from Prince Ike. Our Red Leaf town is renowned for its crickets, tiger head, white stripe, yellow stripe, black spot, and bamboo section are all highly sought after in the market. A tenth of the crickets in Little Versailles are produced in Red Leaf Town. Crickets, you say? Prince Ike's eyes lit up. However, a middle-aged man named Druck, who was in charge of attending to the prince's needs, swiftly interrupted him. This man was not only a caretaker but also a berserker of equal standing to beast knights. Drucker fixed his gaze directly upon Aldington and remarked, "Sir Aldington, please engage in some meaningful activities with His Highness the Prince, rather than indulging in the trivial game of cricket, which only serves to corrupt the spirit." Aldington felt an urge to roll his eyes. Prince Ike, being the second son and not in line for the throne, why should he maintain such lofty aspirations? Was he plotting a usurpation or rebellion? He seemed to have adopted the mindset of ancient Chinese court intrigues, believing that everyone aside from the crown prince should be relegated to menial tasks. However, within the knightly civilization, even royal younger sons had numerous responsibilities to fulfill, such as forming alliances, securing the borders, and holding various offices. Though his thoughts may have been misguided, it did not hinder him from recognizing his own position. Clearing his throat, he inquired with a glance that had dimmed, "Your Highness, do you compose poetry?" Chapter 0074. Showcase Compose Poetry? Prince Ike was not unfamiliar with the concept. The royal palace frequently hosts academic salons, where I have encountered many illustrious poets and scholars whose classic works are inscribed upon the palace's splendid golden walls, and the servants of the palace can recite these timeless verses. Are bards popular in Versailles? Aldington inquired. Indeed, they are quite esteemed. You see, the poet Saint Flora Bebes, of the Three Saints of the Seine, is my poetry mentor, and I can recite all of his classic works. At this point, pride flickered in Prince Ike's eyes, illuminating his countenance. That in the knightly order, strength was undoubtedly the most crucial foundation. That in a chaotic and dark era, everyone would naturally aspire to power, where might reigned supreme, and other matters were mere trifles. However, the kingdom of the Golden Flower had been stable for over 5 millennia, and the wars on its borders had little impact on the opulent culture within. When an individual becomes affluent, there arises a desire to fill the void of the spirit. Thus, the flourishing knightly system could give rise to a resplendent culture. In the capital of Versailles, the adoration for poets, painters, musicians, and even actors rivaled that of knights. Nobility, too, found value not only in warfare, but also in revelry and enjoyment. If one does not savor the present, then what was the point of striving so hard in the first place? Aldington, with a tinge of regret in his tone, mused, "Flora Bebes, you say? I have long heard of his esteemed name, and I yearn to visit Versailles, to engage in discourse with the poet saint on crafting classic poetry. I have heard that the boats on the Seine are as densely packed as carriages on the streets. It is not so easy to meet Master Flora Bebes. Invitations to noble feasts can be booked from spring to autumn, and even my father must schedule an appointment to invite him. I do not wish to simply invite him to a feast. I wish to discuss the art of creation." "Aha! Aldington, you must be jesting." Prince Ike laughed. "Many young bards wish to seek counsel from Master Flora Bebes, yet they cannot even enter his doors. Am I not included?" Aldington feigned surprise, suddenly relishing this feeling. "Of course. You must possess a certain renown in poetry before you can present your name card to Master Flora Bebes. Whether he will allow you entry remains uncertain. What if I visit in the name of a bloodline knight? He would likely permit you entry, but would instruct his old servant to dismiss you. The master does not value the honor of noble bloodlines. If he were to deny you entry, the Dragon Knight would certainly cause him trouble. So he would let you in but then ignore you, compelling you to retreat in the face of adversity." Aldington sighed. "Then I shall have to visit in the guise of a bard." Prince Ike pouted, increasingly convinced that Aldington was merely a country bumpkin, utterly lacking in self-awareness. "In that case, you certainly will not gain entry. I should be able to. I have heard that Versailles places great importance on bards of genuine talent. Any bard capable of penning a classic poem is sure to receive contemporary acclaim. This is what my uncle informed me. He published a poetry collection titled The Secret of Hector and the Forest Fairy. Your Highness, have you heard of it?" "I have not heard of this collection. Has he written any classic works?" "It seems he has not. No wonder I have not heard of this collection." After dismissing the overreaching uncle and nephew, Prince Ike kindly suggested, "Aldington, if you truly enjoy poetry, you should hire a bard in Little Versailles to teach you the craft. Once you have composed a classic poem, you may then visit Master Flora Bebes." "So long as I have a classic poem, I can visit." Certainly. But even after 40 years of creation, the master has only produced 16 classic poems. 16 classic poems, this indeed sounded like a genuine poet of considerable stature. Aldington promptly adopted a serious demeanor, stating, "Your Highness, I happen to meet the qualifications to visit Master Florabibes. However, I currently lack the time to journey to Versailles. Could you assist me by delivering a letter of greeting?" Prince Ike momentarily failed to grasp the situation. At this juncture, the eavesdropping Count Dulick moved closer, interjecting, "Your Highness, Aldington is not merely an awakened knight. He is also a bard who has composed 2 classic poems, heralded as the next master by the poetic circles of Little Versailles." Upon finishing his statement, he glanced at Aldington, noticing the transformation after his awakening. No longer the simple child, he had become somewhat slick, even performing before Prince Ike. Aldington seemed to sense Dulick's thoughts and responded with a faint smile, conveying a silent understanding. Only Prince Ike, upon hearing 2 classic poems, gaped at Aldington, unsure of what to say. The guards, having reprimanded Aldington previously to prevent him from corrupting the prince's entourage, now regarded him as a peculiar anomaly. He quickly resolved that it would be prudent to remain silent. What he had initially perceived as a stroke of good fortune had turned out to be a prodigious talent. Such a figure was not to be trifled with. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense as Prince Ike's face gradually reddened. Dulick, in a bid to alleviate the awkwardness, kindly suggested, "Aldington, why not recite your 2 classic poems for His Highness? As a student of the poet Saint Florabibes, he may offer you some insights, which would be beneficial for your future endeavors in Versailles." Versailles, being the capital, was a sacred ground for poets. Little Versailles, the capital of the Danube province, was the largest city on the northeastern border of the kingdom and thrived equally well. However, in the eyes of the poetic circles of Versailles, Little Versailles was perceived as a remote and insular backwater, naturally leading to a dismissive attitude towards its poetic community. The newspapers had already published Aldington's 2 classic poems for a week or two, yet they had yet to make waves in the poetic circles of Versailles. Certainly, considering the slow pace of communication between the 2 locations, the Versailles press would need to seek Aldington's permission to publish, thus prolonging the process. Seizing the opportunity, a flushed Prince Ike stammered, I am not qualified to critique classic works. But I can take your pieces back for Master Bibes to review at that time. The Royal Publishing House will release a monthly anthology of new poetry, and your work could be included." Displaying his artistic flair in front of a 12 or 13-year-old was not particularly gratifying, even if his audience was a prince. Thus, Aldington refrained from continuing to showcase his talents and simply remarked, "Then I shall entrust this to your Highness that I hold Master Florabibes in the highest regard and sincerely hope he will provide feedback on my poetry." With that, he began reciting, Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms Bloom, which was the first poem he had ever written. Inspired by a sudden burst of creativity. As he delivered the poem with rhythm and cadence, a refreshing breeze swept through the room, imbuing it with an invigorating ambience that undoubtedly evoked a sense of natural blessing. Remarkable. Prince Ike could no longer underestimate Aldington. Instead, feelings of admiration began to stir within him, both being youths. Aldington had already ascended to the status of a great poet, while he himself struggled with daily academic failures. Gazing at Aldington's handsome visage, he could not help but inquire, "Aldington, how many years have you been studying poetry?" Chapter 0075. The Nightly Ideal. How many years studying poetry? Aldington pondered deeply. In his past life, he had begun composing poetry from elementary school until his higher studies. However, it seemed he had only perused a few popular poetry collections and memorized a handful of verses attributed to the poet Sengnyang Gyatso to enhance his prestige, such as the 10 Commandments, That Lifetime, and Whether Seen or Unseen. His favorite was a little poem whose title he could not recall. Residing in the Patala Palace, I am the greatest king of the snowy realm. Wandering the streets of Lhasa, I am the most beautiful lover in the world. Although Sengnyang Gyatso was a mere puppet, it did not diminish the freshness and elegance of his poetic expressions. Thus, Aldington had always cherished Sengnyang Gyatso's poetry, feeling that reading it would elevate his own stature. Yet regrettably, he had never managed to recite poetry and find love. His thoughts momentarily soared before swiftly returning to the present. Observing the curious Prince Ike, he resolved to speak the truth. Well, I have not formally studied poetry, but I recall that my poem Facing the Sea, Spring Blossoms Bloom was inspired by the insights of Count Hector. which prompted me to take up the pen spontaneously that I had not expected that upon completion, it would invoke a natural blessing. Count Dulick expressed surprise. Prince Ike's eyes widened once more. Aldington's face bore a serious expression. As for Gulamama, that was at the ball when I was asked to say a few words. However, being too young, I did not know what to say, so I decided to compose a poem instead. To my astonishment, reciting that poem also evoked a natural blessing. Pardon? Viscount Dulick shifted his posterior slightly. Eager to escape the oppressive atmosphere, Prince Ike, after a moment of hesitation, uttered a tentative ah, unsure of how to proceed, his tender heart suddenly resonating with the sound of shattering glass. After a brief pause, he turned to Druck and inquired, "Sir Druck, may I engage in a cricket match?" Druck scratched his coarse hair, nodding in agreement. "Of course, it is rare for you to be at the kingdom's border. Your Highness may indulge in some leisure." Instantly, Prince Ike's face lit up with joy. "Aldington, let us go and battle crickets. Bring me a formidable one." Viscount Dulick rose to take his leave, stating, "Then Aldington, do entertain His Highness for a while. I shall not join, for I have little interest in cricket battles." Observing this, Aldington smiled and nodded. Certainly, the anticipated climax had passed, and there was no need to linger on the aftertaste. He turned to his attendant and commanded, "Thomas, prepare accordingly and notify the steward of the nearby estate to send over the finest crickets they have recently caught, allowing His Highness to choose at his leisure." Having issued his instructions, he addressed Prince Ike once more. "Your Highness, please follow me. There is a pavilion on Butterfly Island specifically for cricket matches." "Prince Ike seems to enjoy his time with Aldington," remarked Lady Alicia to Lady Carly as they observed Aldington departing the parlor. Lady Carly chuckled. "Aldington is a gentle young man. He easily earns the goodwill of others, and Prince Ike is no exception." Lady Helena interjected, "The education of royal offspring is notoriously rigorous, though Prince Ike is still quite young. He already possesses a refined and noble demeanor. Aldington, however, strikes me as lacking some of the qualities one would expect from a noble. He shows excessive kindness towards the serfs." Lady Helena, a quintessential member of the high aristocracy, with a father who was an imperial earl, had grown accustomed to the elevated status of nobility, having little interaction with the common folk. Upon marrying into the Iris family, she swiftly took charge of many affairs within the territory, treating the serfs much like most nobles do, outwardly amiable, yet fundamentally viewing them as mere tools, focused solely on profit and indifferent to their personal rights. To put it bluntly, in her eyes, serfs were not much different from livestock. Lady Norina, youthful and romantic, earnestly stated, "This indicates that Aldington possesses the admirable qualities of a knight, protecting the weak, showing mercy and compassion. He is a true knight." In her youth, Norina harbored a romanticized vision of knighthood, believing knights to embody all virtuous traits: humility, honesty, compassion, bravery, justice, sacrifice, and honor. In countless tales of knights, protagonists typically exhibit these virtues, despite often engaging in less than honorable acts. This does not detract from the perception of knights as paragons of perfection. Therefore, although Lady Helena did not concur with Norina's naive notion that knights must possess compassion and mercy, she still accepted her words with a smile. "I too hope Aldington can maintain such qualities. He is an awakened knight and should inherit the glory of his ancestors. The lineage of awakened knights, of course, traces back to dragon knights, who, in the eyes of all, undoubtedly embody all admirable qualities." Lady Carly added, "This reflects that Aldington has benefited from the commendable influence of Dulick during his time in Grey Iron Fortress. The Pansrock family is a paragon of knighthood in the Danube province." "You flatter us too much," Lady Alicia replied with a smile. "The Pansrock family governs the earldom of Greystone and is sustained by the loyalty of its subjects, protecting their livelihoods. We merely fulfill our obligations. By the blessings of the three gods, we have adhered to the tenets of knighthood for many years." The atmosphere among the noble women remained harmonious as they exchanged pleasantries. Meanwhile, the gentlemen on the other side of the parlor engaged in discussions about the kingdom's politics. "The date for this year's baronial council has nearly been confirmed. It will convene in July. The Prime Minister has determined this year's council theme to be the expedition against the Lima Mountains," remarked Baron Giovanni, glancing at Baron Areno. "Areno, as a border baron, you will certainly need to speak at the council. The Lima Mountains, a colossal range at the border of the Kingdom of the Golden Rose and the Kingdom of Macedonia, spans millions of square kilometers and is home to countless primitive tribes. Baron Oreno nodded in agreement. I will certainly support the expedition. The intermittent conflicts with the Kingdom of Macedonia have been less than satisfactory. By the way, Lord Bamber, will you be attending this year's Earl Council and Baronial Council? I shall not attend the Baronial Council, but I will be present at the Earl Council, should His Majesty inquire about the expedition against the Lima Mountains. I will indeed offer my support. The Earldom of Greystone has consistently pursued the eradication of primitive tribes. If the kingdom establishes a grand policy, it would be most agreeable. Bamber du Longton's eyelids drooped, having allied through marriage with the Nubes border barony. He clearly did not support further conflict with the Kingdom of Macedonia, leaving him to endorse the campaign against the primitive tribes. Giovanni smiled. It seems we are all in agreement. How about this? Oreno, in your name, invite Count Philip and Count Jovic to Butterfly Castle as guests. Prince Ike not only brings His Majesty's congratulations, but also wishes to gain experience during his stay. Chapter 0076. The Drought King engaging in cricket battles serves as an excellent pastime. Prince Ike selected the largest black-spotted cricket from those provided by the estate steward, while Aldington chose a seemingly unimpressive bamboo cricket. He intended to let Prince Ike win a few rounds, as it was somewhat awkward for him to play with a child. To his surprise, as the match commenced, the bamboo cricket swiftly dispatched the black-spotted cricket, prompting him to awkwardly smile. Your Highness, please select another. Very well. This time I shall choose a strong one. Prince Ike enthusiastically picked a new cricket. However, after placing it in the arena, within a few rounds, it too fell victim to the bamboo cricket. After selecting 4 crickets in succession, all of which met the same fate, Prince Ike's initial excitement began to wane, his lips pouting at this moment. Captain Druck's eyes sparkled with excitement. It seems we can continue. Sir Aldington, the cricket you selected is indeed exceptional. Oh, Captain Druck, you are quite knowledgeable about crickets? Indeed, in my younger days at Versailles. Cough, cough. One must not merely regard the size. One must also consider the spirit. It is well known that insect-like magical beasts are rare, and crickets have yet to be discovered as a magical species. However, there exists a cricket that, while not a magical beast, possesses a hint of their grandeur. This cricket is known as the Drought King. The Drought King. Crickets are widely distributed in various environments, but those inhabiting arid conditions are the most fierce and combative. Thus, they are also referred to as the Drought King. So, my bamboo cricket is indeed a Drought King. Druck shook his head. It is uncertain. I cannot yet discern whether this cricket is a Drought King, but regardless, this bamboo cricket possesses the potential of a Drought King. Cough, cough. Sir Aldington, would you be willing to part with this bamboo cricket? I would be pleased to purchase it at a high price. Since you appreciate it, Captain, then I shall gift it to you. Aldington replied nonchalantly, as he had little interest in cricket battles. Druck, hearing this, was elated. Ha ha. Thank you. Thank you. He immediately fetched a cricket jar, carefully placing the bamboo cricket within, and then gave Aldington a thumbs up. Please do inform me if you ever visit Versailles. I shall treat you to a drink. Though I am not a noble, I hail from a junker background and have served the prince for many years, earning the king's favor and accumulating quite a collection of fine wines. Though he was not fond of alcohol, he enjoyed making friends, and Aldington nodded. Very well. Prince Ike gazed enviously at the cricket jar that Druck had taken, saying, Aldington, could you gift me a Drought King? The finest crickets of this season have already been sent by the steward. Your Highness may choose whichever one you prefer, as I am not familiar with the Drought King. Captain Druck, please select a Drought King for me. Druck concealed the cricket jar behind him, stating seriously, Your Highness, while I can overlook your cricket battles here, it is certainly not permissible for you to keep crickets. The palace's etiquette officer would not allow it. I can keep them at your place. Apologies, but I cannot indulge your bad habits, Your Highness. Please refrain from further discussion. If this continues, should the etiquette officer inquire about your itinerary, I will have no choice but to disclose this information. But you can keep crickets. Prince Ike began to sulk. Druck replied with an air of certainty, I am already of age, Your Highness. Has not His Majesty promised you that upon turning 15, you could choose your own interests? You are now 12. In 3 years, you shall be free to pursue your hobbies. Prince Ike turned to Aldington. Aldington smiled slightly. I am 16 this year. Very well, Prince Ike conceded, displaying his understanding, however, during these few days at Butterfly Castle. Druck, you cannot restrict me. I shall engage in cricket battles and play beast chess at my leisure. or else I shall insist that Aldington transfer this drought king to me." Druck rolled his eyes. "I implore you to exercise restraint. I shall be restrained." Having reached an accord, Druck retained his status as the drought king, while Prince Ike enjoyed a few days of freedom. Aldington, detached from the matter at hand, chuckled and remarked, "It is already quite late. The banquet must commence. Your Highness, let us return to the castle." The banquet was exceedingly lavish. Butterfly Castle laid forth the highest standard of feast, with sweat perpetually beading on the brow of Butler Carson. And the same could be said for Lady Murray, the housekeeper. Fortunately, the male servant Rutan, brought by Lord Dunlton, and Lady Polis from Grey Iron Castle assisted, preventing any oversights. Grey Iron Castle had hosted the king on several occasions, and both Lady Polis and Servant Rutan had been involved in those receptions. A toast to the House of Plantagenet. A toast to His Highness Prince Ike. I propose a toast to the awakening of the Aldington bloodline. Prince Ike partook of juice instead of wine. Mindful of the court etiquette officer's instructions on how to conduct oneself at the banquet, one should not presume that being a prince grants one the liberty to act whimsically. Princes, too, must adhere to intricate ceremonial protocols, especially when socializing with vassal nobility in formal settings, for they represent the royal family, and a misstep in decorum could signify a lack of respect from the royal family towards the attending nobles, potentially leading to estrangement over time. The kingdom is vast, with power structures deeply intertwined. Effective governance undoubtedly requires a sophisticated art of social engagement. Aldington downed a cup of Batini wine, narrowing his eyes to activate his sinister perception, allowing him to see various Valkyries standing behind the nobles accompanying the princes, each striking different poses. Moreover, these phantom beast knights bore a unique, colorful outline, as if draped in a layer of beast skin. Without doubt, this was a manifestation of the beasts fused with the knights. The beast skin adorning Baron Giovanni resembled that of a pig, while the skin of the fierce-toothed beast knight, Royus, featured horns. The skin of the golden bull knight, Terry, appeared akin to that of a chicken. Perhaps it belonged to the colorful winged pheasant. He quietly discerned the colorful outlines, identifying what types of phantom beasts they corresponded to. Fierce-toothed beasts, golden bulls, and colorful winged pheasants were all varieties of phantom beasts. The number of phantom beast knights in the kingdom was not extensive, hence most breeds of phantom beasts had already been disseminated. For instance, the Storm Wolf King of the Iris Flower family was known to almost all nobles. Lord Odyssey had once fought alongside the Storm Wolf King Hawk, earning tremendous renown. Once the admiration faded, Aldington withdrew his sinister perception and began to indulge in the feast. After the banquet concluded, Prince Ike immediately urged Aldington to engage in a game of beast chess. The guise of a little adult he had worn during the day had faded, and he was now merely a child. After accompanying the prince until 11 o'clock, he finally tucked him into bed. "Phew, I do not enjoy the company of children." Aldington sighed, estimating that for the next few days, he would be obliged to accompany Prince Ike in various amusements. Turning around, he inquired of Servant Thomas, "Have the ladies retired for the night?" "All the ladies have gone to bed, while the gentlemen are playing bridge in the small parlor. It appears they intend to play until very late." Bridge was a popular card game in the Kingdom of Plantagenet, known for its diverse rules and gameplay, favored among the male nobility, akin to poker on Earth, which could also be played for stakes. Aldington had initially wished to converse with the Baron, but now found himself obliged to retire for the night. Chapter 0077, Grand Principles. The banquet, poetry, toasts, balls, childcare. For 3 consecutive days, Aldington found himself immersed in the daily lives of the nobility, witnessing more nobles in this week than he had in 16 years as the original owner. The foremost noble was undoubtedly Prince Ike Windsor. He also encountered the 2nd Earl of the Danube province, who had a configuration of 1 marquis and 5 barons, specifically Earl Jovic of Golden Crown City and Earl Philip of Rock City. He was introduced to all 5 barons, including his father, Baron Hazmat of Falling Cloud Town, who shared a close relationship with Baron Orino, Baron Foamington of Mire Town, who seldom mingled with the Iris Flower family, merely making an appearance, and Baron Lewis of Flower Town, who was the father-in-law of Odom. Of course, there was also Aldington's rival, Cliff's father, Baron Closer of Stone Town. These nobles, who influenced the political landscape of the entire Danube province, gathered at Butterfly Castle, conspiring for several hours with Baron Giovanni, who had come from the capital. Before the banquet commenced, they each left gifts for Aldington before departing the castle, once he had successfully lulled Prince Ike to sleep. Aldington seized the opportunity to engage in a private conversation with his father. You take a keen interest in politics, Aldington. This is commendable. Unless you aspire to become a dragon knight, no noble can escape the realm of politics. Baron Orino rubbed his temples, revealing a hint of fatigue. Even dragon knights, I fear, are not exempt from the intrigues of politics. Father, if I interpret your words correctly, and considering the remarks made during our game of beast chess, it seems there may be a dragon knight involved in the situation surrounding the Danube plains. You are astute and perceptive, the Baron smiled. Perhaps there is a dragon knight involved, or perhaps there is not. This is a secret beyond our current knowledge. In any case, the long-standing dichotomy between the two nations on the Danube plains, which has persisted for over 1,000 years, is certainly on the verge of upheaval. Aldington nodded, stating, ever since the marriage of Mr. Dulick and Lady Narina, I suspected a change was imminent. If I can deduce this, the kingdom's ministers must surely be aware as well. Some truly grasp the situation, while others are genuinely oblivious. And still, others feign ignorance. However, as the iris flower family, we are newly ennobled. Our allegiance lies solely with His Majesty the King. That is all that is required. The Baron waved his hand, signaling a desire to avoid delving deeper into the topic. So, Father, what discussions transpired today with the 2 earls, along with the 5 barons and Lord Dunlet? The Earl's Council and the Baron's Council are about to convene. This year, the kingdom will draft a plan for the expedition against the Lima Xiongling primitive tribes. The Danube province borders many of these tribes, and we must delineate our respective spheres of operation for the campaign. The meeting will be held in July, and we should be ready to deploy by September. Aldington suddenly understood. Oh, an expedition against primitive tribes presents an excellent opportunity for merit. Your current strength is comparable to that of a formal knight, and His Majesty has conferred upon you the title of Imperial Knight. Have you considered participating in the war? If you wish to do so, you must hasten to learn mounted combat from Dulick from May to September. You have 4 months to prepare. May I decline? Aldington tentatively inquired, understanding that rushing into the fray was unwise, as he would not turn 16 until next month, with more than 2 years until he reached adulthood at 18. Venturing onto the battlefield now would be unwise. Baron Orino turned his head to regard Aldington. What I meant to convey is that I prefer a steady approach, protected by attendants while on the battlefield, as I would hardly secure any merit and might even hinder others. I comprehend your perspective. The Baron summoned Butler Carson, poured 2 glasses of red wine, handing one to Aldington before continuing. You are now a renowned poet and a bloodline knight. You have received much acclaim lately and might feel that achieving merit on the battlefield pales in comparison to gaining fame in Versailles. Am I correct? However, that is not the case. Do not be hasty in your denial. As your father, I can discern your thoughts that it is all Hector's fault, dreaming of becoming a bard while lacking any talent. Yet he stirs you to pursue the same path. I do not oppose your desire to follow the bard's route. It is merely that bards can grant you natural power, saving you significant prayer time. The Baron did not afford Aldington the opportunity to retort. Continuing, your unexpected rise to fame fills me with pride, yet you must remember one thing. The so-called great writers and poets are revered by the nobility only when they choose to show favor, should they withhold their esteem. You are but a jester masquerading as a connoisseur. Do not allow the current superficiality to obscure your vision. What you see is the so-called 3 saints of Seine, whom even the king must respectfully venerate, is merely a performance. They are akin to. The Baron searched for an appropriate prop on the table, finding none, and instead lifted the now empty crystal goblet. He raised the crystal glass, saying, just like this goblet, carved from a single piece of crystal, exquisite for savoring red wine, a luxury only the nobility can afford. However, should I one day grow weary of it, I can effortlessly discard it. With a crash, the crystal goblet shattered into countless shards upon the floor. The Baron pointed to the glass fragments, asking, do you understand now? Aldington nodded in response. I understand. How could he not comprehend, after 30 years of life on Earth? He had heard countless profound truths. He could discourse on such straightforward principles for days on end without respite. However, understanding and execution are 2 distinct matters. Who does not know that LV bags are merely produced by a leather factory in Wenzhou? And they are just ordinary handbags? Yet, that does not deter women from pursuing LV bags. Similarly, The intrinsic significance of classic poetry is akin to the faith in the three gods, yet that does not prevent Aldington from reveling in the spotlight while bearing the title of a great poet. Believing that Aldington had been swayed by his grand principles, the Baron nodded in satisfaction, stating, "As long as you comprehend, that is sufficient. In the kingdom of Plantagenet, hereditary nobility has only one avenue to acquire status, through military merit. Let us strive together to elevate the iris flower family to greater heights." The Baron harbored great ambition, aspiring to elevate the iris flower family to the stature of an earldom. In the eyes of Aldington, such ambition seemed excessively modest. His aspirations soared to the heights of the Dragon Knight, with the lowest noble rank of the kingdom's Dragon Knights being that of an earl. "I possess the Book of the Sea, and time is on my side. What do I have to rush for?" Contemplating this, he donned his full armor and returned to his chamber. Spreading open a book, he quietly awaited the reset of resurrection time. Moments later, a dizzying sensation enveloped him, and upon reopening his eyes, he found himself at the seaside of the fifth island, the very place where he had previously felt a chilling encounter with the sea's manticore. Prepared in advance, he swiftly maneuvered his oars, propelling himself toward the shore, eager to distance himself from the ocean. A roar, a 2-meter-tall colossal tiger materialized before him. Upon seeing the beast, Aldington exhaled in relief. Fortunately, it remains a low-level magical beast, the muscular tiger. Chapter 0078. Unrestrained Delight. The 9 thunder swords were unleashed, and Aldington darted forward like a streak of lightning, striking at the muscular tiger's forehead, under the influence of his fighting spirit. The blade of the late frost sword reached its utmost potential. Roar! The muscular tiger raised its upper body, its massive paw swiping toward the late frost sword. In a sudden twist, the sword's thrust transformed into an upward slash, the blade deftly slicing open the tiger's throat. Blood sprayed forth as the muscular tiger thrashed its neck in a futile attempt to stem the flow of blood. Boom! 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 The magical energy within the muscular tiger surged, flames erupting from its body, a manifestation of its fire magic, though it failed to reach Aldington. Stepping back a couple of paces, Aldington scanned the surroundings and noticed 2 wind wolves approaching. Although the fifth island also harbored low-level magical beasts, their numbers were evidently denser than those on the fourth island. Crack! Crack! He twisted his neck, producing a crisp sound, and lifted the late frost sword, charging forth once more. The battle was imminent. The 2 wind wolves, having learned from the muscular tiger's fate, unleashed gusts of wind blades from their mouths before Aldington could close the distance. The crescent-shaped wind blades swept through the air, severing slender trees and leaving gaping wounds in sturdy trunks. Aldington could have activated the Eye of Helios to conjure a magical shield for protection, but in pursuit of honing his combat skills, he refrained from doing so. Instead, he deftly dodged the wind blades, advancing rapidly, the still unrefined 9 thunder swords engaging in nimble assaults. While he activated the power of thunder to stimulate the speed of his fighting spirit, he resembled a war deity entwined in lightning, spinning and leaping, ruthlessly dispatching the 2 wind wolves with a flurry of strikes. Exhaustion is significant. I should exercise more precision. Catching his breath and assessing his physical and spiritual depletion, he swiftly adjusted his strategy. The flying claw badger, thunder-tooth warthog, and venomous rock python emerged one by one, each succumbing to Aldington's blade in swift succession, the battles proceeding with barely a pause. This relentless manner of combat differed from that between knights. The adversaries lacked intricate techniques, relying solely on primal bestial instincts. Thus, Aldington needed only to contemplate which techniques would be the most concise and direct, while simultaneously evading the beast's lethal strikes. As time wore on, the restorative effects of his equipment could not compensate for the toll of battle. Sweat drenched his leather armor, and his breathing became labored. Yet, the techniques of the 9 thunder swords continued to condense, refine, and instinctively store themselves. No conscious thought was required, and these maneuvers were executed with utmost efficiency, targeting vital points. With minimal expenditure of fighting spirit, relying solely on his positioning and swordsmanship, Aldington felled a blackhorn bull before lifting his gaze to find himself at the grand entrance of the island's central palace. Wiping the blood from his sword, he pushed open the heavy doors with weary hands, finally allowing himself a moment to rest. He was in no hurry to claim the treasure chest from his Valkyrie ring. He retrieved some prepared roasted meat, cream, and juice, indulging in a hearty feast to replenish his strength, then closed his eyes, quietly reflecting on the battles he had fought, the missteps in positioning, ineffective sword techniques, and the characteristics of the beast's attacks all played through his mind. An epiphany struck him. Though he felt he had not fully consolidated his insights, he realized that his Nine Thunder Sword had indeed reached a pinnacle of mastery. While the still-evolving Nine Thunder Swords were taking shape, most importantly, he had amassed countless experiences of hunting magical beasts, while he may still lack a comprehensive understanding of their living habits. He had undoubtedly gained substantial expertise in the art of the hunt. This excursion to hunt low-level magical beasts likely surpassed the total of what some knights might achieve in a year. Performance is commendable. Combat experience 999. Bestowing himself a mental pat on the back, he rose and made his way to the central table of the spacious palace. As anticipated, a treasure chest rested atop the table, its crimson hue igniting his curiosity. He initially assumed it to be crafted from some rare metal, only to discover upon touch that it was merely an ordinary wooden chest. It seems my prior assumption was misguided. The quality of the treasure chest bears no relation to the battles fought. Previously, he had speculated that the treasure chests followed a hierarchy. The first island offered golden chests, the second silver, the third bronze, and the fourth iron. Thus, he had conjectured that the quality distribution of these chests might correlate with the intensity of the battles fought on each island. Particularly on the fourth island, where he had rather stealthily infiltrated the palace with minimal confrontation, he had formed this hypothesis, believing he had deviated from the dungeon rules in certain game dungeons. The more formidable the foes defeated, the higher the evaluation and rewards. Now it appeared that the treasure chests were predetermined, their existence independent of his combat prowess or cunning. Let us open it and see. He casually opened the chest, revealing a familiar vial of Thunder Power Bloodline elixir resting quietly on parchment. Beside it lay a medal, shaped like a six-pointed star, engraved with the image of a figure wielding a magical staff. Clad in the emblematic cape of a sorcerer, the medal shone a sky-blue hue, reminiscent of the Medal of Valor, its reverse bearing two lines of text. One read, "The wise shall be rewarded," while the other proclaimed, "Loyalty to Emperor Prolos." The Wisdom Medal, yet again linked to Emperor Prolos. Could it be that the Book of the Sea dungeon is a legacy left by Emperor Prolos, rather than a manifestation of my own unique abilities? He pondered, unable to arrive at a conclusion. Without hesitation, he chose to infuse the wisdom medal with his fighting spirit. In an instant, a refreshing energy enveloped him, invigorating his mind and revitalizing his spirit. Splendid. This is a magical item for restoring mental acuity, likely intended for mages, yet it serves me well. Delighted, he stowed away the wisdom medal and bloodline elixir, then inspected the new treasure map on parchment. As expected, the sixth island was marked just above the fifth island, indicated by an arrow. I shall continue the hunt, ensuring that every low-level magical beast on this island is eradicated, striving to advance my 9 Thunder Swords even further. In contrast to the fixed rewards, Aldington finally discerned the true value of the Book of the Sea dungeon. It lay in the monsters inhabiting the island and the sea, allowing him to engage in fearless battles that honed his combat skills to the utmost. The only lament was that he could only clash with magical beasts. As a knight, he was destined to charge into the battlefield in the future, leading his knightly order into large-scale wars. Regardless, the better my skills, the greater my chances of survival in battle. I am still young. I have no desire to meet an early demise on the battlefield. With a determined gaze, he engaged a low-level magical beast in combat. Sword gleaming, blood splattering as the beast fell. When exhaustion finally took its toll, he realized he had unwittingly vanquished all the low-level magical beasts on the island. Leaning on his sword, he gazed out at the sea, the tumult of his emotions swiftly calming. Suddenly, he recognized another means of exiting the dungeon. He need not always succumb to death. As darkness enveloped his vision, and he opened his eyes once more. He found himself back in the real world, the astrological clock on the wall ticking away, indicating it was 9:16. A long day of combat in the Book of the Sea dungeon had elapsed without a single minute passing in reality. Chapter 0079, A Subtle Transformation. Exhausting the last remnants of strength will allow me to leave the dungeon. He smiled faintly, releasing a breath of fatigue, and promptly consumed the Thunder Power Bloodline elixir. While awaiting the effects of the potion, he retrieved his notebook, sketching various sword techniques. Drawing inspiration from the original Thunder Sword, he refined each move, eliminating the inefficient ones and striving for brevity and directness. Linking all techniques into a cohesive whole, further simplifying as he went. Before the draft was complete, a surge of power coursed through his body, sparks of electricity flickering around him. Crackle, crackle. He became enveloped in lightning, the energy intensifying for a full minute before gradually subsiding. The latent thunder power hidden within his fighting spirit continued to accelerate its flow, washing through his limbs and bones, expanding with vigor. Boom! It felt as if a collapse had occurred. The surging fighting spirit imploded inward, no longer as exuberant as before, but it had become more refined, signaling a transformation from gaseous to liquid form. Quantitative change leads to qualitative change. The cultivation of fighting spirit is a process of continuous qualitative transformation. I am currently experiencing a minor transformation, not yet reaching the intermediate stage of fighting spirit, but I am undeniably closer. He meticulously sensed his fighting spirit, according to the records of his training knowledge. After 3 minor transformations, a basic fighting spirit could evolve into an intermediate one at that time. He too would ascend from a novice knight to a true knight. After a month and a half, I completed my first minor transformation. At this rate, in 3 more months, I shall be promoted to knighthood. My heavens, the speed of my training is rather astonishing. Aldington himself was genuinely taken aback. Such velocity could potentially challenge the knight training record. Viscount Dulick was hailed as a genius, having become a novice knight at the age of 14 and ascended to knighthood at 16, completing his transformation in 2 years. His father, Baron Areno, also took nearly 2 years to complete his metamorphosis. Even those exalted dragon knights would likely require a year and a half to achieve such a transformation. If all goes well, Aldington would only need 4.5 months to complete his metamorphosis. Breaking the record seemed well within reach. He approached the mirror, gazing at his increasingly noble demeanor, and fell into deep contemplation. Perhaps I ought to be a tad more discreet. I have been rather ostentatious of late. Achieving fighting spirit at the age of 16 is rather unremarkable. Soon thereafter, he suddenly composed 2 classic poems, becoming a celebrated poet. This is not particularly astonishing, as bardic poets do not enhance combat prowess. Yet swiftly, he awakened his bloodline, becoming yet another awakened knight, even prompting the king to send Prince Ike to offer his congratulations. Should word spread of his promotion to knighthood in 4.5 months, it would surely stir the entire Plantagenet kingdom. And perhaps even dragon knights would come to witness why Aldington is so exceptional. Oh, right, I almost forgot. I am also revising the Thunder Sword technique. He glanced at the notebook on his desk, sighing in frustration. Who would have thought that being too exceptional could also become a source of vexation? Alas, my strength does not permit me to act with modesty. Even if he were to lie still in bed, the power of thunder would assist his fighting spirit in autonomously circulating, leading to continual minor transformations until the final metamorphosis. He chuckled. Since I can no longer pretend, I shall reveal my true self. The identity of the heir to an imperial barony is sufficient to safeguard his growth. Not only is Baron Areno's strength formidable, but the system also allows nobles to rise. Were he of common birth, he might have faced suppression from the nobility. However, he himself is a noble, a member of the ruling class of the kingdom. Should he manage to train into a dragon knight, the king would undoubtedly be pleased, as it would bolster the strength of the Plantagenet kingdom that a genius must be bold and ambitious. What sort of genius merely hides in the shadows? Such behavior, akin to pretending to be a pig to eat a tiger, might add a touch of levity to social interactions, but holds little significance for the greater picture, appearing rather petty. If I do not dare to lead the tides of the era, was my crossing over in vain? At midnight, drying the ink stains on his notebook, Aldington stretched languidly. I have finally completed the first draft of the revised Thunder Sword technique. However, it feels somewhat awkward to name it the 9 Thunder Swords without a fixed 9 moves. The revised sword moves are swift as the gale, fierce as thunder. I shall simply call it the Thunderbolt Sword. In truth, he preferred the name Surging Thunder Sword, for it felt more imposing. But as this thought crossed his mind, a rap verse involuntarily emerged in his mind. Surging thunder, this celestial mastery, as the heavens collapse and the earth shatters with the purple gold hammer. Thus, he promptly decided to rename it the Thunderbolt Sword. This thunderbolt is not the one you can download, but rather the kind that strikes with unparalleled swiftness. The Thunderbolt Sword comprises 2 parts. The sword moves for hunting magical beasts are essentially established. Yet the sword moves for knightly combat still require further refinement. The first draft shall suffice for now. Time for sleep. The next day, Prince Ike and his entourage took their leave. Aldington, when you arrive in Versailles, I shall be there to welcome you, said Prince Ike, who had spent several joyful days at the Butterfly Castle. Feeling reluctant to part ways, he had come to regard Aldington as a warm-hearted older brother. Handsome, talented, and possessing a charming manner of speech, he had grown quite fond of the Butterfly Castle. Aldington maintained his smile. Very well, Your Highness. Captain Druck, cradling his cricket jar, also waved enthusiastically at Aldington. Aldington, when you come to Versailles, I shall treat you to the finest wine. You have my word. Haha, of course, I mean it. Perhaps it won't be long before I visit Versailles. He truly yearned to see what the most prosperous city of this world and era resembled. Little Versailles was indeed lively, yet there were still over a dozen cities within the kingdom that surpassed it in grandeur. The Danube River province, after all, was merely a border province, and years of warfare had limited its prosperity. Caw, 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 the griffin screeched as it soared, its golden banner billowing in the wind, bathed in a layer of golden light, before ultimately vanishing into the sun's radiance. All the guests had departed, Prince Ike's entourage, the Aldington family, and several other nobles, both great and small. The once boisterous Butterfly Castle fell silent once more, and Aldington returned to his tranquil life. Yet this serene period lasted only a day. On the first day of June, a grand procession approached from the southwest along the avenue. This caravan bore two banners, one adorned with a black eagle, the other with green leaves. It is the eagle banner of the Eagle Strike family and the green leaf banner of the Green Leaf family. The members of the patrol quickly sounded the horn and dispatched a few individuals to hastily return to the castle. Lords from Eagle Strike City and Amiens City have arrived together. Hurry and report to the Baron. Chapter 0080. Relatives. The Earl of Eagle Strike City. Aldington Eagle Strike, the only imperial earl of the Dnieper province. The Earl of Amiens City, Cattle Green Leaf, the only imperial earl of the Nennet province. These two families are established aristocrats, their influence deeply rooted within the provinces. However, these two provinces are merely ordinary gubernatorial ones, contrasting sharply with the Danube River province, a vast border province with a palace, which is at least 5 or 6 times larger in area. You little rascal. When I departed, you were still lamenting that the sparks of electricity were insufficiently dazzling. Yet as soon as I left, you promptly sent someone to summon me back. Viscount Hector ruffled Aldington's hair vigorously, venting his dissatisfaction. Had he known, he would have stayed longer. He had not yet fully savored the beauties of Little Versailles. Aldington paid no heed to his unreliable uncle, but instead focused on the two young girls being assisted down from the carriage by their maid. Referring to the memories of the original owner, he easily recognized them as Hector's two daughters, the elder Hetty and the younger Hanny, aged 10 and 6, respectively. Hetty, Hanny. He flashed a charming smile. Cousin. Hetty and Hanny clasped hands, walking gracefully to stand before Aldington, sweetly calling out, "Did Aunt Evelyn not come along? Mother is at home resting during her pregnancy, preparing to give birth to a younger brother," Hanny replied. Hetty added, "The doctor said that mother is in a crucial period of her pregnancy and cannot be jostled about. So she had to remain at Eagle Castle. She also asked us to convey her congratulations to you, cousin. I appreciate Aunt's sentiments. Ensuring the well-being of my little cousin is of utmost importance." Aldington nodded, then inquired, "Did you come directly from Versailles?" "Yes. Grandfather sent a great dragonfly to fetch us back. Oh, right. We returned to Eagle Castle with our cousin and her husband, then set off for Butterfly Castle. Along the way, we encountered Earl Cattle's entourage." Hetty explained in detail the reasons for the two families traveling together. As for the great dragonfly, it is a colloquial term for a low-level magical beast known as the bluegrass beast. Due to its resemblance to a dragonfly, the bluegrass beast excels in flight and possesses wind magic but lacks combat prowess, living off grass. Many noble families enjoy taming bluegrass beasts for transportation. Unfortunately, with the financial resources of Butterfly Castle, it is unlikely they could afford to raise such flying beasts for the time being. Even for grazing bluegrass beasts, the annual cost would amount to several thousand left. The cousin Hetty referred to as Aldington's biological sister, Audrey, along with her husband, Baron Alva of the Setting Sun Valley. Courtesies take time and require numerous procedures. A younger member of the family. Aldington had to wait for old Lady Carly, Baron Areno, and Lady Helena to exchange pleasantries before it was his turn. Earl Cattle, call me cousin, Aldington. It has been 3 years since we last met. And you are growing sturdier by the day. Cattle laughed heartily, his demeanor quite jovial. His grandfather is old Lady Carly's brother, making him a distant cousin of Aldington. Aldington readily complied. Cousin Cattle, welcome to Butterfly Castle. You have awakened your bloodline. I naturally had to come to offer my congratulations. Cattle was accompanied by his wife, and although he had a son, he had not brought him along this time, as he had already been sent to serve in another noble household. After exchanging pleasantries with Cattle and his wife, he quickly approached the elderly couple being assisted by his mother. Grandfather, grandmother, Aldington has missed you dearly. I am proud of you. Earl Hallington enveloped Aldington in a hearty embrace, kissing his forehead. May the 3 gods bless you. Oh, I forgot. You are also a great poet, so let blessings accompany you always, witnessing your splendid future as a knight. His grandmother, Lady Julia, also offered him a warm embrace. Dear little Aldington, you surpass your uncle by leaps and bounds. Mother, surely you do not belittle me so. Hector stood by, feeling aggrieved. It was one thing to be overshadowed by his brother-in-law, Aurelio, but now even his nephew could be wielded as a tool for humiliation. Aldington allowed his grandmother to embrace him for a moment, and only when she released him did he approach another pair of young couples who resembled models. Brother-in-law, sister. Aldington, congratulations. Alva, refined and elegant, was as handsome as Aldington. However, his talent was rather mediocre at AT-21. He had barely managed to ascend to the rank of knight. In contrast, his sister, Audrey, who practiced magic, stood out remarkably well. At only 19, she had already become a fully fledged sorceress. Even while helping to manage the family, her mentor still believed she had a chance to strive for the title of High Sorceress. Moreover, Audrey was quite the beauty, once hailed as the Little Flower of Versailles. Had it not been for Alva's father, a powerful marquis, it was unlikely that Baron Aurelio would have consented to a marriage between his daughter and Alva, who was but a second son. I am absolutely thrilled to hear of your awakening. Aldington, you know, not only have you awakened your bloodline, but you are also a great poet. I have instructed my servants to deliver your 2 poems to all our acquaintances among the nobility. I believe your fame has now resonated across both banks of the Seine, Audrey exclaimed with great excitement. Aldington gazed at his radiant sister and then at Alva, who, though handsome, lacked talent. Feeling as though a beautiful flower had been placed in a pile of dung, that he gently replied, Calm down, sister. This is merely a basic accomplishment. Enough of standing at the entrance. Let us proceed into the castle to converse further, Lady Carly declared, linking arms with Lady Julia, addressing the assembly. Thus, under the guidance of the servants, the group swiftly made their way to the drawing room and settled down. Then came the moment Aldington eagerly anticipated, the gift-giving segment. All the guests were relatives of noble lineage, and thus the gifts were naturally of considerable value. The Caudale couple presented a set of exquisite horse gear, including a bridle, whip, saddle, spurs, stirrups, and reins, all equipment for horses. This magical ensemble could activate a protective magical coating closely adhering to the horse's body, ensuring its safety during a charge, with the horse secure. The knight would naturally follow suit, so Aldington graciously accepted the gift with joy. The Audrey couple gifted a vineyard estate located near the city of Versailles, given the exorbitant value of land in Versailles. Even surrounding estates were rare and precious, making this gift undoubtedly lavish. For Alva, a mere baron, it was a considerable expenditure. With this vineyard estate, you will have a place to stay when you visit Versailles. There is even a small villa castle on the premises. For now, we can manage it for you, or you may appoint your own steward and estate manager, they explained. Although Aldington had yet to reach adulthood, he already possessed 5 estates. The Duke of Duranton gifted him the P estate located in Little Versailles. His sister and brother-in-law gifted the vineyard estate in Versailles, a fief granted when the king conferred his knighthood. Situated near the city of Horseshoe Pearl, in addition to other scattered lands he planned to exchange with his family to amass 2 more estates in total. Chapter 81. The Egg. The most surprising gift from his grandfather, Count Hallington, was a spatial ring. Aldington exclaimed in astonishment upon seeing the small circular band in his hand. Grandfather, this gift is far too extravagant. In terms of value, a spatial ring might only be worth around 10 to 20,000 livres, yet its rarity meant it only appeared at auctions. Typically, noble families would not spend such a sum merely for a spatial ring the size of a shoebox. Baron Aurelio had once participated in an auction for a spatial ring, ceasing to bid when the price reached 11,000 leaves, not out of inability to afford it, but rather due to its lack of necessity. With the money spent on a spatial ring, one could instead construct a castle, as the storage capacity of a spatial ring was indeed limited, making it more of a luxury item. I have only one grandson. What is a spatial ring to me? Count Aldington proclaimed with grandiosity. Aldington could only accept the gift with a smile. In truth, having the Valkyrie ring made him somewhat dismissive of ordinary spatial rings, yet having an additional one to conceal the Valkyrie ring was still quite advantageous. After all, he could not explain the origin of the Valkyrie ring, and exposure could always pose a risk. Now, it is my turn to present a gift, declared Viscount Hector, signaling a servant to bring over a distinctive metal box. Previously, I gifted you a frost blade for your ascension to a squire. Now, I present you with a gift to celebrate your awakening, and congratulations on joining the ranks of bards. What is this, uncle? Aldington inquired. You shall discover it for yourself, Hector replied. With anticipation, Aldington opened the metal box, and a shimmering magical image greeted his eyes. Inside lay an egg slightly larger than an ostrich egg, quietly nestled within. Enveloped by a magical aura, he could not identify the type of egg. What is this? Baron Aurelio recognized it at a glance, and exclaimed in surprise, a siren wing beast egg. A siren wing beast egg, Aldington quickly recalled. Indeed, this was the egg of a siren wing beast. The siren wing beast was a mid-level magical beast, neither a bird nor a bat, but capable of flight, resembling a pterosaur with its colorful feathers that it was not particularly large and could be ridden by a knight, making it a highly coveted mount. Possessing both wind and lightning magical attributes, its wind magic allowed for rapid flight, while its lightning magic provided significant offensive capabilities. The siren wing beast also had a close relative, the griffin wing beast, which was larger, stronger, and included the siren wing beast in its diet. Surprised, are you? I initially intended to keep this siren wing beast egg for my son, but its matrix seal was about to expire, and it would perish if not hatched soon. Thus, I thought I might as well give it to you, as an awakened knight certainly needs a flying mount. Some magical beasts recognize their owner upon birth, allowing them to be tamed as mounts. The siren wing beast was one such creature, possessing formidable predatory abilities that required little effort to raise that on the market. A siren wing beast egg held a value not much less than that of a spatial ring. And both were equally rare commodities. Siren wing beasts inhabited the depths of primordial jungles, with only a handful of adventuring parties managing to retrieve a few eggs each year. Moreover, artificially hatched second-generation siren wing beasts would suffer a significant drop in quality, rendering them a scarce commodity. Thank you, uncle. I adore this gift, Aldington exclaimed, taking the metal box, eager to hatch it immediately. What man does not desire a magnificent mount? He already had a horse, Red Bean, with magical beast lineage, which he rode around daily. Yet obtaining a flying magical beast was exceedingly rare. Just a few days ago, while accompanying Prince Ike, he had ridden a vulture beast and savored the exhilarating sensation of soaring through the skies. He could not shake that feeling. Now, at last, he had his own flying mount. Even Baron Aurelio could not help but feel a twinge of envy, remarking, Hector, your gift is truly extravagant, and combined with the spatial ring bestowed by your father-in-law, it is excessively lavish. Count Aldington chuckled. It is not as if it is for you. The Baron fell silent. Cousin, would you like to hatch the siren wing beast now? Cousin Hetty asked with wide eyes. Having never seen such a magical beast before, Cousin Henny nodded in agreement. Yes, yes. Aldington replied nonchalantly, no rush. However, upon seeing the disappointment in the eyes of his two younger cousins, he smiled and changed his mind. Well, let us wait a moment. Cradling the metal box, he returned to his chamber, where his servant, Thomas, securely closed the door, leaving him alone. The first sight the siren wing beast sees upon opening its eyes is of utmost importance, as it will only recognize one person as its master during its growth. The reason for this bond remains unexplainable. Perhaps it perceives its owner as its parent. Only once it reaches adulthood will it gradually accept human training and become a docile mount. The box opened, revealing instructions on how to unseal the magical matrix. By tapping the nodes of the magical lines composing the matrix in sequence, the magical matrix soon trembled and dissipated, freeing the siren wing beast egg from its constraints. It began to quiver as the tremors intensified. Cracks began to appear on the eggshell, as if something were striking against it. Suddenly, a piece of the shell fell away, revealing a tiny, alien-like head with a blue feather crest jutting upwards from its chin. Its small, sesame-like eyes looked curiously at Aldington, and it emitted a childish jiwa sound. This was the newly hatched siren wing beast. It did not appear particularly beautiful, yet Aldington could not help but extend his finger to gently touch the head of the hatchling. Jiwa, Jiwa. The small creature, though not large, had a surprisingly loud voice, and after a few calls, it began to nibble at its eggshell. Once it finished consuming the shell, Aldington carefully lifted it from the box. The little one appeared rather bare and somewhat unattractive, yet full of vitality, with thin wings resembling translucent membranes that flapped incessantly, as if eager to take flight. These membranous wings could unfurl into a semicircle of 480 degrees. Upon its head, there are two structures resembling diminutive braids, known as whips of hair. During riding, one can grasp these whips to steer the flight direction of the succubus-winged beast. Gwa gwa. The youngling flapped its wings for a moment before calling out to Aldington. Seemingly hungry, the feeding instructions for the succubus-winged beast had long been prepared by Hector. However, Aldington need not intervene personally, as servants would adhere to the guidelines and assist in feeding the young creature. Once he stepped outside his chamber, the servants promptly delivered the prepared sustenance, which consisted of fresh, sanguine beast meat. Rabbit meat. Aldington cast a disdainful glance. Indeed, young master, this is freshly slaughtered fire rabbit meat. The succubus-winged beast only consumes the freshest of beast meat. Anything older than an hour is deemed insufficiently fresh. Chapter 0082. Pandora. A platter of several pounds of fire rabbit meat was devoured in an instant by the young succubus-winged beast. Its belly swelling to a round, distended shape, making it hard to believe this was merely a newly born creature. A single meal consuming food worth one leaf, and this is just the beginning. No wonder most noble families hesitate to raise beast mounts. In a few days, once this little one grows a bit more and develops a hearty appetite, it may well consume 10 or even dozens of leaf in a single sitting, Aldington mused. Fortunately, once the succubus-winged beast matures to the standards of a low-level beast, it will be able to hunt for its own sustenance in the forest, alleviating the burden of exorbitant feeding costs. Come, little one, let me introduce you to some people. He took the young succubus-winged beast to the parlor, where the little creature, somewhat timid, dared not gaze at the surrounding individuals, only uttering gwa repeatedly towards Aldington. "Oh my, cousin, this little bird is rather unsightly," commented 6-year-old cousin Hanny, with the candidness of youth. "It is not a bird, Hanny, it is a beast," corrected 10-year-old cousin Hetty, though it was clear that bird and beast were not interchangeable terms. The continent of Rafa lacked a specialized biology to categorize all species into phyla, classes, orders, families, genera, and species. The summoners of the magical pentagram had attempted a basic classification, yet it remained vague. For instance, although everyone knew the succubus-winged beast was not a bird, its true classification eluded clarity. Was it a bat? Yet, the succubus-winged beast is oviparous, an insect. That seemed implausible, for it was entirely muscular, with bones internalized at a bird of prey. Its covering was fur, not feathers. The pterosaur? Regrettably, the continent of Rafa did not recognize pterosaurs as a classification. Dragon is a term exclusive to dragon beasts, denoting creatures far more formidable than mere magical beasts. Hence, the succubus-winged beast could only be classified as a flying magical beast. But what type of magical beast is it? Henny's question struck at the heart of the matter, promptly rendering Hetty momentarily speechless as she sought assistance from her father, Hector. Hector cleared his throat, wishing to explain yet unsure how to articulate. It was then that Earl Hallington, seasoned and knowledgeable, swiftly provided an answer. "Hetty, Hanny, the succubus-winged beast is a reptilian magical beast, a large flying lizard." "A lizard?" Hanny tilted her head, "but it looks nothing like a lizard. Bianca has a pet lizard, and it bears no resemblance to the succubus-winged beast. There are many kinds of lizards. The succubus-winged beast is one of them." It belongs to the bat lizard category." Earl Hallington clearly glossed over the details. Aldington found himself contemplating whether he might, upon acquiring fiscal authority, sponsor a group of summoners to establish a classification system for all species. Subsequently, he could commission them to compile an encyclopedia, categorizing the wonders of nature, without having to exert effort in research or take credit, merely noting on the title page, dedicated to His Excellency, Lord Aldington Iris. I shall pursue this, he silently resolved. Setting another minor goal for himself that moment, he suddenly felt something slick in his hand, glancing down to discover that the young succubus-winged beast had just defecated on him, while the feces bore no foul odor. It was decidedly unpleasant. He promptly placed the little creature into a box, handing it to a servant, and requested water to wash his hands. It eats and then excretes. Do magical beasts possess such potent digestive capabilities? Haha. Aldington, have you only now realized the power of magical beasts? Take good care of it. Perhaps you could cultivate it into a phantom beast. The succubus-winged beast has a record of being raised to phantom beast level, rivaling even its close relative, the griffin. Hector chuckled. The evolutionary system of magical beasts is exceedingly complex. Theoretically, any wild beast, given ample opportunity, may evolve into a creature even more powerful than a dragon beast. Yet, in reality, the species capable of evolving into phantom beasts are exceedingly limited. For instance, the golden-furred lynx, the royal griffin, and the griffin are species that naturally attain phantom beast status upon maturity. Conversely, creatures like the storm wolf king hawk are normal wolf magical beasts that undergo continuous breeding and evolution to ultimately achieve phantom beast status, while their relatives remain mere magical beasts throughout their lives. Thus, while the succubus-winged beast can evolve, one should not harbor overly ambitious expectations. Aldington dried his hands and replied, "Rest assured, Uncle, I shall take excellent care of this little one. I hope it grows swiftly so that I may travel without excessive expenditure of time." His sister, Audrey, inquired, "So, what do you intend to name this little creature?" A name. Aldington had yet to consider it. "How about Jack?" Hanny eagerly suggested. "The lizard my classmate Bianca has his name Jack." Baron Orino also expressed interest. "Perhaps we should first ascertain whether this little one is male or female. Hector, you have studied succubus-winged beasts. Can you discern its sex?" Let me take a look." Hector grasped the chirping youngling, inspected it briefly, and declared, "It appears to be a female." "Then it cannot be named Jack," Hetty stated. "What about Honey?" suggested the Baron. His phantom beast, the Storm Wolf King, was named Hawk, while his 3 offspring were named Hawking, Hode, and Holly, with Hode already entrusted to Prince Ike for return to the palace. Aldington, disregarding any familial sentiment towards his father, firmly rejected. "I have already chosen a name. It shall be Pandora." "Pandora? Why call it Pandora? What does it signify?" I do not recall where I encountered this knowledge, but in some primitive tribe, Pandora represents a box that releases misfortune. It just so happens that it hatched from a box, so why not name it Pandora? I hope that in the future, I will ride it and bring misfortune to the primitive tribes. The indigenous people frequently encroach upon noble territories. Thus, the campaign against primitive tribes is politically correct within the kingdom of the Golden Blossom. After some fanciful discourse, the name Pandora was accepted by the assembly, save for Hanny, who was displeased that her suggestion of Jack was dismissed. With servants attending to Pandora, Aldington merely needed to visit occasionally to feed it and foster their bond. Following the luncheon, the women gathered for conversation while the men congregated, and soon the topic shifted to the impending Earl and baronial assemblies. In September, we shall embark on the campaign against the Lima Xiong Ridge. The matters are largely settled. From which direction will the Eagle Strike Sky family and the Green Leaf Fong family choose to attack? Baron Orino inquired. Aldington listened intently, unable to interject at the moment. Earl Hallington replied nonchalantly, "An assault from the Danube Plain would undoubtedly be the best option. The Iris family can provide logistical support. However, Orino, you must have privately arranged your respective directions. Is there room for us?" The nobility from the capital, through Prince Ike's journey, had delineated spheres of influence with the nobles of the Danube province. Thus, Baron Orino shook his head. "In the past, I would lead the knightly order alongside Earl de Longton to assault the nearby mountain tribes from the Grey Rock Mountain boundary. This year, the scale of battle will be substantial. It is not appropriate to follow Earl de Longton, so I have chosen the direction of the Poison Dragon Valley." The Poison Dragon Valley. Baron Cadale raised an eyebrow. "Is that the approach to the mountains west of Flying Dragon Mountain?" "Indeed. That path is not very wide. With limited logistical support, accommodating at most 4 knightly orders, which 3 knightly orders accompany yours. The Huai family will provide 1, a King's Direct knightly order will offer another, and the 3rd remains undecided. I plan to assign it to Alva." Orino glanced at his son-in-law. Resolved to elevate him, hoping that through several military achievements, Earl Arnold might promote him to a barony. Alternatively, he could earn a title of Imperial Baron through military merit. Of course, the Imperial Baron title conferred by the king is significantly more challenging to obtain than that of a baron appointed by a duke. Should Alva lack sufficient talent and fail to ascend to the status of a Phantom Beast Knight, he would find it nearly impossible to accrue military accomplishments throughout his life. Chapter 0083. Departure. Following the discussions in both assemblies regarding the campaign, Baron Orino brought up the matter that most concerned Aldington, planning a hunt for the golden-furred lynx. I am preparing to orchestrate a hunt for the golden-furred lynx. I have nearly discerned its movements. Thus, dear father-in-law, I hope you can lend me your support. Oh, you have finally decided to take action against this large feline. The territory is lacking in water. To construct a waterway, we must expand towards the lynx forest. And this large feline has become a significant impediment to the development of Redleaf Town. Baron Orino stated, Cadale, Hector, I hope you can assist me as well, with my own knights in attendance. The success rate of hunting the golden-furred lynx will be quite high. Cattle nodded. I have no objections that my experience in hunting phantom beasts is rather limited, so participating in this endeavor will serve as a valuable opportunity for me to gain experience. Hector, of course, had no objections either. As for Alva, being an ordinary knight, he had little say in the matter. In just a few exchanges, the decision to hunt the golden-eared lynx was made, and Baron Orino promptly ordered the gathering of his knights and retainers. Marcus was the first to arrive. The Baron instructed him, Tonight, I need you to ascertain the movements of the great cat, determine where it rests, and do so without startling it. Report back to me once you have the information. Rest assured, my lord, during my time in the lynx forest, I have extensively studied the movements of the great cats, and I will ensure the task is completed. After receiving his orders, Marcus swiftly departed the castle. Heading towards the lynx forest. As a ranger and wind whisperer, night operations were second nature to him. The Baron then instructed his vassal knight, Old Mike, organize the nightly order. There's no need to summon everyone. A squad of 30 elite members will suffice. Old Mike bowed in acknowledgement. As you wish. The Baron continued to give orders to the 3 captains of his retainers. Rodri, expand the patrols from around the castle to cover the entirety of Maple Town. Should any estate fall victim to beastly incursions, you must ensure you can respond immediately. Understood. Robinson, the hunting team should cast their nets in the lynx forest, coordinating with Marcus to track the movements of the golden-eared lynx. As you command. Anuk, ensure the safety of Aldington. Tomorrow, he will also participate in the hunting operation, following closely behind me. If confronted by an attack from the golden-eared lynx, you know what to do. The guard will shield young Aldington from any assault with their very bodies. Excellent. Tonight, we shall dine in the castle. At dawn tomorrow, we will set off for the lynx forest. With the Baron's arrangements in place, the castle's banquet commenced, presenting a plethora of exquisite dishes that delighted the knights and retainers. After a hearty meal, Aldington was filled with excitement, as the first real major operation since his arrival in this world was about to begin. Once the banquet concluded, the Baron advised him to retire early for rest. Yet, Aldington found himself unable to sleep, so he retrieved the first draft of the Thunder Sword techniques and began making revisions. His mind was quite disordered, and he struggled to improve upon his techniques. After a haphazard flurry of edits, he gradually found a sense of calm. Sleep, gather your strength. As dawn broke, everyone rose early. The ladies, who were accustomed to sleeping in, also awakened promptly. The hunt for phantom beasts was of great significance to Aldington, and equally so for the Baron and others. In the rarefied lands of Raffle, where dragon beasts are seldom seen and great dragons almost never emerge, phantom beasts represent the pinnacle of threats in the wild. Phantom beast knights can defeat feral phantom beasts in duels, but hunting them requires the collective strength of the knightly order. Aldington, are you prepared for battle? His sister, Audrey, adjusted Alva's leather armor before turning to help Aldington with his. Phantom beasts are no trifling matter. You and your brother-in-law must prioritize your own protection and learn from the battlefield. In the forest, wearing heavy armor is impractical. Leather armor is the attire for combat. There are no guarantees in this world. Sister, but I believe that the golden-eared lynx cannot harm those of us with ample protection. I understand. Confidence is commendable, but do not let it turn to arrogance. Do not stray beyond the protective circle of the retainers. Rest assured. Lady Helena approached, embracing Aldington gently. Do not venture outside your father's protective range. No one knows the golden-eared lynx better than he does, if necessary. You may also seek refuge behind your grandfather. The phantom beasts he possesses are no ordinary creatures. The phantom beast owned by Count Hylington is a royal griffin. A gift from the royal family to the family of Eaglestrike. Sister, do not worry. Father and Orino will engage the great cat. Cannot I protect Aldington as well? Hector casually remarked, biting into a fresh abalone. Phantom beasts can only be controlled by phantom beast knights. Yet he himself was accompanied by a Valkyrie as an heir to an imperial count. He had been under the protection of a Valkyrie since childhood. If the Iris family were to become affluent, they could also acquire a new Valkyrie to ensure Aldington's growth. But unfortunately, their financial resources were insufficient. Baron Orino had already donned his battle leather armor and glanced at Lady Helena. Do not adopt the demeanor of a helpless woman. Sooner or later, Aldington must face the battlefield. With your father, Cattle, myself, and Hector protecting him, nothing will befall him. Lady Helena shot the Baron a glare. I am not acting like a helpless woman. I am merely lamenting that my son has grown up. Aldington smiled as he savored the roasted beast meat. Suddenly feeling quite fortunate for having crossed over, he could explore a new world while also relishing familial bonds. Moreover, the breakfast spread was exceptionally lavish. After finishing breakfast, family members bestowed their blessings, and the knights officially set out. Count Hylington, Viscount Hector, Count Cattle, and Baron Alva each had their own retinue of knights, forming a contingent of about 30. Baron Orino led the knightly order of Maple Town, although only 30 elite knights were summoned. Each knight brought along 4 retainers, totaling a remarkable 120 individuals. Thus, this expedition to hunt the phantom beast, the golden-eared lynx, mobilized an impressive force of 160. If one were to include the hunting team members already dispersed within the lynx forest, the number would nearly reach 200. They galloped onward, successfully arriving at the fortress located at the forefront of the lynx forest. Marcus was already waiting there. Upon seeing the Baron, he immediately reported, I have discerned the movements of the great cat. It is currently resting on the grassland upstream of the Parrot River. He also handed over a simple map, clearly marking every route within the lynx forest. The Iris family had long hunted in this forest, thereby naturally establishing paths suitable for galloping horses. These paths were uniformly planned to facilitate the knight's timely support and encirclement during hunts. The Baron passed the map to Count Hylington. My esteemed father-in-law, I plan to reorganize our forces into 4 groups to encircle the golden-eared lynx. Chapter 84. The true form of the lynx following behind Baron Orino. Aldington gripped his evening frost sword, cautiously observing his surroundings. He had secretly affixed the courage and wisdom medals within his leather armor, and the Eye of Rise hung around his neck. These 3 pieces of equipment were exquisite items crafted in this world. While he was brimming with confidence before entering the battlefield, he knew the importance of caution once there. The Danube River flows into the Mediterranean Sea, which is vast and expansive, yet rarely brews storms. As a result, the Danube Plain experiences hot and dry summers and mild, rainy winters, characteristic of a typical subtropical climate. Consequently, the forests here consist of evergreen hard-leaved trees, which are not as tall as those in tropical rainforests or broadleaf forests. The structure of the underbrush is relatively simple, often featuring numerous areas of shrubbery or open patches of grassland. Vines and epiphytes are seldom seen. Such forests present a moderate level of traversal difficulty, making them relatively easy to conquer. Occasionally, he would activate his evil condensation technique to glance at the wolf skin, draped over the Baron's shoulders. The storm wolf King Hawk had already merged with the Baron. The Valkyrie Jellerol floated behind the Baron like a red specter, occasionally casting a glance in Aldington's direction. All the horses were fitted with armor to muffle their sounds, and even the horseshoes were wrapped in a layer of rubber to reduce noise. The rhythmic calls of birds echoed through the forest, and soon, the accompanying hunters reported to the Baron. The 2nd and 3rd teams are already in position. The 4th team is still some distance away. The Baron nodded and promptly instructed, signal the 2nd and 3rd teams to maintain silence and await the 4th team's arrival. Inform Marcus to confirm the great cat's location once more. Understood. The hunter accepted the order and skillfully whistled a segment of bird calls with a distinctive melody. Cuckoo, cuckoo, cuckoo. Then, the chit-chit of birds resumed, and the hunters responded with cuckoo, cuckoo. This was a unique skill of the rangers. Although each ranger might be mediocre in combat, they possessed refined skills in forest exploration and message transmission. My lord, the fourth team has just reported that they have reached the designated location. What of Marcus? Captain Marcus has yet to return with news. Just as the hunting team member finished speaking, a new series of bird calls echoed through the forest. Coo, 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 coo. It resembled the call of a certain type of rail. The hunting team member listened for a moment and quickly reported back. That is Captain Marcus' signal. The great cat is still resting by the lake and seems to have fallen asleep, with small birds picking insects off its body. The great cat has made no effort to chase them away and appears to be in a relaxed state. The Baron's eyes gleamed, and in a low voice, he issued the command. Move out, encircle. Cuckoo, cuckoo. Chit, chit. Coo, coo, coo. The calls of birds rang out in succession, blurring the lines between genuine bird calls and the ranger's signals. Aldington squinted as he silently followed the advancing group, attentively trying to discern the calls. While knightly training was an indispensable part of his education, his true interest lay in magic and the ranger's arts. His exposure to magic had been limited thus far, but he interacted with rangers daily. A level 0 hunter learned skills such as trapping and archery that a level 1 hunter learns stealth techniques, and self-disguise that a level 2 ranger learns communication skills, with bird calls being a required course. Level 3 beast tamer. Mastering the art of taming creatures, comprehending the language of magical beasts, and striving for gentle contact. Level 4 wind whisperer. Attuned to the whispers of the wind and the rhythms of nature, possessing heightened senses and a unique essence of flavor. Level 5 child of the forest, one with nature, indistinguishable from it. This is a cultivation system passed down through generations, brimming with intricate details worth exploring. At the very least, Aldington yearned to master the art of whistling. Admittedly, it felt somewhat embarrassing for him to learn ventriloquism, but at the very least, he aspired to understand it. In truth, this system of whistling is akin to Morse code. It is not the birds' calls one listens to, but rather the rhythmic patterns of their melodies. Marquez has diligently transcribed these patterns into a manuscript, which he has handed to me. Reflecting on the contents of the manuscript, Aldington realized that his memory was not particularly remarkable. Thus, he still struggled to comprehend it. His mind wandered slightly, yet it did not hinder the overall progression of the group. Soon, they arrived near the riverbank where the great cat rested. The party paused momentarily before swiftly communicating through whistles to adjust their encirclement. Once all preparations were in place, the Baron charged forth with vigor. The prowess of the Beast Knights was on full display, their blue armor dazzling as they surged like a blue flash towards the golden-eared lynx. In response, Count Hallington summoned his own beast armor, a radiant blend of gold and white, as he brandished his sword towards the startled great cat. Valkyrie General appeared alongside Count Hallington's Valkyrie, simultaneously sealing off the other two directions. The four teams followed the two Beast Knights, fervently amplifying their battle energy. The unleashed battle energy quickly intertwined, resonating to form a vast domain of combat energy. This was the most fundamental yet potent skill of the Knights, battle energy resonance. Aldington, possessing only beginner-level battle energy, could not resonate with the Knights who wielded intermediate or advanced energy. He could merely employ his evil condensation to caution the golden-eared lynx. The battle energy domain surged like ocean waves, relentlessly crashing against the surrounding trees, while the low shrubs moved as if stirred by an unseen wind, leaves rustling in a symphony. The resonating battle energy felt like an expansive sea, reverberating in his ears, evoking a peculiar sensation of being adrift in an endless ocean. It was as if a net had ensnared the golden-eared lynx, instilling in it a feeling of being trapped with no means of escape. Is this the essence of a knight's warfare? Aldington could not see the outwardly emitted battle energy, yet he felt its profound impact. Perhaps influenced by the battle energy resonance, an uncontrollable excitement surged within him, a tumultuous battle spirit roiling in his mind, compelling him to draw his sword and charge at the great cat. Taking a deep breath to quell this fervor, he continued to gaze at the great cat. The golden-eared lynx had already awakened when Baron Areno charged forth. Its fur bristled, and its massive body, larger than a rhinoceros, moved with the swiftness of lightning. Opting to flee rather than confront the Baron, however, Count Hallington swiftly intercepted, blocking the escape route of the great cat with a sweeping motion of his sword. Roar! As its escape was thwarted, the golden-eared lynx instantly adopted a battle stance, a black sheen enveloping its form, morphing it into a shadowy figure. Flash! The Baron, clad in blue beast armor, struck directly at the shadow, causing the golden-eared lynx to tremble and nearly lose its phantasmal guise. Count Hallington followed up with another strike, completely dispelling the lynx's illusion, revealing its true form of yellow fur with black spots. Valkyrie General, wielding a shield in her left hand, delivered a powerful blow to the lynx's true form, followed by a piercing thrust with her spear. Yet, the golden-eared lynx, a formidable magical beast, narrowly evaded the thrust's force, leveraging the momentum to dodge another semi-transparent Valkyrie's slashing blade. As it landed, a few drops of crimson blood fell, only for it to re-enter its shadowy form once more. Chapter 0085, No Place to Escape, Quake. Old Mike's voice boomed as the first team of knights surged their battle energy, causing the energy domain to tremble. The tumultuous sea of energy escalating from gentle waves to fierce surges. Quake. The other three teams of knights likewise began to shout and stir, causing the energy domain to churn from all directions, forcefully encircling the golden-eared lynx in its phantasmal state. This was one of the offensive methods of battle energy resonance, a relatively basic technique known as quaking resonance, capable of wreaking havoc on most forms of energy. At this moment, the lynx's phantasmal form represented a type of energy that could be affected by the quaking resonance, thereby interfering with its escape. However, it could only serve as an interference. The true combat power still rested with Baron Areno and Count Hallington. The battle was dazzling, bursting with energy, as the phantasmal golden-eared lynx found its escape route sealed, forced into combat with the two beast knights, while also contending with the Valkyrie's flank assaults. It was repeatedly forced back from its phantasmal form to its true lynx body, sustaining varying degrees of injuries. Roar! The golden-eared lynx let out a piercing howl, re-entering its pitch-black phantasmal state. Baron Areno warned, "Be cautious. The great cat is attempting to flee. Block its path." Count Hallington's sword glimmered with radiant light, striking at the phantasmal form of the great cat, each blow causing the illusion to ripple as it flickered between its true form and phantasmal guise, preventing the great cat from slipping away into the shadows. Quake! The knights shouted fervently, using the quaking resonance of their battle energy to disrupt the great cat. Herlock, you should also engage. Viscount Hector had unknowingly approached Aldington's side, and as his words fell, a semi-transparent Valkyrie wielding swords appeared behind him. Leaping into the fray, simultaneously, another Valkyrie surged from the opposite side. Undoubtedly, this was Count Cattle's Valkyrie. With 4 Valkyries and 2 formidable beast knights assembled, the golden-eared lynx was left in a state of sheer panic. Daring not to hesitate for even a moment, once more it let out a harrowing howl. This time, its form was no longer a shadowy figure but had transformed entirely into a swirling mass of blacklight, darting across the battlefield, ultimately locating a weak point in the battle energy resonance, before once again manifesting its phantasmal form, charging towards the knights in the vulnerable area. "Open a gap," the Baron commanded. The knights blocking the path swiftly turned their mounts, allowing the golden-eared lynx an avenue for escape. The Baron glanced at Aldington, who had dashed to his side, before confidently issuing the order. "Pursue. The great cat's position is locked. Its phantasmal manifestation will not last long. This time, we shall slay this beast. Do not be careless," Count Hallington cautioned. The knights followed suit, pursuing the direction in which the golden-eared lynx had fled. Aldington, employing his evil condensation, steadfastly tracked the great cat's direction, using his frost blade to sketch signals, continually guiding Baron Areno along the path taken by the great cat. Behind them, Marquez appeared puzzled, unable to discern the lynx's trajectory, yet the Baron seemed to know precisely where to pursue. However, as a squire knight, he silently followed along without voicing any objections. One fled, the other pursued, in the blink of an eye. 3 minutes had elapsed, covering a distance of 3 kilometers. The knights' mounts were panting heavily, and even Aldington's steed, Red Bean, despite its magical beast lineage, was gasping for breath. The stamina expended in the forest's extreme galloping was incomparable to that of a charge across the plains. With a flourish, Aldington pointed his frost blade toward a nearby thicket. The Baron instantly understood and commanded, "Left front, 150 meters, circular encirclement. My esteemed father-in-law, Cattle, Hector, prepare for a final counter." Count Hallington squinted, contemplating Aldington with a discerning eye. As he nodded in agreement, he cast a glance at Marquez, who lingered at the end of the line, and then at Aldington. Ultimately, he said nothing, focusing his mind on coordinating with Baron Areno to surround the thicket ahead. The formation was rapidly completed, The Baron once again led the charge, adorned in blue beast armor, his great sword striking down like thunder upon the thicket. Boom. The previously silent thicket erupted with a piercing roar as the phantasmal golden-eared lynx burst forth, attempting to flee once more. Yet, its aura had become unstable, its phantasmal form wavering in Aldington's evil condensation vision. Its natural power had become disordered, significantly weakened compared to earlier. Beast, Count Aldington, prepared for this moment, swiftly delivered a strike that forced the great cat back into the thicket. While the four Valkyries closed in, the surrounding knights once again surged their battle energy, creating a domain of energy to disrupt the lynx's aura, further disorienting its natural power. Boom. This time, the Baron's great sword did not allow the great cat to evade. Striking forcefully against its phantasmal form, shattering it entirely and reverting it back to its true lynx body. Hell, the great cat, once adorned with a coat of black and gold, was now stained with blood. Unable to stem the flow of wounds as its phantasmal form collapsed, the scent of blood permeated the air, and apart from its still fierce gaze, its aura had severely weakened, struggling to remain upright. It is faltering. Can we capture it alive? Aldington observed the languishing great cat, a fervent heat igniting within him. For this was a genuine magical beast. Hector's expression turned grave, signaling Aldington not to act recklessly. In the presence of magical beasts, never let your guard down, even on the brink of death. They can unleash unimaginable power. Let the two beast knights first test the great cat's condition before attempting to capture it alive. Understood. Aldington swiftly suppressed his impulses. In the face of a magical beast, one's own life was far more precious than capturing it. He would not be foolish enough to offer himself as a sacrifice, even though he clearly perceived the golden-eared lynx's aura had diminished to its limits. Baron Areno and Count Aldington had rushed to the side of the golden-eared lynx, relentlessly unleashing powerful fighting spirit to probe the reactions of the great feline. Simultaneously, they utilized their aura to gradually deplete the energy of the magnificent beast, whose vitality was no longer merely magical, but a harmonious blend of physical, mental, and natural energies. The great cat, with labored breaths, could hardly muster the strength to roar, yet the ferocity in its eyes remained unchanged. It was only after blood had soaked the ground that the two beast knights confirmed its loss of combat capability. The Baron exhaled in relief, dispelling the beast's armor and gesturing for his attendant knights to bind the great cat. He turned to Count Aldington with a faint smile. My esteemed father-in-law, it has been quite some time since we fought side by side. Your prowess remains formidable as ever. I shall not tire. Even if you do, replied Count Aldington, raising his chin defiantly, refusing to acknowledge the passage of time. As the great cat was ensnared by the attendant knights with steel chains, Aldington felt a wave of relief wash over him. He eagerly rushed forward, eager to observe the magnificent creature that had ruled the lynx forest for decades. However, at that moment, the seemingly lethargic golden-eared lynx suddenly erupted with dark energy, transforming into a streak of black light that lunged at the unsuspecting Aldington. The onlookers barely had time to react before they witnessed the steel chains binding the lynx fall to the ground, enveloping Aldington in a shroud of darkness. Chirp! A soul-shaking cry resonated from the black light. In an instant, the darkness dissipated, leaving a startled Aldington standing in place while the golden-eared lynx lay motionless on the ground. Chapter 0086. The Great Cat, Beast. Count Aldington fumed, drawing his sword to strike down the incapacitated golden-eared lynx. Reacting swiftly, Aldington shouted, "Grandfather, do not slay the great cat." Count Aldington halted his attack, casting a furious glance at the lynx. The earlier scene had drenched him in cold sweat. He had nearly lost a grandson of noble blood on the battlefield. Aldington, are you unscathed? Baron Areno inquired, equally anxious. Hector, Cater, and others, accompanied by knights, gathered around to isolate the great cat, preventing it from causing further harm. Aldington calmly waved his hand. I am fine. I have magical equipment that withstood the blow. Cater, curious, asked, what was that manifestation just now, Count Aldington? I recall that beasts can only manifest once in a short period, correct? The beasts can switch between their true forms and phantoms, and the phantom form can burst forth into spectral light, known as phantom manifestation. It was a secondary manifestation. This golden-eared lynx possesses formidable talent, with the potential to become a dragon beast. Alas, after this severe injury, it may not have the opportunity. Count Aldington shook his head suddenly, declaring, Orino, let us butcher it for meat. Baron Orino feigned ignorance. Aldington, anxious, interjected. No, grandfather, let us keep this great cat. I wish to see if I can tame it as my phantom beast. Just moments ago, when the golden-eared lynx launched its second manifestation against him, the malevolent left abruptly unleashed a power akin to evil blessing, with the dark divine bird emerging from his eye to intercept the lynx's attack. Moreover, it had marked the lynx, allowing Aldington to sense a new connection between himself and the creature. The nature of this connection remained unclear. As the lynx lay unconscious, he harbored a strong premonition that the mark from the dark divine bird had aided in taming the lynx, and even if it had not, this connection would likely ease the taming process. This was a beast capable of secondary manifestation. Even if gravely wounded, once it recovered, it would not be weaker than the Storm Wolf King or the Royal Griffin. Aldington, you are merely an apprentice knight, and you already aspire to tame a beast. Cats are notoriously difficult to train. Taming a golden-eared lynx as a phantom beast is no simple feat, Cater remarked, stroking the lynx's fur. Skinning it could yield some fine pelts. This was, of course, a jest, and Count Halington's suggestion to butcher it for meat was also light-hearted banter following their victory. The value disparity between a living phantom beast and a dead one was not trivial. Baron Orino had already begun instructing his men to rebind the golden-eared lynx, employing magical restraints to secure its limbs to prevent any potential third manifestation. Despite the likelihood being almost negligible, the lynx, as large as a rhinoceros, was hoisted by two horses of magical bloodlines. Yet even so, these steeds trembled in fear, their tails tucked. The aura of the phantom beast was overwhelming, despite their trainings. The horses remained skittish. Aldington, riding Redbean, followed closely behind the great cat, viewing it as his prized trophy, anxious that any jostling might prove fatal to the creature, its wounds hastily bandaged, yet several were too deep and life-threatening. Fortunately, by invoking the evil condensation divine power, he could perceive the natural energy within the lynx, which managed to maintain a dynamic balance, preventing further loss. This indicated that the great cat had not truly exhausted itself. Upon their triumphant return to Butterfly Castle, the party was met with a warm welcome, as ladies, knights, and servants alike flocked to catch a glimpse of the golden-eared lynx. Aldington, however, remained steadfast by the lynx's side. Father, we must summon the apothecary to treat the great cat. I fear it may not survive if left unchecked. Do not fret, Aldington. The recovery abilities of phantom beasts are far more robust than you realize. As long as it is not dead, it shall be fine, the Baron assured, patting Aldington's shoulder. He was unaware of how Aldington had defended against the attack during the secondary manifestation, perhaps linked to Aldington's Thunder Force. But it was evident that the young man was distressed. The Baron continued, let Audrey cast a few restorative spells on the great cat. Audrey was a sorceress, an apothecary of the magical hexagram, and held the title of senior sorceress, capable of crafting various magical potions, as well as some basic restorative spells. Chanting a few specific incantations, the restorative magic enveloped the surface of the great cat. The visible speed of healing closed minor wounds, while even the deep gashes, revealing bone, soon ceased their bleeding. The great cat's physique is remarkably resilient. The feedback from the restorative magic is quite vigorous, Audrey remarked, stroking the lynx's short, stout tail. This is indeed a beautiful great cat, the very creature that has troubled the Iris family for decades. Now, we can finally cultivate farmland toward the direction of the lynx forest. With no natural protections in place, the nobility's most fervent pursuits, aside from warfare, involved deforestation and land cultivation, believing that land was the source of all wealth. Once the great cat departs, perhaps new phantom beasts will arrive, but it matters not. Once I tame the great cat, I shall have it guard this newly cultivated land. Do you possess such confidence in taming the great cat? Do not underestimate an awakened knight, Aldington replied with a smile. I believe that as long as the great cat is not foolish, it will recognize its reality. From the moment it was captured by humans, its fate has been reduced to either becoming a contract phantom beast or magical material. There is no possibility of returning to the wild. The intelligence of phantom beasts is not to be underestimated. Faced with a contract from a worthless knight, it would surely resist, but when confronted with a contract from an awakened knight, it would consider the terms. Audrey smiled gently. Very well, I look forward to witnessing how the newly awakened knight of the Iris family tames a wild phantom beast. Despite their limited interactions over the years, The bond between siblings remained strong. Aldington's awakening brought her pride. After all, a lady's standing within her husband's family largely derives from her maternal family's influence. With Aldington's awakening, her status rose significantly. When the news was conveyed, even the Duke of Arnold personally entrusted her to convey his congratulations to Aldington, in the face of a new awakened knight of the realm. Even an esteemed marquis like Arnold must adhere to proper decorum in offering congratulations. This respect not only honors the noble bloodline, but also extends courtesy to the Dragon Knights. The recent festivities had allowed Aldington to increasingly appreciate the weight of the noble bloodline title. The great cat would not awaken immediately. Aldington and his sister departed from the enclosure where the great cat was confined, and a grand banquet commenced once more within the castle. The continual series of banquets seemed to have become the sole theme of noble life. Chapter 0087. A change of venue. The castle hosted a series of banquets for 3 consecutive days. Bidding farewell to the Count and Countess Cater, the Alva couple remained at Butterfly Castle, while Audrey, having rarely returned home, planned to stay for a full week, coinciding with Aldington's upcoming birthday. In previous years, Aldington had celebrated his birthday at Grey Iron Castle, but this year, he intended to hold a grand celebration. Count Hallingun and his wife had traveled to Rock City as guests, invited by the Count of Rock City, with whom they had familial ties from generations past. Hector, on the other hand, roamed about Little Versailles, as the stifling rural life of Butterfly Castle did not suit his character. The beauties of Little Versailles required someone to bestow affection upon them. The Odom couple planned to arrive the day before Aldington's birthday. Thus, 3 days later, Butterfly Castle returned to tranquility. Audrey enjoyed visiting the magical estate, engaging in academic exchanges with the mages of the Silver Hand Magical House. Baron Alva was being pulled along by Hector to Little Versailles, where he was quite popular among the local elite due to his status as the second son of the Marquis. Remember, do not spend the night outside while staying at Uncle Autumn's, Audrey had advised before his departure. Cousins Hetty and Hanny were engaged in prayer lessons with the elderly Lady Carly, as Hector aspired to groom his 2 daughters for the priesthood. The path of a sorcerer was arduous and required exceptional talent, which the 2 young girls lacked. Thus, the route to the priesthood appeared simpler. Aldington, do not keep your gaze fixed on the big cat, even if it awakens. It requires time to recuperate. Baron Orino called Aldington over. The tax supervisor from Little Versailles has arrived. This afternoon, they will measure the area of Lynx Forest. You should accompany them to observe. Understood, Aldington replied. The grand development plan for Lynx Forest was already in full swing, attracting the estate managers from Maple Leaf Town and its surrounding territories. Timber merchants from Pearl City had also rushed over to procure fine timber from the forest, along with herb traders and purveyors of game. Not to mention the hunting parties and knights who were scouring the forest for magical beasts, with the absence of the golden-tufted lynx's oversight. Lynx Forest was poised to realize its utmost value, with all resources ripe for monetization. However, these profits would not entirely enrich the Iris family, which was precisely why the tax supervisor had come. Your Excellency Baron Orino, the area you submitted for development in Lynx Forest has been measured 3 times by our department officials, totaling 950 square kilometers. How do you intend to utilize this land? Will you lease it, purchase it, or split it evenly? The tax supervisor, sporting a thick beard, inquired. First, have your department calculate the total taxes due, and then I shall decide whether to lease or purchase, the Baron responded. The tax supervisor suggested. It will take time to compile that information. I recommend you purchase the land outright. The prices in the Danube Plain are quite reasonable. Acquiring it in one go will save you from annual tax reconciliations, as most nobles seldom opt for leasing. Lady Helena, responsible for the finances of their domain, added, we would prefer that, but there are numerous areas where we require funds. The tax supervisor shrugged, non-committal. Dealing with nobles proved to be the most troublesome. Commoners were straightforward. Failure to pay taxes resulted in forced labor, whereas the noble lords were always meticulous, seeking to extract wealth from the kingdom without parting with their own coins. Most critically, officials often hesitated to manage the affairs of the nobility, which is why the supervisor hoped for a one-time purchase, freeing him from future concerns about the Iris family's territorial maneuvers while he attended to his other duties. Aldington asked Lady Helena, Mother, what is the maximum area our family can possess? 15,000 square kilometers. Is it truly that vast? Larger than a count's domain? This is the Danube province, a borderland fraught with conflict, where land development is insufficient, rendering it less valuable, Lady Helena elucidated for her son. If we were in the same province, our family's holdings would barely reach 800 square kilometers. Any inland province would not exceed 5,000 square kilometers. I do not believe that the land in the Danube province is less fertile than that of other provinces. Much of it consists of rich black soil, highly valuable for development. Lady Helena chuckled. You find it valuable, but the kingdom's frontier law does not share your sentiment. Among counts and barons, our family possesses the smallest land area. If it were not for that pesky big cat hindering us, we would have expanded to 2,000 square kilometers long ago. Fortunately, we have managed to capture the big cat this time. The frontier law is a statute concerning deforestation and land reclamation. According to this law, lands not granted as fiefs are considered the property of the king, who encourages both nobles and free citizens to cultivate them. Free citizens can lease lands for a fee, while nobles may also lease lands. But they can opt to pay a tax to purchase these lands outright, incorporating them into their holdings as private territories. The maximum area that can be added depends on the noble's rank. Thus, the actual area of a noble's domain is the sum of their fief and purchased land. The Baron of Maple Leaf Town originally held only 800 square kilometers, but gradually acquired more, expanding to over 1,100 square kilometers. The law permits the Baron to expand his holdings up to 15,000 square kilometers. Then we should acquire more land. Mother, more land can never be a disadvantage, even if we do not rush to cultivate it. It will eventually be of use. Do you think your father and I do not wish to amass more land? Unfortunately, even if we were to purchase all 950 square kilometers of new land, our family could not afford the taxes owed to the king. Lady Helena shook her head. For now, we can only buy a portion and lease the rest, gradually gathering the necessary taxes. The king would not genuinely offer the kingdom's lands cheaply to his vassals. If they desired land, they must cultivate it themselves and then pay for its purchase. Furthermore, the frontier law stipulates that the more land one buys, the higher the taxes owed. Thus, in this convoluted manner, the great nobles still end up toiling for the royal treasury. However, this arrangement is seen as mutually beneficial, as nobles increase their land holdings while the kingdom gains new arable land and boosts its tax revenue. Mother, perhaps I should sell off some of my properties to acquire more land. Then I could designate my estate from Lynx Forest. The properties gifted from outside are too scattered, making management quite inconvenient. It would be easier to concentrate our land. That is a possibility. You would be compensated at market value. However, you need not sell your food-producing estate, nor the pea and vineyard estates. These three properties have been cultivated for many years, and the likelihood of them attracting divine blessings is quite high, making their sale unwise. Understood. Chapter 88. Acknowledgement. The Iris family undoubtedly possessed wealth, yet to claim they were affluent would be an exaggeration. Otherwise, during the last auction for space rings, Baron Orino would not have hesitated at the high price of 11,000, as his finances were rather constrained, making it difficult to part with such a sum at once. Other nobles had accumulated vast fortunes over dozens of generations, while the Iris family had only reached its fourth generation with Aldington. Consequently, after calculating the tax obligations for the 950 square kilometers of Lynx Forest, the Baron and his wife opted to lease 550 square kilometers and purchase 400 square kilometers. This transaction drained the Butterfly Castle's 3 generations of savings entirely. Aldington also sold off some of his fragmented lands, exchanging the area near the Parrot River, where the big cat had previously been hunted, for 4 estates from his parents. Essentially, he traded 2 well-established estates for 4 undeveloped ones, which was not a significant loss. However, he was temporarily disinterested in planning for his new estates, as the big cat, the golden-tufted lynx, confined in Butterfly Castle, finally awoke from its stupor. Almost immediately, Aldington, who was practicing the Thunder Lance, sensed the big cat's awakening. What a familiar feeling. Is the bond inscribed by Siezwo akin to a phantom beast contract? He pondered as he approached the cage. Inside, the big cat was weakly licking its scabbed wounds. Most of the minor injuries had healed, leaving only 3 deep gashes visible to the bone, recently scabbed over, still in need of time to mend. The cage contained a bowl of food, filled with freshly delivered magical beast meat. However, the big cat had not touched it. Ignoring the food bowl entirely, it seemed to sense Aldington's presence, turning its head to fix him with a fierce and complex gaze. Strangely, Aldington felt the big cat's emotions, a tumultuous blend of anger, anxiety, hatred, affection, and pain. Though the sensations were somewhat unclear, they were tinged with a vague sense of detachment. "Hello, big cat," he said, smiling to convey friendliness. The big cat continued to glare at him. Motionless, after a moment's thought, Aldington spoke again. "You are a phantom beast, and you are quite intelligent. We share a mysterious connection. I can sense your emotions, and you should be able to grasp my thoughts. Therefore, you must understand our current predicament. From this moment forth, we can stand side by side in battle." He gestured toward the food bowl. "This is fresh magical beast meat I had delivered, spotted deer. Your favorite." Having been neighbors with the big cat for decades, the Iris family had studied its habits and knew that its preferred prey was the lowly magical beast, the spotted deer. However, the deer, true to its name, often lurked near water, retreating into the river at the first sign of danger, leaving the water-averse big cat helpless. Upon hearing this, the big cat seemed disinclined to respond, but then its stomach growled loudly. Adding a layer of shame to its already complex emotions, Aldington maintained his smile, radiating goodwill and warmth. Moments later, as the growling of the big cat's stomach persisted, it lowered its head to glance at the food bowl. The spotted deer meat had been cut into bite-sized strips and sprinkled with a special catnip grass from lynx forest, the golden-tufted lynx's favorite seasoning, which it nibbled on from time to time. Grr! The stomach rumbled once more, utterly shattering the great cat's resistance. It finally lowered its head and began to gnaw on a piece of spotted water deer meat from the food bowl. After consuming a piece, the flavor was exquisite, prompting it to devour the meat voraciously. Aldington stood beside the cage, observing the great cat eat, and then invoked the sinister left's supernatural power. He could see the natural energy within the great cat rapidly converging, most of which coalesced around 3 scabbed wounds, swiftly healing through some mysterious energy transformation. Perhaps the toll from the second blooming was too great. After finishing the meat in the bowl, the great cat gradually squinted its eyes and began to doze off in the cage, before Aldington could send someone to bring another bowl. Taking advantage of its half-asleep state, emboldened by the connection inscribed by the sinister left, and sensing the great cat's current comfort and joy, he boldly reached out to stroke the fur on its belly. In an instant, the great cat jolted awake from its stupor, twisting its head as if to attack. However, just as it was about to bite Aldington's arm, it abruptly halted, staring intently at him with a gaze filled with aggression. Yet, as Aldington instinctively withdrew his arm in fright, the cat soon retracted its fierce glare and resumed its relaxed posture. Squinting once more, Aldington exhaled, realizing he had been overly careless. Although the sinister left's supernatural influence had forged a bond between him and the great cat, it still did not constitute a true phantom beast contract. Such a reckless act could easily provoke the great cat and lead to danger. Nevertheless, he quickly found himself grinning with satisfaction. The great cat had not truly attacked. It merely swatted his hand away, proving that the sinister left's supernatural power was indeed effective. Taming the great cat to become his phantom beast seemed just within reach. After feeding it for another couple of days and nurturing our bond, once the great cat allows me to touch it freely, it will likely signal the onset of its taming. Different phantom beasts have varying taming methods, but most involve cultivating a relationship to achieve a communion with the beast, gradually intertwining their energies to establish a phantom beast contract. Typically, only prospective phantom beast knights can tame these creatures, completing the ascension through the contract process. For others, taming a phantom beast without the aid of a contract is exceedingly arduous. His father had once sought to help him tame the great cat. As a phantom beast knight, he could establish a preliminary phantom beast contract, ensuring the cat's obedience. However, Aldington possessed the connection from the sinister left, which rendered his father's assistance unnecessary. He needed a plausible excuse. Perhaps he could attribute it to the power of thunder. Having settled on this line of thought, Baron Areno returned from Lynx Forest, immediately inquiring, "Has the great cat awakened?" "Yes, it has. I fed it once," Aldington replied. "Is the great cat calm? Did it struggle in the cage?" "So far, its mood is very stable." Aldington raised an eyebrow and added, "I even touched its belly, and the great cat did not attack me." "What? You dared to touch the great cat's belly? Aldington, do you wish to lose an arm?" The Baron scolded, quickly grasping the crux of the matter. "You mean to say that you touched the great cat's belly, and it did not attack you? How can that be possible? This is a wild phantom beast." Aldington sincerely apologized. Father, I admit there was an element of risk involved, but the great cat has acknowledged me. Chapter 0089. Divine Blessing. The great cat acknowledged you. Father, let us discuss this in the study. The clandestine plotting in the study had become a daily affair for the Areno father and son. Aldington organized his thoughts and explained, Father, do you recall I mentioned that my bloodline of thunder seems different from what is noted about our great-grandfather, possessing an ability to perceive natural energy? The Baron nodded. Of course, I remember. Your significant contribution allowed the great cat to be captured. Indeed, during the second blooming, the great cat seemed to transform into a unique energy entity. Resonating with my thunder power, I discovered a peculiar connection between the great cat and myself. I could sense its emotions, and it could sense mine. A peculiar connection? A contract? The Baron was astonished. How can that be? Such effects are only achievable through a phantom beast contract. I found it strange as well, which is why I dared to touch the great cat's belly today that it did not attack me. Evidently, due to this bond, it has accepted me. Father, can you analyze whether I have already established a phantom beast contract with the great cat? Baron Areno gestured for him to wait. Let me first comprehend this. Aldington was patient, of course. After sipping half a glass of red wine and taking a moment to gather his thoughts, the Baron spoke. The great cat's phantom bloom and second blooming have resulted in a form that exists between phantom and energy that we refer to it as the phantom light form. But do you understand the meaning of phantom light form? I do not. Dragon beasts can freely switch between their true form, phantom and phantom light forms. You have seen my phantom beast armor, but you have certainly never seen a dragon knight's radiant dragon armor. It is precisely because the phantom light form is one of the fundamental forms of dragon beasts that any phantom beast capable of second blooming is considered to have the potential to become a dragon beast. Aldington had heard his grandfather speak of this before, but hearing of the great cat's potential now still left his eyes sparkling. Is the great cat still viable? I do not know. The second blooming has greatly depleted its energy, and we have also severely beaten it, nearly resulting in its demise. This foundation is surely damaged, but the extent of the damage is impossible to gauge. The Baron regarded his son, feeling increasingly unfamiliar. I cannot tell if you were simply fortunate, or perhaps it was due to the instability of its second blooming that granted you this opportunity. Do you mean? Precisely. You inherit the bloodline of a dragon knight, so fundamentally, your bloodline also possesses the potential for phantom light. Perhaps describing it as potential is inaccurate. After all, you are human. However, the essence should be similar. The great cat's phantom light form encountered your dragon knight bloodline and instantaneously formed a phantom beast contract. The Baron's explanation was logically coherent. Aldington could not conceive of a more perfect rationale and immediately feigned realization. So that is it. Everything is due to my great-grandfather's protection, and the glory of our ancestral dragon knights has allowed me to possess a phantom beast ahead of time, and one with the potential to become a dragon beast at that. Indeed, the protection of our ancestors and the blessings of the three gods make your fortune truly enviable. The Baron spoke with both pride and a hint of bitterness. Why was it that all good fortune seemed to fall upon Aldington? Aldington sensed his father's envy, but could not disclose that it was the greatness of the golden finger. He could only indirectly console him. Perhaps the wishes my great-grandfather could not fulfill have been passed on to me. He recalled Lord Odyssey, who had once hoped to cultivate the storm wolf King Hawk into a dragon beast, fulfilling his own dreams of being a dragon knight. Unfortunately, Hawk's limited talent dashed any hopes of becoming a dragon beast. Lord Odyssey, valiant throughout his life, had to depart this world as a phantom beast knight. Yet there was no need for the old lord to feel regret, for his great-grandson Aldington would inevitably become a dragon knight, even passing his name as a middle name to ensure the bloodline continued. After finishing a glass of red wine, the Baron had composed himself and smiled, saying, "Since you have inherited the family's glory, then strive to achieve it." I will. The telepathic connection with the great cat left Aldington feeling euphoric. Who would have thought that a mere 16-year-old boy could already possess his own phantom beast? Moreover, it could undergo a second blooming and had the foundation of a dragon beast. As for the great cat's age, it remained unclear. This golden-eared lynx had arrived at Lynx Forest decades ago when Aldington's grandfather was still alive, at which point it was already of phantom beast caliber. However, as it stood, the great cat was still youthful and vigorous, showing no signs of fatigue or aging. Thus, Despite having suffered a severe injury, Aldington firmly believed that the great cat could return to its peak condition. Whether it could become a dragon beast in the future was a matter for time to reveal. "Cousin, we are back." Hanny's voice echoed from afar, having spent a few days in the countryside. She had completely embraced her childhood innocence, shedding her former demure demeanor. Aldington smiled and asked, "Which altar did you pray at today?" "It was the altar at the new market manor. I still have very little holy water to pray with. But I had a wonderful time playing with Zisify and Minova." Hanny mentioned Zisify and Minova, both of whom were blessing muses. The Iris family boasted a total of 6 blessing muses: Dialy, Chialuala, Zisify, Minova, Little Red Riding Hood, and Hanny Co. Among them, Dialy, Little Red Riding Hood, and Chialuala were nurtured by the family, while the other 3 were purchased from outside. Many minor nobles, after years of managing their manors, cultivated blessing nymphs, which had a chance of evolving into blessing muses. However, for minor nobles, while muses indeed possessed formidable abilities that could significantly boost agricultural yields, they required a vast amount of faith offerings. Given the limited resources of minor nobles, they often had to part with muses, selling them to larger families for worship. Conversely, large families never sold the muses they cultivated. Speaking of which, I haven't held a manor altar in several days. Chiao Lola has complained about it to me multiple times. Aldington remarked, for Chiao Lola greatly enjoyed the holy water he prayed for. "Cousin, you don't need to pray anymore. My sister and I follow old Madame Carly every day to learn about prayer. It's becoming quite dull and tiresome. Though prayer may seem tedious, its benefits are manifold, granting your skin a smoother texture." "Is that truly the case?" "Absolutely." "Well, then I do enjoy praying." Despite her tender age of 6, little cousin Hanny has already developed a fondness for beauty. No wonder Lady Carly appears so youthful. She is a master-level priestess, whereas I am but a mere layperson, merely a lowly voter. 0-level voters. 1-level laypersons, 2-level disciples, 3-level zealots, 4-level apostles, 5-level prophets. The role of a priest is akin to a vocation for all, as common folk must frequently engage in prayer, while noble knights in training are likewise required to pray. And ladies too must pray to offer faith at the family altar, sustaining the nymphs and muses. Do not fret, Hanny, you are still young. When you grow older, you will be able to provide even more faith, and your skin shall become exceedingly radiant. While conversing with her little cousin, the male servant Thomas hurriedly approached, joyfully reporting, "Young master, the steward from Sweet Potato Manor just came to inform us that a divine blessing has appeared over the sweet potato fields." Chapter 0090. The Pact. A visible aura of vibrant colors floated about a meter above the vast expanse of sweet potatoes. Baron Areno and Madame Helena were engaged in light-hearted conversation with the serfs of Sweet Potato Manor. With the divine blessing now manifested, it was time for the crucial moment of nurturing the blessing nymph. The castle's guard and patrols had dispatched personnel to ensure the security of this sweet potato field. "Aldington, you have arrived," Madame Helena beckoned. "Mother, our family has been blessed with joyous events in succession. With the protection of the 3 gods, a new nymph is to be nurtured. Let us hope this time it will be a root nymph." The blessing nymphs are categorized, or rather, their talents differ. For instance, the root nymph typically arises from plants with swollen roots, possessing the gift of promoting root growth, greatly benefiting plants such as sweet potatoes, yams, radishes, and beets. Of course, it can also aid in establishing roots for seedlings, vegetables, and trees. The Iris family boasts 52 distinct nymphs, including varieties such as grain nymph, rice nymph, millet nymph, bean nymph, root nymph, fruit nymph, tree nymph, grass nymph, flower nymph, vegetable nymph, and medicinal nymph, among others. Most uniquely, there are the poultry nymph, livestock nymph, and equine nymph, as well as the special breed known as beneficial insect nymph. The poultry nymph does not imply that such nymphs are born from poultry, but rather that plants in areas frequented by poultry may trigger a special divine blessing, resulting in nymphs that can influence poultry growth, particularly around chicken coops and pastures. These animal-related nymphs are likely to emerge. As for the beneficial insect nymph, it pertains to nymphs related to insects, with one of the Iris family's pillar industries being the breeding of crickets. In locations where crickets are raised, a beneficial insect nymph has been born among the weeds. The cricket drought king that Aldington gifted to Prince Ike's captain of the guard, Drook, was undoubtedly influenced by the beneficial insect nymph. Rest assured, mother, the divine blessing at Sweet Potato Manor is resplendent and vibrant. we are certain to give birth to a quality nymph. Aldington, invoking his dark powers, peered into the realm of the divine blessing, where the natural energies were indeed potent. In the central core area, something seemed to be brewing, likely the primordial state of the nymph. This compelled him to reflect on the awe-inspiring nature of the Creator. The first batch of gifts from the Creator were the ancient gods, who, after enduring multiple destructions, have long since perished, yet their divine essence continues to thrive. In the current world of the Creator, once again, miraculous beings like nymphs are being brought forth. The care of the sweet potato fields must be relentless. After all these years, the territory has finally received a divine blessing. We cannot allow this little one to suffer a miscarriage. Baron Areno sternly instructed his attendants and serfs. He then cast a glance at Aldington, his eyes carrying a hint of inquiry. Aldington responded to the Baron with a calm smile, swiftly assuaging his concerns. His son's ability to perceive natural forces evidently implied that he could also sense the situation regarding the divine blessing. Thus, the likelihood of this nymph being preserved and avoiding miscarriage was high. This significantly alleviated the financial strain on the family. The Iris family cultivated numerous sweet potatoes and beets, so the emergence of a root nymph could potentially yield an increase of over 200 Leviticus. While this may not seem substantial, nymphs can live for 50 to 100 years, potentially generating a profit of 10 to 20,000 lev for the family, equivalent to the price of a spatial ring. Should the nymph be fortunate enough to evolve into a muse, the value would escalate even further, starting at a minimum of 100,000 LEV. It could be said that a blessed muse could equate to the worth of 4 or 5 castles like Butterfly Castle. Once the root nymph is born, Aldington, you shall be the one to forge the pact, the Baron suddenly declared. Aldington responded in confusion. Madame Helena looked at the Baron with equal perplexity. Traditionally, all nymphs, muses, and contractors of the family are the responsibility of the Baron, a duty and privilege of the family head. This contractual relationship ensures the safety of the nymphs and muses, allowing them to return to the contractor's side through the mysterious powers of the pact in times of peril. Without a doubt, within the Iris family, only the Baron possesses the strength to protect these nymphs and muses. The Baron raised his hands in a gesture of resignation. Do not look at me like that. Helena, Aldington has grown up, and it is time for him to learn to shoulder family responsibilities. But he is still in the learning phase. He possesses the strength of a knight. Young people must face a bit of pressure. So do not concern yourself with this matter. I reserve my opinion on this, but nymphs, muses, mythical beasts, and mounts are all matters for you men to manage. You and your father may discuss it. Madame Helena ceased her objections. In noble families, the responsibilities of men and women are traditionally divided. Aldington began to understand. Perhaps the Baron believed that he had already forged a pact with the large cat and had sufficient strength for self-preservation. The Dragon Knight bloodline also led the Baron to mistakenly believe that he could better facilitate the evolution of nymphs. After all, both mythical beasts and nymphs are fundamentally related to natural forces, and the Dragon Knight bloodline is no different. Being of the same origin, this was a pleasant misunderstanding, one that Aldington saw no need to correct, as ultimately, the future of the Iris family would still belong to him, whether the pact was made a day later or sooner. It made little difference. The emergence of the divine blessing brought about a day of lively celebration at Butterfly Castle. Unbeknownst to them, time had quietly moved to June 6927 in the Frosttide calendar. Aldington, born on June 6, 911, had officially reached the age of 16. That today marked his birthday. His grandfather, grandmother, and Uncle Hector had all returned, and Uncle Autumn's family had also come back early, along with brother-in-law Alva. All gathered to celebrate Aldington's birthday. Regarding his own birthday, Aldington felt no particular emotions. He had hardly celebrated birthdays in his previous life, having been single until death, which made such occasions feel rather lonely. In truth, his energy in recent days had been wholly devoted to the golden tufted lynx, personally feeding it 4 meals a day. Indeed, the large cat required 4 meals daily, each consisting of a large basin of fresh magical beast meat, far surpassing the appetite of the storm wolf King Hawk. Fortunately, the hunting party had been frantically hunting in the lynx forest these past few days, ensuring an unending supply of magical beast meat. After all, Aldington also had a young wraithwing beast to care for. I am going to be financially drained. At this rate, I might have to sell my manor, he lamented, leaning against the large cat's back while bemoaning his financial woes. The bill, which Madame Helena had handed to him, indicated that the average daily consumption of magical beast meat was valued at 20 Leviticus. The family had just purchased land, paid a hefty sum in taxes and rent to small Versailles, and the profits from selling the resources of Lynx Forest were barely sufficient to cover this investment. Now, with the addition of the large cat, Butterfly Castle's finances had plunged into severe deficit. Fortunately, illuminated by the occasion of his birthday, he received a rather valuable gift. Selling off gifts that he would not use could barely cover the large cat's feeding expenses. Humph! The large cat snorted, continuing to relish the delicious magical beast meat in its bowl, allowing Aldington to lean against it comfortably. The bond of the mythical beast contract was gradually deepening,